A young boy, deemed useless, is betrayed by his family and pushed off a cliff, inadvertently awakening a mysterious remnant soul within him. He acquires the formidable technique known as the Jiu Si Tun Tianju. This technique necessitates enduring 9 life and death refinements, with each death resulting in a significant surge in cultivation. Henceforth, the protagonist races down the path of seeking death and courting danger, leveling up through the act of dying and stirring the winds of chaos across the world. Chapter 1. The Fall of a Genius. In Qingyun City, at the Lin family's martial arts arena, the sun blazes fiercely. The blue stone floor glimmers with a white sheen under the sunlight, mingling the scents of sweat and dust in the air. The arena is surrounded by a throng of onlookers of all ages, each craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the excitement. Today marks the annual family competition of the Lin clan, where the achievements of the young men and women will be unveiled. Lin Feng stands by the edge of the arena, flexing his wrists. Having just turned 16, he has grown tall, with refined features, yet his eyes gleam with the distinctive sharpness of youth. Clad in the Lin family's standard azure training garb, slightly faded but neat, he is approached by several peers of the same age, who pat him on the shoulder. "Fenggu, we look forward to your performance. I heard you've made another breakthrough recently." Lin Feng smiles broadly, but refrains from saying much. He is well aware that his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Xianxia realm ranks him among the elite of his generation. However, he shies away from showing off, having been raised by the Lin family since childhood, and feels the need to remain humble. The elder referee strikes the gong and calls out, "Next match, Lin Feng versus Lin Hu." The crowd buzzes with excitement. Lin Hu, from a collateral branch of the family, is a robust individual with a fiery temper, having squeezed into the top 5 in last year's competition through sheer brute strength. He leaps onto the stage, shaking his fists at Lin Feng. "Kid, don't think you can swagger just because of your talent. Today, you'll get a taste of my might." Lin Feng remains unperturbed, leisurely ascending the stage. In a corner below, a young man dressed in a brocade robe stands. Lin Hong, the legitimate son of the Lin family and Lin Feng's nominal elder brother. A smile graces Lin Hong's face, yet his eyes are fixated malevolently on Lin Feng. On the stage, Lin Hu bellows and charges forward, fists raised, resembling a wild bull. Lin Feng sidesteps gracefully, his right index finger poised like a sword, gently striking Lin Hu beneath the ribs. The movement is not swift, yet it is executed with exquisite precision. Lin Hu, unable to halt his momentum, lets out a yelp and tumbles forward, causing the arena to tremble. "My apologies." Lin Feng extends his hand to help him up. The crowd falls silent for a moment, then erupts into cheers. The elder strokes his beard and nods. This young man, Lin Feng, has solidified his essence and wields it with ease. He shall surely achieve great things in the future. At this moment, Lin Hong approaches, draping an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder, his voice warm. "Brother, you did well. Shall we drink a couple of cups tonight? How about a new jar of aged wine?" Lin Feng feels a warmth in his heart. Though he knows Lin Hong can be petty at times, they grew up together, and he thinks little of it. Nodding, "Sure, let me finish up here." The competition concludes, and Lin Feng undoubtedly claims the top position. The family head publicly rewards him with a bottle of Jing Yuan Dan, praising him as the pillar of the Lin family's future. Holding the elixir, Lin Feng feels a sense of emptiness. His adoptive parents passed away early, and besides his sister Xiaoyu, Lin Hong is the only one with whom he shares a genuine bond. As night falls, the Lin family estate gradually settles into silence. After washing his face, Lin Feng prepares to rest when a knock sounds at the door. Lin Hong stands there with a jar of wine, a smile plastered across his face. "Let's head to the back mountain. It's cooler there, and we can chat while we drink." The back mountain is enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the treetops, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The sounds of insects echo in the distance. Lin Hong finds a flat stone to sit on and pours 2 bowls of wine. "Brother, watching you compete today, I was truly impressed. However, I'm a bit confused. How did you practice that PUNG technique? Teach me, will you?" Caught off guard, Lin Feng lifts the bowl to take a sip. The alcohol's potency hits him, causing him to squint. There's really no secret. Just compress the essence while circulating it through the Zhangzhong acupoint. And, before he can finish his sentence, Lin Hong suddenly springs up. His palm glows with a gray light, carrying a foul wind as he strikes at Lin Feng's abdomen. The speed is terrifying, leaving Lin Feng no time to evade. Sui Yuan Zhang, Lin Feng's pupils constrict. He has heard the elders mention this technique, a forbidden art of the Lin family, specifically designed to destroy one's dantian. With a thunderous impact, Lin Feng feels as if his dantian is seared by hot iron, the agonizing pain exploding within him. His essence pours out like a ruptured bag, and his legs buckle beneath him, collapsing to the ground as a sweet metallic taste surges in his throat. Lin Hong steps back 2 paces, the false smile completely vanished, replaced by malice. A genius? Bah! A bastard like you dares to steal my thunder? From this day forth, you shall be a cripple. Lin Feng curls up on the ground, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. His vision begins to blur, and he sees Lin Hong leaning closer, his voice hissing like a venomous snake. Don't worry, no one will investigate. Tomorrow, I'll say you went berserk while practicing and ruined your own cultivation. Before his consciousness fades, the last thing Lin Feng glimpses is the golden threaded cloud pattern embroidered on Lin Hong's shoes, along with the distant lights of the Lin family estate. His mind is in disarray as he recalls the sugar cakes Xiaoyu had given him that morning and the envious gazes from the crowd below the arena. Darkness consumes everything. Chapter 2. The Days of Failure. When Lin Feng awoke, his entire body felt as though it had been mercilessly crushed and then haphazardly reassembled. With each breath, a piercing pain surged through his chest and abdomen, particularly in the area of his dantian, which fell hollow and exuded a chilling sense of being utterly drained. He struggled to open his eyes. It took a while for his vision to clear. Before him lay the familiar beams of his small room, dust settling upon them. And in the corner hung the old lantern he had won from the previous year's competition. He attempted to move his fingers, but realized he lacked even the strength to lift his wrist. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave, the cheers from the training grounds, Lin Hong's insincere smile, the cold moonlight on the mountainside, and that ruthless, vicious technique known as the shattered yuan palm. A lingering, excruciating pain seemed to echo from his dantian. He tried to concentrate as he once had, to guide a thread of qi to flow within him. Yet, his body was a void, utterly unresponsive. The dantian, once brimming with vibrant energy, now resembled a broken water tank, incapable of holding anything. His spiritual root had truly shattered. This realization struck him like a shard of ice, chilling him to his core. All his pride and efforts, accumulated over 16 years, had dissipated in the wake of that single strike. The door creaked open slightly, revealing a small head that cautiously peered inside. It was Lin Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Lin Feng awake, her face instantly brightened with surprise. She hurriedly brought in a rough ceramic bowl. "Brother, you're awake. That's wonderful." She placed the bowl on a small stool beside the bed. Steam wafted from the bowl, which contained mostly rice soup with only a few grains of rice. Xiaoyu, now 14, had not yet fully matured. Her face retained a hint of baby fat, and her large eyes now appeared swollen from crying. Dressed in an old, faded dress with frayed sleeves, she leaned towards the bed, wanting to help Lin Feng sit up, yet hesitated, fearful of causing him pain. Her small hand hovered uncertainly in the air. "Brother, how do you feel? Does it still hurt terribly?" Seeing her worried expression tugged at Lin Feng's heart. He forced a smile, his voice hoarse. It's all right, Xiaoyu, don't worry." He wished to spare his only sister any further anxiety over him. "How can it be all right?" Xiaoyu's tears surged forth again. "Young Master Hong and the others are so wicked. They told the elders of the clan that you were reckless in your training and fell into madness, which is why your cultivation was ruined. Now, everyone in the clan believes them." Her voice dwindled to a whisper as she lowered her head, vigorously wiping her tears with her sleeve. "The clan leader has ordered the cessation of your monthly allowance and all cultivation resources." Lin Feng remained silent, having anticipated that Lin Hong would distort the truth. What surprised him was how easily the clan had chosen to abandon him. What value could a shattered spirit hold for his family? He remained silent, merely shaking his head with great difficulty. Xiaoyu hurriedly picked up a bowl, saying, "Brother, please drink some porridge. I saved my rations to make this for you, and it's still warm." She gently blew on the spoonful, carefully bringing it to Lin Feng's lips. The porridge was thin and tasteless, yet Lin Feng perceived it as the warmest substance in the world. He swallowed it slowly, finding a modicum of relief for his parched throat. He gazed at Xiaoyu, absorbed in her task. This sister, with no blood ties, had become the only person willing to approach him after his fall from grace, offering him a semblance of warmth. The days that followed were a torment for Lin Feng. Lying in bed, he spent most of his time staring blankly at the ceiling. The physical pain gradually lessened, but the void within his heart expanded. Previously, at this hour, he would have been practicing martial arts in the training grounds or meditating in his small room, relishing the invigorating flow of energy through his meridians. Now he could barely stand, needing to lean against the wall for support. The family's attitude shifted swiftly. Relatives who once greeted him with smiles now avoided him, taking detours upon seeing him. They cast glances imbued with a mix of pity, glee, and disdain. The servants who brought him meals became increasingly negligent, often delivering cold or spoiled food, and sometimes forgetting entirely. Lin Feng understood that this treatment was orchestrated by Lin Hong. That afternoon, Lin Feng managed to sit against the wall for a while. Laughter from a group of young relatives drifted in from outside, growing closer until they halted at his door. With a resounding bang, the door was unceremoniously kicked open. Leading the charge was Lin Hu, accompanied by 3 other relatives who typically followed Lin Hong's lead, striding in with swagger. Lin Hu had harbored resentment since Lin Feng had bested him in their last confrontation, and now his face radiated triumph. Well, isn't this our family's once prominent genius? What is the matter? Unable to rise from your bed. Lin Hu crossed his arms and kicked the bedpost with his toes, causing the wooden frame to rattle. A tall, lanky relative snickered. What genius? He is nothing more than a waste who can't even sense his own energy anymore. Exactly, chimed in a short, stout fellow. We thought he was impressive, yet he managed to ruin his own cultivation. Truly a disgrace to the Lin family. Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly, his fists clenched beneath the thin blanket, his nails nearly digging into his palms. Yet, he did not open his eyes or respond. He lacked the strength to confront their taunts. Any reaction would only invite further humiliation. Seeing his silence, Lin Hu grew bored. He surveyed the humble room, his gaze settling on the empty pill bottle in the corner. That was the essence elixir awarded by the clan leader during the last minor competition, and it had long been confiscated. He spat in disdain, declaring the place truly cursed, devoid of anything worthwhile. Worthless beings should remain in their designated realm. A tall and lean figure with keen eyes noticed the coarse ceramic bowl that Lin Xiaoyu had forgotten to take away, which Lin Feng used for his porridge. With malicious intent, he kicked it over, sending the bowl rolling to the corner where it shattered into several pieces. Even the utensils for eating are so wretched, huh? Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide, fixating on the broken bowl, the very one Xiaoyu used to bring him meals daily. His chest heaved violently, a surge of blood rushing to his head. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu's urgent voice pierced through from outside. What are you doing? Don't bully my brother. Clearly, she had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Her small face flushed with anger. She spread her arms protectively in front of the bed, resembling a hen guarding her chicks. Lin, who was momentarily taken aback, but soon smirked lewdly. Sister Xiaoyu, why are you defending this useless one? He has become a cripple. How can he protect you in the future? You will be better off with me, where you can enjoy the finest things in life. You shameless fiend. Xiaoyu trembled with rage and picked up a shard of the broken bowl, hurling it at Lin Hu. He easily dodged it, his expression darkening. You're overstepping, brothers. It seems we need to teach this useless one and this little girl a lesson, just as they were about to act. A voice of authority came from outside. Lin Hu, what are you causing a ruckus for? Young Master Hong has instructed you not to go too far. Return immediately. It was a personal attendant of Lin Hong. Lin Hu and his companions appeared somewhat intimidated by Lin Hong, reluctantly retracting their hands. Lin Hu shot Lin Feng a fierce glare, lowering his voice. Useless, just you wait. You'll regret this later. With that, he stormed out, cursing under his breath. The attendant cast a cold glance at the disheveled state of the room, and then at the pale-faced Lin Feng. Without uttering a word, he turned and left. Xiaoyu hurried to Lin Feng's bedside, her voice trembling with concern. Brother, are you all right? Did they hurt you? Lin Feng gazed at his sister, observing her panic-stricken demeanor, then glanced at the shattered bowl on the floor. The fury and humiliation within him threatened to engulf him, yet he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress it. He gently patted Xiao's shoulder, his voice low yet resolute. Xiao, don't be afraid. He lay back down, closing his eyes. To outsiders, he appeared resigned, or perhaps too weak to remain conscious. Only he knew that an exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible warmth was slowly emanating from his heart, gradually spreading throughout his body, particularly converging towards the shattered dantian. This sensation was so subtle it felt like an illusion, yet it undeniably existed. Could it be that the shattered yuan palm had not completely obliterated everything? Chapter 3. The Clan Competition's Humiliation. The dawn was just breaking. The Lin family's martial arts arena was once again filled with a throng of spectators. Today was not an annual competition, but rather a monthly minor contest. Though the scale was smaller, all the necessary individuals had gathered. The air was infused with the savory scent of fried dough from the breakfast stalls, mingling with the freshness of the morning dew. However, the murmurs of the crowd carried an unmistakable sense of anticipation that was palpable. Many cast sidelong glances toward the solitary figure in the corner of the arena, Lin Feng, clad in a faded, worn training outfit. He stood at the periphery of the crowd, making a conscious effort to diminish his presence. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, and his physique seemed more fragile than before. Yet at the very least, he was able to stand on his own since he had started moving about again. After he was able to leave his bed, the family had informed him that he must participate in the monthly contests, citing family regulations that allowed for no exceptions. Lin Feng understood all too well that this was Lin Hong's malicious intent to continue tormenting him. Ah, is that not our illustrious genius, Lin Feng? Why do you stand here in the cold wind? A mocking voice called out from behind him. Lin Feng did not need to turn around to know it was Lin who, accompanied by two lackeys, who swaggered over. He deliberately bumped into Lin Feng with his shoulder. Lin Feng staggered slightly, but remained silent, clenching his fists and then slowly relaxing them. Seeing that Lin Feng did not respond, Lin who grew bolder. Raising his voice, as if to ensure all could hear, he taunted, "What's the matter? Has your spirit shattered and your hearing gone as well? Or are you simply afraid of today's contest, wishing to cower like a turtle?" A few subdued snickers arose from those nearby. Some distant relatives who had previously sought Lin Feng's favor now feigned ignorance or displayed mocking expressions. Lin Feng did not raise his eyelids, merely stating, "Family regulations require participation, so here I am." "Well, it's good that you've come." Another voice interjected, dripping with unabashed arrogance. The crowd parted to reveal Lin Hong, adorned in a pristine satin training outfit, a jade pendant at his waist, and leisurely twirling a folding fan as he approached. Several loyal disciples trailed behind him, asserting his commanding presence. He stepped before Lin Feng, lightly tapping Lin Feng's chest with a folded fan. The gesture was not forceful, but carried an unmistakable air of contempt. "Brother, I heard your health is still not quite right." Lin Hong feigned a smile, yet his gaze was as cold as a serpent's. "Be careful during the contest later. While our Lin family advocates for moderation, fists and feet do not discern. If one of our junior brothers loses control and injures you, I would truly be concerned for your well-being." Lin Feng met Lin Hong's gaze, remaining silent. His expression was so serene that it unnerved Lin Hong inexplicably, igniting a more intense fury within him. How dare a waste of space look at him in such a manner? "Rest assured, Brother Feng, we will certainly take good care of you." Lin Hu chimed in eagerly, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. The gong resounded, and the competition commenced. The elder began to read the roster of contestants, calling out names one after another. When it was Lin Feng's turn, his opponent was none other than Lin Hu. The first match, Lin Feng versus Lin Hu. The crowd immediately erupted in excitement, all eyes drawn to this confrontation. It was common knowledge that Lin Hu was Lin Hong's lackey, and everyone was aware of Lin Feng's current predicament. This was clearly a preordained arrangement. Lin Feng silently ascended the stage, the cold blue stone beneath his feet still bearing the faint impressions of past training. Lin Hu leapt onto the arena with a sinister grin, flexing his robust arms, the joints cracking ominously. "You useless wretch. Last time, you didn't receive the punishment you deserved in that dilapidated shack of yours. Today, I shall rectify that." The elder referee frowned slightly, but refrained from comment, simply announcing, "Begin." Lin Hu regarded Lin Feng with utter disdain. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his energy, a display of his first level of the opening origin realm. Though somewhat superficial, it was nonetheless imposing. He swung his fist towards Lin Feng's face with alarming speed and strength. In times past, Lin Feng could have deflected it with a mere finger. However, now, gritting his teeth, he barely managed to evade the first blow. But the second strike came swiftly, aimed directly at his abdomen, where his shattered dantian lay. Lin Feng stifled a groan, attempting to block with his arm. Yet the force of the impact sent tumultuous waves through his stomach, staggering him several steps backward, nearly causing him to fall. "Huh, is that all you've got?" Lin Hu laughed triumphantly, intensifying his assault. His fists and feet rained down upon Lin Feng like a relentless storm. Lin Feng could only rely on his reflexes and footwork honed from years of training to barely dodge and defend, appearing utterly beleaguered. Soon, he had absorbed several hits, his training garb now soiled with dust and footprints. The crowd erupted in jeers and taunts. "Get out of here, you useless fool. Don't embarrass yourself. Tiger brother. Crush him." Lin Hong sat comfortably in a specially prepared chair, leisurely sipping tea, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Pain had become a numbing sensation for him, overshadowed by a more profound humiliation. He felt a hard object pressing against his chest. It was a small wooden talisman that his sister, Lin Xiaoyu, had secretly given him the day before, its uneven carvings promising to keep him safe. Remembering her worried gaze ignited a fire within him, which he resolutely stifled. He could not falter, at least not easily, as Lin Hu continued his relentless assault. Frustration mounted within him, especially upon witnessing Lin Feng's silent resilience. Seizing an opportunity, he delivered a brutal kick to Lin Feng's knee joint. Lin Feng's leg buckled, and he sank to Lin, who seized the opportunity to advance, aiming a foot at Lin Feng's back, intent on crushing him beneath his heel. Just as his foot was about to descend, Lin Feng suddenly raised his head, his arms instinctively shielding his chest, where a protective talisman gifted by Xiaoyu rested. Lin Hu's foot came down with tremendous force upon his arm and back, causing Lin Feng to taste blood in his throat, but he resolutely held on. Damn it! What are you protecting? Lin Hu cursed, bending down to grasp Lin Feng's collar, intent on extracting whatever he had hidden. Stop! A sharp, tearful voice pierced through from the audience. Lin Xiaoyu had somehow squeezed to the edge of the arena, her face pale and tears glimmering in her eyes. You are not allowed to take my brother's things. You mustn't hurt him anymore. Lin Hong frowned, casting a glance at Lin Hu. Understanding the cue, Lin Hu not only persisted but intensified his grip on Lin Feng's fingers, muttering foul words. Get lost, little girl. I want to see what treasures this waste has stashed away. Let go. Lin Feng forced out between clenched teeth, his arm trembling from exertion. That small wooden carving had become the sole object he yearned to protect. Bah! Lin Hu spat contemptuously at Lin Feng's face, then yanked forcefully. With a tearing sound, the collar was ripped apart, and the rough little wooden carving tumbled into the dirt. Lin Feng's eyes instantly reddened, drawing upon an unknown reserve of strength. He broke free from Lin Hu's grasp and lunged to retrieve the talisman. Still dare to move? Lin Hu, enraged and humiliated, delivered a brutal kick to Lin Feng's back. With a thud, Lin Feng was sent flying, a mouthful of blood escaping him, tracing a vivid crimson line in the air. He landed heavily at the edge of the arena, curling up as his vision began to blur. The last things he saw were the small wooden carving lying in the dust not far away, the heart-wrenching cries of Xiaoyu from the audience, and Lin Hong's face, twisted with cruel amusement. Just before consciousness slipped into darkness, he faintly heard a weak, raspy voice in his mind, tinged with impatience and curiosity. Tisk. This lad has quite a sturdy bone structure, but he is utterly spineless. Chapter 4. The threat beneath the cliff. Lin Feng lay in bed for another 3 days. After that day, when he had coughed up blood and fallen unconscious, the servants had unceremoniously thrown him back into this small room, treating him like a discarded sack. No one summoned a physician. Only Xiaoyu, in secret, brewed herbal medicine and fed it to him, sip by sip. His chest ached severely, each breath laced with the taste of blood. Yet, more chilling than the physical pain was the bone-deep coldness in his heart. The family's attitude had become all too clear. Lin Feng, once a prodigy, now finds himself a complete burden, utterly disregarded by those around him. The sky outside is shrouded in a gloomy haze, hinting at impending rain. The room is permeated by the bitter scent of medicinal herbs, mingled with a faint, almost imperceptible whiff of blood. Lin Feng's gaze is fixated on a spider weaving its web upon the beam above, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. The hoarse voice he faintly heard during his unconsciousness, ridiculing him as spineless, has not resurfaced, leading him to almost believe it was merely a hallucination born from his grievous injuries. Suddenly, the door swings open without knock. Lin Hong enters alone, an expression of just the right amount of concern etched upon his face. Today, he is not adorned in his ostentatious brocade robe, but instead wears a simple long gown, holding a delicate food box in his hand. Brother, do you feel any better? He asks, placing the food box on the rickety table beside the bed, his tone gentle. That day, Xiaobai and Lin were quite rough. I have already chastised them sternly. Lin Feng remained silent, merely observing him. After enduring so much, if he were to trust Lin Hong's facade once more, it would indeed be the height of folly. Noticing Lin Feng's lack of response, Lin Hong continues unperturbed, opening the food box. Inside lie several exquisite pastries and a bowl of steaming ginseng soup. You should eat something to regain your strength. Lin Hong sighs, his expression imbued with sincerity. Seeing you like this weighs heavily on my heart. Lin Feng closes his eyes, disinterested in the performance before him. Lin Hong leans in closer, lowering his voice as if divulging a secret. Brother, I understand your suffering. Having your spiritual roots destroyed is a bitter experience. Yet, there's always a glimmer of hope. Recently, while perusing ancient texts, I discovered a potential remedy. Lin Feng's eyelids flicker, though he keeps them shut, on the back mountain, near the god burial cliff. Lin Hong's voice takes on a tantalizing tone. It is said that a rare herb, the continuation grass, grows upon the cliffside. While it may not restore your spiritual roots, it is remarkably effective in mending damaged meridians. Perhaps it could allow you to sense a trace of vital energy once more. God Burial Cliff? A chill runs through Lin Feng. That place is notorious in Qingyun City as a forbidden zone, unfathomably deep and perpetually shrouded in mist. Those who fall into its depths are never seen again. Could Lin Hong truly be so benevolent? I know what you're thinking. Lin Hong sighs again, his expression growing even more earnest. That place is perilous, but for your sake, it is worth the risk. I have verified that the continuation grass grows not far from a ledge down the cliff. I have brought ropes, and if we proceed with caution, we are sure to gather some. He pauses, emphasizing his next words. Do you truly wish to spend your life confined to this bed, unable to protect Xiaoyu? Those final words pierce Lin Feng's heart like a needle. He abruptly opens his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Lin Hong. Protecting Xiaoyu. This is the only obsession he cannot relinquish, even if there exists merely a 1 in 10,000 chance. Even if I am fully aware that it may be a trap, is what you say truly genuine? Lin Feng's voice emerged brittle and hoarse. A fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossed Lin Hong's face, barely perceptible. He thumped his chest, asserting with conviction, absolutely true. Well, have I ever deceived you? There is no time to waste. The sky is overcast today, and few are paying attention. Let us slip away quietly and return swiftly. With great effort, Lin Feng propped himself up, his body still feeble. Yet an inexplicable force sustained him, for he craved strength, even if just a modicum, to cease being a burden to his sister. The two moved in silence, departing the Lin family estate and heading towards the back mountain. Indeed, they encountered no one along the way. They became imbued with a chilling dampness, devoid of even the sound of birdsong. At last, they arrived at the precipice of the god burial cliff. A fierce wind howled, causing their garments to flutter violently. The mist swirled at the cliff's edge, rendering the depths invisible, leaving only an unsettling void. Standing at the brink felt as if one might be consumed by the abyss at any moment. Lin Hong halted a few paces from the edge, turning around. The pretense of concern had vanished entirely from his face, replaced by an unmistakable coldness and satisfaction. Well, we have arrived, he declared, his tone turning frigid. Lin Feng's flicker of hope extinguished completely, yet he found an eerie calmness as he gazed at Lin Hong. FM. You are adorably naive. That legendary elixir is something a wretch like you could ever aspire to possess. He stepped closer, his gaze venomous and tranquil, ideal for sending you on your way. Why? Lin Feng clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. I'm already a cripple, posing no threat to you. Why? Lin Hong's expression twisted with rage. Simply because of your face. Because those ancient fools in the clan always compared you to me. You, an unknown bastard, how dare you overshadow me? His voice grew increasingly agitated, nearly a shout. As long as you live, even as a useless being, you disgust me. Only when you are utterly gone can I feel secure in my position as the Lin family's young master. From the day you entered the Lin family, I have found you intolerable. Lin Hong's voice was laced with madness. Why should my parents treat you well? Why should that girl, Xiaoyu, show you affection? Everything you possess should rightfully belong to me, including your cursed talent. I shall ruin it, and now, I shall also obliterate you. All pretense was irrevocably shattered. Lin Feng gazed at his seemingly deranged foster brother, overwhelmed by profound sorrow. The bond of brotherhood that had endured for years was from the very beginning a mere facade, fragile and built upon the foundation of jealousy. Thus, the fatal blow of a shattered yuan palm was intentionally orchestrated by you. Lin Feng articulated, his voice devoid of emotion. Indeed, Lin Hong sneered, I never expected your life to be so tenacious, surviving such an onslaught. But matters not, today. I shall personally bring your end. I will cast you down this god's burial cliff, where your remains will be obliterated, and none shall suspect my involvement. They will merely believe you succumb to despair and leap to your demise. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Hong struck with ferocity. The energy of the third realm of the Kaiyuan surged explosively as he aimed a lethal palm strike directly at Lin Feng's face. The attack was swift and ruthless, evidently premeditated to ensure a fatal conclusion. Lin Feng, however, was prepared. Though weakened, the instinct to survive and the fury of betrayal ignited the last remnants of his strength. He narrowly evaded the blow by sidestepping, simultaneously sweeping his right foot to target Lin Hong's lower body. Do you dare to resist? Lin Hong bellowed in disbelief at Lin Feng's unexpected movement, transforming his palm into a claw aimed at Lin Feng's wrist. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. In his prime, Lin Feng could have subdued Lin Hong with a single move. Yet now, his meridians were damaged and his energy depleted. He relied solely on sheer willpower and the combat skills he had honed over the years. After several exchanges, he was left gasping for breath, his body bearing new wounds. As Lin Hong relentlessly pushed him back, inching closer to the precipice. Lin Hong seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Lin Feng's chest. A cough of blood erupted from Lin Feng's lips as his body was uncontrollably propelled backward, half his foot already dangling in the void. Crumbling stones cascaded into the abyss, vanishing into the mist below. He struggled to steady himself, glancing back at the unfathomable chasm. The terror of death gripped him instantaneously. Lin Hong advanced step by step, a cruel satisfaction etched upon his face. Struggle. Show me your struggle, you worthless wretch. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze transcended Lin Hong, spotting a frail figure racing up the mountain path towards him. It was Lin Xiaoyu. She must have sensed the abnormality and come in pursuit. Brother. Xiaoyu's tearful cry was torn asunder by the howling wind. Lin Feng's pupils dilated. He could not allow her to approach this perilous situation. This moment of distraction afforded Lin Hong the chance he needed. He lunged forward, channeling all his energy into a palm strike that struck Lin Feng squarely in the heart. Bang! The immense force propelled Lin Feng entirely away from the cliff's edge. He plummeted like a kite severed from its string into the inexorable depths below. The sensation of free fall enveloped him, the wind whistling sharply in his ears, and the cliff face blurred into a rapidly ascending gray line as he descended. The final image etched in his mind was that of Lin Hong's grotesque, triumphant visage atop the cliff, juxtaposed with the heart-wrenching silhouette of Xiaoyu, who had collapsed at the edge in despair. Immediately thereafter, an abyss of darkness and coldness enveloped him, as his consciousness swiftly began to unravel, just as he believed he was destined to be shattered, to vanish entirely. A voice, grating yet imbued with an odd excitement, exploded within the recesses of his mind, resonating as clearly as a whisper. Damn it, you finally took the plunge. Kid, if you don't want to truly perish, don't surrender. Channel every ounce of strength you possess and hold on. The success of a 9 lives devouring heavens technique hinges on this very fall. Chapter 5. Awakening of the Remnant Soul. Cold. Piercingly cold. This was the first sensation Lin Feng experienced upon regaining consciousness, as if he had been cast into an icy abyss, with chills creeping through his very bones. Pain soon followed, an excruciating agony that made him feel as though his body had been shattered. Particularly, his chest felt constricted, rendering him breathless, and even the slightest movement pierced him as if a multitude of needles were stabbing at him. With great effort, he managed to open his eyes, though it took an eternity for his vision to coalesce. Before him lay not the chaotic boulders he had envisioned at the cliff's base, but rather the undulating, dim surface of water. He found himself adrift in a deep pool, its obsidian waters exhaling wisps of white mist that chilled him to the core. Glancing upwards, he saw the cliff towering impossibly high, with only a slender ribbon of gray sky visible above, like a fragile thread. I'm not dead. This thought invigorated his spirit. The instinct for survival compelled him to frantically thrash his limbs, yearning to swim toward the shore. Yet, his body refused to comply. Even the slightest motion sent waves of excruciating pain radiating from his chest. He choked on mouthfuls of the frigid water, gasping in torment. It dawned on him that Lin Hong's strike had likely injured his internal organs. That he had not perished from the fall into the water was nothing short of sheer fortune. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, he summoned a fierce determination and, with his somewhat mobile left arm and legs, painstakingly maneuvered himself toward the edge of the pool. The bank was slick with moss and treacherous rocks, and he crawled his way up. Once he emerged from the water, he collapsed onto the icy stones, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Each inhalation was laced with the metallic tang of blood and a searing pain in his lungs. The light was fading rapidly. The illumination at the cliff's base dimmed swiftly, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The only sound was the ominous drip of water falling from the rocky crevices above. Drip, 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 rendering the place even more sinister. As the wind swept past, it carried the dampness of the pool and the scent of decaying vegetation, chillingly penetrating his soaked clothing. He assessed his condition. It was dire. His left arm felt as though it might be fractured, sending stabbing pains with any movement. His right leg was equally unresponsive. The most excruciating pain resided in his chest, a deep bruise that rendered him nearly blind with agony upon the slightest inhalation. His dantian remained hollow, steeped in an oppressive silence. With his spiritual roots severed and grievously wounded, he found himself ensnared in this desolate abyss. Despair enveloped him like the surrounding darkness, gradually suffocating his spirit. Xiaoyu. The visage of his sister's tear-streaked face flashed through his mind. No, he could not perish here. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to move his right hand, desperately searching his body for something of use. Unfortunately, apart from his drenched, ragged garments, nothing was to be found. Lin Hong had cast him aside, clearly intent on leaving him no path to survival. Just as his fingers grazed his chest, they encountered a solid object, immediately followed by a faint cracking sound. He paused momentarily, laboriously lowering his gaze. It was the black jade pendant he had worn since childhood. This pendant, peculiar in material, neither gold nor jade, was a deep, unremarkable black. His adoptive parents had only mentioned that it was found upon him when they discovered him, serving as the sole token of his mysterious lineage. At that moment, he noticed the surface of the pendant was riddled with cracks, as if it had endured a tremendous impact. A pang of sorrow struck Lin Feng's heart. This pendant was his only connection to his unknown biological parents, and now it too lay shattered. He gently traced his fingers over the fissures. Suddenly, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The cracked pendant became searing hot, akin to a red-hot coal. Lin Feng instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. With a sharp sound, the pendant completely disintegrated into dust. Yet, rather than scattering, the remnants hovered above his chest, emanating an almost imperceptible black luminescence. Following this, an indescribable aura, reminiscent of ancient desolation, surged forth from the heart of the dust with an overwhelming force. Lin Feng felt as though his consciousness was being drawn from his body. Darkness enveloped him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. When he finally steadied his mind, he beheld the black luminescence gradually coalescing, ultimately forming an ethereal, nearly transparent figure that floated before him. This specter bore no discernible features, only a vague outline, as if it might dissolve into the wind at any moment. In the stillness of the cliff's base, a hoarse, weak voice, imbued with an ineffable blend of arrogance and weariness, echoed directly within his mind. Damn it, I can hardly breathe. Where in the world is this forsaken place? The spiritual energy here is as scarce as a fart. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded this strange apparition, his mind momentarily at a loss. A ghost? A spirit? Had his severe injuries induced a hallucination? The specter seemed to sense his thoughts, impatiently clicking its tongue, its tone thick with disdain. What are you staring at? Young man, was it you who roused me from my slumber? Look at you. Your physical form is in tatters. Your spiritual roots are shattered beyond recognition. And your cultivation is woefully inadequate. Truly a wretched being. In my prime, a mere sneeze from me could obliterate a multitude of individuals like yourself. Lin Feng found himself momentarily dazed by the relentless barrage of mockery. Yet, driven by an instinct for survival, he mustered the strength to respond. His voice raspy like a worn-out wind instrument. Who? Who are you? Are you human or ghost? Ghost? Bah, I am Jean, the ethereal figure. Identifying itself as Jean seemed quite displeased with the term ghost. I was once formidable, but now, alas, I find myself in this pitiful state, taking refuge in your broken body for the time being. The specter of Jean drifted closer, scrutinizing Lin Feng with keen interest. Yet, You possess a surprisingly resilient life force. You fell from such a height and did not meet a gruesome fate. By some twist of fate, your feeble, dying energy, combined with the frigid essence from the depths of this pool, has managed to shatter the seal of my broken jade pendant. He paused, his tones softening slightly. Well, it seems we are destined to cross paths, though your potential is lamentably abysmal. Lin Feng, though bewildered, grasped the crucial points. Seal? Jade pendant? You've been with me all along? Indeed, Jean replied with irritation. Were it not for the meager space within the jade pendant allowing me to cling to life, I would have perished long ago. But now that the pendant is shattered, my remnant soul cannot endure much longer. I must find a stable place soon, and alas, I cannot rely on you. A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Feng. Despite Jin's abrasive demeanor, he sensed a depth to this entity. With no other options, he clung to the slightest glimmer of salvation. Elder Jin, do you have a way to save me? Or perhaps assist me in escaping this place? Save you? Jin scoffed. Your body is a mess. Your organs are displaced, your meridians damaged, your spiritual roots utterly destroyed. In normal circumstances, I could restore you with a mere flick of my fingers. But now, he hesitated, his presence seeming to wane further. I'm barely holding on myself. However, his tone shifted, taking on an oddly enticing quality. Do you wish to exact revenge? Do you long to trample upon the wretch who cast you down? Do you desire to rise above being a target for other scorn? In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with fervor, his breath quickening. Yes, I absolutely wish for that. Then do not resist. Jin's voice grew grave. I shall impart to you a technique. Whether you survive and achieve vengeance will depend on your ability to endure this initial trial. Brace yourself, boy. This will hurt far more than your fall. Before Lin Feng could comprehend the gravity of the situation, the faint specter suddenly transformed into a wisp of black light, plunging directly into his forehead. Lin Feng emitted a scream that was far from human, feeling as though his head had been struck violently by a searing iron hammer. Countless unfamiliar and immensely intricate runes and fragments of information surged into his consciousness like a flood breaching its dam. These pieces of knowledge bore an intensely domineering, primal essence, even tinged with a sense of annihilation, relentlessly assaulting his fragile nerves. He felt as if his head were on the brink of exploding, his vision enveloped in a crimson haze, and a deafening buzz echoing in his ears. His blood seemed to boil and flow backward, inflicting a pain tenfold, 100-fold stronger than any physical injury, erupting from the depths of his soul. Just as he felt he was about to be utterly torn apart by this torrent of information, his consciousness on the verge of collapse, those countless chaotic fragments suddenly coalesced, forming 4 ominous black characters that radiated an ancient and devouring aura. 9 deaths, swallowing heaven technique. Immediately following this, a concise yet heart-pounding incantation manifested instinctively. 9 deaths reincarnation. Born from death, swallowing heaven and devouring earth, only I reign supreme. This technique, astonishingly, required one to experience death and face the brink of despair to awaken their potential, consuming external energy and even life force to break through. This notion completely subverted Lin Feng's understanding of cultivation. With the imprint of this technique, a faint and almost imperceptible pull seemed to emerge from the shattered depths of his dantian, gradually and exceedingly slowly absorbing the meager cold energy from the surrounding water, as well as the already weakened vitality within him. Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. This technique felt like drinking poison to quench thirst. Chapter 6, 9 Deaths Swallowing Heaven Technique. The excruciating pain in his head surged like a tide, striking fiercely and receding just as swiftly. Once Lin Feng regained his composure, he discovered that he was still sprawled upon the cold rock, alive, yet feeling as if his body had been disassembled and haphazardly sewn back together. Every movement sending jolts of pain through him. Strangely, however, after that soul-shattering impact, the oppressive pain in his chest had lessened somewhat, though he still struggled to breathe. At least it no longer felt as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Ah, you're awake? Quite resilient, I must say. You've somehow managed to keep your wits intact. The raspy voice that referred to itself as Lord Jean echoed in his mind again. The tone remained irritating, yet it seemed slightly more substantial than before, less ethereal. Lin Feng gasped for breath and inwardly inquired, "What did you just do to me?" He was now certain that this was no mere illusion. A formidable entity had indeed taken residence within his mind. "What did I do?" I saved your life. Lord Jean scoffed, and I provided you with a clear path. Otherwise, do you truly believe that your fragile body could survive even a few days in this desolate abyss? You'd be waiting to be prey for the wild beasts. Lin Feng remained silent. He recognized that Junyi was right. The abyss below was shrouded in an eerie darkness. One could only speculate what lurked within. In his current state, even a wild dog could easily drag him away. Take a moment to reflect on your dismal Dantian. You foolish boy, Junyi commanded with a hint of irritation. Lin Feng complied, suppressing his discomfort as he directed his consciousness inward. What he encountered was still that desolate wasteland. The remnants of his shattered spiritual root lay before him, resembling the cracks of a parched riverbed, visually jarring. Yet, at the very center of this desolation, an almost imperceptible black vortex had appeared, swirling gently and emitting a feeble pull. It was gradually drawing in the scattered, nearly dissipated vital energy from his damaged meridians and flesh, as well as the exceedingly thin spiritual energy seeping in from the surrounding air and the rock beneath him. The force of this pull was so weak that it could easily go unnoticed without deliberate focus. Nevertheless, it existed, like a spark concealed within ashes. Though faint, it symbolized an entirely new possibility. What is this? Lin Feng felt a shock within. This was the minuscule foundation laid by the 9 deaths, Devouring Technique. Junya's tone was laced with both pride and disdain. Consider yourself fortunate, you brat. Your spiritual root is so thoroughly shattered that it saves me the trouble of dismantling this nuisance for you. Dismantling the spiritual root. Isn't that a good thing? Lin Feng pondered, questioning whether this ancient being had lost his wits after a prolonged slumber. The spiritual root is the foundation for a martial artist. This is common knowledge. Common knowledge. My foot, Junyi scolded within his mind. That is the knowledge of mediocrity. For you and for my technique, that broken spiritual root is merely a cage. It restricts the types and quantities of energy you can absorb. He paused, emphasizing his words. Your current wretched body is like a sieve. It cannot retain any energy. Can it? But the 9 deaths Devouring Technique thrives on that very effect. It seemed he was attempting to articulate his thoughts, so that Lin Feng, the simpleton, could comprehend. To put it simply, ordinary cultivation techniques are akin to using a good bucket to draw water from a well brimming with spiritual energy, where the quality of the bucket, the spiritual root, and the abundance of the well water, the spiritual energy, are paramount. However, my technique does not discriminate against buckets. In fact, I prefer that your bucket is leaky, for it does not aim to hold water, but to draw it in. It forcibly siphons every form of energy within reach, be it spiritual energy, malevolent energy, blood energy, death energy, or even the force of an enemy's attack, into itself. Lin Feng listened in astonishment. This completely subverted his understanding. How could this be possible? Different energy attributes conflict and could lead to self-destruction. That is precisely why it's called Devouring Heaven. You fool, Junyi retorted, exasperated by the effort it took to converse with him. To devour the heavens and consume the earth. Embracing all things, it relies on the dominance of the technique and the unwavering will of the practitioner. Certainly, you are but a novice at this moment, incapable of even swallowing a meager amount of air. It is a journey that requires gradual progression. He continued his explanation, adopting a more serious tone. The essence of the 9 deaths Devouring Technique lies within the 2 words 9 deaths. It does not imply that you must truly perish 9 times, though in truth you might. Rather, it necessitates enduring 9 genuine trials of life and death. Under the extreme pressure of mortality, one must shatter the shackles of both body and soul, awakening the devouring instinct of the technique, thus achieving a transcendent leap in one's realm. With each narrow escape from death, your devouring capacity will significantly amplify, as will the quality and quantity of energy you can consume. The voice of Lord Jun carried a beguiling power. After 9 deaths, devouring the heavens and earth would not be beyond possibility. Just imagine at that point, figures like Lin Hong and the Lin family would appear no more significant than ants in your eyes. Lin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. Revenge. Save Xiaoyu. The temptation was overwhelming. Yet, he had not completely succumbed to the frenzy. What are the costs? Such a defiant technique must surely demand a price, right? The price? Lord Jun scoffed. The price is pain, more painful than death. Each breakthrough feels akin to traversing the gates of hell, with the body reconstituting and the soul fracturing. Moreover, this technique is condemned by the heavens, Practitioners are fated to face enmity from all corners of the world, with peril lurking at every step. Are you afraid? Afraid? L'enfant regarde l'ongnes menacing visage. He remembered Xiao Yu's helpless cries. He thought of the indifferent gazes of his kin. What did he have left to fear? His life was already a stolen one. Unafraid, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. As long as I can grow stronger, as long as I can exact my revenge, I shall endure any agony. Good. It seems you possess a modicum of spirit. Lord Jun appeared somewhat satisfied. Allow me to divulge another secret. Your physique is rather unique. Although currently in a wretched state, the foundation remains. It seems to be an ancient battle body that has yet to awaken. The destruction of your spiritual roots, through a twist of fate, has inadvertently shattered a certain seal on this battle body. Well, it is too early to discuss this. First, focus on surviving. An ancient battle body? Lin Feng reflected on his extraordinary recovery ability and intuitive combat sense. Previously, he had merely attributed it to innate talent, but could it be? Now stop overthinking. Lord Jun interrupted his thoughts. Follow my teachings and attempt to actively guide that vortex, absorbing the earth attributes spiritual energy from the rock beneath you. Though it is lamentably sparse, even a mosquito's leg is flesh. Practice it. Lin Feng took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions. He recalled the intricate and profound introductory technique of the 9 deaths devouring heaven. Concentrating all his mental faculties, he endeavored to communicate with and control the minuscule black vortex at his dantian. This process proved exceedingly arduous. His intent felt like a fragile thread, being torn apart as it approached the vortex. Several times, he nearly faltered. The mental toll exceeded that on his body, and cold sweat soaked his already damp clothing. Foolish. Your intent must be deep and steady. Embrace the whirlpool as an integral part of your being, not to control it, but to guide it. The voice of the old master echoed in Jin's mind, filled with expletives and instructions. Once, twice, thrice, Lin Feng could not recall how many times he had faltered. Just as his spirit was on the verge of depletion and darkness loomed before him, the black whirlpool that had been revolving slowly surged with sudden intensity. Though it promptly returned to its previous state in that fleeting moment, Lin Feng distinctly sensed a faint yet pure and substantial energy being forcibly extracted from the rock beneath him. It permeated through his skin, merging into the vortex. This energy, upon entering his body, did not nourish his meridians like ordinary spiritual energy. Instead, the whirlpool directly shattered and refined it, transforming it into finer strands of black airflow that integrated into his flesh and damaged meridians. A sensation of indescribable relief washed over him. Though subtle, it invigorated his spirit. The persistent pain in his chest seemed to ease ever so slightly. He had succeeded. Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy. Success? The old master immediately doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Is this all there is? You're pleased with merely absorbing a bit of stone residue? Hurry up and continue. Draw some of the spiritual energy from this pool as well. Remember this sensation. In the future, when you're injured or struck, do not merely cry out in pain. Circulate your techniques and absorb the force of the blows, the dissipated blood energy. Suck it all in. This is the correct application of the 9 deaths swallowing heaven technique. Can one cultivate while being struck? Lin Feng mused that this technique was indeed peculiar. Yet, it seemed rather practical. He quelled his distractions and once more immersed himself in the arduous guidance. This time, he felt slightly more adept. The base of the cliff lay in silence. Save for the heavy breaths of the youth and the intermittent grumbling and pointers from the old monster in his mind. As threads of barely perceptible energy were devoured and refined, Lin Feng's shattered body appeared to halt its deterioration and began, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace, to draw upon external nourishment, undergoing a peculiar form of rebirth. Meanwhile, the black whirlpool in his dantian, after consuming this energy, seemed to have solidified a minuscule fraction. Observing Lin Feng's clumsy yet tenacious efforts, the old master's ethereal visage, if he possessed a face, momentarily flickered with a complex array of emotions: anticipation, concern, and a buried sense of guilt. He murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Kid, the path is laid before you. How far you can go depends solely on you. I hope this time I have not chosen wrongly. The debts of heaven must be repaid by someone." Chapter 7. The First Body Refinement. At the base of the cliff, the distinction between day and night was indistinguishable. Time could only be approximated by the subtle changes in the light filtering from above. Lin Feng lay sprawled against the rocks. It felt as though a considerable amount of time had elapsed. His damp clothes clung to him, half dried by his body heat and a faint, consuming force, creating an unbearable discomfort. The tightness in his chest had eased somewhat, though the pain from his severed limbs persisted, yet at least it had not worsened. His stomach churned with hunger, growling incessantly, while his throat felt parched and fiery. "Come on, stop lying there like a dead fish." The gravelly voice of Jun Yi echoed in his mind, infused with an undertone of frustration. "With a body like yours, relying solely on the meager spiritual energy from the crevices of those stones, when will you ever escape? Hurry up, follow the methods I taught you. Formally draw energy into your body, and complete the first stage of body tempering." Body tempering? Lin Feng shivered at the thought. He recalled the stage of body tempering. It marked the initial significant realm for martial artists, wherein one gradually used vital energy to forge their physical form, expelling impurities and enhancing their blood and bones. However, the process was far from pleasant. It felt akin to having tiny hammers incessantly striking within, causing both soreness and swelling. Given his current state, even the slightest movement was a labor. How could he possibly undertake body tempering? Otherwise, Yun Yi scoffed. The body tempering of the 9 deaths, swallowing heaven's technique is not comparable to those languid, ordinary practices. We advocate for breaking before rebuilding. Your spiritual roots are shattered, and your meridians are nearly destroyed. Perfect. No need for gentle spiritual energy to dawdle. We will forcefully inject energy in the most brutal manner possible and reshape you. He paused, his tone tinged with a spine-chilling excitement. The process may be somewhat painful. However, since you didn't die from the fall, you should be able to endure, right? Hee. Lin Feng swallowed hard, his throat dry. He cursed the old pervert internally, yet his lips still inquired, "How do I proceed?" "Simple," Jun Yi commanded. "Concentrate all your meager mental energy onto that small black in your dantian. Envision it as a vortex, an endless abyss. Then, fervently circulate the foundational mantra I imparted to you. Ignore all external energies, spiritual energy, yin energy, death energy, even the coldness from this pool. Absorb as much as you can. Use this power to forcefully clear your obstructed and damaged meridians, expelling all the stagnant blood, shattered bone fragments, and impurities accumulated over the years." Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. This was not body tempering. It was clearly self-mutilation. To forcibly wash out damaged meridians with energy? Just the thought sent a chill through him, akin to enduring 1,000 torturous blades. "Are you afraid?" Jun Yi taunted. "If you're scared, just wait to rot here. Imagine that brat Lin Hong might be reveling with some maid right now. Think of your sister, Xiao Yu, whose eyes are nearly blinded from crying. Get to it." With a low roar, Lin Feng's eyes instantly reddened. No longer hesitating, he gritted his teeth and, following Jun Ye's guidance, plunged all his intent into his dantian, firmly locking onto that slowly rotating tiny black vortex. The heavens and the earth serve as the furnace, the forces of creation as the artisans, the interplay of yin and yang as the charcoal, and all things as the copper. "Swallow." He silently recited that convoluted yet overwhelmingly powerful incantation. Initially, there was no response. His mental fortitude was too feeble, akin to a gentle breeze that could not stir the whirlpool. Summon your strength. You haven't eaten. Imagine you are straining, constipated for 3 days. Exert yourself. The voice of Jun Yi thundered within his mind. Lin Feng's face flushed crimson, his forehead veins bulging. He concentrated all his willpower. At last, the black whirlpool began to accelerate, if only slightly. This minuscule change felt like the opening of a dam. Boom! In an instant, Lin Feng sensed that the entire world had transformed. The previously feeble flow of energy surged forth like a torrential flood. From all directions, the earth's spirit energy seeping from the depths of the rocks, the water's spirit energy and coldness permeating the pool, even the thin energies drifting through the air, and the faint life force and death energy that should have dissipated within his own flesh. All responded to some ferocious summons, wildly rushing towards his body. These energies were chaotic in nature, icy, heavy, chilling, and lifeless. They disregarded Lin Feng's frail body, forcefully penetrating through his pores and the broken meridian openings, ruthlessly invading him. The indescribable agony engulfed Lin Feng entirely. It surpassed the pain of his organs shifting when he fell, and was 100 times more intense than the agony inflicted by Lin Hong's shattered yuan palm on his dantian. It felt as if countless searing blades were mercilessly slicing through every inch of his flesh and every meridian. It was as though he had been thrown into a millstone. His bones ground down inch by inch, only to be forced back together. A layer of black, foul-smelling blood and viscous impurities visibly seeped from his skin. The veins beneath his skin bulged, resembling little mice scurrying within, shifting from blue to purple. He curled up against the rock, his body involuntarily convulsing violently. His teeth clattered, and blood mixed with froth escaped from the corners of his mouth. "Hold on, kid. This is just the beginning." Xianxia's voice carried a hint of urgency. "Guide them. Do not let the energy run amok. Channel it along the principal meridian path I have marked for you. Yes, that path from the dantian to the heart, then to the crown. Force it open." Lin Feng could no longer discern Xianxia's words. He relied solely on instinct and a fierce will to survive to endure the torment. He felt as if his body were a balloon on the verge of bursting, with countless frenzied energies colliding violently within. He could only desperately recall the simplistic energy flow diagram from the cultivation method, utilizing his dwindling consciousness to attempt to guide this destructive torrent. Each attempt at guidance felt like prodding his meridians with a glowing iron rod. The previously damaged and blocked meridians were forcibly expanded by this overwhelming force. The stagnant blood and impurities were violently expelled, inflicting such agony upon him that he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness several times. Yet, whenever his awareness began to wane, the faint, searing sensation in his chest, left by the shattered jade pendant, would jolt him back to clarity. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng had long since lost the sense of pain, his entire being rendered numb, with only his body involuntarily convulsing. The rock beneath him was stained black by the foul blood expelled from his body, exuding a horrid stench. Uncertain of how long had elapsed, perhaps a quarter of an hour, perhaps an hour, the torrent of savage energy gradually subsided. It did not vanish, but was largely consumed and refined by the black vortex, transforming into an extraordinarily pure, subtly dark energy that began to nourish his body. Where this rejuvenating energy flowed, it was as if a long-awaited rain had finally graced a parched land. The damaged meridians were slowly restored, though still narrow and fragile. They were at least unblocked. Displaced organs were gently nudged back into place, and the surface cracks began to mend. A tingling sensation emanated from the broken bones, as if they were rapidly knitting together. Most astonishingly, his muscles and skin transformed. The muscles, once shriveled from injury and malnutrition, now appeared infused with vitality, slightly swelling and revealing defined contours. The wounds on the surface of his skin began to scab and peel away, revealing fresh flesh underneath, which glimmered faintly with an almost ethereal sheen and felt remarkably resilient to the touch. As the last remnants of the chaotic energy were refined and absorbed, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a forceful exhalation, he expelled a copious amount of thick, dark blood. It felt as if an immense weight had been lifted from him, and he breathed in the cold air at the base of the cliff with newfound ease. For the first time, he sensed that the suffocating pain in his chest had dissipated, and his breathing was remarkably smooth. Instinctively, he moved his hands and feet, discovering with delight that although his left arm lacked strength, he could manage slight movements without the excruciating pain that had previously accompanied even the slightest motion. His right leg could barely support him as he stood. Most importantly, he felt an abundance of strength coursing through him, not the former sensation of vibrant energy, but a pure, primal power emanating from his very flesh. He attempted to clench his fist, and the joints of his fingers crackled loudly. The muscles in his arm bulged slightly, harboring an explosive potential far beyond that of his past. Is this the realm of body refinement? Lin Feng gazed incredulously at his hands. He recalled that when he first transitioned from an ordinary person to the first level of body refinement, it took him a full 3 months. Yet he had never experienced such a profound transformation. I suppose I can consider this the completion of my initial refinement. The voice of Xianxia resonated, tinged with fatigue, yet still laced with a sharp tongue. The results? Mediocre at best, roughly equivalent to the third level of the body refinement realm. The main issue lies in your poor foundation and the inferior quality of your energy. The mention of the third level of the body refinement realm sent a jolt through Lin Feng's heart. Having painstakingly cultivated to the third level of the opening realm, He had only managed to slightly surpass the peak of the body refinement realm in terms of physical strength. Yet, after just one session of cultivation, he had attained a physique comparable to that of the third level of the body refinement realm. The 9 deaths devouring the heavens technique was truly extraordinary. He attempted to throw a punch, generating a faint breeze. The sensation of power was undeniably real. Don't celebrate too soon, Genie interjected, dousing his enthusiasm. What you have achieved is merely preliminary refinement. You are far from possessing true ironclad resilience. Moreover, each breakthrough in the 9 deaths devouring the heavens technique necessitates a trial, each more perilous than the last. The next time you aim to advance from the opening realm to the divine sea realm, the energy required and the suffering endured will be no less than tenfold. Whether you survive or not remains to be seen. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He understood the cost, yet this newfound strength was precisely what he needed most. With this enhanced physicality, he held a glimmer of hope for escaping the precipice. Approaching the water's edge, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the dim water. The bruises and pallor on his face had significantly diminished. Although still thin, his gaze was sharper and deeper than before, exuding a resilience forged through the trials of life and death. Thank you, Genie, Lin Feng sincerely expressed in his heart, regardless of the old monster's motives. He had indeed saved him and rekindled his hopes for vengeance. Spare me the sentimentalities. Genie seemed slightly uncomfortable. Hurry up and figure out a way to get some food. Your body requires energy replenishment. Also, your constitution is rather peculiar. This time's refinement appears to be, well, never mind. Let's focus on filling your stomach first. A peculiar constitution? Lin Feng's mind stirred with curiosity. Yet, the pangs of hunger surged within him. He glanced into the deep pool, where shadows of fish seemed to dart about. Chapter 8. The Power of Devouring at the Bottom of the Cliff. It was impossible to discern the exact passage of time. Lin Feng relied on the shifting light above to estimate that it had been 3 or 4 days since he completed his initial body refinement. The terrifying external injuries had nearly healed. Although the broken bones had yet to fully mend, he could now lean on a thick branch and hobble about within the limited confines of the cliff bottom. The feeling of hunger, where his stomach pressed against his back, had become the norm. Fortunately, the pool contained some rather foolish, plump fish. With a bit of effort, he could catch 1 or 2 to stave off his hunger. The raw fish, reeking of the sea, tasted akin to chewing on wood shavings. Yet, in the name of survival, he could not afford to be choosy. After completing the refinement, his body had indeed grown significantly more resilient, and his strength had increased. A single punch could shatter a stone as large as a basin. Yet, Lin Feng was acutely aware. Relying solely on his meager physical strength to ascend this seemingly endless cliff is nothing short of a fool's errand. Not to mention seeking vengeance on Lin Hong. Though he possesses a body at the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, his dantian remains utterly vacant. Any force. Child, cease flailing about like a headless fly. The gravelly voice of Jun Yi resonated in his mind at just the right moment, laced with its customary disdain. Your body is nothing but an empty shell. Mere brute strength is futile. You must fill it with substance. It is time to test the true prowess of the 9 deaths devouring heaven technique. Devour. Devour? Lin Feng halted, leaning against a frigid rock to catch his breath. Is it like before, forcibly absorbing energy during body refinement? That's reckless. A last resort. Yun Yi knows it. True devouring is mastery. It is about seizing external energy and transforming it into your own, according to your will, just as one must actively partake of food and water, rather than waiting to starve. He paused, then began to provide explicit guidance. Your mental energy is pitifully weak. Attempting to directly absorb the vital energy of living beings or cultivators is tantamount to courting death. Start with the simplest of tasks. Try absorbing the essence of those plants. Essence of plants. Lin Feng gazed at the resilient clumps of dark green moss growing in the crevices of the cliff's base, alongside a few half-dead shrubs with yellowing leaves. These appeared devoid of vitality. Indeed, do not underestimate these entities. Even the weakest of life possesses its primal essence, Jun Yi urged. Select one that appeals to you. Place your hand upon it. Circulate the spirit-absorbing technique I transmitted to you. Attempt to sense it, and then absorb it. Skeptical yet hopeful, Lin Feng approached a particularly robust patch of moss and crouched down. The moss felt slick and cold to the touch. Taking a deep breath, he gently pressed the palm of his right hand against its surface, Closing his eyes, he focused his mind and silently activated the straightforward yet commanding spirit-absorbing technique. Initially, he felt nothing. The moss beneath his palm remained as lifeless as ever. Disheartened, Lin Feng wondered if he was simply too inept. Concentrate. Your intent must pierce like a needle. Imagine your palm as a vortex. Junyi bellowed in his mind. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng directed all his focus to that singular point in his palm. Gradually, he sensed a subtle shift. His palm began to radiate warmth and an exceedingly faint current, imbued with a hint of coolness and moisture, began to seep from the moss. Slowly, it endeavored to penetrate his skin. However, this current was too diffuse, akin to smoke. Eluding his grasp, as it brushed against his skin, it threatened to dissipate entirely. Now, absorb, Junyi commended. Lin Feng tightened his focus, guided by the technique. The feeble suction in his palm suddenly intensified, like a parched soul encountering a drop of dew with cracked lips, instinctively drawing in a breath. A barely audible sound, akin to the evaporation of moisture, resonated softly. The patch of moss beneath Lin Feng's palm withered at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into a mere brittle clump that crumbled at the slightest touch. A stream of cool air, finer than hair, finally coursed through his palm's Laogong acupoint and into his meridians. This flow was so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Once it entered the meridians, it was immediately drawn towards the slowly rotating black vortex in his dantian. It was crushed, transformed, and metamorphosed into a barely detectable warmth that melded with his vital essence. Although the effect was negligible, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy within. He had succeeded. He could indeed actively absorb energy from the outside world. Look at your meager accomplishments. Are you truly elated over extracting a bit of moss? Genie interjected, dousing his enthusiasm. This stuff has pitiful vitality. 100 clumps wound tea equate to a single fish. Seek out those shrubs instead. Following his advice, Lin Feng approached a half-man-high shrub. This time, he was more adept. Resting his palm against the coarse bark, he activated the spirit absorption technique. A palpable suction emerged. He felt a richer wood-attribute essence being drawn forth, flooding into his body. The leaves of the shrub curled rapidly, yellowing, until the entire plant succumbed to lifelessness. After consecutively absorbing several patches of moss and 2 shrubs, Lin Feng sensed a slight uplift in his spirit, even as his hunger pangs diminished marginally. However, he also noted that this consumption exerted considerable strain on his mind. Continuous practice left him feeling dizzy and fatigued. Well, it's a rather rudimentary initiation, Genie assessed. But merely drawing from these plants will not lead you to greater heights. The next step is to try with living creatures. Living creatures? Lin Feng gazed at a palm-sized black beetle scurrying through the crevices of the stones by the pond. Indeed, such low-tier insect beasts possessed a faint essence of life and vitality within them. Though chaotic, they were superior to mere flora. Capture it, press your hand against it, and absorb. Vinya instrustet. Lin Feng swiftly seized the beetle. It struggled vigorously in his grasp, displaying surprising strength. He pressed his palm against its hard exoskeleton and activated the spirit absorption technique. This sensation was utterly distinct. A more vibrant energy, tinged with a restless aura, was forcibly extracted from the beetle. The insect's struggles quickly became feeble. Within moments, it lay still, its shell losing its luster and becoming fragile. A flow of energy, noticeably more robust than that of the plants, surged into Lin Feng's body. After being consumed by the black vortex, the warmth that returned to him was also significantly clearer. Do you perceive it? The energy of living beings is indeed extraordinary. Vinya remarqued. However, this little bug is still too weak. Your first substantial target is upon you. As soon as the words left Junyi's lips, Lin Feng heard a rustling sound emanating from the nearby thicket. Subsequently, a wild wolf, resembling a small calf with its gray-black fur and drooling jaws, emerged, fixating its emerald gaze upon Lin Feng. The wolf appeared to be ravenously hungry, its ribs starkly defined. Yet its sharp fangs and blood-stained claws indicated that it was no mere creature. A low-tier demonic beast, a hybrid descendant of the wind wolf, barely scraping the bottom of the first tier. Eliminate it, consume it. Junyi's voice carried a hint of excitement. Lin Feng felt a tightening in his chest. In the past, during his 3rd stage of the opening Yuan realm, he could have effortlessly dispatched such low-tier beasts. However, now, Despite possessing a body at the third stage of the body-tempering realm, he lacked the vital energy to support his martial techniques. If it came to a confrontation, it would all depend on physical combat, with uncertain outcomes. The winged wolf showed no regard for these thoughts. With a low growl, it sprang forward, propelled by its powerful hind legs, accompanied by a foul wind. Its speed was astonishing. Instinctively, Lin Feng attempted to evade, yet, having just recovered from severe injuries, his movements were sluggish, forcing him to grit his teeth and raise his arm to endure the blow. With a swift slash, the wolf's claws left several deep gashes on his arm, a fiery pain radiating through him. Thankfully, thanks to the resilience of his tempered skin, it only broke the surface, not injuring his tendons or bones. Fool! Why engage it head-on? Utilize your devouring power. Yunyi scolded. Find a way to ensnare it, press your hand upon it, and channel your technique. Treat it as a mobile energy stone. Startled by the reprimand, Lin Feng experienced a moment of clarity. No longer merely evading, he awaited the right moment as the winged wolf lunged once more, deftly sidestepping its jaws. With a swift motion, his left hand shot out, seizing the fur at the wolf's neck. Simultaneously, his right foot swept low, tripping the wolf's legs. The winged wolf, caught off guard, stumbled. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng lunged, using his body weight to pin the wolf firmly to the ground. Without hesitation, his right palm pressed against the relatively soft abdomen of the winged wolf. Spirit absorption technique. Consume. Lin Feng roared inwardly, channeling his technique with all his might. This time, the suction emanating from his palm was noticeably stronger. The energy within the winged wolf, far more substantial than that of the insects, teeming with wildness and vitality, surged into Lin Feng's palm like a burst dam. A heart-wrenching howl erupted from the winged wolf as its body writhed violently in struggle. Its claws raked and scratched at Lin Feng's back and legs, leaving trails of blood. Yet, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, resolutely holding it down. The suction of his palm intensified like a relentless leech. He could distinctly feel warm surges of energy, imbued with a ferocious essence, continuously flowing into his meridians, greedily devoured and refined by the black whirlpool in his dantian. The wolf's struggles grew feebler, its wails turning weak and breathy, the fierce glint in its eyes rapidly dimming. Its robust body visibly shrank within mere moments. Just moments ago, the ferocious winged wolf had been a formidable presence, now reduced to a lifeless husk. Its fur, devoid of luster, clung tightly to its skeletal frame. Meanwhile, Lin Feng felt an unparalleled surge of pure energy unfurling within him, far surpassing the vitality absorbed from flora and insects. This newfound vigor swiftly nourished his limbs and internal organs. The wounds inflicted by the wolf's claws on his arms and back began to tingle, rapidly healing before his very eyes. More significantly, deep within his previously empty dantian, at the core of a black whirlpool, a thread of black energy, thin as a hair, began to coalesce, a tangible presence. This meager flow, although faint, circulated slowly, emanating a unique, devouring resonance. This was the distinctive essence cultivated from the 9 deaths devouring the heavens technique. Though merely a wisp, it sent shivers of excitement coursing through Lin Feng. He had, at long last, regained a sense of power. How does it feel? Came the voice of Xianxia, seemingly relieved. Very well, Lin Feng replied, rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, feeling invigorated, the fatigue of earlier completely dissipated. He gazed at the winged wolf's desiccated remains, his emotions a tumultuous blend. This method of siphoning life energy was undoubtedly tyrannical and cruel. Enough with the sentimentality. Survival of the fittest is the natural order, Genie interjected coldly. This creature sought to devour you as well. Remember this sensation. In future confrontations, it shall serve as one of your combat strategies. However, his tone shifted to one of grave seriousness. There is a hidden peril in consuming the energy of living beings, especially that of magical beasts. The ferocity and chaotic thoughts embedded in their essence may accompany the energy you absorb. Currently, your consumption is minimal, so the impact is negligible. However, should you indulge excessively or consume more powerful entities, these disordered thoughts may accumulate, potentially corrupting your character and leading you astray. Thus, after consumption, it is imperative to diligently refine the energy through your techniques and avoid the temptation of excess. A chill ran down Lin Feng's spine as he nodded earnestly. I understand. Xianxia, He turned his gaze towards the shadowy depths of the pool and the foreboding thicket beyond. There seemed to be greater dangers lurking there, yet also the promise of nourishment that could expedite his recovery or even enhance his strength. With mastery over the power of devouring, this perilous domain no longer appeared to be a death trap. Instead, it transformed into his unique training ground. Yet, what awaited him down this path of augmenting oneself through the plunder of others' lives? Lin Feng clenched his fist, the faint black energy within his palm swirling quietly. Chapter 9. Survival in the Abyss. After consuming the Wind Wolf, Lin Feng felt as if he were a famished soul, finally sinking his teeth into a hard crust of bread. Though coarse, it provided a welcome foundation within his belly. The wounds carved by the wolf's claws began to close up within a short time, forming a thin layer of scab. The itching sensation heralded the growth of new flesh. The delicate thread of black energy within his dantian, slowly turning about, much like a child who has just learned to walk. Though feeble, it was undeniably a living being, providing Lin Feng with a sense of reassurance. Stop introspecting like a simpleton. The gravelly voice of Jun Yi emerged once more, laced with its customary disdain. With that meager vitality, what can you accomplish? Even a fart would be louder. Move swiftly. Lingering in this wretched place will either starve you or suffocate you. Lin Feng could only manage a wry smile. This ancient creature's words were perpetually unpalatable. He propped himself up on his knees and surveyed his surroundings. The base of the cliff resembled an immense funnel, with steep, nearly vertical rock walls surrounding him. The walls were slick with moss, and when he looked up, he could only glimpse a sliver of sky, shrouded in mist, obscuring any view of the summit. Aside from the pool of water where he had fallen and a small area strewn with rocks, the rest lay enveloped in a foreboding gloom, rendering it indistinct. Where should he go? Lin Feng pondered. The pool was fed by a stream that flowed along the rock face into the deeper, darker recesses. Its gentle murmur accompanied by a chill. Follow the water, Jun Yi succinctly advised. Living water typically has an outlet, even if it doesn't tee. It may lead to something extraordinary. It's certainly better than standing idly. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. He sought out a relatively sturdy branch to use as a walking stick and cautiously made his way downstream, stepping carefully over the moss-covered stones that were treacherously slick. The deeper he ventured, the darker it became. The air grew increasingly damp and cold, a pungent mix of decaying earth and an indefinable metallic scent invading his nostrils. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the sound of his footsteps, the flowing water, and the occasional drips echoing from the crevices of the rocks. After what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, the terrain began to narrow, the rock walls nearly converging, allowing barely enough space for a single person to squeeze through. The stream quickened here, eroding the dark stones. At that moment, Lin Feng's ears perked up, catching a faint, dense, rustling sound, akin to countless feet scraping against the rock. He immediately halted, gripping his branch tightly, and warily gazed towards the source of the noise, an area at the base of the left rock wall, particularly damp and riddled with holes. It seems we have some visitors. Jun Ye's tone unexpectedly brimmed with excitement. Those are corrupted bone ants, low-tier insect beasts, known for their gregarious nature. Their bites may not be excessively painful, but in numbers, they can reduce a cow to a mere skeleton. Exercise caution. Do not allow yourself to be surrounded. No sooner had he spoken than a dark mass surged forth from the holes, resembling spilled ink. Each creature was the size of a fingernail, entirely black. With mandibles clicking ominously, they rushed towards Lin Feng like a tide, their sheer numbers sending chills down his spine. Lin Feng's scalp tingled with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted back. What a joke. It was evident that this was not something to tackle alone. Yet, he forgot that his legs were still unsteady. As he ran, he stumbled awkwardly, unable to pick up speed. After only a few strides, the skeletal ants had already caught up to his heels. A few agile ones began to ascend along his pant leg. A slight prickling and numbness radiated from his calves. In a panic, Lin Feng instinctively attempted to channel his energy to repel them. However, the meager flow within his dantian was pitifully weak, rendering him incapable of summoning it. Fool! Use the devouring power. The voice of his mentor reverberated. Treat these insects as energy packets. Grasp them with your hands. Stick to them and absorb. In desperation, Lin Feng disregarded everything else. He abruptly halted, turning back to deliver a forceful slap to the swarm of skeletal ants crawling up his calves. Simultaneously, He fervently activated the spirit absorption technique. The faint suction in his palm re-emerged. The life essence of several skeletal ants was instantly drained, leaving behind their desiccated husks on the ground. Yet, this meager consumption was but a drop in the ocean for the vast ant swarm. More skeletal ants surged forth, climbing up his legs, waist, and arms. The prickling and numbness intensified. No, there were too many. He couldn't absorb them fast enough. Lin Feng flailed and swatted, but the skeletal ants pressed on relentlessly, undeterred. He was on the brink of being engulfed by the black tide. Retreat towards the water, his mentor urgently directed. These insects fear swift currents. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng desperately dashed toward the stream. He plunged into the frigid water, which indeed washed away a portion of the skeletal ants. Yet, many remained, clinging tenaciously to his clothes and flesh. Damn it, I'm all in. Lin Feng was driven by rage. He ceased attempting to absorb them one by one and resolved to expand that faint devouring intent throughout his entire being. He envisioned himself transforming into a colossal vacuum. As this thought crystallized, the small black vortex in his dantian began to whirl violently. A far more forceful suction erupted from him, centered like an explosion. The skeletal ants clinging to him shriveled and perished at a visible rate, cascading down like black ash. Even the nearby skeletal ants slowed, as if their vitality had been siphoned away. Effective, Lin Feng rejoiced inwardly. However, he soon realized that simultaneously devouring such a multitude of beings brought an even greater tumult. A chaotic surge of ferocity, confusion, and hunger flooded into his mind along with the absorbed energy, leaving him dizzy and overwhelmed by an inexplicable urge to wreak havoc. Steady your mind. Refine. Do not let the lingering thoughts of these insects affect you. Vigne admonishit citerni. Lin Feng promptly gathered his focus, diligently employing the foundational techniques of the 9 deaths swallowing heaven art to accelerate the refinement of the energy swirling in his dantian. Fortunately, the energy contained within the corrupted bone ants was exceedingly feeble. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the impurities were abundant, making the refinement process relatively manageable. Within a few breaths, the distracting thoughts were subdued, transformed into a stream of energy that, while faint, was sufficiently pure to replenish his depleting reserves. The ant swarm seemed to sense the impending danger, their momentum faltering as they restlessly lingered in place, producing a cacophony of rustling sounds as if engaged in silent communication. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng took a breath, standing in the middle of the stream, drenched and his clothes tattered. Yet, his gaze shone with an extraordinary brightness. He had not anticipated that the power of devouring could be wielded in such a manner. Though risky, it had indeed resolved the immediate crisis. Do not grow complacent. That was mere fortune on your part. These insects possess very little intelligence, Genie cautioned. Were you to encounter a more cunning beast, this tactic would lead to your demise, leaving you a fool consumed by confusion. Lin Feng nodded, taking this lesson to heart. He observed the group of corrupted bone ants that now hesitated to advance, slowly retreating towards the opposite bank. Just as he reached the shore, ready to continue exploring in the direction of the water's flow, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. At the base of the rock wall from which the ant swarm had emerged, something seemed amiss. The area had been eroded by the ants' incessant crawling and secretions, rendering the rock wall a deep, ominous black. However, near the waterline, a narrow and inconspicuous crack became faintly visible, previously concealed by the swarm and debris. This fissure was barely wide enough for a person to pass sideways, shrouded in darkness, its destination unknown, yet a subtle current of air wafted from within. A breeze? Lin Feng's spirits lifted. The presence of wind suggested a potential exit. He cautiously approached the crack, avoiding the still circling ants. The fissure's entrance was slick with moss, and, as he extended his hand inside, he felt a distinctly cool airflow. Should I venture in? Lin Feng mentally inquired of Genie. Of course, unless you intend to scale this slick, mirror-like cliff. Vigne retorted. But be cautious. Such places may harbor unknown dangers. Steady your makeshift weapon. Lin Feng took a deep breath, positioning a branch before him, and carefully angled his body to inch into the narrow, shadowy crevice. Darkness enveloped him instantly, with only the faint light from the entrance outlining his vague silhouette. Ahead lay the unfathomable depths of the unknown, accompanied by a whisper of wind that hinted at the possibility of hope. Chapter 10. Return. The crack was shrouded in darkness, obscuring even the outstretched hand. The air was damp and cold, infused with a heavy scent of earth and mildew. Lin Feng sidled in, akin to a gecko, inching deeper into the darkness. The faint light at the entrance quickly vanished, plunging him into an oppressive and utter blackness. The silence was so profound that all he could hear was the sound of his own labored breathing and the relentless beat of his heart, thudding painfully against his eardrums. The ground beneath him could hardly be deemed a path, littered with sharp stones and treacherously slick mud. He stumbled, nearly twisting his ankle several times. The rock walls were rugged and uneven, coated with damp moss that felt both cold and slimy to the touch. It required immense effort to grip them. Otherwise, he would slip. Not long into his climb, his palms were scraped raw, stinging fiercely. Sweat mingled with the water seeping from the rocks, trickling into his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. He felt like a headless fly, flailing aimlessly. A raspy voice, belonging to Xianxia, penetrated the darkness with a note of impatience. To the left, feel the airflow. It's more pronounced over there. Sniff it out like a dog, gasping for breath. Lin Feng shifted to the left. Indeed, he could sense a faint but continuous cool breeze against his face, more distinct than before. This reassured him, for the presence of wind suggested that this crevice was not a dead end. As he ventured further, the space oscillated between wide and narrow. In the broader sections, he could barely straighten his back to catch his breath, while in the constricted areas, he had to suck in his stomach and hold his breath to squeeze through, the icy rocks pressing painfully against his ribs. There was a particularly low stretch where he nearly crawled through the muddy water, the chilling muck clinging to him uncomfortably. Time was indiscernible. Had he been crawling for half an hour or an hour? Lin Feng felt as though his legs were leaden, and his arms ached to the point of immobility. His stomach growled with hunger, and his throat felt parched, as if on fire. It was solely the faint trickle of black energy within him that sustained his breath, preventing him from collapsing mid-journey. Hold on, kid. Xianxia's tone was less playful now, imbued with seriousness. It feels like we're nearing the end. The scent in the wind has shifted, less earthy now. This statement acted as a shot of adrenaline. Lin Feng, invigorated, gritting his teeth to press on. After a particularly arduous passage through a narrow bottleneck, the darkness ahead seemed to lighten, no longer an absolute void, but rather revealing a faint, grayish glow. Moreover, the guiding airflow had become remarkably clearer, carrying a hint of the fresh scent of vegetation. Hope shimmered before him. Lin Feng scrambled forward, hastening towards the light. The illumination intensified, and he could even discern distant sounds of wind and birdsong. At last, he reached the end of the crevice. The exit was tightly obstructed by a tangle of dense vines and scattered stones, allowing only slivers of daylight and fresh air to seep through. Lin Feng pushed aside the vines with his hands, exerting himself to move a few loose stones. A small opening, just large enough for a single person to crawl through, was revealed. Blinding sunlight poured in, momentarily rendering him unable to open his eyes. Squinting, he greedily inhaled the long-awaited fresh air, imbued with the sense of earth and grass, infinitely more refreshing than the cold, damp atmosphere at the bottom of the cliff. Using both hands and feet, he crawled through the narrow passage. The moment he emerged into the light, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto a patch of soft grass. The warm sunlight enveloped him, dispelling the chill that had accumulated in the depths of the chasm. Lying on his back, he gazed up at the azure sky and the drifting white clouds, experiencing an almost surreal sense of dislocation. After resting for a while, he propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings. It appeared he was on the gentle slope of the god-burying cliff, where the terrain was comparatively mild and the trees lush and verdant. In the distance, the indistinct outline of Qingyun City could be faintly discerned. He had truly crawled out from that dire predicament. A euphoric sense of survival surged within him. However, he quickly compelled himself to regain his composure. This was not the time for elation. He inspected his body. His clothes were tattered like those of a beggar, covered in mud, and his hands and legs bore numerous scratches and abrasions, presenting a pitiful sight. Yet, the sensation within him was entirely different. His body was infused with strength, far more resilient than before his fall, especially his physical form, which felt capable of snapping a branch as thick as a bowl with bare hands. The slender strand of black energy in his dantian, though fine, was remarkably dense, flowing steadily within him. At last, he had escaped from that rat hole. Xianxia's voice sounded more relaxed. Look at you, resembling a wild boar that rolled in the mud. Lin Feng disregarded his banter. Approaching a stone hollow filled with rainwater, he roughly washed his face and brushed off the most obvious mud from his clothes. The water's reflection revealed a youthful visage, noticeably more gaunt than before, yet the timidity and despair that once resided in his brow had vanished. In their place was a deep-seated sharpness and composure, his gaze akin to a blade tempered in fire. He turned his gaze towards the direction of Xianxia City, his expression gradually cooling. The Lin family, Lin Hong, those mocking faces, those biting words, and the profound betrayal and despair he felt when pushed off the cliff flashed through his mind. His fists instinctively clenched, the joints emitting a faint crackling sound. What now? Was he planning to rush back and deal with that little bastard? Genie seemed to read his thoughts, lazily inquiring. Lin Feng slowly shook his head, his voice low yet resolute. No. Going back now would merely be courting death. Lin Hong is at the opening realm and will undoubtedly be on guard. The Lin family still has elders and a head of the family, and his current strength is far from sufficient. Oh, have you learned to think? Lord Jean expressed mild surprise. So, what do you intend to do? Conceal your strength and quietly return. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. In their eyes, I am still that pitiful waste, on the brink of death with shattered spiritual roots. This is for the best. He must remain in the shadows, discerning the true nature of those people while accumulating power. When the opportune moment arises, he will reclaim everything. With interest, he intends to make Lin Hong and all those who have humiliated him and Xiaoyu pay dearly. To feign weakness and strike back? Hee. I find this strategy quite appealing. Lord Jean chuckled. But you must maintain your composure, lest you forget everything and reveal yourself when you see your precious sister in tears. Xiaoyu. Lin Feng's heart tightened. He wondered how Xiaoyu had fared during his days of absence. She must have suffered greatly. With this thought, he felt an urgent desire to return, yet reason dictated that he must endure. He found a relatively secluded mountain spring, thoroughly cleansing his body and tattered clothing in an effort to appear less conspicuous. Then, he set his direction and made his way towards Xianxia City. His steps were steady, crunching softly on the fallen leaves. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. The youth returned, no longer the naive and cheerful prodigy of yesteryears, but a vengeful spirit bearing the weight of desolation and a formidable, forbidden technique. The winds of Xianxia City seemed poised to transform with his return. As he walked, he silently strategized. First, he needed to find an inconspicuous place to settle down and gather information about the city, particularly regarding Xiaoyu's situation. Next, he required resources. Cultivating the 9 deaths devouring heaven technique demanded an immense amount of energy, and relying solely on absorbing the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth would be too slow. Perhaps the black market or certain shadowy places could yield something useful. Just as his thoughts were racing, he caught a faint sound of hurried footsteps and hushed shouts emanating from the woods ahead, suggesting that someone was in pursuit. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree, restraining all his energy. Having narrowly escaped dire circumstances, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a mysterious chase in the woods on his way back to the city. Was this sudden encounter a trivial interlude, or the first signal of his return to the vortex of Xianxia City? Chapter 11. Stealthy Return. Lin Feng held his breath, pressing against the rough bark like a stone, even slowing his heartbeat to a crawl. Ahead, in a clearing several paces away, 2 men clad in the attire of the Wong family's guards were cursing as they bound a struggling young boy dressed in tattered clothing. The boy, gagged with rags, could only emit muffled sounds. His face bore bruises, a clear indication of recent beatings. Damn it, the little brat runs pretty fast. How dare he steal herbs from our steward's household? He is courting death. One of the guards with slanted eyes tightened the ropes while spitting in disdain. Hurry back and report. This eerie place is unsettling. Let us hope nothing unsavory crosses our path. Another stout guard glanced around nervously. Lin Feng exhaled in relief, realizing it was merely a petty thief they were apprehending, of no concern to him. Seizing the moment while the 2 guards were preoccupied with dragging the captured individual, he stealthily slipped away like a shadow, retreating behind a thicket to evade this unnecessary turmoil. How disappointing. He had anticipated some excitement. It turned out to be a bust. In his mind, Jun yawned lazily, his tone languid. Let us get to the point. I have no interest in this backwater affair. Lin Feng remained silent. After confirming the surroundings were safe, he hastily departed from the woods. He took a secluded path, circling to the west side of Xianxia City. There he found a long-neglected breach in the city wall, seldom frequented by others. It was a spot he had discovered during his clandestine outings as a child. Not rushing to enter the city, he first located a discreet creek, where he meticulously washed the mud and blood from his face and hands with the frigid water. The reflection on the surface revealed a gaunt visage, although thin. The youthful softness between his brows had been supplanted by hardened lines. This appearance would be far too conspicuous upon his return. "Hey, old man, is your disguise technique reliable?" Lin Feng pondered inwardly. "Nonsense. What I casually let slip has always been a coveted secret." Junyi bristled as if his tail had been stepped on. "Listen, with your meager essence, stimulate these specific facial acupoints. Yes, just below the cheekbones on the sides of the chin and slightly off-center at the brow. Subtly adjust the muscles to alter the visual perception of your bone structure. Simultaneously, suppress your aura, minimizing the essence of life until you resemble a shadow of illness." Lin Feng complied, channeling the thread of dark essence, cautiously guiding it. The process felt awkward, akin to ants crawling on his face. He adjusted his expression in the water. Noticing his cheekbones appeared somewhat elevated, the lines of his chin altered. His gaze, intentionally dimmed, lacked luster. Coupled with his tattered, dust-covered attire, he resembled a malnourished, weary vagabond. A far cry from the once promising genius of the Lin family. "That will suffice. It's enough to fool the unobservant," Junyi remarked begrudgingly. As dusk descended, cloaking the world in shadows and mingled crowds, Lin Feng lowered his head, blending in with a group of farmers returning to the city. He slipped in through the small breach on the west side, successfully entering Qingyan City. The clamorous atmosphere enveloped him, vendors calling out, the clatter of carts. The laughter of children, familiar yet foreign. He instinctively tightened the collar of his worn clothing, striving to minimize his presence. Navigating through the alleys etched in his memory, he made his way toward the Lin family estate. The closer he approached, the heavier his heart became. On the corners of the streets, familiar voices wafted into his ears. "Have you heard? The adopted son of the Lin family, Lin Feng, recently fell from the god burial cliff and has perished. Alas, such talent wasted. He was once a promising youth. Oh, what talent! I heard his spiritual roots were destroyed, rendering him useless. Perhaps he jumped off the cliff in despair? The Lin family publicly declared it an accidental death. How pitiful." Lin Feng walked past the vendor's stall with a blank expression, his fingers curling slightly within his sleeve. "Accidental death? Lin Hong, how adept you were at painting a rosy picture." He suppressed the surging intent to kill within him. It was not yet the right time. He circled around to the narrow alley behind the Lin family estate, cluttered with debris. The stench was unbearable, and rarely did even the servants come here. He remembered a section of the courtyard wall near the kitchen, where years of seepage had loosened the bricks. In his childhood, he and Xiaoyu would sneak out to play, often slipping back through here. The sky had turned pitch black. Only the main house in the distance was brightly lit. Faint sounds of music and feasting could be heard, suggesting some celebration. In stark contrast, this area where the servants resided was dim and silent. Lin Feng located the spot from his memory. Indeed, a few bricks were movable. He carefully pried them open, revealing a hole just big enough for him to crawl through. A wave of humiliation surged within him. Once upon a time, he would not have needed to enter in such a disheveled manner. Yet, gritting his teeth, he unhesitatingly bent down and crawled through. Inside the wall was the kitchen's backyard, cluttered with firewood and slop buckets, the odors mingling unpleasantly. He moved stealthily like a shadow along the wall, avoiding two yawning maids who had come out to empty the trash. The place where Xiaoyu and he used to live was an independent small courtyard nestled in the most secluded corner of the estate, a remnant from their adoptive parents' time. The courtyard was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint glow from a small oil lamp in one of the side rooms. Lin Feng's heart raced. Treading lightly, he floated to the window like a fallen leaf, through a hole in the paper. He saw his sister Lin Xiaoyu sitting on the edge of the Kong, staring blankly at a small oil lamp. In just a few days, she seemed to have lost even more weight. Her eyes were swollen like peaches, streaked with remnants of tears. Her small hand clutched tightly to the wooden talisman, previously shattered by Lin, who and painstakingly reattached by her. Seeing his sister in such a state, Lin Feng's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, aching so fiercely that he could scarcely breathe. He scanned his surroundings to ensure no one was present. Only then did he lightly rap on the window. Xiaoyu jumped in fright, her eyes widening in terror as she looked towards the window, her voice trembling. Who? Who is outside? Xiaoyu at his eye? Lin Feng whispered, lowering his voice to a hushed tone. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief, covering her mouth in shock. Tears surged forth once more. She stumbled to the door, trembling as she unlatched it. Lin Feng swiftly entered, closing the door behind him. In the dim light, the siblings stood in silent confrontation. Xiaoyu tilted her head, gazing at the unfamiliar, yet hauntingly familiar boy before her, clad in tattered clothing. The floodgates of her tears opened. "Brother, is it truly you? They all said you were dead," she cried, throwing herself at Lin Feng, her frail shoulders shaking violently. Her suppressed sobs resembled those of an injured creature. Lin Feng gently patted her back, his throat tightening. A multitude of words lodged in his chest ultimately condensed into a single phrase. "Silly girl, I am not dead. I have returned." After a considerable time, Xiaoyu's emotions began to settle. Yet, she continued to clutch his garment, unwilling to release him, as if doing so would cause him to vanish. Lin Feng guided her to sit by the Kong. He briefly recounted his survival from the precipice and the miraculous events that ensued, omitting details about the ashes and the techniques. Simply stating that he had turned misfortune into fortune, but needed to remain hidden, lest anyone discover he was alive. "Why, brother, you have returned. We should tell the clan leader and expose that scoundrel Lin Hong," Xiaoyu exclaimed eagerly. No, Lin Feng shook his head, his gaze sharp. "If we speak now, no one will believe us. Lin Hong has likely concocted his lies by now, and we possess no evidence. Moreover, in my current state and with my abilities, returning would only lead to him ensnaring me once more, potentially implicating you as well." He paused, locking eyes with Xiaoyu, his tone grave. "Xiaoyu, listen carefully. No one can know I am alive, not even those who are usually kind to you. Pretend I am truly dead, and express your sorrow in public. Though do not overdo it to avoid arousing suspicion. Lin Hong may still be watching you." Though young, Xiaoyu had matured considerably after enduring so much. She nodded vigorously, her small face taut with determination. "I understand, brother. I won't tell anyone. I will be cautious." She hesitated, then spoke softly while you were gone. Lin Hu and the others came by, saying hurtful things, but I ignored them. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes before he quickly suppressed it. "You have endured much. Bear with it a little longer. I assure you, those who have bullied us will not escape unscathed." He could not linger, fearing discovery. He meticulously advised Xiaoyu on several precautions and offered her a small pouch of ordinary medicinal herbs he had saved from the base of the cliff, instructing her to secretly brew them. "Brother, where are you staying now? Is it safe?" Xiaoyu asked, reluctant to let go of his sleeve. "I have a safe place to stay. I will find a way to visit you again," Lin Feng replied, stroking her head, his heart heavy with bittersweet emotion. He is now struggling to ensure his own survival. The so-called refuge consists merely of dilapidated temples and abandoned houses in the city, ignored by all. Taking one last glance at his sister, Lin Feng steeled his resolve and once more merged into the encompassing darkness outside. Like a specter, he navigated the shadowy alleys of Qingyun City under the cover of night, seeking a temporary haven. Ultimately, he discovered a half-collapsed mountain deity temple at the edge of the impoverished district in the western part of the city. Here, the wild grass grew waist-high, and the incense had long since faded. Sitting behind a statue cloaked in cobwebs and dust, Lin Feng gnawed on the last cold wild fruit in his possession, gazing at the fragmented moon outside. The city's opulence and warmth held no relevance for him. He felt akin to a forsaken wolf, shunned by the entire world. Yet this time, despair eluded him, replaced by a chilling flame that burned within. Lin Feng successfully returned and soothed Xiaoyu, but was the slum truly a secure refuge? Would Lin Hong lower his guard after announcing his death, or was there a more insidious plot brewing in the shadows? Chapter 12. Procuring Medicine in the Black Market. The rickety door of the mountain deity temple rattled against the wind. Lin Feng huddled behind the peeling statue, illuminated only by the meager moonlight filtering through a hole in the roof, counting the crumpled, mud-stained silver coins and a small handful of copper coins in his possession. These were his secret savings, accumulated before his fall, along with a few cheap ores he had stumbled upon in the woods outside the city yesterday. All told, it barely sufficed for half a month's provisions for an ordinary family. How impoverished he felt, remembering how he could pluck a single hair with more worth than his entire fortune. The raspy voice of Jean echoed in his mind, dripping with disdain. "With this paltry sum, do you dare to venture into the black market for body-refining herbs? Even a simple ointment for wounds would be a stretch." Lin Feng polished the last copper coin carefully, wrapping it in tattered cloth and stowing it in the most secure pocket of his clothing. He was acutely aware that his funds were insufficient. The cultivation of the 9 deaths swallowing heaven technique, particularly in body refining, was an insatiable abyss. demanding vast quantities of energy and medicinal materials. Relying solely on the sparse spiritual energy of the world and the occasional stroke of luck to devour a low-tier demon beast was far too slow. It felt akin to a snail's pace. He could not afford to wait. The longer Xiao Yu lingered at the Lin residence, the greater the peril. Who could predict what further mischief that venomous snake Lin Hong might conjure? Without money, one must earn it, even if that meant resorting to theft. He was well acquainted with the black market, where the law of the jungle prevailed. Jin Yi urged him, find an unsuspecting fat sheep and engage in black dealings. No, Lin Feng interjected, his voice low yet resolute. Causing trouble now would only expose us. Let us first assess the situation and devise a plan. He understood the paramount importance of discretion. Until he possessed sufficient strength, any unnecessary disturbances could spell disaster. In the stillness of the night, just past the witching hour, Lin Feng once again employed his rudimentary disguise technique. He contorted his face into the ghastly visage of a wan, sickly specter, donned in tattered garments adorned with patches, and stealthily slipped out of the mountain deity's temple. The black market of Qingyun City lurked in the shadows, concealed from plain sight. One had to navigate through a labyrinth of filthy alleyways to reach this clandestine locale. It was situated near a derelict dock, where sewage flowed freely, and the air was tainted with the stench of inferior spirits, sweat, and a faint, lingering scent of blood. Dim, flickering lanterns hung precariously from crooked posts, casting a feeble light upon the makeshift stalls and shanties constructed from ragged cloth. Shadows danced about, most figures obscuring their faces or cloaked in capes. Whispers of transactions floated low, eyes glinting with wariness and avarice. Lin Feng kept his head bowed and neck withdrawn, blending into the sparse crowd, striving to remain inconspicuous. He followed the vague directions provided by the enigmatic Jin Yi, making his way toward a shop rumored to possess a diverse array of medicinal herbs at relatively flexible prices. This establishment bore no proper sign, situated instead in a corner of a half-collapsed warehouse with a wooden counter hastily erected. Behind it sat a gaunt, sharp-featured attendant, yawning as he scraped the grime off the surface with his nails. Scattered across the counter were a few herbs, their quality unimpressive, some still caked in soil. As if freshly unearthed, Lin Feng leaned closer, scanning the assortment. He sought the most fundamental yet plentiful auxiliary herbs for body refinement, such as iron bone grass and blood-activating vine. He pointed to a bundle of desiccated iron bone grass and, lowering his voice, inquired with a deliberately hoarse tone, "How much for this?" The attendant barely lifted his eyelids, languidly extending 2 fingers, 20 taels of silver, no negotiations. A wave of despair washed over Lin Feng. Such a specimen of iron bone grass, in a reputable apothecary, would fetch no more than 5 taels. This was outright robbery. "It's too expensive," he attempted to haggle. "This grass is withered. If it retains half its potency, how about 10 taels? Only then did the attendant raise his gaze, scrutinizing Lin Feng from head to toe. Upon seeing his ragged attire, the attendant smirked with unabashed derision. A pauper shouldn't pretend to be a lord in the black market. If you can't afford it, then scram. Don't waste my time. 10 taels? Do you think this is charity for beggars?" Lin Feng's fist clenched tightly within his sleeve, nails digging into his palm. A surge of fury threatening to engulf him, wishing to unleash his power and reduce this insolent wretch to mere ashes. Yet he took a deep breath, forcing himself to subdue the rising tempest within. A small concession could preserve a greater plan. "Hey, Monkey-san, how can you speak to customers like that?" A gruff voice suddenly interjected from beside him. Lin Feng turned to see a towering figure approach, a brawny man, standing 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered, with a face full of rough features, clad in a soiled leather apron, with a sharp boning knife secured at his waist. He exuded an aura of sanguinity alongside a palpable surge of energy, indicative of a formidable presence within the black market. He was none other than one of the overseers of this realm, known colloquially as Butcher Zhang. Upon spotting him, a subordinate named Ho San immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, bowing and scraping. "Ah, Master Zhang, what brings you here today?" "It's nothing of great consequence, merely an ill-mannered pauper. I shall see him off at once." Butcher Zhang paid him no heed. Approaching the stall, he grasped a bundle of iron bone grass, inspecting it with a discerning eye. His gaze then shifted to Lin Feng. Despite Lin Feng's altered appearance, the steadiness of his gaze and a hint of barely perceptible sharpness remained unmasked. Having navigated the black market for years, Butcher Zhang possessed an astute perception and sensed that this individual was not as simple as he appeared. "This grass is rather unremarkable," he declared, tossing it back onto the table. Addressing Ho San, he continued, "However, in the spirit of commerce, it is essential to foster goodwill. Your asking price of 20 taels is indeed excessive." Turning his attention to Lin Feng, he inquired, "Brother, you seem unfamiliar. Are you in dire need of this ironbone grass?" Lin Feng, wary yet composed, responded in a gravelly tone, "I wish to practice some rudimentary techniques to strengthen my physique." Butcher Zhang nodded, seemingly convinced. The black market has its own rules. Prices tend to be higher than the norm, yet they must not be outrageous. "Very well, Ho San, let us settle on 8 taels for this grass, as a favor." Ho San grimaced, but dared not contradict Butcher Zhang, muttering in resignation, "Yes, yes. As you say, Master Zhang, 8 taels it is." Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly fearsome Butcher Zhang would advocate on his behalf. He produced 8 taels of silver, placing them on the counter before taking the bundle of ironbone grass. Although it was still above market value, it was now acceptable. "Thank you," Lin Feng said, clasping his fists in gratitude. Butcher Zhang waved his hand dismissively, grinning to reveal a set of yellowed teeth. "A trifling matter. I cannot abide bullies. Should you require anything else or possess valuable items to trade, do seek me out." He gestured toward the small door illuminated by light deeper within the warehouse. "I also acquire goods there at fair prices." Lin Feng felt a stir of intrigue and nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned away, merging into the shadows of the bustling black market. He did not fully trust Butcher Zhang. In this domain, smiles often concealed daggers. Yet, he undeniably required more resources and wealth. Afterward, he perused several more stalls, acquiring some relatively inexpensive blood-invigorating vines, soon depleting his funds. As he contemplated whether to undertake a perilous yet lucrative task posted within the black market, his attention was drawn to a makeshift stall in a corner. The vendor, a gaunt old man lurking in the shadows, displayed a few rusted metal fragments alongside some withered, oddly shaped herbs. It appeared that this stall had not been operational for quite some time. Among the herbs, one stood out to Lin Feng, its entirely black form and twisted leaves resembling ghostly claws. He sensed a faint stirring of the black energy within his dantian. "Old man, how much for this herb?" Lin Feng inquired as he crouched down, carefully examining the peculiar black grass. It felt icy to the touch, exuding a subtle chill. The gaunt old man raised his murky eyes to glance at Lin Feng and extended 3 bony fingers. 30 taels, he rasped. Lin Feng gasped in disbelief. 30 taels of gold? That is an exorbitant price. What kind of herb is this to warrant such a sum? The old man closed his eyes, ignoring him. "Buy it, kid." The voice of Xianxia echoed suddenly in his mind, tinged with an uncommon urgency. "This is Xianxia grass. Though its age is shallow, it is immensely beneficial for your cultivation of the 9 deaths devouring heaven technique. It can accelerate the devouring and refining process, particularly in countering the chaotic thoughts that arise from consuming living beings. Hurry, find a way to acquire it." Lin Feng's heart sank. Xianxia grass? The name alone suggested it was no ordinary herb. Yet, given Xianxia's insistence, it must be extraordinary. But where could he procure 30 taels of gold? Even selling himself would not fetch such a price. He stared at the Xianxia grass, then glanced at the meditative old man, his brow furrowing. Should he resort to force? Engaging in such actions in the black market was akin to seeking death. Bargaining? Judging by the old man's demeanor, that seemed utterly futile. With his pockets empty, how would Lin Feng choose in the face of this rare Xianxia grass, which could aid his cultivation and counteract backlash? Would he dare to venture in a risk to gather a fortune, or seek an alternative path? Would the olive branch extended by Butcher Zhang become the critical breakthrough in acquiring the resources he so desperately needed? Chapter 13, Provocation and Bet. The Xianxia grass held Lin Feng's gaze like a magnet. 30 taels of gold. This figure buzzed incessantly in his mind, shattering the fleeting sense of security he had just gained from purchasing the iron-bone grass and vitality vine. He squatted before the stall, clutching the icy, twisted black grass. He could sense a faint, chilling energy seeping into his body through his meridians. The black energy within his dantian pulsed vigorously, as if urging him on. The emaciated old man appeared like a meditative monk, his eyelids drooping, impervious to Lin Feng's inquiries. Apart from the proclamation of 30 taels of gold, he uttered not a single additional word. Lin Feng felt an urgency akin to a cat on a hot tin roof, yet he maintained a facade of calm, suppressing his impatience. Hey, old man, is this grass truly worth that price? He silently probed Xianxia. Of course. Xianxia's voice dripped with disdain for Lin Feng's ignorance. In-soul grass grows in extremely environments or ancient battlefields rich in the aura of death, containing pure energy and fragments of lingering souls. To ordinary cultivators, this substance is akin to poison, something they would not dare to touch. Yet for the technique of the 9 deaths devouring heaven, it serves as an exceptional tonic. It possesses the ability to neutralize the violent and chaotic thoughts that arise from consuming living beings, accelerates the refining process, and nurtures the remnants of the soul. Although its age is somewhat lacking, encountering such a treasure in this desolate place is indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. However, I am devoid of funds. Lin Feng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. To rob? The old man appeared gaunt, yet his aura was heavy, suggesting he would not be easily provoked. To steal? Engaging in such activities in the black market could lead to a fate worse than death, if caught. Without money, one must devise a plan. Vigna posit momentary. His tone somewhat coaxing. Why not take on those perilous tasks in the black market, or perhaps seek out that butcher Zhang from earlier? Did he not mention he was acquiring goods? Do you possess anything of value? Valuable? Lin Feng instinctively patted his pocket. Aside from a few scattered coins, all he had left was a rather dull, egg-sized stone he had picked up by the waterside at the cliff's base. This stone felt somewhat heavy and had a smooth surface. He had found it curious enough to pocket it. Could it possibly hold any worth? Just as he wrestled with the decision to present the stone to Butcher Zhang in hopes of fortune, a cacophony of approaching footsteps and boisterous shouts shattered the tranquility of the corner. Make way, make way. Are you all blind? Do you not see that we, the Black Snake Gang, are at work here? A group of 5 or 6 burly men clad in identical black tunics swaggered forth. At the forefront was a brawny man with a scarred face, his gaze fierce. His open chest revealed a menacing black snake tattoo. They strode directly towards the illuminated entrance of Butcher Zhang's establishment. Oh, Butcher Zhang, business seems to be thriving. The scarred man kicked aside an empty crate that obstructed their path, grinning with a disingenuous smile as he addressed Butcher Zhang, who had just seen off a customer and was wiping grease from his hands. Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhang's brows knitted into a frown, and his expression darkened. Lu the Scar, has your Black Snake Gang's reach grown too long? When did it become your prerogative to conduct affairs in my territory? Lu the Scar chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Butcher Zhang, let us not speak so harshly. In the black market, fortunes shift like the tides. Our leader has decreed that starting next month, the management fee for this area will increase by 30%. Furthermore, your establishment, with its prime location, has caught our leader's eye, and he wishes to discuss its transfer. This was nothing short of a blatant provocation and an attempt at usurpation. Butcher Zhang's anger surged, his temples throbbing, fists clenching beneath his apron with a cracking sound, as the aura of his 5th realm cultivation subtly rippled. You speak nonsense. The management fee has always adhered to the old rules. This establishment has been passed down through generations. What right do you have to demand its transfer? Let your leader, the Black Viper, come to discuss this matter with me. You refuse to drink the wine offered, and instead choose the punishment drink. Lu the Scar's expression hardened, and his followers began rolling up their sleeves, encircling him. The atmosphere became charged with tension in an instant. The vendors and scattered patrons nearby were terrified, retreating to a safe distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Lin Feng felt a tightening in his chest, cursing his misfortune for encountering such a predicament. He instinctively shrank back, wishing to diminish his presence. However, at that very moment, the Butcher Zhang caught sight of Lin Feng squatting in the corner. Perhaps he intended to bolster his bravado by calling upon a seemingly familiar face. Or perhaps it was merely a casual remark. He shouted in Lin Feng's direction, "Brother, you see how the Black Snake Gang operates without any regard for rules." This shout turned troublesome. The gaze of Scar Lu and his cohort swiftly fixed upon Lin Feng, noticing his tattered clothing, sallow complexion, and feeble aura. It was evident he was a destitute wanderer lacking connections or strength. Zhang, you're really scraping the bottom now, associating with such scum, Scar Lu sneered dismissively, shifting his ire from Zhang onto Lin Feng. Hey, you sickly wretch, what are you staring at? I'm talking to you. Scram, and don't obstruct us. Lin Feng cursed under his breath. Truly, misfortune had befallen him while he was merely hiding in a corner. He sought no trouble, keeping his head down, ready to leave this place of conflict. Stop. Scar Lu, emboldened, felt slighted by Zhang and seized the opportunity to assert his authority over Lin Feng, declaring, "Did I give you permission to leave? Sneaking around. Have you stolen something?" As he spoke, he signaled one of his subordinates. The subordinate, understanding the cue, approached with a sinister grin and shoved Lin Feng's shoulder. "Lu Gu is asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Lin Feng's eyes turned icy as he sidestepped the push. His body, now honed to the third level of body refinement, was far quicker and more reactive than it appeared. "Oh, you dare dodge?" The subordinate, taken aback by Lin Feng's evasion, felt a sting of humiliation and cursed before swinging a punch towards Lin Feng's face. Imbued with the first level of qi from the opening realm, if it connected, it would surely break the nose of an ordinary person. Lin Feng was thoroughly enraged. Repeated humiliation had pushed him to his limits. Did they truly think he was made of clay? Even clay possesses some spirit. No longer would he evade. With lightning speed, his right hand shot out, preemptively grasping the assailant's wrist with precision. The skin beneath his grasp was surprisingly resilient, far surpassing that of an average body refinement practitioner. The subordinate felt as if his wrist were trapped in a vice, a sharp pain coursing through him, hindering his qi flow. His expression shifted dramatically. "You're seeking death." Scar Lu roared upon witnessing his subordinate's plight, unleashing the aura of the third level of qi from the opening realm, preparing to intervene personally. "Enough." Butcher Zhang suddenly stepped forward, blocking the path. He glared at Scar Lu, demanding, "What prowess is it to bully a young man? If you have the guts, come at me. Are you merely seeking a quarrel? Then let us settle it." Scar Lu coldly fixed his gaze on Zhang, glancing momentarily at the expressionless Lin Feng. Suddenly, he let out a sinister laugh. "Very well. So, you are determined to protect this lad? Fine. According to the black market's rules, personal grievances are to be resolved on the life and death platform. Sign the contract. Life and death shall be disregarded. Are you bold enough to let this young man face one of my subordinates?" He pointed at the underling who had just been captured by Lin Feng, now nursing his wrist and grimacing in pain. "If this lad wins, we'll let today's incident slide, and we one team mention the management fee for now. If he loses, be it death or injury, it'll simply be his own lack of skill. Moreover, your facade must be relinquished. What do you say? Seems fair, doesn't it?" Scar Lu's grin resembled that of a venomous serpent. Butcher Zhang's expression darkened. He sensed something peculiar about Lin Feng. His physique seemed formidable. Yet, he could not discern his exact cultivation level, estimating it to be at most the early stage of body refinement. In contrast, the member of the Black Snake Gang was undoubtedly at the first stage of qi gathering, exuding energy and demonstrating proficient martial arts. From any angle, Lin Feng appeared to have no chance of winning. This was clearly an attempt to seize his facade. "No, he is not my subordinate. This matter does not concern him." Butcher Zhang resolutely refused. "Oh, it doesn't concern him?" Scar Lu sneered. "Just a moment ago, weren't you calling him brother? And now it's not relevant? Zhang, are you toying with us?" The pressure shifted to Lin Feng, all eyes fixed upon him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the murderous intent within. The life and death platform? How fortuitous. He had been seeking a legitimate way to assess his current strength. Moreover, it was an opportunity to acquire resources. The Black Snake Gang must have some valuable assets, right? Furthermore, it was a chance to establish his reputation in the black market. Weakness would only lead to being devoured until nothing remained. He raised his head, his waxen face betraying no emotion, save for his eyes, which were terrifyingly calm. Looking toward Butcher Zhang, he spoke in a raspy voice. "Thank you for your kindness, Master Zhang. I shall take this matter upon myself." He then turned to the astonished Scar Lu, slowly uttering 3 words. "The life and death platform. I accept." Lin Feng's resolute acceptance of a life and death wager stunned the crowd. How could he, at the third stage of body refinement, confront an opponent of the qi gathering stage? This seemingly suicidal confrontation marked the beginning of his reputation in the black market, or was it merely a trap set by the Black Snake Gang? Would that exorbitantly priced soul grass become an unforeseen variable in the confrontation? Chapter 14. Devouring on the Life and Death Platform. Deep within the black market lies the so-called Life and Death Platform, a crude arena hastily enclosed by rough wooden stakes and rusty iron chains, nestled between 2 rows of dilapidated warehouses. The ground was dark, stained with deep brown, indelible traces of ancient blood. The air was thick with an unsettling blend of rust and mildew, sending shivers down one's spine. Several oil lamps, exuding dark smoke, hung from poles, their flames flickering ominously in the draft. The distorted faces of the onlookers, gamblers and ruffians alike, were cast in ghostly shadows. Lin Feng followed the scarred Liu and the butcher Zhang to the edge of the platform. An elderly man, clad in a tattered black robe and as thin as a twig, trembled as he presented a yellowed, worn beast skin scroll. Scrawled upon it in dark red, whether it be vermilion or blood, were cryptic runes inscribing a few lines. Signing this life-and-death contract meant accepting one's fate on the stage. Should one perish or be maimed, the backstage would bear no responsibility. The victor would claim all possessions of the vanquished. The old man's voice rasped like a broken gong. Scarred Liu grinned menacingly, eagerly dipping his finger into the ink pot offered by the elder. With a decisive slap, he left a bright red fingerprint on the beast skin scroll. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, saying, "Kid, there is still time to regret. Kneel and bow 3 times to me, then crawl through my legs. Perhaps I'll be in a good mood and spare your life." His gang of black snakes erupted in raucous jeers, their vulgarity unrestrained. Butcher Zhang's face turned ashen. Leaning closer to Lin Feng, he whispered, "Brother, you can still back out. I'll forsake my stake to ensure your safety. Once you step on that stage, your fate is no longer yours to command." Lin Feng sensed the sincerity in Zhang's words. A warmth spread within him, yet he shook his head resolutely. He needed this battle, not merely to resolve the immediate trouble, but to validate his strength and take his first step in this predatory black market. He remained silent, extending his finger to dip into the ink. With determination, he pressed his fingerprint onto the ominous contract. The moment his mark fell, the dark red runes on the beast's skin seemed to flicker momentarily. An invisible force enveloped Lin Feng and his forthcoming adversary. This was the law of the black market. Problems were resolved in the most primal and brutal manner. "Huh, good. You got guts," Scarred Liu exclaimed with triumph. Behind him, one of Lin Feng's previous captors, a man with a scarred face and fierce eyes, spat on the ground. He leaped gracefully to the center of the death arena, his movements imbued with the distinct energy flow of a practitioner at the second level of the open Yuan realm. Earning applause from the audience, Lin Feng, in contrast, appeared far more awkward. He trudged to the edge of the platform, gripping the rough wooden post, struggling to pull himself up. Once atop, he paused to catch his breath, exuding a facade of strength that belied his inner turmoil. He deliberately suppressed his aura to around the 5th level of the body-tempering realm. To outsiders, this seemed akin to courting death. The match was about to commence. In the arena, the Black Snake Gang's 2nd-level expert faced off against the nameless specter of tuberculosis at the 5th level of body refinement. The odds were set at 10-1, and the crowd erupted with fervent shouts from the bookmakers. Almost everyone placed their bets on the side of the Black Snake Gang, regarding Lin Feng with the same indifference as one would have for a corpse. Zhang the Butcher gritted his teeth, producing a bag of silver and slamming it heavily on the bookmaker's table, declaring, "I bet on that kid to win." This drew laughter and incredulous glances from the onlookers. On stage, the leader of the Black Snake Gang twisted his neck, the joints cracking ominously as he glared at Lin Feng. "Kid, remember my name? Huang Bao of the Black Snake Gang. When you meet the King of Hell, don't mispronounce it." Before his words could fade, he moved with a sudden gust of wind, his energy enveloping his fist as he launched an assault towards Lin Feng's face. The punch was not particularly swift, but carried tremendous force, clearly intended to break Lin Feng's bones in a single blow to establish dominance over the spectators. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he appeared to retreat in a feigned panic, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the punch, yet the fierce wind grazed his cheek painfully. He knew he could not appear too at ease. He had to act convincingly. "Dodge? Let us see how long you can evade." Huang Bao Sikop, transforming his fist into a flurry of palm strikes, targeting Lin Feng's vital points, the energy fluctuations intensifying significantly. He was serious now. Lin Feng recalled the guidance of Master Jean in his mind. Take 3 steps to the left, sidestep, and absorb his right palm with your shoulder. Make it look convincing. He seemed to clumsily evade and block, occasionally getting caught by the wind of palm strikes, his body jolting with each impact. He even forced a trickle of blood from his mouth, staggering slightly, which elicited a mixture of boos and cheers from the audience. "Yes, just like that. Make him think you're on the verge of defeat." Master Jin's voice was tinged with excitement. He exhausting his energy. Wait for the right moment to close in. Frustrated by the stalemate, Huang Bao found himself vexed that a mere 5th-level body refinement waste could slip away like an eel. With a low growl, he surged his energy, his palms glowing with a faint earthy light as he unleashed his signature technique, the shattering stone palm. The gust of palm wind howled, its power evidently elevated to a new tier, determined to end the fight swiftly. Now, Master Jean commanded, create an opening, absorb that palm strike with your chest. Channel your energy to protect your heart, and I will help you mitigate 70% of the force. The remainder will be enough for an impressive performance. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, watching as the shattering stone palm descended upon him. He appeared to be caught off guard, as if his strength had waned. In a moment of resolve, he chose not to evade. Instead, he puffed out his chest slightly and braced himself for the impact. Bang! With a resounding thud, Lin Feng was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood midair. With a heavy thud, he fell against the edge of the platform, his body convulsing a few times before becoming still. His torn garments revealed a vivid crimson handprint on his chest. An uproar erupted from the audience below. He must be dead, surely. The mighty boss Huang. Damn it, I've won. Zhang the Butcher felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair, his fists clenching until they turned white. Huang Bao also seemed momentarily stunned. But soon a cruel smile spread across his face as he stepped closer to the motionless Lin Feng, eager to ascertain whether this oblivious boy was truly deceased and to loot the spoils. As he approached Lin Feng, he bent down to grasp the collar of his garment. Just as his fingers were about to brush against Lin Feng's neck, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The seemingly unconscious Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide. Within them, there was neither pain nor despair, only a chilling abyss of darkness. His right hand, which had been hanging limply at his side, shot out with the speed of lightning, not to strike, but to seize Huang Bao's wrist with a grip as unyielding as a vice. Huang Bao was taken aback, attempting to break free, but it felt as though his wrist was ensnared by a searing iron clamp. A bizarre and domineering force surged into his meridians, causing his vitality to stagnate. He barely managed to utter a word before he saw the corners of Lin Feng's mouth curve into a cold smile. In the next moment, Huang Bao felt his meticulously cultivated energy surging uncontrollably like a breached dam, racing down his captured wrist into Lin Feng's body. Not only that, he sensed his very life force rapidly dissipating, his body shriveled like a deflating balloon, his skin losing its luster, and his gaze dimming swiftly. Ugh! Ugh sounds of strangled breaths emanated from his throat, unable to articulate a single coherent word, his face contorted with sheer terror and disbelief. This bizarre scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. The onlookers below were yet to comprehend the situation, witnessing only Huang Bao bend at the waist before his body began to tremble violently, withering away. Swallow. Devour every last bit. The voice of Lord Jean roared excitedly in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng channeled all his energy into the 9 deaths swallowing the heavens technique. The black vortex in his dantian spun with unprecedented velocity, greedily absorbing everything in its path. He could distinctly feel a surge of energy, far more formidable and pure than that which he had consumed from the Wind Wolf, flooding into his limbs and nourishing his flesh. That strand of black energy visibly expanded and solidified. In mere moments, Huang Bao, who had previously been vibrant and in the second realm of the opening Yuan stage, had transformed into a mere desiccated corpse, his eye sockets hollow and his skin clinging to his bones. He toppled over, landing with a dull thud, as a deathly silence enveloped the stage of life and death. The cacophony of jeers, curses, and the madness of gamblers came to an abrupt halt. Every eye widened, every mouth agape, as though they were ducks caught by the throat, incredulously fixated on the grotesque and terrifying scene unfolding on stage. Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet, wiping away the blood, both the facade and the genuine, that stained the corners of his mouth. His aura, though still restrained, seemed to have solidified slightly since his ascent, and his gaze had deepened in intensity. He did not so much as glance at the stupefied crowd below. Instead, his eyes were locked onto the pallid visage of Scar Lu, who appeared as though he had seen a specter. Next, Lin Feng's voice remained hoarse, yet bore a chilling, spine-tingling resonance. He had instantaneously dispatched his opponent of the opening Yuan realm through a bizarre method, leaving the audience in awe. How would Scar Lu respond? Would the Black Snake Gang relent? Moreover, under the rules of life and death contracts, where the victor claims the spoils of the vanquished, would the exorbitantly priced Een Soul Herb find a twist of fate? Chapter 15. A name established through battle. The rapidly shriveling corpse of Huang Bao crashed heavily onto the packed earth, the dull thud echoing in the hearts of every onlooker. The area around the life and death stage was so silent that one could hear the crackling of the oil lamp's wick. The gamblers and ruffians, who had been clamoring moments before, now stood with their mouths agape, their eyes bulging like a flock of geese caught by the neck. When the world was happening, a frail specter of the fifth stage of body refinement had withstood a master of the second stage of opening Yuan's stone-splitting palm. Not only did he survive, but he had, as if by magic, drained the life from a living man with a mere gesture. Such a method was diabolical. Scarlu's sinister grin froze. His face paling as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He gazed at the youth on stage, who was slowly rising and leisurely wiping the blood from his mouth. And a chill crept into his heart. The boy's eyes were disturbingly calm, as if he were observing livestock destined for slaughter. "A ghost! There's a ghost!" shouted one of the more timid gang members, scrambling backward and igniting a wave of panic. Even Zhang the Butcher was momentarily stunned before abruptly coming to his senses. His eyes, filled with shock and disbelief, were soon replaced by euphoric realization akin to finding a treasure. Taking a deep breath to suppress the tumult within, he strode to the edge of the stage and bellowed at the still-dazed banker and the emaciated elder managing the contract. "The outcome has been determined. According to the rules of the life and death contract, all possessions of the vanquished Huang Bao belong to the victor. Furthermore, the wager just made with odds of 10 to 1 must be settled immediately." His thunderous voice roused the crowd from their stupor. The banker turned pale, glancing between the lifeless corpse on stage, the menacing Zhang the Butcher, and the exceedingly sinister victor. With a mournful expression, he began to tremble as he counted the coins. Most had placed their bets on the yellow leopard, but now they faced utter ruin, wailing in despair. Yet, none dared to voice their doubts. The rules of the black market were unyielding. Once a decision was made on the life and death stage, no one would dare to fault, especially when confronted by a master capable of swiftly vanquishing those at the opening realm. Scarred Lu's face turned ashen, his lips quivering. He yearned to utter some fierce retort, yet when met with Lin Feng's fathomless gaze, the words clung to his throat. Gritting his teeth, he managed to squeeze out, "Let us go." Leading his disheartened subordinates, he slinked away, disappearing into the shadows without so much as a backward glance, even neglecting to retrieve the corpse of a yellow leopard. Lin Feng paid no heed to the fleeing Scarred Lu. His attention was drawn to the small pile of silver coins and a few quality silver ingots pushed forward by the banker. This was the wager he had won. Additionally, the frail old man approached, trembling, having scavenged a filthy pouch and a low-grade protective jade talisman from the yellow leopard's lifeless body, which he handed over. The pouch felt weighty in his hand. Aside from some scattered silver coins, it surprisingly contained 2 banknotes worth 50 taels each, combined with his winnings. Lin Feng instantaneously transformed from a destitute wretch into a small fortune holder with nearly 200 taels in hand. This did not even account for the jade talisman, which, though of inferior quality, could still be exchanged for some coin. "Brother, what a remarkable feat." Butcher Zhang stepped forward, clapping Lin Feng on the shoulder with a hearty expression of admiration. "I never imagined you concealed such prowess. You've truly aided me today by significantly diminishing the Black Snake Gang's arrogance." Lin Feng slightly shifted, easing the pressure of Zhang's hand. Maintaining his sickly demeanor, he rasped, "You flatter me, Zhang. It was merely self-preservation." "Tu modeste. You're far too modest." Butcher Zhang laughed heartily, lowering his voice. "Brother, your disguise skills are impressive. And after this battle, your reputation will undoubtedly spread. In this black market, news travels swiftly. How shall I address you? One must have a name for ease of movement." Lin Feng's mind raced. His true name was certainly not an option. "Li Feiyu," he casually declared, adopting a name that conveyed a sense of swiftness and a flair for vengeance. "Li Feiyu, a splendid name," Butcher Zhang praised. "Brother Li, in this Western market, should you require anything, feel free to invoke the name of Zhang the Butcher." He paused, casting a knowing glance towards the stall selling ghostly herbs. "By the way, weren't you looking to purchase something earlier? Now that you have funds, shall we take another look?" Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, he had money now. He clasped his fists in gratitude towards Butcher Zhang. "Thank you, Zhang. I do wish to buy some items. We shall speak further later." With that, he made his exit. Under the watchful eyes filled with awe, fear, and curiosity, Lin Feng strode directly towards the frail old man who remained huddled in the shadows at his stall. The scene before the stall was still desolate. The pitch-black, twisted-leafed, ghostly herb lay quietly in its place. With a calm demeanor, Lin Feng placed a silver note worth 100 taels along with several silver ingots on the stall. "Old man, I wish to acquire this herb," he stated. The gaunt elder raised his murky eyes, glancing at the money on the table before shifting his gaze to Lin Feng. He appeared oblivious to the recent tumult of the life and death platform, or perhaps he simply did not care. Extending his bony fingers, he swept the silver note and coins towards himself, tucking them into his garments. Then, he gestured for Lin Feng to take the ghostly herb, signaling the transaction's completion with an air of simplicity and decisiveness. Lin Feng delicately picked up the ghostly herb. The chilling, pure aura emanating from it became more pronounced, and the dark essence within his dantian flared with excitement. He secured the herb safely, feeling a weight lift from his heart. "Young man, fortune smiles upon you," exclaimed the voice of Master Jun, satisfaction evident in his tone. "With this ghostly herb, you need not fear the repercussions of consuming beasts or humans in the future." At that moment, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man clad in gray cloth approached, offering a slight bow to Lin Feng. In a hushed tone, he said, "Might you be brotherly Feiyu? Your skills are impressive. I am in admiration. My master wishes to invite you for a conversation. May I inquire if you would honor us with your presence?" Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he regarded the man, though his aura was subdued and he appeared commonplace. His steady gait and keen eyes suggested he was no ordinary individual. His master? Lin Feng pondered, surprised that someone would seek him out immediately after the life and death platform. Zhang the butcher also noted the interaction, his brow furrowing. He stepped closer, casually positioning himself behind Lin Feng, addressing the gray-clad man. "Oh, may I ask which esteemed friend desires to meet brotherly? It is only proper to reveal one's name." The gray-clad man smiled slightly, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. "Rest assured, Master Zhang, my master harbors no ill intentions. He merely admires Brother Li's prowess and wishes to form a friendship. As for his name, Brotherly will naturally learn it upon arrival." As he spoke, his fingertips inadvertently revealed a glimpse of a wooden token inscribed with peculiar patterns, which vanished as quickly as it appeared. Zhang the butcher's expression changed subtly upon seeing the token, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. He then leaned towards Lin Feng, whispering, "Brotherly, it seems this individual has considerable influence. The decision to attend or decline rests with you." Lin Feng's mind raced. Having just made a name for himself in the black market, attracting attention could be either a blessing or a curse. However, to refuse might also offend. He was in need of resources and information. Perhaps this was an opportunity? Just as Lin Feng had begun to emerge under the alias Li Feiyu in the black market, he found himself unexpectedly invited by a mysterious figure. Was this sudden invitation a stroke of fortune or misfortune? With a friend or foe? And what hidden power in Qingyun City did this represent? Chapitre 16, L'Annonce Suspicion. Qingyun City, Lin family. Compared to the murky depths of the black market, where the air is thick with bloodshed and treachery, the Lin family estate is akin to a different realm altogether. The grand vermilion gates, sweeping eaves, and profound courtyards present a scene of elegance. Even the humble sweepers don clean, neatly arranged coarse cloth garments. Particularly the exquisite residence where Lin Hong now resides is a paragon of opulence, adorned with artificial hills, flowing waters, and rare blossoms. Everything one could desire. Since Lin Feng's untimely demise, Lin Hong's status has become increasingly secure. Resources have been preferentially allocated to him, and his cultivation has smoothly advanced to the third level of the Kaiyuan realm. He is indeed basking in the glory of success. On a serene afternoon, Lin Hong reclines on a Zeton wood chaise lounge draped with soft animal pelts. His eyes half closed as he indulges in the careful ministrations of a devoted maid who kneads his legs. Another maid kneels beside him, offering him succulent, translucent slices of spirit grape flesh. He savors each bite leisurely, his mind occupied with the impending distribution of family resources next month, contemplating how to extract more benefits from the elders. Lin Feng, that worthless fool, met a fitting end. A satisfied smile graces his lips, and any lingering unease from the memory of pushing him off the cliff has long dissipated, overshadowed by the exhilaration brought on by power and resources. A discarded pawn with shattered spiritual roots, meeting his demise at the cliff's edge to become fodder for wild beasts. What a perfect conclusion. At that moment, an urgent sound of hurried footsteps outside the courtyard disrupts his tranquility. His trusted subordinate, a sharp-faced relative named Lin San, rushes in, breathless and flustered. His expression a mix of panic and eagerness to convey news. "Young master, something's amiss." "No, it's news." Lin San gasps, disregarding formalities. Lin Hong's brow furrows in annoyance. He gestures for the two maids to withdraw, loathing interruptions during his moments of leisure. "What is it? Has the sky fallen?" "Speak plainly." Lin San gulps, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Young master, it's about the black market." "The black market?" Lin Hong sits up straight, his eyes sharpening with interest. He has always dismissed such lowly places, yet he is aware that the Lin family occasionally conducts some unsavory dealings there. What could possibly warrant such alarm? "It concerns someone named Li Feiyu," Lin San quickly explains. "Word has spread like wildfire in the Western market these past few days. They say a seemingly sickly young man, with apparently low cultivation, around the 5th or 6th level of body refinement." "Body refinement?" Lin Hong scoffs and reclines back, his interest waning. "A mere body refinement waste. And you treat it as news? How many such wretches perish in the black market daily?" "That's not it, young master," Lin San insists vehemently, gesturing frantically. "The crux is, this young man possesses an enigmatic aura. He ascended to the life and death arena, facing an adversary from the Black Snake Gang, a leader known as Huang Bao." Oh, this piqued Lin Hong's interest anew. He had heard of the life and death arena, a perilous venue for life itself. What was the outcome? Surely he was annihilated? Such was his natural assumption. Yet no. Lin San's voice trembled, his eyes reflecting incredulity. He triumphed. It was that Li Feiyu who emerged victorious. Moreover, the method of his victory was exceedingly bizarre. It was rumored that he withstood a lethal strike from Huang Bao, coughed up blood, and collapsed as if on the brink of death. However, as Huang Bao approached, he inexplicably employed some arcane sorcery, extending his hand and absorbing Huang Bao into a mere husk. Absorbing him into a husk. Lin Hong shot upright, his expression shifting. "Be more explicit. How did this transpire?" "It is quite literally, as I said, young master." Lin San gestured, a chill running down his spine. Vital energy, blood essence, seemingly even life force was siphoned away. In the blink of an eye, a living man transformed into a mere skin-clad skeleton. The black market now buzzes with rumors, claiming that this lad, Li Feiyu, practices dark arts. Most sinister indeed. L'anglaise contenance d'arcane profondité. He subconsciously tapped his fingers on the armrest of the recliner, producing a soft yet ominous sound. To counter a practitioner of the opening Yuan realm while merely at the body refinement stage, and through such an unheard of and bizarre method, this defied all logic. Unless that boy concealed his true strength or possessed some heavenly opportunity or malevolent technique. A sudden recollection ignited in his mind, an unsettling thought. After Lin Feng's fall from the cliff, the family had dispatched individuals to search the abyss. On one hand, it was a mere formality. On the other, they sought confirmation of his demise. However, the report revealed that the depths were shrouded in mist, unfathomable, uncovering only tattered remnants of fabric and dry bloodstains, but no corpse. Everyone had presumed that Lin Feng had undoubtedly been shattered to pieces, devoured by wild beasts. A severely wounded individual with shattered spiritual roots. Falling from such a height, how could he possibly survive? Yet now, this enigmatically Feiyu had emerged, seemingly of the right age, appearing shortly after Lin Feng's fall. His actions were peculiar, his strength belied his appearance. A harrowing thought, akin to a venomous serpent, slithered into Lin Hong's mind. Could it be that Lin Feng, that wretched spawn, is not dead, not only alive, but perhaps he encountered a fortuitous event at the cliff's base, mastering dark arts, and has now returned under the guise of Li Feiyu? This notion drenched him in cold sweat. No, it cannot be. The God Burial Cliff is a place of desolation. No one has ever survived a fall from there. He fervently denied it. Yet once the seed of suspicion was sown, it began to grow uncontrollably. Lin Feng is not dead. If he truly survived, given his vengeful nature, who would be the first to suffer his wrath upon gaining power? It is evident even to the most unobservant mind. Lin Hong increasingly sensed something amiss. Li Feiyu, Li Feiyu. The name itself is peculiar, sharp as the wind, embodying swift vengeance. It seems to convey a hidden message. You. Lin Hong abruptly pointed at Lin San, his gaze menacing enough to instill fear. Immediately investigate. Utilize every connection at your disposal to uncover the true nature of this Li Feiyu. What does he look like? When did he first appear in the black market? Whom has he interacted with? Particularly, does he bear any traces of disguise? Dig as deep as necessary. I demand clarity. Lin San was taken aback by Lin Hong's sudden eruption of rage. He quickly responded, "Yes, young master. I shall attend to it at once. We have several informants in the black market. Moreover," Lin Hong interrupted, lowering his voice to a more sinister tone, "find a few clever and discreet individuals to venture to the bottom of the God Burial Cliff and investigate once more. Do not make a fuss. Proceed covertly. I want to see the living, and, if dead, I demand to see the bones." He must ascertain Lin Feng's fate, if Lin Feng is indeed alive. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Hong's eyes. Regardless of any fortunate opportunities he may have encountered, he must be eradicated before he can grow stronger. This potential threat to his position and life cannot be allowed to persist. Yes, Lin San, sensing Lin Hong's lethal intent, dared not delay. He hurriedly exited. The courtyard fell silent once more. Yet, Lin Hong's heart could find no peace. Agitated, he rose and paced back and forth. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window, casting shifting shadows across his face. He recalled the moment he pushed Lin Feng off the cliff. The profound hatred and unwillingness reflected in Lin Feng's eyes. If the owner of that gaze were to return, a chill ran down Lin Hong's spine. No, there must be no unforeseen complications. He muttered to himself, a trace of savagery flickering across his face. Regardless of whether this Li Feiyu is Lin Feng, it is better to err on the side of caution. He must not be allowed to escape. A sinister plan began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps he could start with the person most significant to Lin Feng. Lin Hong's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the most secluded corner of the estate, the direction of the small courtyard where Lin Xiaoyu now resided alone. Lin Hong's suspicions grew wildly, prompting him to employ a dual approach in his investigations. Would the Li Feiyu of the black market evade scrutiny? And would his nefarious intentions towards Lin Xiaoyu ignite the flames of Lin Feng's vengeance? Chapter 17. Medicinal Materials and Body Tempering. Clutching freshly acquired banknotes and silver coins still tinged with the scent of blood, Lin Feng stealthily slipped through the tumultuous black market area, still stirred by the name of Li Feiyu, like a shadow. Behind him lingered gazes filled with awe, fear, and greed. He was left behind at the dimly lit end of the alley. He chose not to attend the mysterious gray-clad figure's appointment. The time was not yet ripe. The meager amount of money in his pocket was akin to a few precious drops of rain after a prolonged drought. He needed to pour it into his own nearly parched seedling. He did not return to the dilapidated mountain temple in the western part of the city, where the wind whistled through its many cracks and the statue was on the verge of collapse. That place was far too conspicuous. It was entirely possible that some miscreants from the Black Snake Gang or other unsavory characters might wander by. Relying on his memory, he ventured deeper into the slums, finding a nearly abandoned, decrepit courtyard. The walls had crumbled halfway, and the weeds within grew taller than a person. The previous inhabitants were either dead or had fled, leaving an air of desolation. He sought refuge in a corner of a ramshackle room that could barely shield him from the rain, hastily constructing a nest to curl up in using broken planks and tattered straw mats. Only then did he manage to exhale in relief. Yet his nerves remained taut, ears perked up, attuned to the rustling of the wind outside. In his arms lay the soul-reaping grass, a precious item he had exchanged his very life for. Even through his clothing, he could feel the chilling aura emanating from it, as if a block of ice were pressed against his heart. "Boy, stop cowering like a frightened rabbit." The grating voice of Genie echoed in his mind, tinged with impatience. "Quickly, take out those iron bone grasses, the blood-activating vines, and the leftover medicinal materials you just bought. Strike while the iron is hot, and prepare for second body tempering. Do you think the folks in the black market are benevolent souls? Today, you reveal your face. Tomorrow, countless eyes will be upon you. Without some solid strength, that little money in your pocket is but a death warrant." Lin Feng shivered at the thought. Though Jin Ye's words were harsh, they rang true. In the black market, today one might gain fame through nefarious means, but tomorrow one could be slain by a multitude of blades, simply for possessing something precious. He inhaled deeply, the musty air filling his lungs, and emptied his arms of their contents. He carefully set the soul-reaping grass aside while examining the dry, iron bone grasses. The blood-activating vines still retained some resilience. Along with a few assorted auxiliary herbs he had previously gathered, though their quality was mediocre, they could still be useful. How to proceed? He pondered. The first body tempering had relied on the scant spiritual energy at the bottom of the cliff. a torment akin to being sliced 1,000 times. This time, with the aid of medicinal materials, the outcome was uncertain. Find a waterproof broken pot or a concave stone slab. Genie instructed. Take these herbs, crush everything except for the soul-reaping grass, and put them in, then add water. Use that minuscule bit of devouring fire you just cultivated to brew it for me. Reduce it to a thick, dark medicinal concoction. Devouring fire? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, attempting to summon the fine thread of black energy from his dantian. He focused his intent on his fingertips. With a soft puff, a faint sound echoed. A faint, nearly imperceptible black flame flickered into existence at his fingertips, wavering uncertainly and exuding an eerie aura that seemed to consume all in its vicinity. This flame bore no warmth. Instead, it emanated a chilling coldness. Yes, this is the very thing. Do not underestimate its size. It will suffice. Control it, lest you set the house ablaze. Lin Feng held his breath, cautiously bringing the slender black flame close to a found, battered earthen pot. Upon contact, the flame silently ignited, gradually heating the water and herbs within the pot. This process demanded immense mental exertion, and soon beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, the flame flickering erratically. After much effort, he managed to reduce the pot of water to a little less than half a jar of thick, black medicinal liquid that emitted a pungent, bitter aroma. Success. Let it cool a bit. Once it reaches a suitable temperature, I shall immerse myself in it. Xianxia's tone was imbued with a mischievous excitement, suggesting that this experience would be far more comfortable than the last. Lin Feng gazed at the bubbling concoction, its hue resembling that of ink, his heart pounding with trepidation. Gritting his teeth, he shed his tattered garments. As the temperature of the liquid dropped slightly, he shut his eyes and plunged himself into it. The moment he made contact with the liquid, Lin Feng nearly leapt from the pot. Was this what he meant by being far more comfortable? It felt akin to diving into a cauldron of molten iron. Countless needles, as fine as a cow's hair, surged through his pores, relentlessly penetrating his body. The sensation of piercing pain and burning engulfed every inch of his skin, swiftly followed by his muscles and bones. The potency of the medicine was overwhelmingly fierce, akin to a swarm of frenzied insects rampaging within him, tearing at his fascia and battering his bones. It was more intense, more ferocious, and far more meticulous than the initial spiritual cleansing. Channel your energy, guide the medicinal force. Do not be like a wooden block and endure it stiffly. Xianxia's roar erupted in his mind. Imagine this medicinal force as a hammer and chisel, striking out the impurities within your body. Expand your meridians. Expel the dregs from your bones. Lin Feng writhed in agony, his muscles convulsing as his teeth ground together, blood seeping from his gums. He forced himself to focus. Despite the imminent threat of losing control, he frantically circulated the 9 deaths swallowing heaven technique. The black vortex in his dantian sensed the tumultuous external energy and excitedly accelerated its rotation, generating a pulling force that actively guided the rampant medicinal energy along a specific pathway within his body. The pain escalated sharply. If the previous sensation resembled being pierced by countless needles, this felt as though he were placed upon an anvil, subjected to the relentless pounding of an invisible giant hammer. He could distinctly hear the creaking of his bones under the unbearable strain. His muscle fibers were forcibly torn apart, only to be rapidly reassembled under the influence of the new medicinal force. The surface of his skin, previously expelled black impurities, once again mingled with congealed blood, seeping forth anew. However, this time the color was deeper, more viscous, and accompanied by a foul stench. The medicinal liquid in the broken jar visibly diluted at an alarming rate, as its essence was greedily absorbed by Lin Feng's body. His physique resembled an inflated balloon, with blood and energy surging beneath his skin, veins bulging prominently. He would occasionally curl into a tight ball, and, at other times, stretch out like a drawn bow, emitting an uncontainable, low growl akin to that of a wounded beast. Sweat, blood, and filth mingled, trickling down him and pooling beneath. Time became an indistinct blur. Perhaps an hour passed, or maybe 2. Eventually, the potion within the jar transformed into a murky, grayish white, completely devoid of medicinal potency. Only then did the excruciating pain recede like a receding tide, replaced by an overwhelming sense of weakness and an indescribable clarity. Lin Feng lay slumped at the bottom of the jar, utterly unwilling to move even a finger. Yet, through introspection, he could distinctly perceive the changes within his body. His meridians had widened and strengthened more than double their previous capacity. Blood and energy surged like a mighty river, and his internal organs radiated a faint, precious glow. His bones gleamed with a newfound whiteness and increased density. In terms of sheer physical strength, he felt confident that he could contend with ordinary practitioners at the first or second levels of the opening Yuan realm without faltering. His cultivation had firmly stabilized at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, the 9th level. Just one opportunity remained before he could condense a vortex of primordial energy and formally step into the opening Yuan realm. However, before he could fully savor this transformative sensation, the voice of Xianxia resonated once more, tinged with gravity. Do not rejoice too soon. Your physical form has indeed strengthened, yet the hazards of devouring living beings have deepened as well. While refining medicinal power just now, I sensed a faint, violent aura belonging to that yellow leopard entangled deep within your blood. It may lie dormant under normal conditions, but should you become agitated or lose your composure, it could be triggered, impairing your judgment. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Was this the price of consuming living beings? Now consume that Yin soul grass, Xianxia commanded. This substance nourishes the Yin soul and is remarkably effective in suppressing errant thoughts. However, the process may be somewhat stimulating. Struggling to rise from the medicinal vat, Lin Feng disregarded the filth, grasping the pitch-black Yin soul grass. It felt icy to the touch. After a moment's hesitation, he placed it into his mouth. The Yin soul grass melted instantly, transforming into a chilling liquid that coursed down his throat. Contrary to his expectations, the agony was not unbearable. Instead, it enveloped him in an extreme cold that swiftly subdued the lingering heat and pain from the body refinement. He felt his thoughts sharpen and his composure return, as clarity flooded his mind, as if ensconced in an ancient glacial expanse. All tumultuous thoughts, including the flicker of anxiety born from a desire for vengeance, became frozen and settled into silence. Yet, amidst this frigid stillness, he seemed to hear a distant, anguished roar, brimming with resentment and bitterness. Faintly, it wavered between reality and illusion. Could it be the remnants of souls contained within the spectral grass? The perilous second body tempering had been accomplished, resulting in a remarkable surge in physical strength, and the spectral grass had been successfully consumed. However, Xianxia detected a violent aura entwined with Lin Feng's vital essence, emanating from the devoured Huang leopard. When would this latent threat erupt? Would the profound calmness bestowed by the spectral grass be sufficient to fully suppress the ever-growing desire for devouring and the risks of backlash posed by the 9 deaths swallowing the heavens technique? Chapter 18. Xiaoyu faces adversity as dawn broke. The Lin family estate buzzed with life. The first day of each month marked the distribution of resources, a day akin to a festive celebration for the young descendants of the Lin clan. Pills, spirit stones, even the most modest allocations, were tangible means to enhance their cultivation. A long queue had already formed at the entrance of the side hall adjacent to the martial arts arena. The faces of the young disciples were mostly alight with anticipation and excitement, whispering amongst themselves about who might receive a greater share this month and who might face deductions. Lin Feng, like a lizard, quietly nestled in the shadows of the tall courtyard wall leading to the side hall. Draped in a tattered gray cloth that blended seamlessly with the wall, he nearly melded into the background. This position had been scouted the night prior, offering an excellent vantage point to observe the happenings at the entrance while remaining sufficiently concealed. After the second tempering, his control over his muscles had intensified, and his presence was nearly indistinguishable from that of a mere stone. He gazed at the familiar yet foreign faces below, feeling little stir within. Once, he had been among them, standing at the forefront with the most substantial allocations. Now, the world had shifted, and he felt like a specter, coldly observing this familiar spectacle. The line advanced slowly, overseen by the third elder and several of his subordinates. The third elder was a round, genial old man with little real authority, as the practical operations were handled by the steward faction led by Lin Hong. Soon, a diminutive figure approached, the young Lin Xiaoyu. With her head bowed and donning a faded, worn dress, her small hands clutched the hem tightly as she stepped to the resource distribution table. The previously boisterous crowd fell into a hushed silence, various gazes converging upon her. Some expressed sympathy, others indifference, but the majority wore unabashed disdain and glee. Ah, is that not the prodigious sister of our Lin family? A voice dripped with mockery arose. It was not the steward, but Lin who stood further back. He crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoyu. His voice, though low, was loud enough for those nearby to hear. Xiaoyu trembled slightly, lowering her head even further and remaining silent. The steward responsible for recording was Lin Lu, a man with triangular eyes and high cheekbones, known as Lin Hong's loyal sycophant. Without lifting his eyelids, he lazily flipped through the ledger, elongating his tone. Lin Xiaoyu, this month's allocation, 1 body refining pill and 3 low-grade spirit stones. The attendant beside him was preparing to collect the items when Lin Lu suddenly rapped the table with his pen. Wait. The attendant halted his actions, and all gazes turned towards Lin Lu. He spoke slowly, according to the family's new regulations. Those whose cultivation has stagnated for an extended period and contribute nothing to the family shall have their allocations halved. Lin Xiaoyu, you have been stuck at the 3rd level of body refining for over half a year, have you not? Giving you this body refining pill would be a waste. How about this? The pill is waived, and you may have 1 spirit stone, which is the utmost generosity from a family. As soon as his words left his mouth, suppressed snickers erupted around them. Stuck at the 3rd level of body refining without the aid of a pill, relying solely on a single low-grade spirit stone to break through is nothing but a delusion. This was clearly an attempt to force Xiaoyu into a corner. She suddenly lifted her head, her face pale and her eyes brimming with tears. Her lips quivered. Steward Lu, there was no such rule before. My brother, he before is before. Lin Lu interrupted her impatiently, a glint of harshness flashing in his triangular eyes. With the family's resources strained, priority must naturally be given to those with potential. Your brother? A dead man. Why mention him? To grant you even 1 spirit stone is already a favor considering your deceased parents. Exactly. Lin Hu chimed in, his voice booming. A useless sister still wishes to stand on equal footing with us for resources? Dream on. Hurry up and take your spirit stone and get lost. Don't waste everyone's time. Laughter and murmurs of agreement rippled through the queue. No one dared to speak up for Xiaoyu. Finally, her tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks like large droplets. She gazed at the solitary low-grade spirit stone on the table. Then at Lin Lu and Lin Hu's callous expressions. Her slender shoulders shook violently as an overwhelming sense of grievance and despair surged within her. She understood that this was Lin Hong deliberately making things difficult for her, solely because she was Lin Feng's sister. On the wall, Lin Feng's nails had already dug deep into the hard bricks, leaving distinct marks. His chest heaved violently. A torrent of violent, killing intent surged within him like lava, nearly overwhelming his reason as he longed to rush down and tear Lin Lu and Lin Hu into pieces. His teeth ground together audibly. The metallic scent of blood oozing from the gums pervaded the oral cavity. Calm down, boy. Steady yourself. The urgent voice of Jean echoed in his mind, striking like a cold shower. If you go down now, you are courting death. Not only will you be unable to save your sister, but you will also jeopardize both your lives. Feel the turbulence within your blood. It is the lingering resentment of the yellow leopard affecting you. Do not fall for it. Lin Feng jolted suddenly, forcibly channeling the 9 deaths devouring heaven technique. The strand of black essence within his dantian spun rapidly, suppressing the tumultuous blood within him. The violent emotions stirred by extreme anger, belonging to the yellow leopard, were somewhat tempered by the chilling sensation brought forth by the soul grass. He took a deep breath, compelling himself to release his grip on the wall tile. Yet his eyes remained as cold as eternal ice, fixated on Lin Lu and Lin Hu below, as if he intended to etch their likenesses deep into his soul. Brother, little Yu sobbed helplessly below, her voice as faint as that of a kitten. Lin Feng's heart ached as if pierced by needles. He watched his sister tremble as she reached out, grasping the seemingly shameful low-grade spirit stone tightly in her palm. Then, with her head bowed, she fled swiftly amidst countless mocking gazes, her slender figure embodying helplessness and desolation. Do you see? Jin's voice carried a hint of mockery, but more gravely, this is reality. Without strength, you cannot protect even your dearest ones, forced to watch them suffer. That brat Lin Hong, resorting to such contemptible tactics, is both testing and pressuring you. You must hold firm. Lin Feng remained silent, merely gazing in the direction where little Yu had vanished. Gradually, his attention shifted toward the front of the crowd, where Lin Hong approached, flanked by several lackeys. an expression of triumph gracing his face as he came to collect his bountiful rewards. Clad in resplendent attire today, he exuded confidence, completely ignoring the fleeing little Yu, as though she were inconsequential dust. He reached the table, and Lin Lu instantly donned a sycophantic expression, personally presenting a vial of obviously superior elixir along with 5 glistening middle-grade spirit stones. Young Master Hong, this month's allocation has been specially doubled by the family head. Lin Lu's voice dripped with nauseating flattery. Lin Hong casually accepted the offering, tossing it to a lackey without a glance. Yet his gaze lingered thoughtfully on the spot where little Yu had stood moments before, a faint, sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He lowered his voice to instruct Lin Hu beside him, who nodded repeatedly, a malicious grin spreading across his face as his eyes scanned the surroundings with ill intent, though the specifics of their conversation remained inaudible. However, Lin Feng was certain that no good would come of it. It was highly likely that this was a scheme aimed at Li Feiyu or a continued assault on Xiaoyu. The distribution of resources persisted. The clamor rose once more, as if the earlier act of bullying had never transpired. Yet Lin Feng understood that certain elements had irrevocably shifted. The murderous intent within him had not vanished due to suppression. Rather, it had coiled like an excessively compressed spring, accumulating a more terrifying power. He gently descended from the wall, merging with the shadows like a specter, departing from this stifling place. With each step he took, a chilling resolve accompanied him. Lin Feng restrained his murderous intent as he left, but the torment from Lin Hong would not cease. What schemes had he instructed Lin Hu to concoct? Were they directed at the rising force in the black market, Li Feiyu, or aimed at further persecuting Xiaoyu? When would Lin Feng's vengeful blade, honed to an extraordinary sharpness and silence, be drawn forth completely? Chapter 19. The Invitation to the Underground Arena. Lin Feng moved like a shadow along the base of the wall, silently gliding back to the dilapidated courtyard overrun with weeds. The gray fabric he wore for disguise was soaked with morning dew and dust from the wall. He casually tore it off and tossed it into a corner. The courtyard lay in utter silence, save for the whispering sound of the wind rustling through the waist-high wild grass, which slightly eased the tension in his frayed nerves. He sat heavily on the edge of the half-collapsed earthen bed. The image of his sister Xiaoyu being humiliated in the adjoining room replayed in his mind like a serrated knife, scraping away at his thoughts. Lin Lu's arrogant demeanor, Lin Hu's mocking laughter, and Xiaoyu's trembling, frail silhouette. Along with her tears of despair, each detail ignited a raging fire within his chest, searing his very insides. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. "Damn it!" he growled, slamming his fist into the adjacent earthen wall, causing the compact soil to crumble. He loathed Lin Hong, Lin Lu, and Lin Hu, those despicable wretches. Even more, he detested himself for having to scurry like a rat in a gutter, helplessly witnessing his sister being bullied. "Ah, here it comes again." The mocking voice of Junyi echoed in his mind. "How many times must I tell you? Anger is of no use. If it weren't for my reminder just now, you would have nearly walked into the jaws of death, led by that ghost of Huang Bao. Consider the meager resources in your dantian. Could they even be grasped by Lin Hong's finger?" Lin Feng gasped for breath, forcibly circulating the 9 deaths swallowing heaven technique. The chilling aura brought by the Yin Soul grass coursed through his body once more, gradually dousing the boiling murderous intent like a bucket of ice water. The volatile agitation belonging to Huang Bao within his blood also began to subside. He closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath of the musty air, I slowly exhaled. Indeed, acting impulsively now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Patience was essential. I must lie in wait like a venomous serpent, biding my time for the perfect opportunity to strike. Yet, where were the resources? Where was the strength? Merely hiding in this dilapidated courtyard, absorbing the scant spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Would it be ages before I could settle accounts with Lin Hong? The black market offered quick riches, but opportunities like the one at the life and death arena were rare and fleeting, not to mention too conspicuous. I needed a more stable and rapid means of advancement. As my thoughts raced, a series of deliberate yet somewhat probing footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard gate. It was not the furtive movements of a spy, but rather the approach of a visitor. My eyes sharpened, and in an instant, I sprang up, my body taut with tension, like a stealthy leopard. I silently maneuvered to the broken window, peering through the cracks in the paper. There, standing at the entrance, was a burly figure, none other than Butcher Zhang. He was alone, dressed in his signature oil-stained leather apron. the sharp boning knife still sheathed at his waist. However, the usual ferocity was absent from his countenance. Instead, he bore an air of amiability, even a hint of awkwardness. He glanced around before lowering his voice to call into the courtyard. Brotherly? Is Brotherly Feiyu here? It's me, old Xiang. I frowned slightly. How did the butcher find this place? Clearly, the black market's reputation for information was well-deserved. What did he want with me? Was it a blessing or a curse? Weighing these thoughts rapidly, I resolved to meet him. I adjusted my breathing to accentuate the sickly visage I had adopted and slowly made my way toward the creaking wooden door. Master Xiang? I feigned just the right amount of surprise, mixed with caution. How did you find your way here? Upon seeing me, Butcher Zhang's face broke into a broad smile as he clasped his fists in greeting. Ah, Brotherly, I finally found you. He surveyed the overgrown weeds in the courtyard, the corners of his mouth twitching. This place is rather tranquil. I assent it. Without elaborating further, he lowered his voice. His tone warm, yet conspiratorial. Brother, don't misunderstand. Old Zhang means no harm. It's just that this morning, I heard a bit about the situation with the Lin family. His words were vague, but his gaze was pointedly directed at me. A chill ran through me, though I maintained my composure. Master Zhang, you are quite well informed. However, I'm merely a commoner trying to make a living. What does the affairs of the esteemed Lin family have to do with me? Butcher Zhang chuckled knowingly, his expression suggesting he understood my position. Ah, Ise. Brother Li is a modest individual. He shifted his tone, now infused with righteous indignation. However, I must say, after watching the events unfold this morning, I truly felt unsettled. Such despicable scoundrels, preying upon innocent young girls. What kind of prowess is that? With a spitting gesture, he expressed his disdain. This remark struck a chord with Lin Feng, yet he remained silent, observing Zhang the butcher with quiet intensity. Not sensing any embarrassment from Lin Feng's silence, Zhang continued, Brother, I've come to discuss a lucrative opportunity with you. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice to impart an air of intrigue. Tell me, have you ever heard of the underground fighting arena? Underground fighting arena? Lin Feng echoed, the name resonating with a foreboding sense of danger far exceeding that of the life and death platform. Indeed, Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is not some makeshift brawl like those in the West Market. It is a realm for true power players, located in the underground of the northern city. What battles take place there are not merely between men, but against fierce beasts. They employ death row inmates and notorious criminals. It is thrilling bloody, and the rewards come swiftly. He licked his lips, continuing to elaborate. In that place, participants sign contracts that are as binding as death. Far more ruthless than the life and death platform. However, if you possess the strength to survive, the bounty from a single match could provide you with enough resources to purchase medicinal herbs from the black market for half a year. Moreover, those beasts and inmates are all ferocious and brimming with vitality. He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng. For someone like you, who requires unique cultivation methods, this could be a grand boon. Clearly, he was well aware of Lin Feng's ability to absorb the essence of his opponents, yet he refrained from stating it outright. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Beasts, death row inmates, generous rewards, and abundant nutrients. Each word felt like a hook, tugging at his heartstrings. What he desperately needed was precisely the resources and swift avenues for enhancing his strength. This underground fighting arena sounded tailor-made for him. However, he swiftly quelled his excitement and calmly inquired, what about the risks? Since you have sought me out, I assume the adversaries within are formidable? Hee, you are indeed perceptive. Zhang nodded. The risks are undoubtedly significant. The weakest of the beasts are peak first tier, with many being second tier, akin to our cultivators in the mid to late stages of the opening origin realm, even the divine sea realm. As for those death row inmates, they are desperate rogues, ruthless in their methods, willing to do anything to survive. He paused, his tone growing graver. Moreover, the spectators include individuals of immense influence. Should you lose or perish, no one will come to your aid. Even if you win, you might attract the attention of some high-stakes gamblers. The allure was immense, yet the risks were equally fatal. Why seek me out? Lin Feng pressed, hitting upon the crux of the matter. Because you possess not only the requisite strength, but also the audacity. Zhang slapped his thigh. In my years navigating the black market, I've developed an eye for talent. Your swift resolution of Huang Bao was executed with a finesse that is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary refinement realm cultivator. The underground fighting arena is in dire need of someone as formidable as you. Moreover, my friend, I can serve as your referrer and guarantor, and the commission is negotiable. It's undoubtedly preferable to wandering aimlessly on your own. Lin Feng remained silent, his mind racing with calculations. Zhang the butcher's words were not to be taken at face value. Yet this indeed presented an opportunity. Dongji, in the practice of the 9 deaths swallowing heaven technique, is there a step that does not involve dancing on the edge of blade? If one fears danger, it would be better to have perished at the cliff's edge from the outset. What do you say, brotherly? Zhang the butcher gazed at Lin Feng, awaiting a response. If you're interested at the stroke of midnight at the back door of the Drunken Dream Tavern in the northern part of the city, someone will be there to assist you. Just mention my name, Zhang the butcher. Lin Feng raised his head. In his transformed visage, his once dull eyes flickered with a glint of sharpness. How was the bounty calculated? He inquired. Additionally, how much information about the opponents can I obtain in advance? Zhang the butcher chuckled. Knowing this matter is already half the battle won. The bounty is determined by the opponent's strength and the betting odds, with a guaranteed minimum for a match. He extended 2 fingers, indicating 200 taels of silver. As for the information on your opponents, you will receive a general overview before the match, yet the specifics will rely on your own judgment in the moment. Faced with the invitation to the high-risk, high-reward underground fighting arena, Lin Feng understood the peril, yet was resolute in his decision to proceed. However, was there a deeper scheme lurking behind Zhang the butcher's enthusiastic recommendation? Would the arena, concealed in darkness, present him with a pure trial of slaughter, or meticulously devised deadly trap? Chapter 20. The first battle with a demon beast just past midnight in the narrow alley behind the Drunken Dream Tavern in the northern part of the city. The darkness was as thick as ink. The air was permeated not only by the perennial stench of stale alcohol and urine, but also by a faint hint of blood, as if seeping from the depths of the earth. Lin Feng, still disguised as the ailingly Fei Yu, donned a more inconspicuous outfit of coarse cloth and appeared punctually in the shadows of the alley. Upon his arrival, a stout man, nearly merging with the darkness as he leaned against the wall, straightened up and hoarsely inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Zhang the butcher, Lin Feng replied succinctly. The man scrutinized him from head to toe, lingering for a moment longer on his frail appearance, a flicker of barely perceptible disdain crossing his gaze. However, he did not press further, merely tilting his head. "Follow me." The man pushed open an inconspicuous dark door at the back of the tavern, revealing a rough-hewn stone staircase leading downward. A stronger, more pungent odor assaulted him, mingling the scents of mildew, blood, and the foul stench of beasts. Distant, muffled sounds of clamor and roaring emerged from the depths below. The man descended first, and Lin Feng took a deep breath, following closely behind. The staircase was long and winding, with a dim oil lamp embedded in the wall far off, its flame flickering and casting shadows that danced like a passage to hell. The further they descended, the more palpable the fervent cacophony became. The air was filled with the cacophony of roars, the clashing of metal, and the heavy thuds of some formidable creature colliding against its cage, all intertwining to assault the eardrums and nerves. At last, the descent culminated in a vast underground chamber, an expanse so immense that it left one breathless. The ceiling soared high above, adorned with several colossal braziers that burned with green flames, casting a sickly hue across the surroundings. In the center lay an enormous arena, encircled by thick iron chains and resilient black stone, far larger than the death pit of the black market. The ground was stained with deep brown, unclean bloodstains. Surrounding the arena were tiered stands, already occupied by a considerable crowd, most of whom were elegantly dressed or cloaked to obscure their identities. Their fervent gazes were fixated upon the arena below, some whispering to one another as they placed their bets. The air was thick with a nauseating excitement, a blend of money and blood. The guide led Lin Feng to the rear of the arena, to a rudimentary stone chamber reminiscent of a preparation area. Butcher Zhang awaited there, engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, pale of face and sharp of gaze. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Butcher Zhang immediately broke into a smile and approached him. "Brotherly, right on time. Such courage." He clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder and introduced the middle-aged man. "This is Manager Liu of the arena, responsible for organizing matches and distributing prizes." Manager Liu surveyed Lin Feng with the keen eye of a merchant inspecting goods, his brow furrowing slightly in discontent at Lin Feng's appearance. However, out of respect for Butcher Zhang, he refrained from voicing his dissatisfaction. He merely conducted his business formally, handing over a wooden plaque and a parchment contract. "Codename, Hungry Ghost, first match, opponent. Ironback Mountain Boar, mid-stage of first rank. Win, and you shall receive 100 taels. Sign here, and your fate is sealed. Lin Feng glanced at the contract. The terms were more tyrannical than those of the death pit, nearly stripping the fighter of all rights. Without hesitation, he accepted the pen and signed the name Li Feiyu. 100 taels would suffice to purchase a significant quantity of medicinal herbs. The Ironback Mountain Boar? Butcher Zhang's expression shifted slightly. He leaned closer to Manager Liu and whispered, "Old Liu, isn't that a bit harsh? Starting off with something so tough-skinned and muscular, a creature that could give even seasoned fighters a headache? This is my brother's first match." Manager Liu smiled with thin lips, devoid of genuine warmth. "Butcher Zhang, you know the rules here. Newcomers must tackle the tough bones. Otherwise, what would the spectators have to watch? Do not worry. Should he perish, there will be compensation." With that, he turned and departed. Butcher Zhang's expression darkened as he spoke quietly to Lin Feng. "Brother, be cautious. The Ironback Mountain Boar possesses immense strength. When it charges, the arena trembles. Its hide is as tough as armor, and ordinary blades find it difficult to penetrate. The key is that when it goes wild, it loses all reason, attacking with reckless abandon. Avoid direct confrontation. Instead, adopt a strategy of evasion and seek an opportunity." Just as he was speaking, suddenly, the stands erupted with deafening cheers and whistles, reminiscent of a roaring tsunami. An ostentatiously dressed host, with a piercing voice, exaggeratedly announced, "Next up, let us welcome our new contender, codenamed Hungry Ghost. Just look at his diminutive frame. How much punishment can he endure?" His opponent, having recently torn apart 3 challengers, was the formidable Ironback Wild Boar. As the heavy gate rose, a gust of foul air preceded the entrance of a colossal beast. The Wild Boar, the size of an ordinary water buffalo, charged onto the arena, its bristles resembling steel needles. Its skin, a dark gray, shimmered with a metallic sheen. 2 curved tusks glinted ominously, and its crimson eyes radiated ferocity and bloodlust. Its hooves scraped the ground, producing a dull thud, while its nostrils exhaled clouds of mist. Fixating intently on Lin Feng, who had just stepped into the ring, laughter and jeers erupted from the audience. "Hungry Ghost, more like a death wish." They mocked. The odds favor the Wild Boar. Betting on it is practically a sure win. Standing before this beast, which dwarfed him significantly, Lin Feng felt extraordinarily small. He could sense the overwhelming ferocity and vitality emanating from the Wild Boar, far surpassing that of the previously devoured yellow leopard, tightening his chest with unease. "Kid, don't be cowardly." Jun Yi's voice resonated at the right moment, laced with excitement. A mid-tier, first-stage demon beast, brimming with vitality. This is a tremendous opportunity. Its thick hide has vulnerabilities in its eyes, anus, and abdomen. Use your speed to maneuver around it. When it charges and cannot halt, strike fiercely. At that moment, the Ironback Wild Boar seemed incensed by Lin Feng's dismissive demeanor, unleashing a thunderous roar. With its hooves pounding the ground, it resembled a moving mountain, lowering its head and targeting Lin Feng with its tusks as it charged wildly. The ground trembled with its intimidating momentum. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He unleashed the full force of his peak 9th-layer body refinement. With a powerful push, he slipped sideways like a specter, narrowly evading the ferocious charge. The Wild Boar grazed past him, the force of its passage stinging his cheek with the force of the wind. Having missed its target, the boar grew even more enraged, shaking its head and pivoting to charge once more. Lin Feng relied on his agile movements to continuously evade the boar. The Wild Boar moved slowly, panting heavily. Clearly, such a burst of energy had taken a toll on it. After yet another fierce charge, its front hooves carved deep furrows into the ground due to inertia, and its body briefly stiffened. "Now, Vinya Iklimet." Lin Feng sprang into action. Instead of targeting the vulnerable areas such as the eyes or the anus, he crouched low, akin to a cheetah sprinting close to the ground. In an instant, he darted beneath the relatively soft underbelly of the Wild Boar. His right hand formed into a claw, and the faint tendril of black, devouring flame ignited once more at his fingertips. Without hesitation, he thrust it fiercely into the boar's belly, with a squelching sound. Although the abdominal defenses were weaker, the boar's hide remained tough. Lin Feng felt immense resistance at his fingertips, as if piercing through thick rubber. Yet, he channeled all his energy into the 9 Deaths Devouring Heavens technique, and the black vortex in his dantian spun wildly. A powerful suction erupted from his palm, The iron-backed mountain pig let out a heart-wrenching wail, a sound filled with agony and terror. It sensed its vigorous life, force, and essence uncontrollably draining toward the point of contact on its abdomen. It struggled desperately, rolling in an attempt to dislodge Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng clung to its belly like a persistent parasite, unleashing his devouring power to the fullest. A torrent of searing, colossal energy, imbued with primal ferocity, surged through his arms into his body. This energy was far more savage and primordial than the essence of human cultivators. It crashed against his meridians, bringing excruciating pain, yet simultaneously fortifying his flesh at a visibly rapid pace. The wild boar's struggles grew weaker, its massive frame rapidly withering. Its glossy fur lost its luster, and its gaze dimmed. In mere moments, this once fearsome mid-tier beast had transformed into a rigid, lifeless husk. Lin Feng released his grip and fell to the ground. Slightly panting, he felt as if his body had been inflated like a balloon, with his vital energy surging to its peak. The black essence in his dantian had multiplied several times and began to spin and compress on its own, forming a minuscule but stable vortex of energy. He had reached the open origin realm, standing there, still smeared with the boar's blood and appearing somewhat disheveled. A glint of sharpness akin to a blade flickered in his previously dulled eyes. The arena was enveloped in silence, with everyone dumbfounded as they gazed upon the lifeless beast and the slender figure of Lin Feng. Yet, high above, in a lavish box concealed by curtains, the scene unfolded unnoticed by Lin Feng. A piercing gaze penetrated the darkness, settling upon him. Lin Feng celebrated his first victory, having successfully consumed the blood essence of a beast and broken through to the open-source realm. Yet, had his peculiar method of triumph attracted the attention of certain influential figures within the underground fighting arena? Was the gaze from that private box a blessing or a curse? Chapter 21. Consolidation of Realms in the Underground Fighting Arena. The so-called resting room was merely a small cage partitioned off by crude iron bars beneath the arena. In one corner lay a pile of moldy hay. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of blood, the stench of wild beasts, and the acrid odor of urine. So dense it was nearly suffocating, causing one to choke with a single breath. Greenish, ghostly flames flickered through the gaps of the bars, casting an increasingly sinister light upon Lin Feng's masked, sickly visage. He sat cross-legged atop the haystack, appearing to meditate, yet within him, turmoil raged. Having just broken through to the first layer of the open-source realm, the minuscule black vortex of energy in his dantian spun with unprecedented velocity. It voraciously siphoned the meager spiritual energy from the surrounding environment while greedily digesting the essence of blood he had recently absorbed from the ironback mountain pig. Surging waves of heat coursed through his veins, fierce and untamed, imbued with the unique ferocity of the beast. They clashed and surged within his expanded meridians. His muscle fibers felt as if they were being relentlessly torn and reconfigured by an unseen hand. His bones emitted a subtle yet dense crackling sound, akin to popping beans. This was the enhancement brought about by qualitative transformation. The sensation of strength had never been so vivid, as though he could shatter the iron bars before him with a single punch. He attempted to summon a wisp of energy, concentrating it at his fingertips. With a mere thought, a faint yet solid black energy glimmer emerged, flickering like a serpent's tongue, undulating in the air and slightly distorting it with heat. This was the manifestation of externalized energy, in stark contrast to the body-tempering realm, where power was contained within fists and feet. This marked a qualitative leap, a foundation upon which he could inflict harm from a distance and truly wield martial skills. Feeling good, aren't you? The teasing voice of Xianxia resonated within his mind. You've barely stepped into the threshold of cultivation. You're no longer just a brute swinging fists. The tone swiftly shifted to seriousness. However, don't celebrate too soon. I must douse your enthusiasm with cold water. Lin Feng's heart jolted, retracting the aura at his fingertips. What do you mean? Your breakthrough was far too rapid, far too fierce. Xianxia's voice bore a weighty tone. The 9 deaths, swallowing heaven technique defies the heavens, treading a path of plunder. The advantage is swift progress, but the downside is a potentially unstable foundation. Look at the vortex in your dantian. It spins rapidly. Yet is its edge not somewhat indistinct, lacking solidity? Lin Feng turned his gaze inward to his dantian. Indeed, while the black vortex spun endlessly, absorbing energy, The halo at its periphery appeared somewhat nebulous, less refined and substantial than its center. Do you feel it now? Jean, you let out a grunt, likening the situation to pouring water into a pool with an unstable foundation. While the influx of water may seem abundant, the walls remain precarious, threatening a collapse at any moment. The energy consumed, particularly the essence of ferocious beasts, is chaotic and impure, tainted by the brutal thoughts of those creatures. The exhilaration you currently feel stems from your recent breakthrough and surging momentum. However, once this fervor dissipates, latent dangers will surface. Restlessness may ensue, causing your vital energy to spiral out of control, potentially leading to madness influenced by those errant thoughts. Lin Feng felt a cold sweat break out along his back. He had indeed sensed a hint of uncontrollable agitation within his vitality, initially attributing it to the thrill of his power surge. What then? He inquired solemnly. The rapid enhancement of his strength fascinated him, yet he was acutely aware of the dire consequences of an unstable foundation. Simple, yet challenging, Jean Yi replied. The simplicity lies in the method. One word: endure. The difficulty lies in resisting the temptation of swift elevation. You must pause and invest time in refinement. Forge your current ethereal energy through relentless practice, purging impurities and refining your essence. Eliminate those foreign elements and lingering thoughts, transforming your energy into something pure and solid, as deft as an extension of your own will. How should I proceed? Lin Feng asked. First and foremost, for the next few days, cease any thoughts of devouring beasts or humans. Vinya satiant. Stay put, diligently practicing your foundational techniques, guiding your energy to circulate through the newly opened main meridians. Complete one cycle after another until the flow becomes seamless and devoid of any stiffness. Secondly, endeavor to compress the whirlpool of energy in your dantian. Do not let it greedily expand. Instead, allow it to shrink, becoming tighter and denser. This process may be slow and may even feel like a regression in your cultivation, but it is an essential path. Jean Yi paused, his tone turning stern. Especially when you begin to consume living beings, you must exercise utmost caution. After each instance of consumption, you must devote additional time to refinement, employing the cleansing mantra I taught you to purify your mind and dispel errant thoughts. Do not seek fleeting satisfaction by becoming a mindless killer. I do not wish to awaken one day to find my host has transformed into a ruthless fiend devoid of kinship. Lin Feng silently nodded, etching Jean Yi's admonitions into his memory. He closed his eyes once more, no longer hasty to feel the growth of power, but instead calming his spirit. Carefully, he guided the surging energy within him, following the path outlined in the foundational text of the 9 Deaths Swallowing Heaven technique. He began to operate the cycle slowly, yet resolutely. Initially, the endeavor was fraught with difficulty. The nascent energy surged like a wild stallion, rampaging through the wide but still tender meridians, causing waves of discomfort. The essence of the beasts he had consumed acted like restless sand, mingling within the torrent of energy, occasionally stirring up violent ripples that disturbed his mind. He steadfastly maintained his focus. With the chilling clarity bestowed by the Een-Soul grass and an indomitable will far surpassing the ordinary, he forcefully suppressed his agitation, patiently untangling and guiding his energy. One cycle of the heavens, then two. The flow of his vital energy gradually became smoother. Although the pace had slowed, the sense of solidity and control was incrementally enhancing. He endeavored to compress the swirling vortex in his dantian, his thoughts coalescing like an invisible hand pressing inward. The rotation of the vortex was compelled to decelerate, its volume slightly diminishing. Yet, the force of resistance was immense, accompanied by a tearing pain. Fine beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, and his complexion paled slightly. Yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. This was a process requiring patience. Haste would yield no rewards. Time passed, though he could not discern how long it had been. Perhaps outside, several bloody battles had already transpired, the sounds of chaos rising and falling intermittently. At last, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath laced with the taste of iron. Though his cultivation had not visibly advanced, he sensed that the vital energy within him had become significantly more docile. It flowed more seamlessly, and the vortex in his dantian seemed to have solidified ever so slightly. The fleeting feeling of power slipping from his grasp had diminished considerably. Not without a modicum of insight. You have avoided plunging headlong into the trap of reckless power enhancement, Xianxia remarked, unusually praising him, albeit with a tone still tinged with sarcasm. Consolidating one's realm is not an endeavor to be hurried. You must endure this for several more days. However, he shifted his tone, a hint of calculation evident. This underground arena, it proves to be an excellent crucible for honing one's skills. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what do you mean? Did you not just say not to devour recklessly? Fool! I said not to rush into devouring for rapid enhancement, but I never prohibited you from engaging in combat. Xianxia scoffed. Practical experience, especially in life-and-death skirmishes such as these, serves as the finest whetstone. It allows you to familiarize yourself swiftly with the powers of your new realm, mastering the techniques of externalizing your vital energy, transforming theoretical strength into genuine combat capability. You can regulate the intensity of your devouring, absorbing only a small amount of blood essence for healing and replenishing your stamina, while focusing primarily on application and control. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, possessing a realm without the ability to wield, it was utterly futile. The opponents within this arena, possessing formidable strength, were the perfect sparring partners. Moreover, there was the potential for profit. At that moment, footsteps echoed from beyond the iron bars. It was the stout, short man who had led him here, from across the barrier. His expression had shifted from disdain to one of newfound respect as he extended a rough wooden token in a small bag. Greedy ghost, this is your prize from the match you won. 100 taels, he announced. Manager Liu wishes to know if you wish to fight again. If so, tomorrow night at the same time, your opponent will be a late-stage shadow wolf, exceedingly swift with a bounty of 200 taels. Lin Feng accepted the pouch, weighing it in his hands, yet did not respond immediately. He required time to solidify his gains. However, the bounty of 200 taels and the formidable opponent known as Shadow Wolf stirred his interest. The practical combat experience, coupled with Shadow Wolf's exceptional speed, provided an ideal opportunity to refine his technique in utilizing his vital energy for both agile movement and precise strikes. He glanced at the wooden plaque in his hand, which bore the menacing visage of a demonic head, inscribed beneath with the words Hungry Ghost. This title had momentarily solidified his standing. Informing Steward Liu, Lin Feng raised his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion due to his disguise, his voice gravelly. I will arrive on time tomorrow night. The stout man nodded in acknowledgement, uttering no further words before turning to depart. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the money pouch, acutely aware of the solidity of the silver ingots within. Resources and strength were imperative for him, until he firmly established his realm. Engaging in controlled life-and-death struggles might serve as a shortcut. Nonetheless, within the depths of the fighting arena, where the green flames did not reach, he could not shake the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. Lin Feng resolved to continue participating in battles to hone his newly attained realm. Yet it was evident that the depths of the underground arena were far more intricate than they appeared. Was Steward Liu's decision to increase the bounty and arrange for stronger opponents a standard procedure, or did it hide ulterior motives? From where did those prying gazes originate? Chapter 22. The Great Competition Approaches. As dawn broke, the towering bronze gong at the center of the Lin family martial arts arena was struck with a resounding clang by the guard on duty. The deep, resonant sound of the gong echoed like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples that spread throughout every corner of the expansive Lin family estate. Many young disciples still lost in slumber were jolted awake, their initial confusion swiftly replaced by excitement and tension. This gong sounded only once a year, heralding the commencement of the family's annual competition. Indeed, within half an hour, a notice inscribed in bold ink and sealed with the family head's emblem was posted on the white jade wall outside the family assembly hall. The content was brief yet captivating. The Lin clan's annual competition will take place 3 days hence at the Central Martial Arts Arena. All disciples under the age of 20 are eligible to register. The champion shall be rewarded with 100 medium-grade spirit stones, 3 bottles of vitality condensing pills, and shall be granted permission to cultivate in the ancestral grounds for a month. The notice was immediately surrounded by a throng of eager onlookers, gasps of astonishment and fervent discussions buzzing like a hive. The sheer excitement threatened to topple the wall itself. 100 medium-grade spirit stones. In previous years, the champion received only 50 low-grade spirit stones, vitality condensing pills. Those were invaluable elixirs for stabilizing one's cultivation in the opening realm. The ancestral grounds, a rare opportunity to cultivate there, My heavens, it has been years since they have been opened. All eyes were fixated fervently upon the words, ancestral grounds, their gazes ablaze with fervor. That was the true essence of the Lin family, rumored to contain the insightful stone carvings left behind by their ancestors. More crucially, there exists a mystical spring capable of gathering the essence of heaven and earth. One day's cultivation within the ancestral grounds is equivalent to enduring 10 days or even half a month of arduous training outside. For those disciples ensnared in a bottleneck, this is nothing short of a shortcut to the heavens. At the forefront of the crowd stood Lin Hong, surrounded by a few sycophants. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the announcement, a confident smile playing upon his lips, indicative of his unwavering determination. Clad in a pristine satin martial uniform, adorned with a jade belt, his aura radiated the unmistakable presence of a third-level opening Yuan realm cultivator, attracting numerous awestruck glances from the peripheral disciples. Brother Hong, the top spot is undoubtedly yours this time. Lin Hu, standing nearby, flattered with a beaming face, remarked, "Your prowess is unparalleled among the younger generation. Once you enter the ancestral grounds, who knows, you might directly break through to the 4th or even 5th level." Lin Hong smiled modestly, refraining from verbal response, yet the pride in his eyes was nearly overwhelming. He scanned the crowd as if searching for something, a subtle chill flickering in his gaze. With Lin Feng deceased, indeed no one from the younger generation could pose a threat to him. However, the unsettling presence of Li Feiyu, who had suddenly emerged from the black market, remained a thorn in his side. Yet, as long as that individual dared not reveal himself in the open, the quota for the ancestral grounds was firmly within Lin Hong's grasp. Once he emerged from the ancestral grounds, his strength would surge, and even if Li Feiyu were truly Lin Feng returned, he would not be able to stir any significant waves. Humph, a mere clown, ultimately unworthy of the stage, he muttered to himself, turning away with his entourage to commence the final preparations for the contest in 3 days. At the edge of the crowd, a figure clad in the garb of a lowly servant, head bowed, silently memorized the contents of the announcement. Then, without a sound, he withdrew from the throng, making his way to the most secluded corner of the residence. It was none other than Lin Feng in disguise. Upon returning to the dilapidated courtyard, he secured the creaky wooden door. Leaning against the doorframe, he exhaled a deep breath, his heart racing uncontrollably. The ancestral grounds, the mystical spring. This news was more enticing to him than any spirit stones or elixirs. What he lacked most at present was time and a stable environment for cultivation. If he could enter the ancestral grounds and harness the power of that spring, he was confident he could solidify his first level in the opening Yuan realm within a short period, perhaps even attempt to break into the 2nd level. When that time came, he would face Lin Hong with far greater assurance. "Ah, are you tempted?" The teasing voice of Jin Yi echoed. "The mystical spring is indeed a marvelous treasure. However, my young friend, you currently bear the title of a dead man. How do you intend to participate in the grand competition? Shall you disguise yourself as Li Feiyu, knock Lin Hong down, and then proclaim to the entire clan, 'Hey, I'm not dead, I have returned'?" Lin Feng furrowed his brows. This is indeed the greatest conundrum. He requires the resources of his ancestral land, yet he cannot reveal his identity. Otherwise, he would face the frenzied retaliation from Lin Hong's faction. This could even provoke the family elders, posing an unacceptable risk. "Is it possible to infiltrate clandestinely?" Lin Feng tentatively inquired. Having braved the black market and competed in underground arenas, sneaking into the family's forbidden grounds did not seem unthinkable. "Fool!" Lord Jun scolded without reservation. "Do you believe the ancestral grounds are akin to your backyard? Such places are undoubtedly protected by formations, with ancient sentinels lurking in the shadows. With your current meager skills and concealment, you would be delivering yourself like a meal." Lin Feng fell silent. A frontal assault was out of the question, and participating openly was equally unfeasible. Should he merely watch this opportunity slip away? However, Lord Jun shifted his tone, infused with a shrewd cunning. "If the open approach is impossible, we can resort to the shadows. During the grand competition, amidst the throngs, there may lie an opportunity to fish in troubled waters." Lin Feng squinted. "Are you suggesting, during the competition, all eyes will be fixated on the arena? Lord Yun elucidates it. The defenses of the ancestral grounds may, as a result, exhibit a momentary lapse. Even if entry is unattainable, Getting closer and harnessing the ambient spiritual energy emanating from the outskirts would be a hundredfold improvement over your dilapidated courtyard. Moreover, you can seize the chance to observe Lin Hong's capabilities and tactics, ensuring you are well informed. This was indeed a viable strategy, although entry to the core area was barred. Reaping some benefits from the periphery was still advantageous. More critically, it would allow for a close examination of Lin Hong, to assess how much he had progressed over the past months, and if he possessed any hidden trump cards. With 3 days remaining, Lin Feng approached the shattered window, gazing towards the imposing palaces of the Lin family's core area, his eyes shimmering with resolve. This is sufficient time for me to make preparations. He required a more detailed topographical map, an understanding of the patrol patterns surrounding the ancestral grounds, and a flawless plan to approach and remain concealed. These elements could perhaps be procured from Butcher Zhang, whose information from the black market was always the most reliable. In the ensuing 3 days, a palpable tension and fervor enveloped the Lin family. The training grounds buzzed with activity from dawn till dusk, the air filled with shouts and the clashing of weapons. The alchemy chamber and armory were abuzz with heightened busyness, as the disciples sought to elevate their strength, even by the slightest margin. Lin Hong, in particular, remained sequestered, rumored to be under the direct tutelage of his father, Lin Xiaotian, who was utilizing resources to fortify his cultivation and train formidable martial techniques, determined to make a remarkable impression during the competition and secure the top spot. Meanwhile, Lin Feng moved like a genuine specter, employing disguise techniques by day to masquerade as various servants, silently traversing the myriad corners of the Lin family estate. In particular, in the vicinity of the ancestral land, he silently memorized the paths and the timings for the guard shifts. By nightfall, he returned to the dilapidated courtyard, while harnessing the power of the shadow grass to suppress the restlessness caused by the blood of the devouring beasts. He consolidated his cultivation. Simultaneously, he repeatedly contemplated various possible courses of action in his mind. He sensed that as the grand competition approached, the Lin family's covert and overt security forces were indeed intensifying. Especially near the ancestral grounds, a powerful aura subtly emanated, evidently the presence of supervising elders. The waters were becoming increasingly murky, and Lin Feng licked his parched lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Murky waters are ideal for fishing. On the evening of the 3rd day, the setting sun painted the sky a deep crimson. Lin Feng stood in the crumbling courtyard, clad in the most inconspicuous gray attire, adjusting himself to peak condition. Tonight, he intended to venture early to the outskirts of the ancestral land to scout for the best spots for concealment and cultivation. Just as he was about to set off, his ears twitched slightly, catching an unusual commotion from the direction of the training grounds. It seemed intermingled with the startled exclamations of women and the angry shouts of men. That direction appeared to be where his sister, Lin Xiaoyu, usually performed her cleaning duties. Lin Feng's gaze suddenly turned icy. He was preparing to stealthily investigate the outskirts of the ancestral land, yet a commotion involving his sister Xiaoyu arose in the distance. Was it merely a common dispute, or yet another instance of Lin Hong's faction targeting Xiaoyu? Would this disrupt his meticulously prepared plans? Chapter 23. The registration turmoil at the registration point on the eastern side of the Lin family's training grounds. A normally desolate stone platform was bustling more than a festive market during the new year. Young Lin family members craned their necks, gripping their identity tokens, their faces a blend of excitement, anxiety, and eagerness to participate. They surged forward desperately, fearing that if they were late, their chances would vanish. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, dust, and a unique, restless energy characteristic of youth. Several outer court stewards, tasked with maintaining order, shouted hoarsely, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads as they struggled to organize the chaotic throng into a crooked line. At the forefront of the queue, behind a sturdy cypress table, sat the 3rd elder, Lin Xiaotian, responsible for the registration. In his 50s, he appeared gaunt, with graying temples, dressed in a somewhat worn blue elder's robe. His gaze was calm and steady as he meticulously examined the identity tokens presented to him, diligently recording names in the ledger. 2 younger stewards sat beside him, assisting in verifying information and distributing participant badges. The entire process was remarkably orderly, yet the buzzing murmur from the crowd was exasperatingly loud. Next, Lin Hu, a steward called out loudly. Lin Hu, with a visage full of flesh, squeezed through the crowd, triumphantly slapping a wooden plaque onto the table. His voice boomed, 3rd elder. I am here to register. This competition will surely bring glory to the Lin family. As he spoke, his gaze provocatively swept towards the back of the line, as if he could already envision his sweeping victory. Lin Xiaotian did not even raise an eyebrow. He merely picked up the plaque to verify it and said indifferently, "Seventh level of body refinement, qualifications met. Hold onto your badge, number 73. His tone was flat, revealing no hint of emotion. Lin Hu took the badge, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a hint of flattery. Third Elder. I've heard that this time, young Master Lin Hong is determined to secure the championship and enter the ancestral grounds. Rest assured, we will work together to ensure his success." Although his words seemed to express loyalty, they were, in truth, a subtle attempt to gauge the situation and align himself. Lin Xiaotian paused for a moment, finally lifting his gaze to regard Lin Hu. His eyes, calm yet profound, unnerved Lin Hu inexplicably. The competition speaks for itself. There is no need for assistance. Just focus on your own matters. With that, he dismissed him and called out, "Next, Lin Xiaoyu." A slight commotion rippled through the back of the line. Clad in a faded and worn dress, Lin Xiaoyu approached. Her head bowed and her small hands clutching the hem of her garment tightly. She timidly stepped forward, presenting her plaque. Her voice was barely a whisper, Third Elder. I wish to register." An attendant beside her took the plaque, glanced at it, and then cast a critical eye at the frail Lin Xiaoyu, his brow furrowing in irritation. "Lin Xiaoyu? Third level of body refinement? With your cultivation, you're merely a filler. It will be better not to waste a spot." At these words, several young disciples nearby let out derisive snickers. Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed instantly, her head bowing even lower as tears shimmered in her eyes. Yet, she stubbornly persisted, repeating, I want to participate." Lin Xiaotian set down his pen and turned his gaze towards the attendant. His voice remained steady, yet bore an undeniable authority. According to family rules, any disciple under 20 may register. When did a cultivation restriction come into play? The attendant was momentarily taken aback, his expression awkward as he dared not say more. He hurriedly handed the badge to Xiaoyu. "Here, take it. Number 99. Xiaoyu accepted the badge, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve. She deeply bowed to Lin Xiaotian and swiftly made her exit. The registration continued, with the line moving slowly. The sun grew increasingly fierce, baking the crowd. As midday approached, the registration was nearing its conclusion. The crowd began to relax, shifting their discussions from the competition to what they would have for lunch. Just then, a figure emerged leisurely from the shade of the trees at the edge of the training grounds, making their way directly toward the registration point. The man was clad in a simple gray cloth garment, his tall figure exuding a steady gait. He appeared travel-worn, with a hint of fatigue etched upon his face, as if he had just returned from a long journey. What was most striking was that he did not queue like the others. Instead, he directly approached the pinewood table. "Hey, who is that? Why isn't he in line? He looks unfamiliar. Which branch does he belong to? Such a lack of decorum. He must have hurried back. But that doesn't justify cutting in line." Whispers erupted around him, and all eyes converged on this impertinent individual. The steward responsible for maintaining order furrowed his brow and stepped forward to intervene. However, as the man drew near, the sunlight illuminated his face, and the expressions of those closest to him froze in astonishment. It was a look of utter disbelief, akin to seeing a ghost in broad daylight. "You." One of the youths stammered, pointing at the newcomer, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng. Wasn't he supposed to have perished at the god's burial cliff? A ghost. It's a ghost. Like cold water splashed into a boiling pot. The already cacophonous registration area erupted into chaos. Gasps, shrieks, and the sounds of overturned tables and chairs filled the air. Everyone seemed to be ensnared by an invisible spell, their gazes fixated on the youth who was steadily making his way to the table. That face, though somewhat weathered and gaunter than remembered, was unmistakably that of Lin Feng, the once renowned adopted son of the Lin family, who had tragically fallen from the cliff after losing his spiritual roots. Lin, who had just received his token and had not strayed far when he heard the commotion. Upon turning to see Lin Feng, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and the color drained from his face in an instant, as if all vitality had been siphoned away. He staggered back 2 steps and collapsed onto the ground, mumbling incoherently. No way, this can't be real, it's a ghost." Even the usually composed third elder, Lin Xiaotian, abruptly rose to his feet, his typically placid expression now marred by profound shock. His brush fell with a thud onto the registration book, splattering ink across its pages. He fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Feng, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, as if trying to see through to the very essence of him. The eastern side of the martial arts arena was engulfed in an eerie silence, broken only by heavy breaths and the distant, bewildered chatter. Lin Feng seemed entirely oblivious to the tumultuous reactions surrounding him. Calmly, he approached the pinewood table, meeting Lin Xiaotian's scrutinizing gaze. From within his robe, he produced a somewhat worn identity wooden plaque, its edges frayed but the patterns still discernible, and gently placed it upon the table. Third Elder's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all, imbued with an extraordinary penetrating power. Lin Feng, I hereby enroll in the family competition. As his words fell, a profound silence was shattered, replaced by an uproar of incredulity. How dare he return? A waste? Signing up for the competition? Absurd. It must be an impersonation. Lin Feng had long since perished. Yes, drive him out, especially the minions of Lin Hong, who upon realizing the situation, leaped up like cats with their tails stepped on. Erupting in a cacophony of shouts, Lin Hu also rose from the ground, pointing at Lin Feng and bellowing, Lin Feng, you are no longer a member of the Lin family. The head of the family personally declared your demise. As a dead man, what right do you have to enroll? Get out. Faced with the collective scorn and vitriol, Lin Feng stood tall, akin to a solitary pine growing on the edge of a cliff. He offered no defense and displayed no anger, merely gazing at Lin Xiaotian, awaiting his judgment. In his calm demeanor lay a power that was difficult to articulate. Lin Xiaotian took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumult within. He slowly seated himself, retrieving the pen that had fallen, and with trembling hands, picked up Lin Feng's identity wooden token. The token was genuine, bearing Lin Feng's unique family insignia, irrefutable proof of his identity. He scrutinized Lin Feng closely. It was peculiar. His aura seemed faint, as though devoid of cultivation, yet exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression. Most importantly, a living person stood before him. A whirlwind of thoughts surged through his mind. Lin Feng had returned from the dead. The situation was exceedingly enigmatic. He was well aware of the internal strife within the family, and had preferred not to involve himself. Now, with Lin Feng's return, he had undoubtedly cast a massive stone into the already turbulent waters of the Lin family. As the third elder responsible for upholding the family rules, he had to act in accordance with the regulations. Silence. Lin Xiaotian summoned a trace of his energy, his voice not loud, yet it instantly quelled the clamor. His gaze swept over the agitated Lin Hu and others, ultimately resting upon Lin Feng, as he spoke in a solemn tone. Family regulations are clear and unambiguous. The identity token is accurate, and the age is appropriate. Lin Feng does possess the qualifications to enroll. Third elder, Lin Hu, in a frenzy, protested. He is a waste whose spiritual roots are shattered. Silence. Lin Xiaotian's voice cut through, his gaze piercing like lightning directed at Lin Hu. Before the family rules, we recognize only the identity token and age, regardless of cultivation level or past grievances. If you dispute this, take it up with the head of the family. Now, if you further disrupt the enrollment process, you will be dealt with according to family regulations. Lin Hu, intimidated by Lin Xiaotian's imposing presence, recoiled, his neck retracting in fear, no longer daring to speak. He could only glare at Lin Feng with enmity. Lin Xiaotian dismissed him, solemnly inscribing the name Lin Feng in the register. He then took a numbered token, handing it to Lin Feng with a complex tone, number 100. Take care of yourself. Lin Feng took the badge, feeling its icy chill in his grasp. He offered a slight nod to Lin Xiaotian, expressing his gratitude. After uttering these words, he turned away, disregarding the myriad gazes surrounding him, some filled with shock, others with fear, resentment, or curiosity. With measured steps, he departed from the bustling registration point. The sunlight elongated his shadow, casting it upon the bluestone pavement, a silent proclamation. He had returned. Lin Feng's audacious appearance at the registration was akin to a boulder plunging into water, instantly disrupting the surface calm of the Lin family. How would Lin Hong react to this revelation? Would the annual competition transform into a tempest that engulfed the entire clan due to Lin Feng's return? Chapter 24. Little Rain's Worry. The news of the Lin family's annual competition spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Qingyun City overnight. In tea houses and taverns, on bustling streets and quiet alleys, the impending grand event was the sole topic of conversation, along with the return of the seemingly ghostly Lin Feng, who dared to sign up for the competition despite being deemed a wastrel. Speculations, doubts, mockery, and a subtle undercurrent of fear mingled within the clamor, adding an eerie atmosphere to a city already stirred by the competition. Deep within the Lin family mansion, in the most secluded corner, was a humble dwelling assigned to Lin Xiaoyu, seemingly forgotten amidst the fervor. The room was sparsely furnished, containing a bed, a table, and a stool, with a pile of patchwork fabric and herbs stacked in one corner. The air was tinged with a faint herbal fragrance and an unshakable chill. As dusk approached, the waning sunlight filtered through the narrow paper window, casting mottled patches of light upon the uneven floor. Lin Xiaoyu sat at the edge of her bed, unconsciously twisting a weathered handkerchief that had faded from frequent washing, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. With her head bowed, her thick eyelashes cast a small shadow on her eyelids. Her once bright eyes now brimmed with an insurmountable worry and dread. Her brother had returned, a moment that should have brought immense joy. Yet, how had he come back? In the treacherous depths of the god burial cliff. With his spirit roots shattered, how had he survived? Moreover, upon his return, he had rushed to the registration, boldly securing his place before the entire clan. This action was akin to pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, resulting in an immediate eruption. All day, she had been restless. While fetching meals from the kitchen, she overheard the servants whispering among themselves, their tones laced with malicious glee and speculation. "Did you hear? That Lin Feng kid is still alive." One remarked. "So what if he is alive? His spirit root is ruined. He's nothing but a complete failure. Daring to sign up for the competition? He must be courting death. Will young Master Hong let him off the hook?" Indeed, in the competition arena, a misstep could easily lead to the demise of a few useless ones. Who could possibly object? Wait and see. A spectacle is about to unfold. Those words pierced through Little Rain's heart like icy needles. She dared not lift her head or retort, clutching her nearly untouched meal as she fled back to her small chamber. "Brother, my brother is far too impulsive." Lin Hong, now a master of the Kaiyuan realm, had earned the esteemed regard of the family head and wielded significant power. With his return, was he not willingly walking into a trap? The grand competition arena. This was not merely a contest of skill, but rather a death sentence orchestrated by Lin Hong for her brother. The more she thought about it, the more terror enveloped her. A fine sheen of cold sweat dampened the wisps of hair on her forehead. She could almost envision her brother, bloodied and fallen on the arena floor, while Lin Hong wore a malicious, triumphant grin. No, this absolutely cannot happen. A faint creak of the door interrupted Little Rain's horrified reverie. Startled, she raised her head like a frightened fawn, gazing towards the entrance. A familiar silhouette stood against the light, obscuring the last rays of the setting sun, its outlines slightly blurred, yet imparting an indescribable sense of reassurance. It was her brother, Lin Feng. He gently closed the door and approached Little Rain, still clad in his plain gray robe, his face bearing the wear and tear of a long journey. Yet, his eyes were deeper and steadier than she remembered, as if harboring a boundless, dark abyss. Gone was the brazen brilliance of his youth. Instead, he exuded a quiet resolve forged through adversity. "Brother." Little Rain rose, her voice choked with emotion. She longed to rush into his embrace, but hesitated. Stopping in her tracks, her face upturned, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. Why have you come? Outside. So many people are saying." Lin Feng observed his sister's fearful demeanor, and his heart softened. He reached out to gently ruffle her hair, a somewhat awkward gesture, yet it radiated warmth. "Do not fear. I am fine." His voice, though low, possessed an unusual soothing power. But Lin Hong. Little Rain grasped Lin Feng's sleeve with icy fingers. "Brother, the competition is too perilous. Lin Hong will not spare you. You must leave, depart from the Lin family, from Qingyun City, and never return." Seeing the genuine fear and pleading in his sister's eyes stirred a tumult of emotions within Lin Feng. He felt both pity for her and an overwhelming rage towards Lin Hong and his cohorts. It was not enough that they had driven him to the brink. They had also condemned his only sister to live in perpetual fear. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging desire for vengeance, and managed to display a faint smile that was meant to reassure Little Rain, even though it appeared slightly awkward on his altered visage. "Silly girl. Now that I have returned, I will no longer hide. Some accounts must be settled." He settled onto the solitary, weathered wooden stool, gesturing for Xiaoyu to join him. "Do you believe that I am the sort to recklessly court death?" Xiaoyu paused, momentarily taken aback, instinctively shaking her head. Her brother had always been astute, approaching tasks with methodical precision. Precisely, Lin Feng replied, his gaze steady and imbued with an undeniable confidence. If I dared to return and enlist, it is because I possess my own assurance. Long? Merely a buffoon. His tone, though unadorned, resonated with an unassailable strength. Xiaoyu stared at her brother, suddenly perceiving an unfamiliarity in him. He was no longer the fragile youth who required her covert deliveries and careful shielding. Instead, he exuded an inexplicable aura of conviction. Really? Is that true? Doubt still lingered in Xiaoyu's voice, faint and hesitant. Of course it's true, Lin Feng asserted firmly. I have encountered fortuitous events beneath the cliff. I am no longer the naive individual I once was. He refrained from divulging the specifics of his cultivation and techniques, deeming them too astonishing and perilous for Xiaoyu. To assuage her fears entirely, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before producing an object from his bosom. It was a peculiar stone, no larger than a thumbnail, dark in hue yet subtly shimmering with an ethereal glow, tied with an ordinary red cord. Xiaoyu, take this, Lin Feng handed the stone to her. Upon contact, she felt a gentle warmth dispel the chill from her fingertips. What is this? A protective talisman, Lin Feng explained nonchalantly. I crafted it myself. Keep it close. Do not part with it. In times of peril, it may offer you some measure of protection. He refrained from elaborating on the talisman's intricacies, simply urging her to carry it at all times. This seemingly ordinary black stone harbored a fraction of his pure devouring power, sealed within through the mastery of the 9 deaths devouring sky technique, albeit in a fragile state. It could not initiate an attack, but when faced with energies or physical impacts below a certain threshold, it could passively absorb and mitigate a portion of the force, thus providing a degree of defense. Creating this talisman had demanded considerable effort and focus. Although Xiaoyu did not grasp the stone's profound significance, the fact that it was a gift from her brother imbued her with a sense of reverence. She nodded vigorously, affirming yes. I will wear it every day. Holding the stone felt akin to clutching courage and hope. Observing his sister carefully don the talisman around her neck, tucking it close to her heart, Lin Feng finally witnessed a trace of relief grace her features, eliciting a gentle smile from him. This brought him a sense of reassurance. He could not always be by her side, but this humble devouring talisman was a step toward her safety. At the very least, he managed to secure a fleeting moment for potential rescue during a critical time. After soothing Xiaoyu with a few words, he advised her to remain indoors and minimize her outings. Lin Feng then rose to depart, aware that he could not linger, lest he be detected by Lin Hong's spies. Exiting the small cottage, he found the night had already enveloped the surroundings. The Lin family estate was illuminated by scattered lights, while most areas lay shrouded in silence. Only the training grounds and several key halls emitted faint sounds of cultivation or discussions, a tense atmosphere pervading the air as the great competition approached. Lin Feng moved like a shadow, silently merging into the darkness as he stealthily made his way toward his dilapidated courtyard. However, as he traversed a cluster of bamboo, his steps suddenly halted. His gaze sharpened, akin to that of a hunting falcon, scanning a dense thicket to his left. There, he sensed an extremely faint presence, nearly indistinguishable from the night itself, that had just stirred. Lin Feng acutely detected the lurking observer in the darkness. Was it an informant dispatched by Lin Hong? Or perhaps a mysterious force intrigued by his resurrection? This startling revelation raised the question of whether it might prematurely expose his capabilities before the competition. Chapter 25. The opening of the great competition. As dawn broke, a thin veil of mist lingered in the air. The Lin family's training ground, occupying a significant portion of the eastern city, was already teeming with a throng of spectators. The scene was a veritable spectacle, tenfold more bustling than a festive market during the new year. All prominent figures of Qingyun City had gathered. The stands were filled to capacity, with even the aisles crowded by onlookers straining to catch a glimpse. The air buzzed with a cacophony of discussions, greetings, and vendors hawking snacks, creating a din that was almost overwhelming. Sunlight struggled to pierce through the clouds, illuminating the elevated podium in the center of the arena, adorned with a crimson carpet, and casting a gleaming sheen upon the several mahogany master chairs atop it. The Lin family's annual competition was undoubtedly the pinnacle event in Qingyun City, unmatched by any other. Whether there to witness the clash of prodigies, place bets on the outcomes, or simply to curry favor with the Lin family, the atmosphere today was palpably electric. Blending into the ranks of competing youths, Lin Feng occupied a designated area along the edge of the training ground. He remained clad in his inconspicuous gray garment. His face, altered through disguise, appeared pallid in the morning light. Slightly hunched, he stood amidst a throng of young participants, some anxious, others exhilarated, all eager to prove themselves. He felt like a drop of water in a pot of boiling oil, strikingly out of place, yet curiously not immediately causing a stir. Many who recognized him, or had heard tales of his illustrious deeds, instinctively kept their distance. Her gaze, imbued with complexity, furtively scrutinized him. Within her eyes resided curiosity, disdain, and sympathy, yet predominantly a pity akin to that reserved for the deceased. It was universally perceived that this man, a mere shell of his former self, had returned from the dead merely to participate in today's grand competition, a venture viewed as an invitation to demise, akin to an old immortal consuming arsenic out of sheer ennui. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the gazes surrounding him, half closing his eyes as though he were drowsing. In reality, his mind was tranquil, engaging in a casual conversation with the spirit of Xianxia that resided within him. Ah, what a spectacle! More boisterous than the days when I witnessed gladiatorial contests in the abyss of demons. Xianxia's voice resonated with a long-lost excitement. Young one, how do you feel? Does it evoke the same fervor as your inaugural accolade? Lin Feng inwardly rolled his eyes. Xianxia, has your memory been gnawed upon by dogs? During my genius days, such grandeur was never afforded to me. Besides, back then it was an award ceremony. Now it's a fight for survival. Can they be equated? How dull. Xianxia chuckled derisively. Survival is what makes it exhilarating. Look over there. Following Xianxia's subtle cue, Lin Feng directed his gaze toward the dais, where the esteemed Lin family, led by the patriarch Lin Zhan, was entering in succession. Clad in a dark robe adorned with intricate dark gold cloud patterns, Lin Zhan, in his 50s, exuded an air of authority. His eyes sparkled with latent energy, and even when deliberately restrained, his mastery at the sea of spirits emanated unnatural. Noha. Beside him sat several venerable elders, their hair and beards as white as snow, who typically remained secluded in their chambers but were roused today by this grand event. Lin Zhan's gaze swept over the crowd with a weightiness akin to a mountain, causing the raucous assembly to quiet involuntarily. When his eyes passed over the competitors section, they seemed to linger for a fleeting moment on the inconspicuous Lin Feng, an instant so brief it could easily be dismissed as an illusion. Yet, Lin Feng astutely sensed the fleeting chill and a barely perceptible hint of malice. Ah, the old fox. Lin Feng internally scoffed, realizing that Lin Hong had likely spoken ill of him to his father. Lin Zhan cleared his throat. His voice, though not loud, reverberated through the venue like distant thunder, resonating clearly in every ear, a testament to his profound cultivation. Today marks the annual grand event of the Lin family. His voice, like a resounding bell, delivered a steady opening statement. It serves to assess the fruits of our young disciples' training over the past year, to hone their skills, and to mutually encourage one another. I urge you all to remember, this is a contest of skill, to be conducted with restraint. Be mindful that we share the same bloodline. Our fates are intertwined. Let not momentary impulses lead to discord amongst kin, nor jeopardize the pillars of our Lin family. His words, cloaked in grandeur, prompted numerous attendees, especially the uninformed outsiders and ordinary clan members, to nod in agreement, perceiving the patriarch as a paragon of virtue. Only Lin Feng's heart was as clear as a mirror. To speak of mutual honor and disgrace, such words are but whispers to the wind. If, during the arena battle, Lin Hong's faction does not strike him down with full force, he shall write his name in reverse. That old fellow, merely before the eyes of the entire city, is draping a veil of shame over his own son, over the Lin family. Should an accident occur, he could easily absolve himself. Indeed, Lin Zhan's tone shifted, becoming more solemn. Alas, fists are blind, and blades are merciless. If one cannot withdraw in time, causing injury, it is indeed unavoidable. Each shall bear their own consequences. The referee must be just and resolute, judging according to the rules. This is the crux of the matter. The disclaimer had been issued in advance. Lin Hong stood not far from the podium, clad in an ostentatious silver outfit, a sword at his side. He stood tall and proud, his face betraying unmasked arrogance and confidence. His gaze swept disdainfully over the competitors, lingering particularly on Lin Feng, his lips curling into a cruel smile. He even raised a hand, making a gesture as if to cut his throat, inciting a low chuckle from his companions. Lin Feng filtered him out as if he were mere air. This jester, now prancing about so gleefully, would surely fall harder later. His greater concern lay with the drawing of lots. As the opening address concluded, the most crucial phase commenced, the draw to determine the order of combat. A large, red cloth-covered lottery barrel was brought forth, filled with wooden lots engraved with the competitors' numbers. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. 100 competitors held their breath, eyes fixed on the barrel, silently praying not to face the formidable opponents right from the start, such as Lin Hong or the other two branch geniuses who had already advanced to the second level of the opening origin realm. The task of drawing lots fell to the third elder, Lin Xiaotian, who maintained his usual impassive demeanor. Approaching the barrel, he first displayed his empty hands to the crowd. He then signaled two attendants to shake the barrel thoroughly. Now, the first round's first match was about to be drawn. Lin Xiaotian announced loudly, extending his hand into the barrel to retrieve the first wooden lot, proclaiming, Group A, Arena 1. Number 7, Lin Shan. In the crowd, a tall, robust youth with dark skin paused for a moment, then clenched his fists, his face alight with a mix of anxiety and excitement. He was a branch disciple, with a physique tempered to the 8th level, not weak by any means. Lin Xiaotian reached in again, drawing the second lot. The hearts of all present leaped into their throats. Opponent, number 100, Lin Xiaotian paused, his gaze seemingly scanning the rear of the disciple lineup, before slowly announcing, Lin Feng. A wave of suppressed uproar instantly erupted throughout the arena. All eyes swiftly converged upon the inconspicuous youth clad in gray, standing at the edge of the line. The first match, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng was the one to step forward. His opponent, Lin Shan, boasted an impressive cultivation level of the 8th stage of body refinement, placing him among the upper echelons of the competitors. What a stroke of misfortune this draw was. Almost everyone anticipated that Lin Feng would be swiftly defeated in this opening round, with some even fearing he might suffer grievous harm. Lin Shan, initially taken aback, soon displayed a grotesque mix of elation and malice on his face. His gaze towards Lin Feng was rife with aggression, as if he could already envision himself effortlessly crushing this so-called waste and basking in the applause of the crowd. Laughter erupted from Lin Hong's side, unrestrained and mocking. Lin, who leaned closer to Lin Hong, whispering obsequiously, Brother Hong, this is going to be quite the spectacle. That Lin Shan is ruthless. He'll surely expose that waste's true colors and have him crawling off the stage. Lin Hong merely smiled coldly, saying nothing. Yet, the delight in his eyes was almost palpable. In stark contrast, Lin Feng, at the center of the storm, appeared unfazed. He even found the time to internally share a quip with Genie. Genie, did you see that? If this draw were devoid of any trickery, I'd gladly offer my head as a ball for kicking. Number 100 against number 7. What a coincidence. Genie chuckled. Of course, that old fellow, Lin Zhan, wouldn't he let you saunter comfortably to the back rows? He.S. undoubtedly testing your mettle by sending a formidable opponent right at the start. It would be best if you were utterly defeated. However, the 8th stage of body refinement? What use is that? It's hardly sufficient to fill a gap between your teeth. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. The 8th stage? Indeed. Had it been a fortnight ago, he might have needed to exert himself. Yet now, he sensed the swirling, solidifying vortex of black essence within his dantian. A profound calm enveloped his heart. This Lin Shan would serve as an excellent warm-up, and perhaps a delightful surprise for certain individuals. He lifted his gaze, meeting Lin Shan's eager, predatory glare with serene composure, his eyes reflecting the stillness of a deep well, as though he were gazing upon a lifeless object. The outcome of the draw appeared to be heavily against Lin Feng, pitting him against a formidable foe in his inaugural battle. However, what latent strength lay hidden beneath his tranquil demeanor? Would this bout, widely regarded as a lopsided contest, herald Lin Feng's triumphant return with a thunderous declaration? Chapter 26, The Might of a Single Fist. The first match, Group A, Arena 1. Lin Shan versus Lin Feng. Both competitors ascend the stage. The referee's voice rang out, piercing through the din of the arena like a searing brand, silencing the previously buzzing crowd in an instant. Countless gazes like searchlights, sharply fixed upon either side of the ring. On the left, Lin Shan grinned widely. With a robust neck and joints that crackled audibly, he wore an impatient, menacing grin. Towering over Lin Feng by nearly a head, his broad shoulders and sturdy frame exuded an air of formidable strength, the vitality coursing through his body. At the 8th level of body refinement, strained against his tight-fitting attire. Standing there, he resembled a ferocious black bear, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. He directed his gaze toward Lin Feng, deliberately cracking his knuckles, then licked his cracked lips with his tongue. His eyes bore the same predatory gleam as a butcher eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. To the right, Lin Feng remained unchanged. Slowly, he emerged from the rear of the youth contingent, his pace languid and almost lethargic. His loose gray attire accentuated his gaunt frame, and the pallor of his face, altered by disguise, appeared even more pronounced under the glaring sun. His eyes lacked vitality, drooping as if he had just awakened from a deep slumber. In stark contrast to the menacing Lin Shan, he seemed a pitiful shadow, a stark dichotomy between heaven and earth. A chuckle escaped someone's lips, and soon the stands erupted like a disturbed anthill. Laughter, chatter, and whistles coalesced into a cacophony. Is he really going to fight? I thought he would just wet his pants and flee. Does it even require a fight? One punch from Lin Shan would surely knock the wind out of him. I bet on it. I wager Lin Shan will finish him in 3 moves. 3 moves? You overestimate that waste. I bet 1 move, at most 1. Few held any faith in Lin Feng's abilities. Even Lin Zhan, the clan head seated prominently on the dais, merely cast a fleeting glance before returning his gaze to his teacup, gently blowing away the froth as if the impending event below was not a contest, but rather a farcical spectacle already set in stone. Beside him, Lin Hong wore an unmistakable smirk, arms crossed, eagerly anticipating Lin Feng's inevitable defeat. Unperturbed by the surrounding jeers, Lin Feng ascended the platform at a leisurely pace. The arena, constructed from resilient black granite, bore the faint scars of past duels and darkened stains of blood. Once positioned, he lifted his gaze to meet Lin Shan's eager stance, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. The referee, a middle-aged steward, surveyed both competitors and, adhering to customary protocol, reiterated the rules. This is a sparring match, to be conducted with restraint, no deliberate intent to harm. Understood? Understood, Lin Shan roared, his voice booming and nearly spitting on the referee. Yet his eyes remained fixated on Lin Feng, as if he intended to consume him whole. Lin Feng simply nodded slightly, too apathetic to even part his lips. Begin. The moment the referee's command echoed in the arena, Lin Shan charged forth like an enraged bull. A low growl emanated from his throat, and he surged forward with a fierce wind. In mere moments, he covered the distance. There were no elaborate techniques employed, merely a straightforward and direct jab. The surface of his fist even shimmered with a faint crimson aura, indicative of the vitality surging within him. It aimed straight for Lin Feng's face. This punch carried immense force, accompanied by a distinct sound of air being sliced through, clearly intended to leave Lin Feng battered and broken. Get down! Lin Shan's roar coincided with the force of his punch. Many spectators instinctively closed their eyes or turned away, fearing the sight of carnage. Lin Xiaoyu stood at the edge of the crowd, her small hands clamped tightly over her mouth, nails digging into her palm, her face pale, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Yet, faced with this ferocious blow, Lin Feng appeared frozen in shock, standing still as if paralyzed. It wasn't until the fist was less than a foot from his nose, the fierce wind stirring the hair on his forehead, that he finally moved. He did not retreat or evade. Instead, he simply raised his right hand in a seemingly slow and deliberate manner. His fingers curled into a fist which appeared delicate, even slender, compared to Lin Shan's massive hand. However, the instant his fist clenched, a faint, almost imperceptible stream of black energy coiled around his knuckles like a serpent. This black mist was so subtle that it was nearly invisible in the bright sunlight, only detectable by those in close proximity or with keen perception. Then, he launched his punch, unremarkable and unadorned. Seeking death, Lin Shan's expression twisted into a more sinister grin. His internal energy surged violently, and he intensified his punch by a third. He could almost hear the sound of Lin Feng's bones shattering. Bang! The two fists, vastly different in size, collided without any flourish. Instead of the anticipated sound of cracking bones, or over why the sensation was akin to being abruptly confronted by an ancient behemoth. A faint yet excruciating crack echoed from Lin Shan's wrist. A pained grunt escaped his lips, short and muffled. He resembled a kite severed from its string. His forward momentum abruptly halted, only to be propelled backward with even greater velocity. He scarcely had time to react. A tremendous force engulfed him, his blood surging. Darkness enveloping his vision. In an instant, he was hurled beyond the edge of the arena, tracing a disheveled arc before crashing heavily onto the unforgiving ground below. Kicking up a cloud of dust, he struggled to rise, yet half his body felt numb. His right arm hung limply, a searing pain causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He could only writhe futilely on the ground like a fish out of water. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained poised on the platform, his fists still extended, his garments undisturbed. Gradually, he retracted his hand. The faint stream of dark energy had long since dissipated. Without casting a glance at Lin Shan, who lay crumpled like a discarded object, his gaze turned calmly to the equally stunned referee. A strange silence enveloped the entire arena. The sound of the wind brushing against the flagpole was strikingly clear. Everyone appeared frozen, mouths agape, eyes wide, expressions etched in disbelief. Laughter and murmurs abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of collective gasps. One strike? No, to be precise, Lin Feng had merely executed half a move. He had only parried or perhaps countered, and yet, the 8th level of body refinement Lin Shan had been sent flying? What in the world was happening? On the spectator's stand, Lin Hong's mocking smirk had completely faltered. His arms, once crossed, fell to his sides as shock and a barely perceptible malice filled his gaze. He had clearly witnessed the subtle ripple of energy emanating from Lin Feng's fist. Was it true qi? Though exceedingly faint, it unmistakably bore the hallmark of energy release. Had this waste of a person truly broken through to the opening origin stage? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At the chairman's table, the family patriarch Lin Zhan held his teacup poised at his lips. A glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes, yet it quickly returned to an expression of inscrutable calm. He sipped his tea gently, leaving others unaware of his contemplations. The other elders exchanged bewildered glances, their faces betraying their uncertainty. The referee remained in a state of shock for a considerable time before suddenly regaining his composure. He rushed to the edge of the arena to assess Lin Shan's condition, then turned, his face reflecting a mix of astonishment, and announced loudly, "The winner of the first match is Lin Feng." As the sound descended, the silence was shattered, replaced by an even more tumultuous uproar. Could it be? Did Lin Feng emerge victorious? How could this be? I merely blinked. Lin Shan is at the 8th level of body refinement. Is it possible that Lin Feng? The essence. I seem to have glimpsed something amiss with his fist. Impossible. His spiritual root has shattered. How could he possibly cultivate essence? The atmosphere was rife with skepticism, exclamations, and conjectures, intertwining in a cacophony. The entire martial arts arena was thrown into disarray. Those who had previously mocked Lin Feng most vehemently now bore expressions akin to having received a resounding slap across the face, stinging with humiliation. Yet, Lin Feng remained utterly unfazed by the tumult. He quietly descended from the platform, returning to the rear of the disciple ranks. His head bowed as if that earth-shattering punch had no relation to him whatsoever. However, as he passed by certain individuals, those once filled with disdain and pity instinctively averted their gazes, now tinged with a hint of trepidation and reevaluation. Upon a high platform, Lin Hong fixed his gaze intently upon Lin Feng's seemingly fragile silhouette, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his flesh. It felt as though an invisible slap had struck his face. In the realm of initiation, even if you stumbled upon a fortuitous breakthrough, what of it? Lin Hong's gaze was as frigid as ice, capable of dripping water. Merely the first level of initiation. A waste is eternally a waste. In the next round, I shall personally show you what despair truly means. Lin Feng's astonishing punch had sent shockwaves throughout the arena, raising suspicions regarding his apparent initiation strength. Lin Hong's murderous intent intensified. Should they encounter one another in the next round, it would undoubtedly culminate in a brutal contest for survival. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the spectator stands, did other factions not begin to harbor an unusual interest in this unexpected dark horse? Chapter 27. Consecutive Victories and Advancements. Lin Feng's earth-shattering initial punch was akin to dousing a seething cauldron of oil with a bucket of ice water, leaving the entire martial arts arena momentarily stunned. Various speculations, discussions, and scrutinizing gazes swarmed around Lin Feng like a swarm of flies. Yet, he appeared nonchalant, retreating to the back of the disciple ranks, continuing to feign disinterest as if it were not he who had just sent the 8th level of body refinement flying. Upon the high platform, the head of the family, Lin Zhan, wore an inscrutable expression. The rhythm of his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest had quickened slightly compared to before. The elders seated beside him whispered among themselves, their eyes reflecting uncertainty. Lin Hong's countenance was as dark as thunderclouds. The earlier feelings of triumph and amusement had long since been cast aside, replaced by the burning sensation of having been publicly humiliated and a creeping sense of unease. He stared fixedly at Lin Feng, his mind screaming, essence. That was undoubtedly the manifestation of essence. How could this waste could there truly be something supernatural beneath the precipice? Silence. Prepare for the next match. The referee's call broke the chain of thoughts. The grand competition must continue. In the forthcoming rounds, the drawing results are astonishingly coincidental, leaving one in disbelief. Lin Feng seems to have stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck, or perhaps he is simply experiencing a streak of misfortune. Time and again, he faces opponents who have only recently broken through to the first and second layers of the opening Yuan realm, their skills still unrefined. His first adversary, a distant relative, is at the first layer of the opening Yuan realm, wielding a ghostly blade with a flourish that commands attention. Upon stepping onto the stage, he fixates intently on Lin Feng, his gaze a mixture of trepidation and a forced bravado, declaring, Lin Feng, do not think that winning one match by sheer luck makes you exceptional. Taste my blade. The gleam of the blade descends with chilling precision. This time, Lin Feng does not confront his opponent head-on as he did with Lin Shan. His footwork becomes somewhat erratic, narrowly evading the blade's edge, his movements appearing rather disheveled. Several times, the blade grazes the hem of his garment, eliciting gasps from the audience. The two engage back and forth, entangled in combat for over a dozen exchanges. Ultimately, Lin Feng finds himself cornered on the stage, with no avenue for escape. In a moment of desperation, he thrusts his hand forward. A barely perceptible wisp of black energy flickers, striking precisely at his opponent's wrist. Clang! The ghostly blade clatters to the ground. The distant relative clutches his wrist, his complexion turning pallid, bewildered as he gazes at Lin Feng, seemingly unable to comprehend his sudden loss of strength. The judge proclaims, Lin Feng is victorious. Whispers ripple through the audience. Did you see that? It appears he won with great difficulty. Could it be that he overexerted himself in the first match, now lacking stamina? I told you, he must have employed some secret technique for a temporary boost. The side effects are now manifesting. Lin Feng, feigning exhaustion, descend from the stage with unsteady steps, mentally conversing with Jin Yi. Jin Yi, how was my performance? Was it convincing enough? Jin Yi responds with a grunt, mediocre. Your expression should convey more agony. A couple of coughs of blood would enhance the effect. Lin Feng retorts, your expectations are rather high. His second opponent is a stocky man, resembling a stout iron tower. At the second layer of the opening Yuan realm, he practices earth-based techniques, boasting formidable defenses. As he steps onto the stage, he resembles an immovable iron mass, his vital energy coalescing at his surface, forming a faint yellow aura. Lin Feng, your cunning tactics are futile against absolute defense. Get off the stage. The burly man bellows, crossing his arms protectively over his chest before launching a collision attack, charging at Lin Feng like a human tank. This time, Lin Feng faces an even graver challenge. He dodges incessantly, occasionally caught by the force of his opponent's punches, resulting in muffled groans and a paler complexion. He is even compelled to endure a direct blow, staggering backward several steps. Only at the edge of the arena did he barely stabilize his form. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, remnants of the beast's blood he had secretly held in his mouth. Gasps erupted from the audience. He's been injured. It seems he cannot withstand it. His defenses are too formidable. He cannot break through. Just as the stout man wore a smug expression and charged once more, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, a premeditated calculation. His body suddenly twisted into an awkward stance, seemingly losing balance, narrowly evading the frontal assault. In that instant, his right hand struck like a serpent, silently pressing against the opponent's most sluggish energy point at the lower back. The devouring force exhaled slightly, not to absorb, but to disrupt. The stout man's forward momentum abruptly faltered. His internal energy became chaotic, the yellow aura flickering erratically before vanishing altogether. Due to inertia, he crashed headlong off the platform, landing in a most undignified manner. A hush fell over the crowd, followed by a more fervent murmur. What is this? Did he fall by his own accord? Did Lin Feng coincidentally strike his weak point? His luck is astonishing. Meanwhile, Lin Feng clutched his chest, erupting into a violent cough, appearing gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. In a series of encounters, Lin Feng staggered through perilous battles, barely emerging victorious. His opponents progressed from the first to the second level of the open origin realm, and with each match, his exertion became increasingly apparent. From narrowly winning a few exchanges to barely triumphing in dozens, the final contest stretched for nearly half an hour. Ultimately, he lay at the edge of the arena, watching as his opponent, drained of energy, conceded defeat. This performance even drew a remark from Xianxia. Young man, your ability to feign weakness has reached an impressive level. I almost believed you would perish at any moment. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. There's no choice, if I don't play the part convincingly. How can I deceive that old fox on stage and his son? I suspect many now genuinely believe I am an explosive fighter with insufficient stamina. Indeed, as Lin Feng's string of arduous victories grew, the initial shock and speculation from his decisive defeat of Lin Shan gradually shifted to a new narrative. It seems he is merely reliant on a few tricks. The first match was a surprise. He likely practiced some self-destructive technique that cannot sustain him. His advancement to this point is predominantly due to luck. When he faces a true challenge in the next round, his true nature will surely be revealed. In the stands, Lin Hong's expression transformed from initial gloom to a gradual easing, even curling into a cold smirk. Keep playing your part, he thought to himself. Even if you stumbled upon a stroke of luck to break through to the open origin realm, you'll barely manage the first level. Your foundation is undoubtedly unstable. Such a hollow victory clearly reflects a deficiency in inner strength. In the forthcoming round, rest assured that once my men encounter you, or when I meet you in person, I shall unmask you, this paper tiger, completely. He turned to a trusted confidant beside him and whispered a few instructions, his gaze sharp and sinister. The confidant nodded and discreetly departed, evidently to prepare for the impending arrangements. As the twilight sun bathed the martial arena in a golden hue, the first day's elimination rounds finally came to a close. 100 participants, after several intense, and at times dramatically theatrical, battles, were whittled down to just 32 contenders advancing to the main event tomorrow. Lin Feng's name prominently graced the list. Standing among the qualifiers, he kept his head bowed, his silhouette elongated in the sunset, exuding a sense of solitude. The majority of his fellow qualifiers were above the third tier of the Kaiyuan realm, their presence steady and their gazes piercing. The looks directed at Lin Feng were laced with undisguised disdain and a hint of curiosity, as though observing a sheep inadvertently wandering into a pack of wolves. No one regarded him as the dark horse who had once bested Lin Shan with a single blow. Instead, many attributed his advancement to mere fortune and the weakness of his opponents, along with an inexplicable stroke of luck. This was precisely the impression Lin Feng sought to cultivate. He lifted his head slightly, his gaze traversing the crowd until it landed squarely on Lin Hong, who was surrounded by admirers, exuding an air of self-satisfaction not far away. Their eyes met briefly, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of Lin Hong's lips as he silently mouthed, "Tomorrow, you are doomed." Lin Feng's expression remained impassive, yet a fleeting glimmer of icy, murderous intent flickered in the depths of his gaze, akin to eternal frost. Tomorrow? Who shall meet their demise remains uncertain. Lin Feng had successfully advanced to the top 32, albeit with a harrowing victory that lulled most of his adversaries into complacency. However, Lin Hong harbored murderous intent, and the main event tomorrow would surely be fraught with peril. When would Lin Feng, this lurking beast of prey, finally shed his facade and reveal his insatiable fangs? Chapter 28. The watchful gaze of Lin Hong. The martial arena buzzed with life, reminiscent of water boiling in a pot, bubbling incessantly. The sun beat down mercilessly, scorching the black granite platform to the point of frying an egg. The air was thick with the mingling scents of sweat, dust, and an almost imperceptible hint of blood, all converging to invade one's nostrils. Lin Hong did not crowd among the other successful disciples. Instead, he stood alone, arms crossed, leaning against a shaded red-painted pillar at the base of the high platform. This location was strategically chosen, allowing him to observe the happenings on the main platforms while remaining inconspicuous. The triumph he had displayed at the outset had long since faded, replaced by a shroud of darkness. His gaze was sharp, like the tip of a poisoned needle. The figure clad in gray, who had just achieved a hard-fought victory on Platform B, was now slowly descending. Lin Feng. Again, the malevolent fire within Lin Hong surged uncontrollably, burning through his very core. Moments ago, on Platform B, Lin Feng's opponent was a mere side branch named Lin Tao, who had recently broken through to the second layer of the opening Yuan realm. He wielded a swift sword that shimmered like silver, creating an impressive spectacle. From the outset, he launched a fierce assault, his sword energy hissing ominously, forcing Lin Feng to dodge and evade across the stage. Several times, the tip of Lin Tao's sword grazed Lin Feng's throat, perilously close to striking home. The audience erupted with cheers and gasps, convinced that Lin Feng was destined for defeat. Lin Hong squinted, calculating how much longer Lin Feng could endure. He observed keenly, noting that Lin Feng's footwork appeared erratic, as if he might stumble at any moment. Yet at the last possible instant, he managed to evade critical strikes in an awkward and almost comical manner, resembling a wild dog fleeing from its pursuers. Keep acting. Lin Hong seethed, his teeth grinding audibly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. He longed to leap onto the stage and tear away the facade Lin Feng had constructed. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity of struggle, Lin Feng seemed to seize upon a fleeting opening as his opponent paused for breath. He lowered his body, nearly skimming the ground, and with a swift motion, his fingers struck precisely at a pressure point on Lin Tao's wrist. Ouch! Lin Tao exclaimed, his sword slipping from his grasp as his entire right arm turned numb and weak. Lin Feng, however, had overexerted himself, stumbling backward several steps before collapsing at the edge of the platform, clutching his chest and coughing violently. His complexion was as pale as parchment. The referee declared Lin Feng the victor, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. He won again? What luck! That was too close. Just a hair's breadth. Look at him. He must be at his limit. The next round is uncertain. These remarks pierced Lin Hong's ears, aggravating him further. Luck? Limit? Nonsense. While others may revel in the spectacle, Lin Hong, a practitioner of the third layer of the opening Yuan realm, possessed a discerning eye. He keenly noted a detail. Every time Lin Feng staggered off the stage after a narrow victory, appearing frail and as if a gust of wind might topple him, he would discreetly retreat to a corner, where, after a brief moment of rest, he would re-emerge looking significantly less feeble, though he still feigned unsteadiness. The profound weariness that had seemed to envelop him dissipated far too swiftly. This is by no means a recovery speed befitting one whose foundation is compromised, relying on arcane methods or mere fortune. It is evidently a manifestation of abundant vitality and robust physicality. His injuries are feigned. A dreadful thought slithered into Lin Hong's mind like a venomous serpent, causing a cold sweat to break out along his spine. This wretch is not only concealing his true strength, but is also deliberately feigning weakness to deceive everyone. What is his intention? To deliver a devastating blow during the final confrontation? The mere contemplation of such a possibility nauseated Lin Hong as if he had swallowed a fly, igniting a furious sense of being toyed with. He, Lin Hong, the legitimate heir of the Lin family, a paragon of talent, was being mocked by a waste he had personally cast off the cliff, one he believed to be long dead? Absolutely not. He must not be allowed to continue. It is imperative to incapacitate him in the next round, to expose his true self and eliminate any future threats. Lin Hong's gaze darkened as he swept over the advancement area. The 32 contenders had been determined, and the next round would feature the top 16. The drawing of lots was about to commence. He must ensure that if he does not face Lin Feng, then the one who does must be his own man, and one who can strike with lethal certainty. He subtly shrank back into the shadows of a column, whispering into the air, Lin Li. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure appeared beside him like a wraith, soundless and swift. The man was lean, clad in plain azure attire, with an unremarkable face, the sort that would be lost in a crowd. Yet his eyes were sharp as a hawk's, radiating a cold, lethal aura. He was Lin Li, one of the trusted assassins cultivated by Lin Hong in secrecy, hailing from a collateral line, but possessing commendable talent, having reached the 4th level of Kaiyuan. He excelled in assassination and explosive techniques, a hidden blade in Lin Hong's arsenal. Young master, Lin Li's voice was low and hoarse, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Lin Hong did not turn, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, who awaited the drawing of lots in the distance. His voice emerged through clenched teeth, icy as shards of ice. In the next round of the draw, let me stress if, your opponent is him. He subtly inclined his chin towards Lin Feng. Linley did not even raise his eyelids. Understood. Leave him no opportunity. Lin Hong's tone grew more severe, each word like a shard of ice. I want him to be rendered utterly incapable of cultivation, even if he survives. Do you comprehend? Linley paused momentarily before responding succinctly. On the arena, accidents are inevitable. His meaning was clear. Once on the stage, even with a heavy hand, one could stumble or fail to restrain their strength. No matter how strict the Lin family's rules, they would never impose severe punishment on a fourth-level Kaiyuan genius for the sake of a mere waste. Lin Hong was quite pleased with this response. He understood Lin Li. The fellow was not one for many words, yet his strikes were exceedingly ruthless. Moreover, his control over strength was exquisite. If he declared he would ruin your dantian, he would not break your legs in the process. Go ahead, prepare for the draw. Lin Hong gestured dismissively. Lin Li slightly bowed, his figure flickering before he once again melded into the crowd, as though he had never existed. Only then did Lin Hong slowly straighten his posture. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell the surging murderous intent within his chest. He redirected his gaze to the drawing platform, observing the lottery cylinder shrouded in red cloth, being lifted once more. Silently, he calculated. Ideally, he would face Lin Feng directly. He yearned to personally trample Lin Feng into the mud before all, ensuring he would never rise again. He wanted everyone to see who the true future of the Lin family was. If that failed, Linley would serve as his secondary insurance. He could not believe that a fourth-tier Yuan opening adept, skilled in combat, would struggle against a mere Lin Feng, who was at best a first- or second-tier practitioner, lurking in the shadows. On the high platform, the family head, Lin Zhan, seemingly glanced in his son's direction. His gaze was profound, revealing no discernible meaning. He then turned his attention back to the drawing table. The lottery commenced. The atmosphere was thick with impending danger. In the next round, would Lin Feng encounter the determined Lin Hong, or the silent yet lethal blade that was Lin Li? Regardless of the outcome, it seemed to herald a bloody confrontation from which there would be no escape. Chapter 29. Encountering a powerful adversary. When the wooden drawstick was extracted from the cylinder, the entire martial arts arena felt as though it had been seized by the throat. The clamor ceased abruptly, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling the banners. The referee fixated on the stick in hand, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. With a voice tinged with barely perceptible dryness, he announced loudly, in the top 16, the Wu stage, Lin Feng. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the still bowed figure of the gray-clad youth below. Then he turned to the other side, where stood the lean figure, silent as a rock. Against Lin Li, boom! After a brief silence, an even louder uproar erupted. Ilainali, the one who practiced the bone-corroding claw, a fourth-tier Yuan opening practitioner. Had he not advanced to the inner hall last year? Why was he still participating in the annual competition? This draw meant doom for Lin Feng. Utterly finished, Lin Li was known to be under young Master Hong's command. Infamous for his ruthless methods, in the last family spar, he had nearly crippled his opponent's dantian. On the stands, Lin Hong could no longer suppress the upward curve of his lips, forming a cold and cruel arc. He leaned back leisurely, savoring the fragrant tea presented by a nearby maid. Blowing gently on it, his eyes gleamed with unmasked delight and anticipation. It was done. Fortune was on his side. Lin Li, this poisoned dagger, was finally aimed at Lin Feng's throat. Lin Xiaoyu stood at the edge of the crowd. Upon hearing the name Lin Li, her delicate face instantly drained of color. Her frail body trembled uncontrollably, while her nails dug deep in her palm, drawing blood without her noticing. Brother. Lin Feng raised his head, his gaze slightly vacant after the transformation, directed towards the opponent silently ascending the platform. Lin Li, with an appearance quite ordinary, was the kind who would be lost in a crowd. Yet, those eyes resembled two ancient wells, unfathomable and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, exuding a chilling indifference toward life and a pure intent to kill. Each step he took was steady, his aura repressed. However, the pressure emanating from his fourth level of cultivation was like an invisible tide, slowly spreading and causing those near the platform to feel a pang of anxiety. Kid, do you sense it? Jun Ye's voice carried a hint of gravity. This fellow is a professional assassin with many lives on his hands. His vitality is condensed and concealed, harboring a sinister aura, having cultivated a treacherous path. At the fourth level of cultivation, he surpasses your visible prowess by a whole 3 levels. It seems your dear brother is dead set on your demise. Lin Feng silently acknowledged this in his heart, yet a flicker of panic and fear surfaced on his face. His steps hesitated as he ascended the platform, nearly tripping on the stairs, provoking a round of laughter from Lin Hong's faction below. The referee observed both parties, particularly the menacing Lin Li, his brow furrowed in concern. He sternly reiterated, according to the clan's rules, the match must be conducted with restraint. Deliberate attempts to take a life will result in severe punishment. Lin Li appeared to be oblivious to the warning, his gaze like a cold blade, fixated on Lin Feng as if he were merely a corpse. Lin Feng, in a state of heightened anxiety, managed a reluctant nod towards the referee. Begin. The referee's declaration barely left his lips, the very echo of the word still lingering in the air when Lin Li sprang into action. There was no probing, no wasted words. He struck with lethal intent. In an instant, he vanished like a specter from his original position, reappearing less than 3 feet away from Lin Feng. His right hand formed into a claw, fingers dark and glistening, emanating a nauseating stench. With a piercing sound slicing through the air, he lunged for Lin Feng's heart. Bone corrosion claw. The ferocity of the attack was palpable, even before contact could be made. The chilling and malevolent energy penetrated, making one feel as though their very blood was freezing. Excellent. Brotherly is magnificent. The sycophants of Lin Hong erupted in excited howls from below. Lin Feng appeared momentarily paralyzed by the sudden, lethal attack. He stood frozen until the dark claw was nearly upon his garment. In a state of sheer panic, he uttered a distressed cry, his feet slipping as if stepping on a banana peel, executing a clumsy, chaotic roll that narrowly evaded the fatal strike aimed at his heart. Even so, his left shoulder sleeve was torn apart by the claw wind. 5 shallow blood marks were left behind, and the skin around the wounds instantly took on an unnatural bluish-black hue. A burning pain surged through him, followed by a chilling numbness. Dodge? Let us see how long you can keep dodging. Lin Li's strike missed, and his gaze turned even colder. His figure clung on like a bone-eating parasite, closing in once more. Both claws danced, transforming into a mass of jet black afterimages. They enveloped every vital point on Lin Feng's body, throat, temples, dantian, every move lethal, every strike vicious to the extreme. The ferocious assault forced Lin Feng to do nothing but dodge, tumble, and roll across the cramped arena. His movements were ugly and desperate. Several times, he narrowly avoided being gutted, escaping death by a hair's breadth. He looked like a lone skiff caught in a raging storm, liable to be torn apart at any moment. Trash. All you know how to do is run. Lin Li, tear him apart. The jeers from below the stage never stopped. On the high platform, clan head Lin Zhan watched expressionlessly, fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Third elder Lin Xiaotian frowned deeply. He tried to speak several times, but seeing Lin Zhan remain unmoved, he swallowed his words again. Lin Hong's smile grew wider and wider, as if he were already witnessing Lin Feng being ripped to shreds. Kid, don't just take hits without hitting back. Lord Jean urged impatiently inside Lin Feng's mind. His bone-eroding claw is vicious, yes, but puts enormous strain on the meridians, especially the node linked to the lung meridian. Every time he exerts force, there's a brief moment of stagnation. Find an opening. Use the breaking origin finger, 3 inches below his right armpit. Lin Feng groaned inwardly. Lord Jean, his attacks are too dense. I can barely get close, and his yuan qi is far stronger than mine. If I clash head-on, I'll lose for sure. He continued his wretched retreat, breathing ragged, face pale. Whenever the claw wind grazed him, more bloody marks appeared, the bluish-black discoloration slowly spreading. He looked utterly miserable, yet deep in his eyes there was an icy calm. Like a leopard lying in wait, he carefully observed Lin Li's rhythm, searching for the flaw Lord Jean had mentioned. The opportunity finally came. After Lin Feng staggered to evade yet another heart-ripping claw, Lin Li seemed to grow impatient, his offensive tightening ever so slightly. His right claw surged with heavier killing intent, striking straight for Lin Feng's face. At that instant, when his old force was spent and the new had yet to rise, the flow of yuan qi beneath his right armpit did hesitate. If only for a moment so small, it was almost imperceptible. Now, the panic in Lin Feng's eyes vanished, replaced by razor-sharp focus. He stopped retreating. Instead, his left foot slammed into the ground, and his body shot forward like a fully drawn bowstring, advancing rather than withdrawing. His right index and middle fingers snapped together. A thread of black yuan qi, compressed to the extreme and nearly invisible, coiled around his fingertips. Like a venomous snake striking from concealment, he thrust forward at lightning speed. Pinpoint accurate, stabbing straight toward the hidden node 3 inches beneath Lin Lie's right armpit. This strike, fast, precise, ruthless. It was utterly inconceivable that an individual, seemingly incapacitated and poisoned, could unleash such an assault. Leonalis pupils avrupli constricta. He never anticipated that the so-called waste he had been dominating would dare to retaliate. Moreover, the angle of the counterattack was exquisitely calculated, and the timing was impeccable. The lethal aura emanating from Lin Feng's fingertips instilled within him a genuine sense of peril. He sought to alter his technique to block the impending strike. Yet, the momentary stagnation of his energy caused him to falter by a fraction. With a soft sound, akin to leather being punctured, Lin Feng's finger precisely struck a critical point. Lin Li let out a muffled groan, feeling as though needles were piercing the meridians on his right side. The previously smooth circulation of his energy abruptly faltered, causing the offensive of the bone-corroding claw to disintegrate instantaneously. He felt as if he had been momentarily paralyzed. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng seized the advantage, his left fist following up with a powerful blow aimed at Lin Li's chest. This strike was still moderated to reflect the capabilities of the first 2 levels of the Open Yuan realm. However, the timing was exquisitely masterful. Lin Li was, after all, at the 4th level of Open Yuan and possessed extensive combat experience. Though startled, he remained composed. Drawing a deep breath, he hastily raised his left palm in defense. With a resounding clash, Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, partially real as the vitality surged within him, yet exaggerated in its display. He was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. After a few struggles, he managed to rise, appearing even more grievously injured. In contrast, Lin Li merely swayed slightly, retreating half a step before regaining his footing. However, his expression had turned exceedingly grim. He glanced down at his right arm, moving it slightly. The sense of stagnation was gradually dissipating. Yet that blow had indeed caught him off guard. What was more humiliating was the spectacle before all eyes. He had been forced back by so-called waste and nearly sustained an injury. This was an egregious disgrace. It transpired. Had Lin Feng not only evaded a lethal strike, but also countered, nearly injuring Lin Li? How was this even conceivable? L'Anongnier smiled froissantly. The teacup in his grasp cracked with a sharp sound, scalding tea splattering across his hand, unnoticed. He fixated intently on the arena, his eyes brimming with disbelief and fury. Leaning on his knee, Lin Feng gasped for breath, blood staining the corner of his mouth, appearing utterly weakened, as though he might collapse at any moment. Yet, the gaze he directed at Lin Li was laced with a chilling derision. Lin Li was thoroughly provoked. For the first time, a vicious intent flickered across his previously impassive visage. You are courting death. He no longer held back, unleashing the full force of his 4th level of the Kaiyuan realm. A surge of malevolent energy, far stronger than before, erupted into the sky. His hands radiated a dark glow, transforming him into a ferocious beast that preyed upon the unwary. He lunged once more at Lin Feng. This time, his speed was swifter, his strength more ferocious. The claws tore through the air, emitting a wailing shriek akin to the cries of the damned. In his desperate bid for victory, Lin Feng pushed Lin Li back with a single finger. Yet this act only served to enrage the beast further. Faced with the complete eruption of a 4th-level Kaiyuan expert, whose murderous intent boiled over, how would the seemingly gravely injured Lin Feng respond? Had he reached the brink where he must reveal his concealed, true power? Chapter 30. Victory Amidst Danger. Lin Li's furious shout of seeking death ignited the powder keg of tension. The temperature in the arena plummeted several degrees. The 4th level of the Kaiyuan realm erupted without reservation. That aura of malevolence coalesced into a tangible form, manifesting as visible dark ripples that expanded violently from him, stirring the dust at the edges of the platform into a frenzy. The nearby spectators felt a heaviness in their chests, their breaths becoming labored. This was no mere game. Lin Li was utterly enraged. Lin Feng was doomed. Before the cries could fade, Lin Li's figure blurred. He no longer sought the intricacy of technique, but instead pushed speed and power to their zenith. He became a bolt of black lightning, skimming the ground. The dark glow on his claws intensified, a stench of blood permeating the air. With a shriek that threatened to rend everything apart, he lunged at Lin Feng, who had just managed to rise to his feet. This onslaught was even more frenzied and lethal than before, embodying a resolve of relentless annihilation. Confronted with this overwhelming murderous intent, Lin Feng's facade of composure crumbled, revealing a stark panic and pallor. He appeared utterly terrified, staggering backward in a hasty retreat, his steps disordered and chaotic. Several times, he nearly stumbled over himself, his demeanor a pitiable sight. The vicious claw winds pursued him relentlessly, akin to a relentless parasite. Lin Feng evaded with great difficulty, his gray robe continually torn, leaving behind a tapestry of intersecting bloodstains. The dark toxin seemed to accelerate its spread, rendering his movements stiff and sluggish. On several occasions, the darkened tips of claws grazed his throat and temples, perilously close. The tension reached its zenith, prompting some spectators to involuntarily shut their eyes, fearing the gruesome scene of shattered skulls. Run? I wonder how far you can escape. Lin Li's gaze was frigid, his assault growing ever more urgent. A veteran of bloodshed, he discerned that Lin Feng was at the end of his tether. His steps were erratic, his breath labored. The meager resistance he had left seemed to dissipate as his injuries deepened. Victory is within reach. Upon the high platform, the corners of Lin Hong's mouth curved into an increasingly broad smile, almost stretching to his ears. He seemed to envision the moment Lin Feng would be utterly torn apart. Even the usually stoic family head, Lin Zhan, showed a flicker of emotion in his gaze. Kid, don't just take the beating. The voice of Junyi echoed urgently in Lin Feng's mind. Although Lin Feng's recent explosive surge of power was formidable, it placed a tremendous burden on his meridians. Particularly during sudden stops and directional changes, the Huan Tiao acupoint in his left leg would experience a fleeting moment of energy depletion. It was a gamble, but how to wager? Charging forward now would be akin to courting death. Thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind, yet his frantic footwork did not falter, continuing to circle the stage as Lin Li pursued him relentlessly. Opportunities often arise in the blink of an eye. Just as Lin Feng awkwardly sidestepped yet another lethal claw strike, his body, drained of strength, momentarily faltered. Lin Li's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had been waiting for this very opening. With a sudden stomp of his left foot, Lin Li abruptly halted his forward momentum, twisting his body at an improbable angle. His right claw shot forth with the speed of a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, targeting the right scapula of Lin Feng, which had been exposed during his sidestep. If that claw were to connect, it would surely crush the scapula into smithereens. The change in tactics was swift, and the angle was deviously precise, almost eliminating any possibility for Lin Feng to evade. It was over. The thought flashed through countless minds below the stage. Lin Feng seemed to have nowhere to escape. A glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. It appeared as though he had surrendered to the inevitable. Gritting his teeth as he concentrated every last vestige of his meager energy into his right shoulder, preparing to withstand the impending blow. Simultaneously, his right hand, seemingly devoid of strength, reached forward as if to push Lin Li away. But how could he possibly exert any force? Seeking his demise, Elina Lisnarat, his claw's momentum intensifying. With a thud, the dark, lethal claw sank firmly into Lin Feng's right shoulder. Contrary to expectations of shattering bone, a dull thud reverberated instead. Lin Li felt as if his fingers were gripping a remarkably resilient beast's hide, unable to penetrate immediately. But that was merely the beginning. A torrent of malevolent energy and overwhelming force surged forth. Lin Feng was struck as if by a tremendous blow, his body convulsing violently. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, his complexion turning pale as parchment. His form was flung backward like a kite severed from its string, teetering on the brink of falling off the platform. Yet, at that electrifying moment when Lin Li's claws made contact with Lin Feng's shoulder, Lin Feng's seemingly feeble right hand at the tip of his index finger, a thread of black energy, refined to an exquisite degree, merged almost seamlessly with the shadows. Like the most cunning of serpents, it silently brushed against Lin Li's left wrist pulse point, which quivered slightly under his exertion. The power of absorption was unleashed, not in a frenzied predation, but through a sinister infiltration. It seeped in like mercury, infiltrating every crevice. Lin Li felt a sudden numbness at his wrist pulse point, as an extraordinarily bizarre energy, imbued with a terrifying allure, instantaneously burrowed in. It coursed upstream, through his meridians. The vital energy that had previously surged within him was like a river suddenly breached, uncontrollably rushing towards that point of contact. What? The cruel grin on Lin Li's face froze instantaneously, replaced by sheer horror and disbelief. This strange suction not only siphoned his vital energy furiously, but also instilled a primal fear rooted in his very essence. He yearned to break free, yet the point of contact seemed almost adhesive, rendering him unable to escape. Moreover, having expended all his strength in that determined strike, he found himself at his most vulnerable moment. In mere moments, at least 10% of his vital energy had been forcefully extracted. An unprecedented wave of weakness surged over him, like a tide, creating a conspicuous fracture in his subsequent power flow. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had been violently thrown back by the impact of that claw, blood gushing from his mouth, his appearance a pitiful sight indeed. Anyone witnessing it would believe he was on the verge of death. Yet, just as his body was about to tumble beyond the edge of the arena, with half of his feet already dangling in midair, his right hand, which had just executed the power of absorption, struck down forcefully, with a sharp clap. His palm met the smooth black granite edge of the arena. Leveraging this force, along with the albeit limited yet exceedingly pure vital energy siphoned from Lin Li, Lin Feng defied all odds, executing an awkward yet extraordinarily skillful twist in midair. Like willow catkins caught in a tempest, he precariously landed back on the edge of the arena. Kneeling on one knee, he braced himself with one hand, coughing violently, each cough spitting blood, as if his very being could disintegrate at any moment. In stark contrast, Lin Li, after that strike, did not pursue immediately. Instead, he remained rooted to the spot, his complexion fluctuating between shades of green and white. His chest rose and fell slightly, as though he were forcefully suppressing something. The once invincible aura surrounding him had undeniably diminished. This bizarre scene left everyone in a stupor. What was happening? How could Lin Feng still be standing? Why wasn't Lin Li pressing his advantage? What transpired during that brief contact? Li Yi, hurry up, deal with him. Lin, who shouted anxiously from below. Lin Li abruptly regained his senses, a flicker of humiliation and fury flashing in his eyes. Although he was bewildered by the mysterious force he had just experienced, he was certain it was connected to Lin Feng. This incompetent wretch, resorting to such insidious tactics, pretending to be supernatural. He took a deep breath, suppressing the feeling of weakness, and launched himself once more. However, this time his speed was noticeably diminished compared to before, and his claw strikes were not as refined and terrifying as they had been previously. Lin Feng struggled to lift his head, gazing at Lin Li, who charged at him again. A faint, bloodied smile seemed to flicker at the corner of his lips. With a sudden exertion, he pushed himself off the ground, wobbling as he stood. This time, instead of evading Lin Li's attack, he adopted a seemingly clumsy and flawed defensive posture. A direct confrontation? As he lost his mind. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Lin Li's claws collided with Lin Feng's crossed arms with a resounding crash. Boom! This time, Lin Feng did not get sent flying. Instead, he remained firmly planted, his body shaking violently. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth once more, but ultimately, he had managed to withstand the impact. Conversely, Lin Li felt as though he had crashed into an invisible wall. His forward momentum abruptly halted, and he was even forced back half a step. The astonishment on his face was unmistakable. How could this be? Why has his strength diminished so significantly? Moreover, at the moment of collision, he sensed a peculiar, faint pull. Before he could ponder further, Lin Feng sprang into action. In the instant he had blocked Lin Li's attack, he suddenly lifted his previously lowered head. His once dull eyes now radiated a fierce, predatory glint reminiscent of a cornered beast. Utilizing the recoil from the collision, his body shot forward like a tightly wound spring, his left shoulder charging recklessly toward Lin Li's slightly exposed chest. This assault was utterly chaotic, reminiscent of a street brawler's tactics, yet it was swift, ruthless, and precise. The timing was exceptionally cunning. Lin Li, having just expended his previous strength and yet to recover his new vigor, was thrown into disarray by that bizarre pulling force, leaving him unable to evade completely. Thud! Lin Feng's shoulder struck solidly against Lin Li's chest. Ugh, Eleanali grunta. Feeling a surge of raw power wash over him, his breath heaving as he stumbled backward, unable to maintain his footing. He retreated several steps, ultimately finding himself at the very edge of the arena. As Lin Feng collided with his opponent, he felt as if he had exhausted the last vestiges of his strength, collapsing forward in a soft heap. Yet, just before hitting the ground, his right foot inadvertently snagged, tripping the still reeling Lin Li at the ankle, who had only just regained his footing. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Lin Li, preoccupied with the tightness in his chest and the strange pulling force he had just experienced, was completely unprepared for such a devious maneuver. The sudden trip caused his already precarious balance, teetering at the edge of the arena, to falter. With a gasp, he fell, his face a tableau of shock and disbelief, as he flailed helplessly, tumbling off the stage in a most undignified manner. The thud of his heavy descent resonated like a hammer, striking the hearts of all present, plunging the martial arts arena into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The only sound was the labored breathing of Lin Feng, who lay at the edge of the platform. The referee stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to process the turn of events. Lin Hong, elevated on the platform, suddenly sprang to his feet, his complexion ashen, as the teacup in his hand shattered under the pressure of his grip. Lin Feng had managed to defeat Lin Li by such a stroke of fortune, securing his place among the top 8. The entire audience was stunned, while Lin Hong's murderous intent simmered just beneath the surface. Yet, the blood that Lin Feng had expelled and his grievous injuries, were they authentic or merely a facade? Had the enigmatic power within him been sensed by those with ulterior motives? Chapter 31. The Battle for the Top 8. The suffocating silence surrounding the woozy arena stretched on for what felt like an eternity, until it was shattered by the referee's trembling declaration. Victory goes to Lin Feng. The announcement hit the crowd like a splash of cold water into a boiling pot, igniting an uproar that eclipsed even the previous commotion caused by Lin Feng's earlier strike that sent Lin Shan flying. Did he truly win? Li has fallen? Confusion and disbelief rippled through the spectators. Just moments ago, it seemed Lin Feng had been the one on the verge of defeat, yet now, everything felt surreal. Lin Li was a practitioner of the 4th level of the Kaiyuan realm. What was Lin Feng's true cultivation level? Gasps of astonishment and incredulity filled the air, almost threatening to lift the roof from the arena. Every gaze was fixated, like a hook, on the trembling figure at the edge of the platform. Lin Feng's appearance was a testament to his harrowing ordeal. He knelt on one knee at the precipice of the arena, his left hand pressed firmly against the ground, the knuckles pale from exertion. His right shoulder bore the remnants of his tattered garment, exposing 5 deep gashes that were raw and bruised with an unnatural dark hue. Blood streamed down his arm, pooling on the black granite surface, creating a small, dark crimson splash. His visage was as pale as parchment, with his lips and chest stained by splattered blood. His breath came in quick, feeble gasps, each cough sending tremors through his body, as if he might crumble to dust at any moment. Yet, against all odds, he remained upright, even managing to bring Lin Li down from the stage. Several stewards from the Lin family, responsible for medical aid, hurried up, first assisting the dazed Lin Li, who had fallen and was still trying to regain his senses. Lin Li bore no visible injuries, but his complexion was ghostly pale and his breaths were erratic, particularly as his right wrist trembled slightly. His gaze towards Lin Feng was rife with suspicion, indignation, and an inexplicable terror that he could not entirely comprehend. What on earth was that strange force he had just encountered? The stewards attempted to ascend the stage to aid Lin Feng, but he struggled to lift his other hand, gesturing weakly for them to refrain. Then, bracing himself against the ground, he gradually, painfully, and unsteadily rose to his feet. The entire process sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, who feared he might falter and fall again. Yet, he ultimately stood firm. He lifted his eyelids, revealing his somewhat dimmed eyes, which scanned over the astonished crowd below. Finally, he cast a fleeting glance towards the high platform where Lin Hong sat. That gaze, weary, frail, and somewhat unfocused, nevertheless struck Lin Hong like an invisible whip across the face, leaving him seething with humiliation. Useless. A pack of useless fools. L'enrage d'internadi. His fingers gripping the shards of his teacup, knuckles cracking from strain. Tea mixed with blood dripped from his palm, unnoticed. The carefully orchestrated strategy he had devised. Lin Li at the 4th level of the Kaiyuan realm, had been undone by this worthless individual whom he had once cast into the abyss. To be so unceremoniously ousted from the stage was not merely a slap in the face. It was as if his face had been ground into the dirt beneath a boot. A profound and unprecedented humiliation. He must take matters into his own hands. He had to. The murderous intent within Lin Hong's chest threatened to boil over. Abruptly, he turned to a trusted confidant beside him. His gaze as cold as a viper's. In the next match, regardless of who I face, you need not concern yourself. But in the final, if my opponent is him. He left the sentence unfinished, yet his confidant understood fully, nodding emphatically, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. On the high platform, the family head, Lin Zhan, barely discernibly furrowed his brow, only to relax it again, returning to his usual placid demeanor. Yet, the rhythm of his fingers lightly tapping against the armrest quickened, betraying a hint of his inner agitation. Elder Lin Xiaotian cast a profound gaze upon Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with an inquisitive intensity. As the subsequent rounds of the quarterfinals unfolded, despite their fervor, they paled in comparison to Lin Feng's bizarre and dramatic reversal against Lin Li, rendering them somewhat tedious. The audience's focus shifted almost entirely to Lin Feng's astonishing fortune and his latent prowess, which remained shrouded in mystery. Soon, it was Lin Hong's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a remarkable talent from the collateral branch, at the pinnacle of the third level of the Kaiyuan realm. Though formidable and having secured previous victories with flair, this genius now stood before Lin Hong with a countenance tinged with bitterness. Lin Hong ascended the arena step by step, eschewing the stairs like others, instead leaping gracefully to land at the center of the platform. His movements were elegant, exuding the poise of a seasoned master. In stark contrast, Lin Feng's earlier clumsy scramble seemed a distant memory. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Hong barely acknowledged his adversary. His piercing gaze, reminiscent of two ice-cold blades, swept across the training ground, fixating on Lin Feng, who was in a corner, attended to by an elderly servant tending to his wounds. The challenge, malice, and unvarnished disdain in his eyes coalesced into something palpable. "Young Master Hong, please offer your guidance." The collateral genius stammered, intimidated by Lin Hong's imposing aura, as he forced himself to perform a respectful bow. Only then did Lin Hong slowly turn his head, casting a disdainful glance at him, followed by a derisive snort from his nose. "Guidance? You dare presume to be worthy?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he moved, without warning. His form became a silver flash, closing the distance to his opponent in an instant. So swift was his strike that none could discern its execution. A thunderous crash echoed as the collateral genius, at the pinnacle of the third level of Kaiyuan, was struck as if by a rampaging behemoth. His protective aura shattered like fragile paper, and a visible dent formed in his chest as he coughed blood, hurtling backward to crash several meters below the arena. After a futile struggle, he succumbed to unconsciousness. A decisive kill, an absolute domination. The entire encounter lasted less than a breath. The crowd erupted once more, but this time, the astonishment was laced with profound awe and trepidation towards Lin Hong's undeniable might. At the third level of Kaiyuan, with a single strike, young Master Hong's strength must be nearing the fifth level of Kaiyuan. One could surmise. Unbelievably powerful. This was the true essence of genius. Lin Feng was finished, utterly finished. Even if he possessed some peculiarities, he stood no chance against such an insurmountable disparity in power. Standing at the center of the arena, Lin Hong reveled in the reverent gazes from below. He slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger to point at Lin Feng, who was still being bandaged in the distance. Then, he made a deliberate and unmistakably slow gesture across his throat. Arrogant, domineering, indomitable, he could hardly be bothered to await the referee's announcement, descending the stage with unhurried grace. As he passed through the throngs, the crowd instinctively parted, none daring to meet his gaze. In a corner, the old servant meticulously tended to Lin Feng's right shoulder wound with a cloth soaked in medicinal liquor. The stubborn, dark toxin seemed resistant to treatment. As the liquor was applied, it hissed and emitted wisps of white smoke. Lin Feng winced slightly, his lips twitching in pain. Yet his eyes, peering through disheveled strands of hair, remained calmly fixed on the arrogant, retreating figure of Lin Hong. "Ah, did you witness that? Your insufferable brother's skill and pretense has reached new heights." The voice of Lord Jean, laced with mockery, echoed in his mind. Peak of the fourth layer. Half a step into the fifth layer, and having cultivated at least one middle-grade martial technique of the mysterious tier. Young man, do you feel the pressure? Lin Feng silently replied within. There is pressure, yet it has not reached the point of despair. The more he flaunts his bravado, the more openings he may reveal. Just now, his attack, while seemingly formidable, appeared somewhat hasty and lacking in finesse. Perceptive indeed. Lord Ji mused, somewhat surprised. Indeed. This young man is brimming with impatience and murderous intent, which, paradoxically, has tainted the purity of his energy. Nevertheless, a withered camel is larger than a horse. The difference in realms is unmistakable. What are your plans next? Will you continue to feign defeat? The next round is the semi-finals, and none of the opponents will be easy to handle. Lin Feng felt the sharp pain and numbness radiating from his right shoulder, coupled with the subtle increase in his cultivation from having absorbed part of Lin Li's energy. His eyes narrowed slightly. Of course, he would continue to feign. A cold smile crept into his heart. However, he must do so with greater conviction. Moreover, he needed to incite Lin Hong's urgency and anger. As he lifted his head, he met Lin Hong's gaze, which was saturated with murderous intent and provocation. Contrary to common expectations, Lin Feng did not display fear or anger. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible, bitter smile emerged on his face, tinged with resignation. Then, as if succumbing to the pressure of Lin Hong's stare, he slowly lowered his head in a gesture of apparent weakness. This subtle movement ignited Lin Hong's fury more than any overt provocation could. A bitter smile? Resignation? Was this waste mocking me? Did he think that winning 2 matches by chance granted him the right to present such an attitude before me? Lin Hong was nearly driven to the brink of rage. He forcefully suppressed the tumultuous blood within him, vowing to crush Lin Feng in the finals with the most merciless of methods. The quarterfinals concluded in this peculiar and tense atmosphere. Lin Feng, once regarded by all as a joke and a mere deadweight, had truly secured his place among the top 8. The next round, the semi-finals, promised to be even more brutal. The draw ceremony would take place tomorrow. Lin Feng's seemingly weak smile had thoroughly ignited Lin Hong's murderous intent. Would Lin Feng face Lin Hong prematurely in tomorrow's semi-final draw? If separated, how might Lin Hong ensure that he faces Lin Feng in the finals? The peculiar poison afflicting Lin Feng's shoulder. Is it a genuine hazard or merely another guise to mislead his opponents? Chapter 32, the semi-final showdown. In the center of the arena, a massive bronze gong was struck with fervor by a brawny man, producing a resounding clang that cut through the clamor of the crowd, heralding the commencement of the Lin family's most anticipated semi-final battle. The sun blazed more fiercely than the previous day, scorching the black granite platform and creating shimmering waves of heat. The stands were teeming with spectators. Even the aisles and walls were crowded with eager onlookers straining to catch a glimpse. Compared to the chaotic atmosphere of the previous day's selections, today's ambience was palpably more solemn and focused. Those who had advanced to the semifinals were undoubtedly the creme de la creme of the Lin family's younger generation. Each ensuing duel could significantly reshape the power dynamics within the Lin family for years, if not decades, to come. The drawing of lots took place under the watchful eyes of the multitude. When the referee announced, Lin Feng versus Lin Yu, a ripple of anticipation surged through the crowd. Not entirely unexpected, but nonetheless electric. Lin Yu, the most dazzling star among the collateral descendants in recent years, was merely 18, yet had firmly established himself at the 5th level of opening yuan, with a well-proportioned physique, a stern countenance, and an ancient long sword at his back. He exuded an aura of quiet confidence, in stark contrast to Lin Hong's brash demeanor. He was widely regarded as the second frontrunner for the championship, trailing only behind Lin Hong. Many speculated that had it not been for Lin Hong's advantages of lineage and resources, Lin Yu might well have emerged victorious. In contrast, Lin Feng appeared to be in a state of near collapse. The injuries sustained in his battle against Lin Li seemed to have worsened. His right shoulder was heavily bandaged, with traces of blood seeping through. His pallid complexion and unsteady gait, requiring the assistance of a silent old servant, painted a stark picture against the imposing presence of Lin Yu. Alas, it was regrettable. Lin Feng had fought too fiercely the previous day, and today seemed a daunting challenge. Lin Yu was not the type to rely on brute force. He was a bona fide 5th-level opening yuan, reputed to have received genuine teachings from the Third Elder. That Lin Feng had made it to the semifinals was already miraculous. One could hardly expect him to advance further without further misfortune. I would be surprised if he managed to endure more than 10 strikes under Lin Yu's sword. Amidst the murmurs, sympathy and skepticism prevailed. No one believed that the severely injured Lin Feng could replicate the miracle of the previous day. On the high platform, Lin Hong sat with a cold smile gracing his lips, clearly pleased with the outcome of the draw. Lin Yu served as an excellent litmus test, perfectly positioned to draw out Lin Feng's hidden cards, or perhaps to incapacitate him entirely in the arena. He cast a glance at his trusted aide, who nodded subtly, indicating that all arrangements had been meticulously made. Lin Feng slowly ascended the platform, each step seemingly a monumental struggle. He stood 10 steps away from Lin Yu, slightly panting, clasping his fists in salute. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness. "Brother Lin Yu, I seek your guidance." Lin Yu, with an expression devoid of emotion, merely returned the gesture with a faint nod. "Please." He did not harbor the slightest contempt for Lin Feng's dire situation. Rather, his gaze sharpened with increased focus. Reaching this juncture was no mere stroke of luck. Especially following Lin Feng's peculiar victory yesterday, a sense of caution had settled deeply within him. "Begin." At the referee's command, Lin Yu sprang into action. He did not rush into an aggressive assault. Instead, he executed a swift maneuver, his footwork enigmatic, instantly creating 3 afterimages that approached Lin Feng from different angles, while his longsword unsheathed with a crisp sound. The blade shimmered like a pool of autumn water, reflecting a chilling light as it aimed for Lin Feng's left shoulder, right rib, and throat, 3 vital points. Utilizing the low-grade profound technique, Phantom Steps, in conjunction with the low-grade sword skill, Splitting Light Sword, he unleashed his full strength from the outset. He intended to crush any potential variables with absolute might. The sword gleamed fiercely, exuding an ominous aura. Gasps arose from the audience below. Lin Feng's pupils contracted as his footwork became increasingly erratic. Like a drunken man swaying dangerously, he narrowly evaded the 2 strikes aimed at his throat and right rib. However, the tip of the sword grazed his left shoulder, tearing through the gauze and leaving a fresh crimson mark. He was further forced to stagger back under the pressure of the sword's aura. Such speed, Brother Lin Yu, is indeed formidable. Lin Feng found himself utterly suppressed. Lin Yu, seizing the advantage, unleashed a relentless torrent of sword strikes akin to the mighty Yangtze River. Unceasing and overwhelming, the sword light wove into a dense net, enveloping Lin Feng entirely. It appeared that he could only defend himself, lacking any means to counterattack. He relied solely on a seemingly chaotic yet strangely effective footwork that allowed him to avoid critical strikes at the last moment. New wounds continued to accumulate on his body. Though shallow, they bled profusely, rendering him a pitiful sight. Indeed, he is at the end of his rope. Lin Hong sneered inwardly, feeling somewhat relaxed. It seemed that Lin Feng's victory over Lin Li yesterday had indeed taken a toll. Today, faced with a truly solid opponent at the 5th layer of the opening Yuan stage, his true form was laid bare. However, as the battle progressed, some astute observers, such as the 3rd Elder Lin Xiaotian, began to furrow their brows. They discerned that while Lin Feng appeared beleaguered, his breath feeble, the core of his footwork remained remarkably stable. Each time he evaded, his timing and angles were alarmingly precise. Moreover, the faint fluctuations of vital energy emanating from his arm when he occasionally parried the sword seemed to suggest that he was not as weak as he appeared. He is concealing his strength. This thought flickered through Lin Xiaotian's mind. On the arena, Lin Yu also sensed something amiss. Despite having seemingly sealed all escape routes with his sword, Lin Feng always managed to slip away like an eel. Furthermore, the counterforce he felt when the opponent blocked was growing increasingly potent. This is certainly not the strength one would expect from a grievously injured individual on the brink of death. Manifest yourself. Lin Yu, frustrated after relentless attacks, felt an urgency within him, causing his sword technique to shift dramatically. It transformed from agile and intricate to bold and expansive. Gripping the sword with both hands, he fervently channeled his vital energy into it. The blade reverberated, radiating a blinding white light. Earth-splitting slash, with a thunderous roar. The long sword descended upon Lin Feng with the ferocity of splitting mountains and severing peaks. This was his ultimate technique, a mid-tier martial skill of the Xian rank. He aimed to decide the outcome with a single strike, before the sword reached its target. The fierce sword aura had already caused minute cracks to appear on the arena surface. The spectators held their breath. How could Lin Feng possibly withstand this blow? To endure it would mean certain death, and evading seemed futile, as if the entire arena was enveloped by this one strike. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He understood that he could no longer conceal his strength. At the very least, he could not hide it so deeply. Confronted with this terrifying sword, he took a resolute step forward with his left foot, causing the arena to tremble slightly beneath him. His previously hunched spine straightened abruptly in that moment. A surge of power, far more formidable and concentrated than before, erupted from within him like a slumbering beast awakening. Fourth layer of Kaiyuan, approaching its pinnacle. Although this energy still paled in comparison to Lin Yu's fifth layer of Kaiyuan, it possessed an indescribable tenacity, coupled with a subtle, almost imperceptible, devouring intent. What? Fourth layer of Kaiyuan. When did he conceal such power? He had been hiding his strength all along. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden surge of energy. Lin Hong sprang from his seat, his face turning a ghastly shade of pale. He finally realized he had been deceived. This waste of a person had silently recovered to the fourth layer of Kaiyuan, confronted by the descending giant sword. Lin Feng thrust both palms forward, no longer merely blocking. Instead, with palms turned inward, he brought them together in front of his chest. A faint black energy swirled rapidly between his palms, forming a diminutive vortex. Devouring palm, he silently urged himself, and with a powerful thrust, he aimed to meet that earth-splitting slash. This was not a technique from the 9 deaths swallowing the heavens art, but rather a rudimentary application he had devised, combining the characteristics of a devouring force with ordinary palm techniques. Its purpose was to dissipate and absorb a portion of the attacking energy, rather than clashing head-on. Boom! The clash of sword and palm erupted with a deafening roar. A violent shockwave of energy radiated outward from the two figures, causing those near the arena to stagger in the wind. The anticipated scene of Lin Feng being struck down by the sword did not materialize. Instead, Lin Feng's feet sank deeply into the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. This time, it was half genuine. Enduring that sword did indeed cause his blood to surge. Yet, he remained firmly anchored in place like a boulder. Meanwhile, the tiny vortex in his palm was voraciously consuming the terrifying vital energy contained within the earth-splitting slash. Most of the destructive force was directed towards the arena beneath his feet, while a small portion was forcibly absorbed into his body. With a series of cracking sounds, the black granite beneath him began to fracture, radiating outwards in a web-like pattern for over a yard. Lin Yu felt as though his sword had plunged into a pit that continuously collapsed and absorbed power. At least 40% of his full strength was inexplicably neutralized, and though the remaining force injured Lin Feng, it failed to achieve its full effect. In fact, Lin Feng found himself momentarily hindered, his breath stalling due to the exertion. Now was the moment. A glint of resolve flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he bore the agonizing pressure surging through his veins. Seizing the instant when Lin Yu's old strength had waned and new vigor had yet to manifest, he unleashed his coiled right leg like a whip. His toes struck the rear side of Lin Yu's knee, which had tilted slightly forward from exertion. The kick was as swift as lightning, delivered from an unorthodox angle. Channeling all the power he could muster at that moment, Lin Yu, entirely focused on the bizarre sensation of absorption, was utterly unprepared for such a fierce counterattack from Lin Feng, and evasion was no longer an option. With a resounding thud, Lin Yu let out a cry of agony as excruciating pain shot through his knee. His entire right leg became numb, rendering him unstable as he collapsed to one knee. The sword in his hand clattered to the ground. Seizing the momentum, Lin Feng inhaled deeply and surged forward. His left palm transformed into a blade, aiming directly for Lin Yu's neck. Yet at the last moment, he altered his palm into a finger, gently pressing against Lin Yu's apple. The fierce wind constricting Lin Yu's breath. The movement came to an abrupt halt. The arena fell into a profound silence. The referee, stunned for several seconds, suddenly regained his composure and declared loudly, "Victory! The victor is Lin Feng." The stillness shattered, replaced by an uproar of astonishment and chatter akin to a tidal wave. He won. He actually triumphed. At the 4th level of opening Yuan. My heavens! How could he have ascended from shattered spiritual roots to the 4th level in such a short time? This is inconceivable. Could it be that he encountered a miraculous fortune at the God Burial Cliff? Lin Feng withdrew his finger, his body swaying slightly as he coughed up blood. His breath quickly waned, as though the previous outburst had depleted all his strength. Without even glancing at the kneeling Lin Yu, whose face was etched with disbelief and pain, he turned and staggered down from the arena. However, to all onlookers, his silhouette had transformed entirely. Lin Hong fixed his gaze on Lin Feng's departing figure, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly solidifying. The fourth level of opening Yuan. This waste had truly regained such formidable power. Moreover, the peculiar method that neutralized Lin Yu's ultimate move could not be allowed to remain unchallenged. In the finals, he must be eliminated. On the platform, Lin Zhan's expression took on a serious demeanor for the first time. He exchanged glances with the Grand Elder beside him. They all perceived the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. This adopted son seems to have truly achieved remarkable progress. The other match in the semifinals was devoid of suspense, as Lin Hong decisively vanquished his opponent. The final showdown is set to take place tomorrow, with Lin Feng facing Lin Hong. Lin Feng revealed his cultivation at the fourth level of opening Yuan, shocking the entire audience as he advanced to the finals alongside Lin Hong. The battle of tomorrow promises to be one of life and death. Is Lin Feng's injury from today genuine? Does he possess deeper cards to play? Meanwhile, the determined Lin Hong is prepared to unleash formidable tactics. Chapter 33. The Eve of the Finals. The night descended like a soiled cloth soaked in thick ink, weighing heavily upon the entire Qinyan city. The day's clamor and heat dissipated, replaced by a cool and profound silence. Only the distant sound of the night watchman's clapper occasionally echoed from the deep alleys, reverberating hollowly before being swiftly engulfed by darkness. Deep within the Lin family estate, in the brightly lit study of the family head, Lin Zhan, the atmosphere sharply contrasted with the coolness outside, suffocating and oppressive. The thick, candle-like wax burned with a crackling sound, its flames leaping high, casting shadows of fierce tigers on the wall. It illuminated Lin Hong's face, which appeared somewhat distorted due to the suppressed excitement and hostility within. "Father." Lin Hong's voice carried a barely perceptible urgency as he stood before the heavy Zeton wood desk, his posture rigidly upright. Yet his eyes flickered with fervent light. "The finals tomorrow are of utmost importance." That waste, Lin Feng, displayed a level of strength today that is far from ordinary for someone at the fourth level of opening Yuan. He must possess some hidden trick. "I implore you, Father, grant me the explosion Yuan pill to ensure success." He deliberately emphasized the phrase, ensure success. The scene of Lin Feng defeating Lin Yu earlier that day pierced deeply into his heart like a venomous thorn. The bizarre manner in which Lin Feng had countered the attacks, along with his explosive breakthrough at a critical moment, instilled a profound sense of unease within him. He could no longer tolerate any unforeseen events. Lin Feng must perish, and it must be in front of the entire city, utterly and completely. Lin Zhan sat solemnly in the Grandmaster's chair. "Rolling 2s, is it worth it for a family rivalry?" "Absolutely," Lin Hong replied without hesitation, his tone resolute. "Father, this is no mere family competition. That Lin Feng has returned from the dead, his cultivation restored in a manner most peculiar. And today, he has publicly demonstrated strength nearing the pinnacle of the fourth layer of the Kaiyuan realm. If we allow him to grow unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a grave threat to our Lin family, especially to the direct lineage, if we do not take advantage of the arena rules to eliminate him now. Shall we wait until he has fully matured, only to face his retaliation?" He stepped forward, resting his hands on the table's edge, leaning slightly forward, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. In the arena, fists and feet are blind. The use of the explosive Yuan pill can be justified as a desperate bid for victory, a full-out effort, even if it leaves one somewhat weakened afterward. It is a worthwhile sacrifice, far better than nurturing a tiger and regretting it in the future. Lin Zhan remained silent, his fingers tracing the smooth surface of the iron table, his gaze profound. He was acutely aware of Lin Hong's intentions and understood the potential risks posed by Lin Feng's unexpected rise. As the family head, he had to consider the stability of the clan. Yet, as a father, his inclination leaned towards safeguarding his son's interests and status. Lin Feng's ascent had indeed struck a sensitive chord within him. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed softly, seemingly having made a decision. He set down the iron table and reached into a concealed drawer beneath his desk, retrieving a small Zetonwood box, no larger than a palm. The box was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate cloud patterns. Upon opening it, a pungent yet oddly sweet aroma wafted out, invigorating the senses. The interior was lined with soft red velvet, cradling a Dan pill the size of a longan, entirely crimson, with 3 distinct patterns etched upon its surface. Within the pill, crimson flames appeared to swirl slowly, harboring astonishing energy. It was indeed a high-grade yellow-tier, explosive yuan pill. Take it. Lin Zhan pushed the wooden box towards Lin Hong, his tone regaining its calmness, but laced with an undeniable warning. Remember, the effects of this pill will last no longer than the burning of an incense stick. Once consumed, your cultivation can temporarily rise to the 5th layer of Kaiyuan, even brushing against the threshold of the 6th layer. However, once the effects wear off, you will fall into a state of weakness for at least 2 hours, with significant loss of vitality. Ensure a swift resolution. Lin Hong's eyes ignited with ecstasy. He carefully accepted the wooden box, as if cradling a priceless treasure, gripping it tightly until his fingertips turned white from the pressure. Thank you, Father. I understand. Tomorrow, I shall ensure that waste of a person meets his end. A savage smile spread across his face, as if he could already envision Lin Feng being crushed beneath his overwhelming power. Very well, Lin Zhan waved his hand. Go prepare well, adjust your state. Tomorrow, I do not wish to witness any unforeseen circumstances. Yes. Lin Hong bowed respectfully and retreated a few steps. He then turned swiftly to leave, his footsteps light and filled with a murderous intent that spoke of unyielding determination. The study door was gently closed. Leaving Lin Zhan seated alone beneath the flickering candlelight, his gaze returned to the painting of the tiger descending the mountain, his eyes deep and inscrutable, lost in thought. The flickering candlelight cast his shadow on the wall, elongating and contracting in an unpredictable dance. Meanwhile, in the most secluded corner of the Lin family estate, a different scene unfolded. In a modest little hut, its paper windows riddled with several holes, a diminutive oil lamp flickered atop a chipped wooden table. The flame was so feeble it seemed on the verge of extinguishment, barely illuminating a small patch of the room. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the cold earthen bed, his eyes gently closed, his breaths deep and steady. His right shoulder wound had been tended to anew, wrapped in clean gauze. Yet, the chilling numbness had not entirely dissipated, coiling within him like a venomous serpent. He was not fully asleep. Rather, he engaged in introspection. Within his dantian, the pitch-black vortex of vital energy had solidified significantly compared to before, slowly rotating and emitting a subtle, almost imperceptible devouring force. The discomfort in his meridians from forcibly absorbing part of Lin Yu's vital energy during the day was being meticulously refined and absorbed by this vortex, transforming into pure energy to nourish both his physical form and cultivation. He could sense that he was but a step away from reaching the pinnacle of the 4th layer of opening yuan. Lin Zhan, that old fox, certainly had his precious son receiving special treatment. The languid voice of Genie echoed in his mind, imbued with an all-knowing clarity, even from afar. I can smell the burning essence of the exploding yuan pill. Tomorrow shall be entertaining. Lin Feng remained composed, silently responding, as anticipated. Lin Hong cannot afford to lose, and Lin Zhan even less so. The exploding yuan pill, temporarily elevating 1 or 2 minor realms. Just perfect. Hey kid, you're rather audacious, aren't you? Jin Yi habitually doused his enthusiasm with cold water. The 5th layer of opening yuan, perhaps even the threshold of the 6th, coupled with Lin Hong's martial techniques and potential hidden trump cards, are not to be underestimated. Are you certain your half-baked, devouring yuan palm and your not yet warmed 4th layer peak cultivation will suffice? If not, I shall make it enough. Lin Feng's resolve was icy and unwavering. What I possess are the elixirs. What I carry is the experience of clawing back from the brink of death countless times, and the wisdom you imparted on how to endure longer. At that moment, an exceedingly faint, hesitant footfall echoed from outside the door, halting at its threshold. This was followed by a delicate knock, soft as a whisper, yet it resonated in Lin Feng's heart. He opened his eyes, the coldness within instantly melting into a gentle warmth. Rising, he approached and creaked open the wooden door. Outside stood Lin Xiaoyu, clad in a thin, worn dress. Her petite frame trembled slightly in the night breeze, her small face appearing particularly pale in the dim light. Clutched tightly in her hand was a small, faded cloth pouch, her eyes brimming with an overwhelming sense of worry and fear. Brother. Her voice trembled with a hint of weeping as she caught sight of Lin Feng. Tears brimming in her eyes. I am frightened. Lin Feng's heart softened, He stepped aside to let her enter and gently closed the door, shielding them from the chill outside. "Silly girl," he said, trying to keep his tone light. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Xiaoyu stood awkwardly in the center of the room, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, her gaze lowered. Finally, unable to hold back, tears cascaded down her cheeks, splattering onto the dusty floor. I heard that young Master Hong went to plead with the clan leader. They must be plotting against you. Tomorrow, could you not go and fight?" She lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes pleading with Lin Feng. Lin Feng approached her, extending his hand. With his relatively clean left sleeve, he gently wiped away her tears. Though his movements were somewhat clumsy, they were imbued with warmth. "Do not worry, brother knows what he is doing." He paused, noticing the faint red string around her neck, his protective charm. His tone softened. "See, brother's fine, isn't he? Besides, I promised you I would not let anyone bully us. Some matters cannot be evaded. They must be faced." But they... Xiaoyu stammered, shaking her head vigorously, unable to articulate her fears. "There is no but," Lin Feng interrupted gently yet firmly. He took the cloth pouch from her hands and opened it. Inside lay several somewhat hardened flatbreads and a small packet wrapped in oil paper, exuding a faint bitter scent. He recognized the herbal powder as a cheap remedy for ordinary injuries, undoubtedly purchased with the spare coin Xiaoyu had saved. "Brother, you're injured. Take this," Xiaoyu said timidly. Lin Feng felt a deep pang in his heart. He tucked the cloth pouch away with care, placing it solemnly against his chest. Then, he ruffled Xiaoyu's hair. "Thank you, Xiaoyu. Brother will be cautious and will surely win. Once I triumph in the contest, I will take you to the finest restaurant in the city, all right?" His smile bore a powerful charm, calming Xiaoyu's anxious heart a little. She nodded vigorously, though her worry lingered in her eyes. At least she was no longer crying. "Yes, brother, you must be careful. If you cannot win, we will flee." "All right. If we cannot win, we shall run," Lin Feng replied with a smile, though internally he resolved, tomorrow there would be no retreat, only victory. After soothing Xiaoyu a few more times and urging her to return to sleep, Lin Feng escorted her to the door. He watched her small figure vanish into the dark alley, his smile gradually fading and his expression sharpening once more. Upon returning to the room, he did not immediately resume his training. Instead, he walked to the window and pushed open the old, creaky frame. The night breeze swept in, carrying a chill that stirred the flame of the oil lamp and dissipated some of the room's heaviness. He lifted his gaze towards the brilliantly illuminated halls at the heart of the Lin family estate. His eyes seemed to penetrate the layers of rooftops, catching sight of the elder brother who was making final preparations for the impending battle. "Explosive Yuan Dan," Lin Feng murmured to himself, a cold smile curving his lips. "External forces are ultimately just that, external. Lin Hong, you will never comprehend the trials endured by one who has crawled from the depths of the God Burial Cliff." He secured the window, returned to the earthen bed, and closed his eyes. This time, he was no longer merely meditating. He actively directed the black whirlpool within his dantian to spin with greater velocity, a barely perceptible force of devouring energy, akin to invisible tendrils, quietly spread from the humble abode, greedily absorbing the sparse spiritual energy from the surroundings, even drawing upon the chilling energy inherent in the night itself. Tomorrow will be the moment of revelation. Grasping the explosive Yuan Dan, Lin Hong's murderous intent was resolute, while Lin Feng discreetly amassed his devouring power, poised for a calm response. Though the decisive match had yet to commence, a clandestine battle was already underway. Did Lin Feng's seemingly ordinary healing and cultivation conceal a contingency against the explosive Yuan Dan? The arena tomorrow would reveal whether the triumph belonged to the elixirs or the resurgence of devouring power. Chapter 34. The final battle unfolds. At dawn, Xianxia City resembled a beehive stirred to frenzy. The atmosphere was electrified. The main thoroughfares leading to the Lin family's martial arena were choked with throngs of people, impeding any passage of vehicles. Street vendors shouted hoarsely, their business thriving beyond measure. The steam from freshly made buns mingled with the scent of perspiration, creating an unusual warmth amid the crisp morning breeze. Every face bore the excitement reminiscent of a festive occasion. Whispers and murmurs coalesced around a singular focal point. Today marked the final showdown of the Lin family's annual competition, where the adopted son Lin Feng, who had been cast off a cliff yet clawed his way back, would face the legitimate heir, Lin Hong. This spectacle promised to be even more thrilling than a stage performance. The Lin family martial arena was truly remarkable. The stands were already filled to capacity. Spectators overflowed along the aisles, atop walls, and even from the branches of distant trees. The buzzing chatter crescendoed, surpassing the cacophony of 1,000 flies taking flight. In the center stood the grand black granite arena, meticulously cleaned and gleaming with a cold sheen under the rising sun. Surrounding the arena were flags emblazoned with the Lin family's black and gold insignia, fluttering ominously in the breeze, adding an air of solemnity. Atop the platform, the key figures of the Lin family were gathered. The family patriarch, Lin Zhan, sat at the center, clad in a dark purple robe befitting his status. His countenance was stern, and his gaze swept over the assembly with an inscrutable calm. To his left and right were several elders, their hair and beards white with age, exuding a profundoha. Among them was the rarely seen third elder Lin Xiaotian, who had been in seclusion for years. His brow furrowed, his gaze frequently drifting toward the vacant entrance of the arena. Lin Hong was the first to arrive. He did not traverse the ordinary path of the contestants. Instead, amidst the gaze of the multitude, he unfurled his form like a graceful, soaring eagle, descending from the high platform's rear with an elegant arc, landing lightly at the center of the ring. This display of exquisite agility was immediately met with resounding applause. Today, Lin Hong donned a tailored, gleaming silver attire. Cinched at the waist with a jade belt, his feet adorned with cloud-like boots, and his hair meticulously secured with a jade hairpin. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a tall and imposing stature, deliberately unleashing the unrestrained aura of a pinnacle practitioner at the third level of the open origin realm. Vital energy flowed subtly around him, creating an invisible sense of oppression that left the front row spectators gasping for breath. A confident yet icy smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping slowly across the arena, lingering momentarily over the raucous civilian section supporting Lin Feng, revealing unabashed disdain. Young Master Hong, victory is assured. Long, defeat him. The disciples and followers of the direct lineage erupted into fervent cheers, their voices booming. Lin Hong reveled in this feeling of being the center of attention, lifting his chin slightly and whispering in a tone only he could hear, "Fool, today you shall learn that a loach can never stir up great waves." The explosive Yuan pill. Let's hope it remains unnecessary. But should you truly be oblivious to your fate, I would not mind allowing you a taste of genuine despair. Time passed gradually. The sun ascended higher, its rays becoming increasingly blinding. Lin Hong had been stationed in the ring for some time, yet Lin Feng's figure remained conspicuously absent. Why hasn't Lin Feng shown up? Is he afraid? He boasted so boldly last night, yet now seems to cower? I wager his injuries are too severe for him to rise. Better for him to recognize his limits than to suffer humiliation. Discontented murmurs and taunts began to ripple through the crowd, particularly among Lin Hong's supporters, their volume escalating. The smile on Lin Hong's face grew more pronounced, tinged with mockery. Above, Lin Zhan maintained his impassive demeanor, though the rhythm of his fingers drumming lightly on the armrest subtly quickened. The third elder, Lin Xiaotian, let out a soft sigh, just as the noise intensified, and many began to conclude that Lin Feng would not dare to appear. A figure finally emerged slowly from the shadows of the contestants' passage. Clad in a faded gray robe, his steps were slow, even somewhat unsteady, each footfall echoing softly against the stone steps leading to the arena. Sunlight cast upon him, revealing an excessively pale complexion. A thick bandage adorned his right shoulder, and he exuded an unmistakable aura of profound fatigue and frailty. It was Lin Feng, who made no display of agility. Step by step, he ascended to the arena, standing 10 paces opposite Lin Hong. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on the seemingly fragile youth. Supporters felt their hearts racing, palms clammy with anxiety, while detractors wore expressions of anticipation, eager to witness his impending defeat at Lin Hong's hands. Lin Feng slightly lowered his head and coughed softly twice before raising his gaze to meet the imposing presence of Lin Hong. His eyes exuded tranquility, akin to an ancient well, unfathomable and deep. There was no trace of anger, fear, or even the slightest ripple of emotion, creating a striking contrast to Lin Hong's brash demeanor. How pretentious! Lin Hong seethed, incensed by Lin Feng's calm demeanor. He scoffed. "I thought you wouldn't dare show up. I was just about to come to your little den to fetch you." Lin Feng disregarded the provocation and spoke softly, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet distinctly audible. "What I promised I shall fulfill." At that moment, Lin Zhan, seated regally at the center of the high platform, rose slowly. As he stood, an invisible pressure emanated from him, silencing the arena. Even their breaths grew subdued. The aura of a sea of consciousness realm expert was enough to intimidate all present. He stepped forward, his form seemingly teleporting, and in an instant, he stood between the two. His gaze first fell upon his son, Lin Hong, offering a slight nod of barely perceptible encouragement. Then he turned to Lin Feng, his eyes profound, betraying no emotion. Today marks the final match of the Lin family's annual competition. Lin Zhan's voice, though not loud, resonated like a mighty bell. Clear to every ear, it shall be Lin Hong against Lin Feng. He paused, scanning the two, his tone deepening with undeniable authority. The purpose of this clan competition is to hone skills and forge ahead. The rules remain unchanged, strikes to be measured. Should anyone deliberately contravene this and inflict grievous harm upon a clansman, let it be known that I, as the clan leader, shall impose severe punishment in accordance with clan regulations. His declaration, resplendent and weighty, elicited nods of approval from many uninformed outsiders and ordinary clan members, who deemed the clan leader just in his dealings. Yet to those in the know, particularly Lin Feng, the words dripped with irony. Measured strikes? Lin Hong concealed explosive pills in his pocket, likely yearning to shatter him into pieces. This rule was merely a safeguard for Lin Zhan's son, a flimsy veil to hide his intentions. A sinister smile crept across Lin Hong's lips as he bowed to Lin Zhan. Rest assured, father, I shall heed your teachings and show mercy. He deliberately emphasized the words, show mercy, laced with mockery. Lin Feng merely inclined his head slightly, saying nothing. Lin Zhan cast a long, contemplative glance at the two. Particularly, the gaze lingered for a fleeting moment on Lin Feng's seemingly frail figure. Then, without uttering another word, he flickered and returned to his elevated seat. On the arena, only Lin Feng and Lin Hong remained, standing opposite each other. It felt as though the air had solidified at that moment. The sun blazed down upon the stage, conjuring up waves of distorted heat. The banners fluttered in the wind, yet only served to accentuate the oppressive silence of tension. Countless eyes were riveted on this scene, awaiting the commencement of a battle that was destined to be anything but merciful. Within Lin Hong, the vital energy began to accelerate. His imposing aura surged higher, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly solidifying, fixating on Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood still, seemingly oblivious to the impending threat. Only he was aware of the dark vortex within his dantian, which was beginning to spin at an exceedingly slow yet resolute pace. A chilling sense of devouring intent stirred within him, akin to a lurking serpent, quietly awakening. On this life-and-death stage, bound by rules, the atmosphere was thick with lethal intent, like an arrow taut on the string. When would Lin Hong's explosive Yuan Dan become his lethal weapon? And beneath Lin Feng's facade of fragility, what formidable power of retaliation lay concealed? The decisive confrontation was imminent. Chapter 35, Unveiling the Hidden Cards. The lingering sound of Lin Zhan's command began, still reverberated in the air. Before it could fully dissipate, Lin Hong had already made his move. He had no intention of granting Lin Feng a moment's respite. Or rather, the pent-up jealousy, rage, and a subtle, almost imperceptible fear within him had long since ignited an insatiable desire to utterly crush this so-called resurrected waste before him. Lin Feng, kneel before me, Lin Hong bellowed, his voice like thunder crashing down. An overwhelming silver light radiated from him as he unleashed his peak cultivation at the third layer of the opening Yuan realm without reservation. He transformed into a blinding bolt of silver lightning, crossing the 10 paces that separated them in an instant, appearing right before Lin Feng. With his right hand clawed into a talon, vital energy coalesced at his fingertips, producing a hissing sound as it tore through the air, aimed directly at Lin Feng's crown. This was the Lin family's ultimate technique, a low-grade mystic skill, the cracking gold claw. From the outset, it was a lethal strike. This claw was swift, ruthless, and venomous. The claw winds were ferocious. Even before it reached him, the sharp aura sent a tingle of dread coursing through Lin Feng's scalp. Gasps erupted from the crowd below. It was evident to all that Lin Hong sought a swift, fatal conclusion. Faced with this sudden, deadly assault, Lin Feng appeared caught off guard. He maintained his feeble facade, his complexion pale and his eyes almost dazed. It was not until the cracking gold claw was nearly upon him, threatening to shatter his skull, that he reacted. Akin to a startled rabbit, he awkwardly shifted his weight, teetering precariously as he managed to slide half a step to the side. With a swoosh, the cracking gold claw grazed past his ear. The fierce gale of claws tore further into his already tattered garments, even whisking away a few strands of hair. The danger was at its zenith. Escape? I wonder how long you can evade. Lin Hong, having missed his strike, wore an even colder gaze. His assault came forth like a tempest, relentless and unyielding. The splitting gold claw was executed with unparalleled finesse, claw shadows enveloping Lin Feng's vital points. Concurrently, his left palm concealed a deadly intent. From time to time, he unleashed a subtle yet lethal palm force, targeting Lin Feng's chest and abdomen with precision. This was none other than another of the Lin family's secret arts, the cloudy silk palm. The claw shadows loomed like mountains, and the palm winds surged like tides. Lin Hong wielded the Lin family's martial prowess to its utmost brilliance, his vitality surging forth, exuding an overwhelming presence. He granted Lin Feng no respite whatsoever. With absolute strength and speed, he sought to utterly crush him. Upon the arena, silver light flickered and powerful energy radiated. Lin Feng's figure appeared minuscule and beleaguered amidst the deluge of attacks. He scarcely mounted any effective counterattack, relying solely on a seemingly chaotic yet uncanny agility that enabled him to evade critical strikes at the last moment. He resembled a fragile boat amidst a storm, perpetually on the brink of being shattered into pieces. Each evasion appeared exceedingly forced, his steps faltering, his breath disordered. Fresh wounds etched onto his body from the relentless onslaught of energy. His gray garments quickly became tattered and stained with crimson. Useless. Can you only scurry like a rat? Lin Hong's admirers below roared with excitement, as if victory were already assured. On the high platform, Lin Zhan remained expressionless, yet he nodded slightly, seemingly pleased with his son's formidable performance. The third elder, Lin Xiaotian, furrowed his brow in concentration. He scrutinized Lin Feng's seemingly disheveled footwork, noting its underlying stability. Each evasion's timing and angle were strikingly precise. Such feats were not attainable by one who was gravely injured and weak. As Lin Hong's relentless assault continued to falter, the flames of frustration within him grew ever fiercer. He had pushed his cultivation to the utmost limits, cycling through the Lin family's secret techniques. Yet, inexplicably, he could not subdue this slippery wretch. His opponent seemed to anticipate every strike, always managing to slip away at the last possible moment. This left him feeling as though he were striking against cotton, stifled and on the verge of spitting blood. No, his vitality, something was amiss. Lanong, being a prodigy with acute combat awareness, keenly sensed that each time his attack was about to connect with Lin Feng, a faint yet peculiar force of attraction would subtly dissipate a portion of his power. Though imperceptible, it accumulated, giving him the sensation of his strength being insidiously diminished. It was that enigmatic ability. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Hong's eyes as he resolved to abandon any further probing. Comme fort, mystic golden finger. He suddenly shifted his tactics, discarding the intricate claw shadows and palm techniques. His right hand's index and middle fingers aligned, and an intense surge of inner energy coursed towards the tips. In an instant, his finger was enveloped in a dark golden sheen, emanating an indomitable sharpness. This was a technique of the Lin family, surpassing the cracking gold claw, a mid-grade mysterious skill known as mysterious gold finger. It was specifically designed to penetrate protective energy. With a swift thrust, golden light erupted, akin to a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, its speed magnified as it aimed straight for Lin Feng's heart. This singular strike encapsulated all of Lin Hong's current cultivation and murderous intent, its power eclipsing all previous assaults. Faced with this lethal jab, Lin Feng seemed unable to evade entirely. A flicker of resolve flashed in his eyes. Having been on the defensive, he crossed his arms tightly across his chest. With his palms inward, a faint, nearly invisible black energy surged rapidly between his arms. He silently commanded, "Devour," intending to withstand this blow. Thud! The dark golden fingertip struck forcefully at the intersection of Lin Feng's crossed arms. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a dull thud, reminiscent of piercing tough leather. Lin Feng's body jolted violently, an unusual flush creeping onto his face. A metallic taste filled his throat, yet he forced himself to swallow the blood that threatened to spill. The impact propelled him backward several steps, his feet carving two distinct grooves into the arena floor before he barely managed to stabilize himself. Meanwhile, Lin Hong felt his mysterious gold finger strength dissipate as if swallowed by the sea, at least one-third neutralized by an inexplicable swirling force. Although the remaining power pushed Lin Feng back, it fell short of inflicting serious injury. To his astonishment and rage, he sensed a hint of the pure energy contained within his strike had seemingly been siphoned away by his opponent. So it was indeed your doing. Lin Hong's shock and fury confirmed his suspicion of Lin Feng possessing a peculiar devouring ability. Such a power must not be allowed to persist. To have compelled me to resort to this measure, you have much to be proud of. Lin Hong steadied his breath, a sinister and cruel smile creeping onto his face. He ceased his pursuit, instead reaching into his robe to retrieve an exquisite purple sandalwood box. All eyes in the arena instantly converged upon it. What could it be? A pill? Young Master Hong intends to use a pill? Under the scrutiny of countless curious gazes, Lin Hong snapped open the box, revealing a dragon eye-sized pill, blood red in hue, adorned with 3 intricate patterns, as if internal flames were swirling within. The explosive Yuan pill. An elder with extensive knowledge gasped in astonishment. What? The explosive Yuan pill. A high-grade yellow-tier elixir. It can forcibly elevate one's cultivation for a short time. Utilizing such a pill in a martial contest transcended the realm of mere sparring, bordering on life and death. Moreover, this blatantly contravenes the spirit of moderation. On the high platform, Lin Zhan subtly furrowed his brow, yet he did not voice any objections. Lin Hong remained oblivious to the surrounding murmurs. His eyes were filled solely with madness and murderous intent. He aimed to obliterate Lin Feng's every shred of hope and cunning with overwhelming power. Lin Feng, to perish beneath my full might is an honor bestowed upon you. He opened his mouth and directly swallowed the explosive Yuan pill. As the elixir entered his stomach, it felt akin to consuming a ball of raging fire. Boom! A terrifying aura, far more ferocious than before, erupted from Lin Hong's body like a volcanic explosion. The silvery light surrounding him instantaneously transformed into a blinding crimson hue. The fluctuations of his vital energy surged violently, akin to a tempestuous sea. 4th layer of Kaiyuan, 5th layer of Kaiyuan, 6th layer of Kaiyuan. It continued to escalate to the pinnacle of the 6th layer, merely a hair's breadth from the 7th. Only then did that terrifying aura begin to stabilize. At this moment, Lin Hong's skin radiated an abnormal crimson glow. Veins throbbed violently, his eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared to have grown larger. He exuded a palpable aura of menace that sent shivers down one's spine. The black granite arena beneath him could no longer withstand this force, showing fine cracks. The overwhelming pressure descended upon Lin Feng like an immense mountain. Gulp! Countless spectators below struggled to swallow, their faces paling under the weight of this power. The pinnacle of the 6th layer of Kaiyuan. This surpassed the capabilities of most elders within the Lin family. Lin Feng is finished. Lin Xiaoyu, terrified, covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Xian gripped the hilt of her sword, her knuckles turning white. Even the 3rd elder Lin Xiaotian on the high platform could not help but lean forward, a grave expression etched upon his face. Lin Feng stood rooted in place, the tsunami-like pressure crashing upon him. It made his tattered garments flutter wildly, rendering his figure even more slender. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to meet the imposing presence of Lin Hong, who resembled a demonic deity. For the first time, an expression of grave seriousness appeared on his face, perhaps even tinged with a hint of despair. Yet, if one could peer into the depths of his eyes, they would discover not despair, but a chilling calmness akin to that of a hunter witnessing their prey finally ensnared in a trap. The voice of Lord Jean echoed in his mind, tinged with excitement, or perhaps schadenfreude. The feast has begun. Pinnacle of the 6th layer. Kid, this is going to be quite the spectacle. Can your frail body endure this? Lin Feng took a deep breath as the dark, devouring vortex within him began to spin with unprecedented speed. With the explosive Yuan pill, Lin Hong's cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the 6th layer of Kaiyuan, overwhelming in strength. Faced with such an absolute disparity in power, how will the seemingly cornered Lin Feng respond? Will his long-hidden devouring power be capable of consuming this rampant medicinal force? The true test of life and death has only just begun. Chapter 36. desperation, and coercion. Lin Hong emanated a fierce and formidable aura, akin to boiling water, bubbling forth with an intensity that enveloped the entire arena. A tempestuous and unstable wave of heat, fueled by the elixir, cloaked the space, warping the very air itself. Those in the front row of the spectator stands felt a suffocating pressure, as if an unseen boulder were pressing against their chests, making each breath a laborious endeavor. Useless. Let us see where you can hide now. Lin Hong sneered, his voice raspy with a metallic edge, amplified by the surge of his power. With a thunderous stomp, he drove his foot into the solid black granite of the arena, creating a shallow crater as cracks spiderwebbed outward. In an instant, he transformed into a crimson blur, his speed exceeding that of mere moments ago by an astonishing degree. His movements became nearly imperceptible, accompanied only by the rush of a vicious wind. A fist, as large as a cooking pot and imbued with the force of a cataclysm, bore down upon Lin Feng's face. This punch was devoid of embellishment, purely a brutal amalgamation of speed and strength, intended to drive Lin Feng's skull deep into his neck. It was too swift, so fast that Lin Feng, who had previously exhibited a degree of agility, now appeared clumsy and sluggish in his attempts to evade. He could only barely cross his arms to shield his head and face, the meager energy within him, masquerading as that of a fourth-level practitioner desperately coalescing in his arms. With a deafening thud, akin to the sound of a drum being shattered, Lin Feng was struck as if by a rampaging bull. The impact reverberated through his blocking arms, producing a sickening crack that left him uncertain whether it was his bones fracturing or his energy dissipating. He could not maintain his stance. His feet left the ground as he flew backward like a discarded sack, colliding violently with a stone pillar marking the edge of the arena. Thud! His back met the pillar with a resounding impact. A coppery taste filled his mouth as he coughed violently, spewing forth a torrent of blood, his complexion turning as pale as wax. He slid down the pillar to the ground, his arms hanging limply at his sides, each cough laced with blood, leaving him teetering on the brink of death. Brother! Below, Lin Xiaoyu's anguished scream pierced the air, filled with heart-wrenching despair. Easily defeated, Lin Hong flicked his wrist, a cruel and mocking expression playing across his face. He did not rush to pursue, instead sauntering forward leisurely, reveling in the sensation of absolute control. The crowd of sycophants below erupted in thunderous cheers, as though victory were already assured. Above, Lin Zhan maintained his stoic demeanor, though a flicker of relief passed through his eyes. The third elder, Lin Xiaotian, furrowed his brow, his hand tightening slightly on his knee. Lin Feng struggled to rise, but his body felt as though it had been dismantled. With a slight effort, he once again collapsed weakly, leaning against the stone pillar, gasping for breath, his gaze appearing somewhat vacant, embodying a state of utter exhaustion. Ah, young lad, do not overdo it. That strike was indeed quite forceful, echoed the voice of June, resonating in his mind with a hint of admonition. The explosive power of the Yuan Dan was overwhelming, though he had reached the 6th level of the opening Yuan stage. The force was undeniably genuine. Given his frail physique, withstanding such impact was no small feat. Lin Feng spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva inwardly. I know. My bones feel as though they are about to shatter. However, he sensed a certain sluggishness in the flow of his power, lacking the true fluidity of the 6th level. Of course, it's derived from medicinal force. Can it be the same? June's voice continued to resonate. It's akin to a balloon inflated to its limits, impressive at a glance, yet easily punctured, though in your current state, even puncturing it would require effort. At that moment, Lin Hong had approached Lin Feng, looking down upon him as one would regard a mere ant, easily crushable. He refrained from striking immediately, instead bending down to whisper into Lin Feng's ear in a tone audible only to the two of them, laced with malice. My dear brother, how do you feel? This power, is it not utterly despairing? His words dripped with a serpent-like coldness and malice. Did you think returning to the Lin family would alter anything? Would it wash away the reality of your worthlessness? Lin Feng coughed, offering no reply, merely fixating his gaze upon him. Lin Hong seemed quite pleased with this display of helplessness, continuing to provoke him, each word sharp as a knife. Do you remember the God Burial Cliff? Wasn't the wind chilling? Did it not hurt when you fell? Did you not think you were doomed? Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, his breath momentarily halted. Observing his reaction, Lin Hong's smile grew increasingly sinister and triumphant. He almost spat the subsequent words through clenched teeth, reveling in a perverse satisfaction. Indeed, It was I who pushed you down. Who allowed you, a mere adopted son, to outshine me with your superior talent? Who permitted you to steal the glory that was rightfully mine? You deserved it. The complete destruction of your spiritual roots is a mere mercy. You should have been reduced to a bloody pulp. He straightened up, raising his voice slightly to ensure that some nearby could hear the murmur, yet not overtly contravening the unspoken rules. A worthless one ought to possess the awareness of their own inadequacy. Climbing where one ought not, coveting what one should not, leads to such a fate. The last time you did not die was merely due to your good fortune. This time, let's see who can save you. These words echoed like thunder in Lin Feng's ears, subtly reaching the attentive ears at the edge of the arena, igniting a ripple of astonishment and incredu indeed. Lin Feng's body trembled violently, not from his injuries, but from an overwhelming fury. His eyes instantly became bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Lin Hong, emitting a primal growl from his throat. He struggled to lunge forward, but, due to his grievous wounds, collapsed back onto the ground, gasping for breath in vain. His gaze was as if he intended to devour Lin Hong alive. Yes, let that anger surge. Let that resentment flourish. Lin Hong felt a wicked satisfaction. But what use is it? In the face of absolute power, your rage is utterly inconsequential. He lifted his foot, a cruel smile dancing upon his lips, and brought it down with force upon Lin Feng's right hand, which was desperately propping him up. If that foot landed, Lin Feng's hand would undoubtedly be shattered. At that moment, Lin Feng, seemingly losing his wits due to intense fury and injury, with his eyes obscured by disheveled hair, suddenly flashed a glimmer of cold clarity. Now is the time. The voice of the elder Jin pierced through the chaos. Lin Feng's left hand, which had been powerless and drooping, shot forth like a venomous serpent, moving with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, instead of blocking the descending foot. His fingers curled into claws, enveloped by an almost undetectable dark energy, and precisely targeted a concealed acupoint behind Lin Hong's supporting left ankle. This strike was silent, yet ruthlessly precise. The timing was impeccable, occurring just as Lin Hong's concentration waned, and he exerted full force downward with his right foot, causing a slight shift in his balance. The power of absorption quietly activated. What? The vicious grin on Lin Hong's face froze in an instant. He felt a sudden numbness shoot through the back of his left ankle, an eerie sensation of weakness rapidly coursing through his entire left leg, draining the strength from his supporting limb. The force with which he was pressing down on Lin Feng lost control, his balance faltered, and he stumbled sideways. Although, with his cultivation at the 6th layer of the opening yuan, he quickly regained his composure and steadied himself after a slight wobble. The unexpected turn of events drenched him in a cold sweat. It also silenced the crowd, who had been poised to cheer, as if a hand had grasped their throats, stifling their voices. What just happened? Why did young Master Hong nearly fall? What did Lin Feng do? The audience was bewildered, seizing the opportunity created by his opponent's instability. Lin Feng did not linger. His body rolled to the side like a slippery eel, narrowly evading the foot that had intended to crush his palm. He half knelt a few steps away, still gasping for breath, his face pale. Yet, the eyes that rose to meet Lin Hong's were devoid of the previous daze and despair, replaced instead by an unfathomable chill and mockery. You, Lin Hong, both shocked and enraged, pointed at Lin Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. He failed to discern the exact nature of Lin Feng's earlier strike. That uncanny maneuver was far from ordinary. Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his voice hoarse yet laced with a piercing sting that resonated sharply in Lin Hong's ears. Lin Hong, is this all you have? Can you face me head on? Lin Hong openly confessed to his treachery, simultaneously unleashing a blend of murderous intent and humiliation. Inadire predicament. Lin Feng narrowly evaded the threat of having his hand severed, retaliating with provocative words, though he appeared to be at his last gasp. Was that bizarre strike a desperate struggle or the inception of a counterattack? Infuriated beyond measure, what kind of frenzied, lethal technique would Lin Hong unleash next? Chapter 37. The Crisis of a Sister. The murderous intent on the arena was almost palpable. Lin Hong was completely ignited by Lin Feng's taunt of "Can you face me head on?" Laughing in fury, his entire being radiated a crimson aura that roiled like molten lava, seething and roaring. Sharp-tongued, let us see how long you can keep up that bravado. He withheld no restraint, with a vigorous thrust of his arms. The scarlet energy surged skyward, morphing into two grotesque blood-colored serpents that coiled around his limbs. A far more ferocious and violent aura cascaded forth, creating violent ripples in the protective shield surrounding the arena. The blood python swallowing heaven technique, a superior mystic-level technique passed down by the family head. An astonished elder exclaimed in terror. Lin Hong had evidently pushed the explosive essence of the Yuan pill to its utmost limits, willing to pay any price to swiftly eliminate Lin Feng. With both fists thrust forward, the two blood-colored serpents bared their fangs, exuding a menacing aura of annihilation, sealing off every escape route for Lin Feng as they lunged ferociously. Where they passed, the very air was vaporized, emitting a piercing shriek. This strike transcended the capabilities of a typical sixth-layer initiate, drawing perilously close to the might of an early-stage divine sea expert. Confronted with this lethal assault, Lin Feng's pupils constricted, his muscles taut to their breaking point. The devouring vortex within his dantian spun with unprecedented velocity, tendrils of black energy surging toward his limbs. He understood that he could no longer conceal his strength. He had to give his all. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an unanticipated sense of dread, emanating from the depths of his bloodline, pierced his heart like an icy dagger, momentarily stalling the flow of his energy. This sensation did not stem from the oncoming attack, but rather from the direction of the stance. Almost instinctively, his gaze pierced through the chaotic energy on the arena, akin to the keen-eyed falcon. Honing in on a specific spot in the civilian audience where Lin Xiaoyu was seated, her hands clasped tightly, her face etched with anxiety and concern. What he beheld caused his blood to run cold in an instant. At the edge of the crowd, two men dressed in the humble attire of Lin family servants. Their eyes menacing and movements agile, silently squeezed through the throng, drawing ever closer to Lin Xiaoyu, who was anxiously watching the arena. Their movements appeared casual, yet each step was steady, and their breaths were restrained, undoubtedly the mark of masters. Moreover, their hands had stealthily ventured towards their waists, where bulges clearly indicated the concealment of weapons or even binding artifacts. The target was Xiaoyu, that scoundrel Lin Hong. He dared to send someone to harm his own sister in plain sight. He intended to take Xiaoyu hostage. Xiaoyu, be careful, Lin Feng screamed in his heart, nearly disregarding everything to leap from the arena. This momentary distraction was fatal. Boom! The blood-red giant python had already descended upon him. The violent energy crashed mercilessly against the black energy shield Lin Feng hastily conjured. The shield barely endured for half a breath before shattering explosively. Lin Feng felt as if struck by a colossal hammer. He was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string, spewing blood mid-air. His blood was even mingled with fragments of internal organs. His complexion turned ashen, and his breath dwindled like a flickering candle in the wind, reduced to the faintest whisper. Brother! In the stands, Lin Xiaoyu witnessed her brother being grievously injured and spewing blood, her soul nearly escaping in fright as she let out a piercing scream. Instinctively, she rushed forward. In that moment, her movement provided the two approaching assailants with the opportunity they sought. The man on the left's eyes glinted coldly as his hand, like an iron clamp, silently and swiftly lunged for Lin Xiaoyu's delicate wrist. The other man positioned himself to block the view from behind, a glimmer of cold light flashing between his fingers. It was a needle as fine as a cow's hair, aimed directly at Xiaoyu's vulnerable neck. Their actions were seamless and efficient, clearly the work of seasoned criminals well-versed in such nefarious deeds. This is bad. A frantic warning echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Kid, forget the arena. That little girl is in danger. Lin Feng crashed heavily against the edge of the arena, his entire body racked with excruciating pain, as if his bones were dislocated. Yet, the physical agony paled in comparison to the intense anxiety and fury surging within him. He watched helplessly as that filthy hand was about to grasp his sister's wrist, and the poison needle was poised to pierce her fair skin. Time seemed to elongate infinitely, every detail branding itself like a searing iron upon his soul. No, he could not allow Xiaoyu to be harmed. This was his final bottom line, the only thought that had sustained him through his return from hell. What hidden strength? What masquerading as a fool to deceive the tiger? What family competition? To hell with it. An indescribable fury and madness erupted from the depths of his heart like a dormant volcano awakening after eons. His eyes, once dulled by injury, were suddenly ablaze with a crimson intent to kill. You seek death. A roar, akin to a dying beast, erupted from the depths of Lin Feng's throat. The sound was hoarse and fragmented, yet it bore a terrifying will that sent shivers through the soul. Meanwhile, the dark vortex of devouring energy within him seemed to sense its master's boundless fury and determination, operating with an unprecedented frenzy. No longer cautiously absorbing, but rather, it began to plunder, recklessly seizing every ounce of energy surrounding him. The residual spiritual energy of the formation on the arena floor, the thin essence of heaven and earth in the air, and even the ferocious energy emanating from Lin Hong's two blood-red giant pythons. Threads of energy surged forth like rivers returning to the sea, wildly flooding into Lin Feng's nearly parched meridians and dantian. With a crackling sound, the arena beneath him began to fracture inch by inch under this overpowering force of consumption. An aura far deeper, darker, and more unsettling than the power unleashed by Lin Hong's explosive pills began to emanate. It was as if a slumbering, ancient beast of terror was slowly awakening, its cold gaze spreading from Lin Feng's shattered form. On the high platform, the family head Lin Zhan, who had remained composed until now, suddenly sprang to his feet, his face etched with disbelief and horror. He fixated on the seemingly breathless youth at the edge of the arena. Feeling a surge of eerie energy that even caused his heart to skip a beat, he exclaimed in astonishment, What kind of power is this?" Meanwhile, on the spectator's side, the hand poised to seize Lin Xiaoyu froze as if bitten by a venomous snake. Paralyzed at the moment, Lin Feng's murderous roar echoed through the air. The two thugs exchanged bewildered glances, their faces betraying fear for the first time. The peril facing his sister became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ignoring his severe injuries, Lin Feng unleashed his devouring power, shocking the entire arena. Would this heart-stopping power arrive in time to save Xiaoyu? How would the now unmasked Lin Feng confront the enraged Lin Hong and the astonished elders of the Lin family? Chapter 38. Fury Unleashed. Time seemed to stretch and compress violently before Lin Feng's eyes. He could clearly see the left side assailant, masquerading as a servant, with his gnarled, calloused right hand, fingers already brushing against the faded fabric of Xiaoyu's old sleeve at her wrist. In the next instant, he would seal her pulse. The man on the right held a poison needle glimmering with an eerie blue light, mere inches from the fine hairs on Xiaoyu's pale neck. The terror etched on Xiaoyu's face, drained of color at the sight of her brother's grievous injuries, pierced Lin Feng's heart like the sharpest ice pick, leaving him nearly breathless. Behind him, Lin Hong's two blood-red giant pythons, birthed from the explosive potency of the pills, were already lunging forward with a deafening roar of destruction. The searing, foul wind shredded the tattered rags on his back, scraping the younger sister and oneself, perilously close to destruction. Every choice appears to lead toward utter annihilation. Yet, in this fleeting moment of decision, a long-suppressed essence within Lin Feng is ignited by his sister's desperate gaze, shattering its confines. To hell with restraint. To hell with pretense. To hell with gradual progression. What family competition? What champion's honor? What schemes of Lin Hong? At this instant, all of it becomes utterly meaningless. He returns, he struggles. He endures. Was it not for the sake of protecting this soul kin who once offered him warmth? If he cannot even safeguard Xiaoyu, what significance is there in becoming an emperor? A roar erupts, a sound unlike any human, as if it emanates from a primordial beast of chaos, exploding from the depths of Lin Feng's chest. This voice is hoarse, fragmented, yet imbued with a fury capable of incinerating all existence and a reckless madness. His body, once hunched and curled from grievous wounds, straightens with that single cry. A dark, viscous aura, like ink, surges forth from every pore of his being, akin to a flood breaching its dam. No longer is it the cautious, gradual consumption of energy. Instead, it becomes a frenzy of plunder. Buzz, an invisible, distorted force field manifests around Lin Feng in an instant. On the arena floor, the spirit stones sustaining the formation dim at a visibly rapid pace. The spiritual energy contained within is ruthlessly siphoned away, transforming into wisps of white vapor that surge madly into Lin Feng's body. The scant primordial energy in the air is torn and howling, coalescing into a visible microcyclone that infuses him. Even the blood-red energy radiating from Lin Hong's two colossal serpents is forcibly stripped away by this domineering force field, like moths drawn to a flame, flinging themselves into the abyssal vortex. Crack, crack. The black granite arena beneath him cannot withstand this sudden, terrifying suction. Cracks, like a spider's web, proliferate from where his feet stand, swiftly covering half the arena, with fragments cascading down. Lin Feng's aura skyrockets, as if propelled by a rocket. The previously withered fluctuations of the fourth layer of Kaiyuan break through barriers instantly, reaching the pinnacle of the fourth layer. Without pause, it surges into the fifth layer of Kaiyuan, and it continues to ascend at a breathtaking pace. His entire being is enveloped in dark energy. His eyes of vivid crimson, not the red of madness, but a hue ignited by pure, murderous intent and wrath. He appears as a vengeful Shura, clawing his way from the depths of hell. What? This sudden transformation leaves the spectators in stunned silence, a gasp lodged in the throat, leaving only the sound of sharp inhalation. On the platform, Lin Zhan, who had remained composed, abruptly stood up. For the first time, his face displayed an almost unrestrained shock and horror. This aura, this power, exuded an ominous and destructive presence, entirely alien to any technique of the Lin family. What on earth had this young man discovered at the bottom of the cliff? Impossible. Lin Hong, who was at the forefront, felt the intensity most acutely. He watched in disbelief as his anticipated blood python attack, upon encountering that layer of pitch-black essence, was utterly annihilated, as if ice meeting the blazing sun. The front half of the energy was directly dissolved and consumed. The force that rebounded left a significant void, making him feel as if he might spit blood. Even more unsettling was the overwhelming sense of pressure he sensed emanating from Lin Feng, akin to an ant confronting a dragon. Cease this charade. In a furious amalgamation of rage and fear, Lin Hong forcibly summoned all his medicinal power. His palms glowed a fiery red, akin to branding irons, as they struck fiercely against Lin Feng's back. He could not believe that a mere temporary enhancement from elixirs could not obliterate this suddenly flourishing waste. With a resounding thud, his palms collided with Lin Feng's back, producing a heavy sound of flesh meeting flesh. Lin Feng stumbled forward, a torrent of scalding blood erupting from his mouth like a blood arrow. The blood was not a vivid red, but bore a strange dark golden hue. It splattered onto the arena floor, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. His complexion instantly turned ashen, and his breath experienced a momentary violent fluctuation and decline. This strike was a genuine, grievous blow, a full-force attack from the pinnacle of the sixth layer of Open Yuan, even partially dissipated by the consuming force. Still contained a remnant of power that he could not entirely withstand. Yet, Lin Feng did not fall, harnessing the tremendous impact. He forcefully pushed off the black granite ground with his feet. A section of the already cracked surface collapsed with a resounding roar. Not only was his body not crushed, but it also propelled forward like a black cannonball hurled with all might. Utilizing the force from Lin Hong's palm, he shot toward his sister Lin Xiaoyu with a speed several times greater than when he had previously evaded. His velocity was so rapid that it left a series of blurred afterimages in the air. The gust of wind he generated stirred the dust high along the edges of the arena. His target was Xiaoyu. Stop him. At that moment, the two would-be assailants, who were on the verge of success, finally reacted to this astonishing turn of events. Their expressions changed dramatically, their hands reaching toward Xiaoyu, along with the poison needles, instinctively quickened their descent. But it was already too late. Get away! A roar filled with overwhelming in a fleeting moment. A dark shadow descended with unmatched force, crashing down upon the front row of the audience like a meteor. With a resounding crash, splinters of wood flew as the front row seats were obliterated. Lin Feng's figure emerged, half kneeling on the ground, one hand bracing against it. He abruptly raised his head, his crimson eyes resembling those of the fiercest beast. They fixated intensely on the two assailants, who were but a step away from Xiaoyu. Under the gaze of those eyes, laden with a sense of impending doom, the two culprits, both possessing at least the cultivation of the third or fourth layer of the opening Yuan realm, became as stiff as frogs ensnared by a venomous snake. A chill surged from their feet straight to the crown of their heads. The hand that had reached for Xiaoyu, along with the poisonous needle, froze mid-air, unable to descend any further. Xiaoyu stood shocked by this sudden turn of events. She gazed at her brother, enveloped in dark energy, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression terrifying yet profoundly familiar. Her mouth agape. She forgot to cry, to feel fear, and was left only with confusion. Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at this dramatic reversal. No one had anticipated that Lin Feng, who had been on the brink of death in the arena, would suddenly unleash such terrifying power and speed. He had withstood Lin Hong's fatal strike, and then directly leaped off the stage. Lin Hong remained in the center of the ravaged arena, his palms still extended, gazing at the empty space before him. Feeling the lingering sensation in his hands and the splattered warm blood, his face was a portrait of disbelief and fury. How dare he? How could he still move? Moreover, that blood, that kid must have been gravely injured. But why? Why could he unleash such speed and ferocity? Xianxia laughed maniacally in Lin Feng's mind, filled with an almost frenzied excitement. Yes, this is it. The true essence of the Devouring Heaven technique is to plunder. It is dominance. What are these nonsensical rules? What are these pitiful opponents? Dare to harm those you cherish, and they shall be consumed. Kid, you are finally showing some promise. Lin Feng gradually rose to his feet, disregarding the fiery gaze of Lin Hong behind him, as well as the countless astonished, fearful, and puzzled stares from the audience. Step by step, he advanced towards the two paralyzed assailants. With each step, the dark energy surrounding him thickened, amplifying the heart-stopping aura of devouring power. He extended his hand, pointing at the two culprits, his voice chilling as if forged from eternal ice, each word dripping with bloodlust. Whoever dares to touch her shall die. In a burst of rage, Lin Feng descended from the stage, defying his grievous injuries to intimidate the assailants. However, his forced absorption and confrontation with Lin Hong had left him internally injured, and his current state was precarious. How would Lin Hong react on the stage? Would the intimidated assailants act out of desperation? How would the higher-ups of the Lin family address this unprecedented breach of rules? Chapter 39. The first near-death breakthrough. Lin Feng's chilling declaration. Those who move against me shall perish, swept across the arena like a frigid wind in the depths of winter, causing the temperature to plummet. The two assailants tasked with abducting Lin Xiaoyu, whose cultivation levels hovered around the third or fourth tier of the opening Yuan realm, typically considered formidable opponents, now found themselves ensnared by the blood-red gaze of Lin Feng. They felt their vital energy stagnate, as if they were prey locked in the sights of a ravenous beast from the primordial world. Even their breaths became labored. The hands that were mere inches away from grasping Lin Xiaoyu, along with the poison needle, stood frozen in midair, paralyzed by fear. Useless. You two imbeciles. Why are you just standing there? On the stage, Lin Hong snapped back to reality from his extreme shock and fury. Witnessing this scene nearly drove him to the brink of madness. The meticulously crafted trap he had set up was now in disarray due to Lin Feng's reckless outburst. Even more intolerable was the dark, ominous aura radiating from Lin Feng, instilling a sense of dread deep within Lin Hong's heart. Seize that little wench. Quickly. Lin Hong bellowed, his voice laced with rage as he sprang into action. He could not allow the hostage to slip from his grasp. If he could capture Lin Xiaoyu, Lin Feng would be rendered hesitant, his form transformed into a streak of crimson light, flouting the rules of the arena as he lunged toward the edge of the audience, where Lin Feng and Xiaoyu stood. The phantom of a blood python emerged from his palms, this time aimed directly at the vulnerable back of Lin Feng. He intended to exploit Lin Feng's focus on the assailants to launch a surprise attack, aiming to inflict a grave injury or even kill him in one fell swoop. Brother, watch out behind you, Lin Xiaoyu cried out, her face pale with fear at Lin Hong's approach. Yet, Lin Feng, honed by countless life and death battles, had already sensed the malevolent wind at his back. However, retreat was not an option. Behind him was Xiaoyu. Taking a step back could lead her into the clutches of danger. Damn it, kid, you're caught between a rock and a hard place. This is a grave miscalculation. Xianxia's voice rang with urgency. If you take that palm strike from Lin Hong, the injuries you just suppressed will undoubtedly flare up. But if you evade, that girl is doomed. What a damn dilemma. There was no choice. For Lin Feng, there had never been a second option. Get lost, he shouted, not turning back. As he struck backward with a palm, dark vital energy coalesced in his palm, forming a small vortex, attempting to devour and dissipate a portion of the incoming force. Meanwhile, his primary focus and murderous intent remained firmly fixed on the two assailants before him, preventing them from acting out of desperation. Boom! Lin Hong's blood python palm collided with Lin Feng's hastily raised hand. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the air. Lin Feng's body trembled violently. This time, he could not fully mitigate the ferocious force of Lin Hong, who had reached the pinnacle of the sixth tier of the opening Yuan realm. A torrent of blood, glimmering with a dark golden hue, erupted violently. Within the sanguine deluge, fragments of internal organs mingled. He felt as though a colossal mountain had struck his back, causing his entire spine to emit a lament of unbearable strain. His viscera felt as if they had been cast into a furnace, instantly displaced and torn apart. Excruciating pain, an indescribable agony surged throughout his being, yet he gritted his teeth, propelled by the force of impact, staggering forward. In doing so, he positioned himself even closer to Xiaoyu, shielding his sister completely within the protective angle between himself and the arena. His palm thrust backward. Though it felt as if his bones might shatter, nonetheless diverted Lin Hong's palm strike slightly, aided by the peculiar force of devouring and his own fierce determination. Boom! The residual force grazed Lin Feng's shoulder, obliterating a section of the audience seats into dust. The spectators in that area screamed and fled in terror, crying out in desperation. Lin Hong, astonished that Lin Feng could exhibit such resilience despite his grievous injuries, found himself momentarily daunted by Lin Feng's reckless defense of his sister. His movements involuntarily slowed for a heartbeat. Just then, as Lin Feng braved Lin Hong's ambush, the full brunt of his injuries erupted, and his breath dwindled like a flickering candle in the wind. A sudden transformation occurred. The once chaotic and tumultuous dark energy within him, a result of forced consumption and grievous harm, seemed to reach a critical threshold. The operation of the 9 deaths swallowing heaven technique was no longer under his conscious control, but instead driven by a more primal, instinctual force. It was the embodiment of pure rage, an obsession to protect what was dear. It was the most potent cry for life, erupting from the very brink of death. A hum resonated, audible only to Lin Feng, akin to a sound emanating from the depths of his soul. The dark vortex within his dantian began to whirl with unprecedented velocity, expanding, no longer merely plundering external energy. It began to consume inward, absorbing the internal bruising from his grievous wounds, devouring the fragments of his shattered meridians, even engulfing the crimson, violent energy belonging to Lin Hong that raged within him. An extraordinary state descended upon him. The cacophony of the outside world seemed to fade away. The clamor of the arena, Lin Hong's furious roars, Xiaoyu's weeping, the gasps of the audience, all became indistinct. The flow of time appeared to slow. Lin Feng felt as if his consciousness had detached from his corporeal form, suspended in midair, coldly observing his battered vessel. He witnessed the gradual rupture of his meridians, only to see them forcefully rejoined and widened by the dark energy swirling within him in a domineering manner. He saw the fissures in his internal organs being sewn together and reinforced by the black energy, as if by the most delicate of threads. Upon witnessing the fissures in his bones, he was infused with a vibrant essence of darkness, rendering him more resilient. The agony, rather than subsiding, magnified 100-fold, a torment akin to being thrust into the inferno of perdition, where every inch of flesh and every cell was being torn asunder, reconstituted, and tempered in an inhuman crucible. This was the near-death state depicted in the 9 deaths swallowing heaven technique. He teetered on the precipice of life and death, embracing the specter of mortality to be reborn. Hold on, young man, this is the moment. Jun Ye's voice resonated with an unprecedented gravity and a hint of exhilaration. The first metamorphosis of death. Endure, and the world shall be yours. Fail, and your essence shall be obliterated. Think of those you must protect. Hold on for me. The one he sought to safeguard was Xiaoyu, the girl who, even when all others scorned him, clandestinely brought him meals. The foolish girl who, after he became a shell of his former self, attempted to shield him with her frail shoulders. She was the sole beacon of warmth in his frigid existence. I cannot perish. A fiercely stubborn resolve ignited like an indomitable flame, burning fiercely within Lin Feng's nearly dissipated consciousness. This conviction became the guiding beacon for the voracious consumption of his vital energy. Crack! It was as though a formidable barrier had been shattered. Lin Feng, whose aura had plummeted to the nadir due to grievous injuries, erupted forth like a dormant volcano, breaking free from the shackles of the 4th realm of Kaiyuan. He boldly ascended to the 5th realm of Kaiyuan, and this momentum showed no signs of abating, soaring directly into the mid and later stages, until reaching its zenith. The obsidian energy swirling around him became denser and more profound, as if adorning him with an armor forged from the abyss. The exposed, ghastly wounds, though not immediately healed, had ceased to bleed, with a faint black luminescence forming at the edges, staving off further deterioration. Most disconcerting were his eyes. Those crimson orbs, now stripped of a portion of their madness, were replaced by a chilling stillness, as if capable of engulfing all light. He slowly turned his gaze towards Lin Hong, who had halted in his movements, bewildered by the drastic shift in his aura. You. Lin Hong's throat felt parched. He gazed in disbelief at Lin Feng, whose presence had intensified despite his disheveled state, his eyes seemingly belonging to a different soul. An absurd sensation surged within him. What elixir have you consumed? No, this is impossible. What concoction could enable someone on the brink of death to instantly break through and stabilize their injuries? Such a phenomenon defies all logic. Lin Feng offered no reply. He merely flexed his right hand, which had just withstood Lin Hong's strike. Though still excruciating, it was now imbued with newfound strength. His knuckles crackled ominously, as if harboring the power to shatter stone. His gaze swept over the two thugs before him, who stood petrified in shock. Once again, he bypassed them, directing his gaze towards the arena where Lin Hong's face was ashen. Ultimately, his attention settled upon the patriarch Lin Zhan, who could no longer maintain his composure and abruptly rose from his seat. A cold and cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Now it is my turn. In this desperate situation, Lin Feng activated the core mechanism of a 9 deaths swallowing heaven technique, achieving his first near-death breakthrough. And his power surged to the pinnacle of the 5th layer of Kaiyuan. His grievously injured body stabilized, and the tide of battle shifted instantaneously, with a dramatically altered aura. How would Lin Feng confront the adversary before him? And how would the upper echelons of the Lin family react to this seemingly illogical spectacle? Chapter 40. The Moment of Reckoning. Time appeared to freeze for a brief moment as Lin Feng completed his breakthrough. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent, with everyone staring wide-eyed and mouths agape. It was as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, rendering them voiceless. They watched in disbelief as the youth, who should have been gravely wounded and possibly lifeless, erupted with an ominous black aura that sent shivers through their souls. Then, it seemed his injuries had stabilized. The once severely depleting energy not only persisted, but soared as if propelled by a rocket, breaking through barriers and halting at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of Kaiyuan. When the world is going on, this is more outrageous than a moment of revival. It is a resurrection. No, it is a rebirth, growing stronger with each death. On the high platform, Patriarch Lin Zhan could no longer maintain his calm. He stepped forward forcefully, crushing the armrest of the purple sandalwood chair beneath him with instinctive strength. He fixed his gaze on Lin Feng below the arena, his eyes filled with unprecedented horror, confusion, and a hint of fear that even he had not recognized. This power, this aura brimming with destruction and foreboding, was unlike any known technique of the Lin family or even the entire Tianfeng kingdom. What had this boy encountered at the bottom of the god burial cliff? No, it is impossible. What forbidden substance have you consumed? It must be a forbidden substance. Among them, Lin Hong felt this change most acutely. Positioned closest, he could sense the aura radiating from Lin Feng during his breakthrough, washing over him like a frigid tide, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. It was a palpable pressure of a higher order. Although his cultivation still surpassed Lin Feng's by a layer, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, as if he were facing not a person, but an ancient ferocious beast poised to devour him. Particularly striking were Lin Feng's eyes at that moment. No longer filled with anger or madness, they exuded an extreme coldness and indifference. The look he cast was akin to that directed at a corpse. Forbidden substance? Lin Feng spoke slowly, his voice hoarse, yet carrying a metallic resonance that resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Do I need such means to deal with a waste like you? Built up by relying on pills? As he spoke, his gaze did not entirely rest upon Lin Hong, but rather shifted slightly, akin to 2 frigid blades. It swept toward the 2 assailants still frozen in place before Lin Xiaoyu, caught in a dilemma. Upon receiving this glance, the 2 criminals felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, as if the specter of death was fixated upon them, their blood seemingly congealing in their veins. The oppressive aura of a peak 5th-tier practitioner, intertwined with an eerie, devouring energy, bore down upon their hearts like a tangible mountain. Just moments ago, it was you who dared to threaten my sister? Lin Feng's voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable tone of judgment. Hong, young Master Hong, The two assailants, terror-stricken, instinctively glanced at Lin Hong on the platform, seeking guidance. Yet, Lin Hong was preoccupied with his own peril and could scarcely attend to their plight. Incompetence. You cannot even apprehend one person. Lin Hong, both alarmed and furious, was even more intimidated by Lin Feng's current demeanor. Afraid to descend from the platform, he could only bellow impotently, "Lin Feng, you have unlawfully left the arena, violating the rules of the competition. Father, quickly revoke his qualification and apprehend him." However, Lin Feng seemed oblivious to his outcry. He merely beckoned to the two assailants with a subtle curl of his finger. "Come here." These two simple words, unremarkable in themselves, bore an irresistible enchantment. The two criminals turned pale, desiring to resist, to flee, yet their legs felt as if they were encased in lead, rendering them immobile. The devouring force, radiating from Lin Feng, enveloped them like an invisible quagmire, firmly anchoring them in place. We," one of them stammered, his teeth chattering, unable to articulate his thoughts. "It appears I must summon you here." A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. In the next instant, he moved. There was no earth-shattering commotion, only a shadowy figure moving with blinding speed, seemingly merging with the distorted air. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several meters, materializing before the two assailants. So swift, far quicker than when he had braved Lin Hong's attack to leap from the platform. This was the culmination of a peak fifth-tier practitioner, augmented by the transformative powers of the 9 Deaths Devouring Heaven technique. The two assailants could barely register the shift before a suffocating pressure enveloped them. "Spare us." The plea barely escaped their lips when Lin Feng's hands, akin to iron clamps, seized their wrists. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones echoed. The two assailants emitted wretched cries, their wrists crushed mercilessly by Lin Feng. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The dark vortex in the palm of Lin Feng began to whirl slightly. Devour. An overwhelming force of suction erupted forth. The two assailants felt their energy surge forth like a flood breaching its dam. Uncontrollably surging along the meridians of his arms, a torrent rushed towards Lin Feng's palm. Their bodies withered at a visible pace. The luster of their skin faded, and their eyes dimmed swiftly, filled with profound pain and terror. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, Lin Feng released his grip. The two assailants collapsed to the ground like 2 puddles of mud, gasping for breath, their cultivation utterly depleted. Though they were not dead, they had become mere shells of their former selves, scarcely better than death. Swift, decisive, ruthless, without a hint of hesitation, the arena fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the faint moans of the two assailants and the heavy breaths of the onlookers. Lin Feng did not even glance at the two on the ground. He turned and gently pulled the frightened Lin Xiaoyu, whose face had turned pale and whose body trembled, behind him, shielding her with his not particularly broad, yet remarkably steadfast back. "Xiaoyu, close your eyes and count to 10, he said, his voice softening, imbued with a reassuring strength. "Brother." Lin Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, tightly shutting her eyes, her long eyelashes still quivering. After calming his sister, Lin Feng slowly raised his head, his gaze once again directed towards Lin Hong, who appeared ashen atop the arena. "Now, it was time to settle the score between us." He took a step forward, the ground trembling slightly beneath his feet. With a graceful leap, he landed back onto the arena, facing Lin Hong from a distance. The entire process flowed seamlessly, exuding an air of composed control over the situation. The referee opened his mouth, intending to speak of regulations. However, after being met with Lin Feng's icy gaze, he swallowed his words and instinctively stepped back. On the high platform, Lin Zhan's face turned a shade of iron, his fists clenched tightly. Yet, he ultimately refrained from intervening immediately. The situation had escalated beyond his control. He needed to ascertain Lin Feng's true capabilities. Meanwhile, Lin Hong's condition began to deteriorate. The effects of the explosive Yuan pill were waning. The frenzied power that had propelled him to the pinnacle of the 6th layer of opening Yuan was receding like a swiftly retreating tide. An indescribable sense of weakness began to creep up from the depths of his marrow, gnawing at his body and will. His breath became unsteady, his complexion shifting from crimson to pale. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and his legs felt increasingly unsteady. No, it cannot be happening so quickly. A wave of immense panic surged within Lin Hong. Once the effects wore off, he would succumb to a prolonged period of weakness, and his cultivation might even temporarily plummet. Meanwhile, that monster across from him was at the peak of his power. The balance was shifting. He was finished. It seems your mighty pill has expired? Lin Feng had evidently sensed the change in Lin Hong's aura. The cruel curve at the corner of his mouth became increasingly pronounced. He advanced step by step, his pace unhurried, yet each step felt as though he were treading upon Lin Hong's heart. "You don't come any closer." Lin Hong retreated in terror, his voice trembling as he shouted, "My father is the clan leader. If you dare to harm me, the Lin family will never let you go." "The Lin family?" Lin Feng scoffed. "From the moment you pushed me off the god burial cliff, I, Lin Feng, have severed all ties with the Lin family." Before his words faded, Lin Feng's figure suddenly blurred. The phantom step. He unleashed the profound-level movement technique he had concealed until now, fully employing it. Coupled with his peak cultivation at the 5th layer of opening yuan, he instantly left 3 indistinguishable afterimages at his original position, each charging towards Lin Hong from different directions. Lin Hong, already in a state of panic, found his reaction sluggish due to the waning effects of the drug. The scene before him distorted, rendering him incapable of discerning reality from illusion. "Get away from me," he shouted, wildly swinging his fists at one of the phantoms, but struck only air. The true Lin Feng had already appeared beside him like a specter. "It seems your bones are not as tough as your tongue," Lin Feng declared, his fingers forming a sword-like shape, dark energy coalescing at his fingertips. It transformed into a black sword light, a foot long, sharp enough to rend all that stood in its way, and plunged directly into Lin Hong's right shoulder blade. This was his self-created technique, the Devouring Finger, imbued with the power of absorption. With a piercing sound, blood erupted. Lin Hong's protective energy crumbled before the black sword light, easily pierced. The blade penetrated his body, leaving a spray of blood and a transparent hole in its wake. Lin Hong let out a wretched scream, his right arm instantly drooping, unable to rise again. But it was not over. Lin Feng moved again, shadowing him closely. "This kick is for the enmity of severing my meridians back then." Boom! A fierce kick landed on the side of Lin Hong's left knee. The sound was sickening. "This palm is for the hatred of pushing me off the cliff." Slap! A palm struck Lin Hong's back, the absorption power surging in, ravenously draining the little energy he had left. "This punch is for the fright my sister endured today." Bang! A punch landed on Lin Hong's abdomen, causing him to curl up like a cooked shrimp, blood mixed with bile erupting from his mouth. Crushing. A complete and utter crushing. Just moments ago, the arrogant Lin Hong now resembled a broken sandbag, powerless against Lin Feng's tempestuous onslaught. He rolled on the stage, howling in agony. Blood staining the ground crimson, the arena fell into a deathly silence, broken only by Lin Hong's wails and the dull thuds of Lin Feng's fists meeting flesh. All present were stunned by this brutal spectacle. Those who had once mocked and belittled Lin Feng now felt a chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads, their limbs going cold. On the high platform, Lin Zhan's eyes widened in fury, a terrifying aura beginning to uncontrollably emanate from him. He was on the verge of losing control. Finally, Lin Feng ceased his assault. Lin Hong lay in a pool of blood, a limp mass, his bones unknown how many had shattered. The air was faint, devoid of inhalation, exuding only a breath of despair and terror. Lin Feng stood before him, gazing down from a towering height, akin to surveying an insignificant ant. He gradually lifted his foot and pressed it upon Lin Hong's once arrogant, now contorted visage, grinding with unyielding force. "I have promised you a fate worse than death." He lifted his gaze, calmly surveying the crowd, ultimately fixing his eyes upon the head of the family, Lin Zhan, whose aura of hostility was almost palpable. "Now, who dare speak of rules?" In a display of overwhelming dominance, Lin Feng incapacitated Lin Hong, irrevocably severing all pretense of civility. Faced with the murderous intent radiating from Lin Zhan and the animosity of the entire Lin family hierarchy, how would he respond? How would this family competition conclude? Lin Feng's reckoning had only just begun. Chapter 41. The Truth Revealed. On the arena, a silence so profound prevailed that one could hear the distant rustle of falling leaves. Lin Hong lay in a pool of blood, resembling a mass of flesh devoid of its bones. The once haughty young master, brimming with arrogance, now could only emit ragged, wheezing breaths. He was unaware of how many bones had been shattered within him. The gaping wound in his right shoulder, pierced by the swallowing yuan finger, continued to ooze blood, staining the luxurious silver attire beneath him. Agonizing pain and deeper dread engulfed him, especially as the effects of the medicine waned, leaving him in a state of debilitating weakness, unable even to lift a finger. Lin Feng stood beside him, looking down from his elevated position. The gray fabric of his garment had long since become tattered rags, barely clinging to him, revealing a body that was muscular yet marred by fresh and old scars. Dried blood lingered at the corners of his mouth, his complexion pale, a testament to withstanding the explosive force of the Yuan pill and its successive eruptions. Yet his eyes shone with an unsettling brilliance. There was no smugness of a victor, only an unfathomable coldness and tranquility that chilled the heart. He slowly lifted his right foot, and then, under the watchful gaze of countless horrified, shocked, and disbelieving eyes, he lightly yet decisively placed it upon Lin Hong's once unassailable face, now twisted in agony and fear. The sole of his shoe, sullied with the dust and blood of the arena, ground against Lin Hong's cheekbone, producing a faint sound of friction. Lin Hong emitted a muffled groan of humiliation, attempting to struggle, yet this only invoked sharper pain and a suffocating sensation. The arena remained eerily silent. The spectators, whether commoners supporting Lin Feng or the direct descendants aligned with Lin Hong, appeared as though ensnared by a spell of paralysis. The scene was overwhelmingly impactful. The once exalted scion, regarded as the Lin family's hope for the future, now lay beneath another's foot like a dead dog. And the one tramp someone was about to raise their voice in admonition. But upon meeting Lin Feng's cold, sweeping gaze and the lingering, heart-pounding aura of dark energy surrounding him, the words caught in their throat. This young man was wicked. Such power could not stem from benevolence. The family head, Lin Zhan, wore an expression that transcended mere paleness, bordering on a ghastly purple-black hue. His presence was akin to a volcano poised to erupt, causing the very air around him to feel as though it had solidified. The armrests of his eaten wood chair beneath him had long been crushed to powder, a testament to his unrestrained fury. His son, the heir he had nurtured with immense effort and resources, had been publicly humiliated by an adopted son he regarded as insignificant, capable of being crushed like an insect. Yet, he refrained from immediate action. As the head of the family, he could not openly violate the rules he had established in front of the entire city. He required a facade of justification. Moreover, the strange power emanating from Lin Feng instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Lin Feng appeared blissfully unaware of the palpable murderous intent emanating from the platform. He exerted a slight pressure with his foot, the sound reverberating clearly through the silent training ground. Lin Hong. The two syllables were as cold as iron. L'un tombed, struggling to meet Lin Feng's emotionless gaze. Now, tell me, and disclose it to everyone present, Lin Feng's voice was eerily calm. 3 years ago, on the eve of the family's year-end assessment, how did my spiritual root come shatter? Lin Hong's pupils constricted sharply, the last vestiges of color draining from his face, leaving only sheer terror. His lips quivered, yearning to deny, to curse. Yet, under the oppressive weight of Lin Feng's presence and his icy stare, he could not utter a single coherent syllable. No response? Lin Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile, increasing the pressure beneath his feet. The bones in Lin Hong's face emitted a painful crunching sound. Lin Hong let out a piercing scream. Allow me to assist you in recollecting. Lin Feng's voice was as chilling as that of the netherworld. Was it you who, envious of my superior talent and fearing I would overshadow your favored son, stealthily ignited the soul-corroding incense in my meditation chamber? The mention of soul-corroding incense caused the expressions of several knowledgeable elders on the platform to change dramatically. This was an exceedingly insidious substance, colorless and odorless, capable of quietly eroding a warrior's spiritual root until it withered and shattered. It was a forbidden poison in the realm of cultivation. No, it wasn't me, Lin Hong instinctively denied, his voice barely above a whisper. Not you? Lin Feng scoffed. Then why was it only you who entered my meditation chamber that day? Why, after that incident, did your cultivation soar while mine plummeted? Why do the symptoms of my shattered spiritual root mirror those of being poisoned by soul-corroding incense? A barrage of inquiries struck the hearts of all present like a relentless hammer. Many relatives, who had once found the situation perplexing but dared not delve deeper, now displayed expressions of dawning realization and fury. Lin Feng did not allow him the chance to prevaricate, pressing on with his interrogation. Each word was akin to a blade, slicing through Lin Hong's nerves and tearing apart the Lin family's facade of tranquility. Is it not enough that your spiritual roots have been shattered, leaving you a mere shell of a man? You fear my resurgence, worry that I might unearth the truth. Thus, a month ago, you feigned an invitation for a leisurely outing, luring me to the precipice of the god burial cliff, a place that inspires dread among all in Xianxia City. And then, when my guard was down, you thrust me from behind with a vicious shove. Lin Feng's voice surged, laden with pent-up rage, his strength intensifying beneath him. A crack echoed, reminiscent of a nasal bone fracturing. It was me. I did it. Lin Hong finally unraveled, the excruciating pain and deep-seated terror obliterating his last psychological defenses. Tears streamed down his face as he screamed hoarsely. I lit the spirit-corroding incense. I was the one who pushed you off the cliff. I was envious of you. I loathed you. How could a foster son possess greater talent than I? Why does everyone praise you? You deserve to die. You should have died long ago. His harrowing confession reverberated like thunder in the ears of all those present, inciting a tumultuous uproar. Those suspicions had long been entertained. The impact of Lin Hong's outright admission of such heinous acts was staggering. Good heavens! It was truly him, the spirit-corroding incense. The push from the god burial cliff. This is utterly inhumane, to inflict such malice upon his own foster brother. The Lin family bloodline is capable of such cruelty. No wonder Lin Feng could rise from the dead. Even the heavens could not bear witness to such injustice. Whispers of debate, scorn, and gasps surged like a tidal wave. Those who had supported Lin Hong, including collateral relatives and sycophants, now turned pale, instinctively retreating a few steps as if to sever their ties with him. Their gazes towards Lin Hong were filled with disdain and revulsion. Lin Xiaoyu, in the audience, was already in tears, not out of fear, but from the heartache of her brother's years of unjust suffering. On the platform, Lin Zhan's complexion shifted from deep purple to a ghastly white, his body swaying slightly. He had never anticipated that Lin Hong would crumble under pressure, spilling all his secrets. This was tantamount to shredding the Lin family's protective veil to pieces. The image of impartiality he had maintained for years collapsed in that very moment. Unworthy wretch, be silent. Lin Zhan could no longer contain himself, springing to his feet. A roar, imbued with the oppressive aura of the Divine Sea realm, erupted like thunder, attempting to quell the chaos and Lin Hong's nonsensical ramblings. However, Lin Feng raised his head, meeting Lin Zhan's murderous gaze with fearless resolve. His voice, frigid and resolute, cut through the din. Let him speak. Let all bear witness to the true nature of the Lin family's direct lineage. With renewed force, Lin Hong emitted a wretched wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, incoherently continuing to confess. Father, he knows. He knows it was I who did it. He did not intervene. He even aided in my concealment. He said that a foster son, if rendered useless, is better off dead. The future of the Lin family belongs to me. It is all mine. This declaration struck like a final, resounding hammer, nailing Lin Zhan and the Lin family's direct lineage to the pillar of shame. Even the head of the family was complicit, perhaps even indulgent in covering it up. This transcended mere personal grievances. It revealed the systemic rot within the upper echelons of the Lin family. An eerie silence enveloped the assembly, as all were rendered speechless by this horrifying truth. Lin Feng slowly lifted his foot, gazing down at Lin Hong, now akin to a pile of mud. There was no satisfaction and vengeance in his eyes, only a chilling void. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the pale, evasive expressions of the elders. It ultimately settled on Lin Zhan, who trembled violently, his eyes filled with a venomous glare that seemed capable of bleeding. Patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Feng's voice dripped with irony. Do you still wish to speak of decorum and restraint? With the truth laid bare. The Lin family's veil of pretense was torn asunder, their dignity obliterated. How would the furious Lin Zhan respond? Would he, in a fit of rage, recklessly seek to eliminate Lin Feng? Or was there a more insidious plot afoot? Faced with the animosity of the entire Lin family and the potential scrutiny from the authorities, how would Lin Feng navigate this tumultuous storm? A greater tempest was on the horizon. Chapter 42, Family Turmoil. Lin Hong's anguished cries, laced with pain, seared into the eardrums of every member of the Lin family. They also scorched the fragile emblem of justice that the Lin family clung to. It was I who ignited the spirit erosion incense. It was I who pushed you off the cliff. Father knows. He did not intervene. He even aided in my concealment. Each word struck like a resounding slap across the faces of those who had once mocked and conspired against Lin Feng. Moreover, It was an invisible hammer, shattering the carefully maintained dignity of Lin Zhan and his direct lineage. In the training arena, the suffocating silence lasted less than 3 breaths. Then, like cold water splashed into a boiling pot of oil, the situation erupted. Gasps, shouts of anger, incredulous discussions, and mocking laughter intermingled, forming a cacophony that threatened to topple the very roof of the arena. The spectators in the commoners section, filled with righteous indignation, pointed and spat in the direction of the ring and the elevated platform. Those who had initially supported Lin Hong now appeared ashen, wishing they could sink into the earth. Some had already begun to stealthily retreat, attempting to distance themselves from the grim spectacle and the impending storm. Silence, a roar, imbued with a profound primal force, erupted like thunder, silencing the tumultuous gathering. The voice emanated not from the pale, trembling figure of the family head, Lin Zhan, but rather from the elder sitting to the left on the dais, Lin Xiaotian, whose brow was perpetually furrowed. Lin Xiaotian, his hair and beard bristling with indignation, abruptly rose from his seat. Typically perceived as composed and even somewhat austere, his weathered visage now bore the unmistakable marks of uncontrollable rage and sorrow. His piercing gaze swiftly lashed out at Lin Hong, who lay sprawled in a pool of blood, reduced to a pitiful state. Disdain and disappointment flickered in his eyes. He then turned to Lin Zhan, the family head, his voice gravelly from the effort of suppressing his fury. Family head, is what Lin Hong said true? This question struck like a sharpened blade, elevating the discord from a mere personal feud between Lin Feng and Lin Hong to a matter of familial law and the authority of the family head. Lin Zhan's body trembled violently, as if the question had siphoned away his strength. His lips quivered, caught between denial and the urge to reprimand Lin Xiaotian for his audacity. However, confronted by the multitude of gazes, some filled with anger, others with skepticism, and many with indifference, especially that of Lin Xiaotian's unwavering scrutiny, he understood that outright denial was futile. Lin Hong's public confession implicated him as a father, rendering him inescapably entwined in this scandal. Xiaotian, Lin Zhan inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure and salvage the situation. His voice carried a hollow semblance of authority. This matter may harbor hidden truths. My son, he must have been bewitched by Lin Feng's nefarious schemes, his mind clouded, spouting nonsense. The immediate concern is to apprehend this rebellious traitor who has disrupted the grand competition and grievously harmed a kin. Family matters can be deliberated later. Hidden truths? Nonsense? Lin Xiaotian laughed bitterly, his voice rising sharply as he pointed accusingly at Lin Feng on the arena. Is Lin Feng's injury a fabrication? Is the destruction of his spiritual root a lie? Is it false that he survived the fall from the god burial cliff? Lin Hong has confessed, and as his father and the head of the family, you dare to shield him, to invert right and wrong? His agitation intensified, and he stepped forward, unabashedly unleashing the aura of a formidable deity, which, though not as profound as Lin Zhan's, emanated a righteous intensity that silenced the elders who had intended to support the family head. The first tenet of the Lin family's ancestral teaching states, kin within the clan must foster love and mutual aid, and fratricide is strictly forbidden. Lin Xiaotian's voice resonated like a great bell, each word striking at the hearts of those present. Those who violate this will face severe consequences. At best, their cultivation will be forfeit and they will be expelled from the clan. At worst, they shall face death. Lin Hong's scheming against his own brother, ruining his future, and even seeking to eliminate him. Such deeds provoke the wrath of both gods and men, and the evidence is irrefutable. According to family law, he deserves the utmost punishment to serve as a warning to others. The utterance of the phrase death penalty sent a wave of astonishment throughout the assembly. Despite Lin Hong's incapacitated state, the mere mention of those 2 words sent a shiver coursing through his body, causing him to involuntarily wet himself, the foul odor unmistakable. Lin Xiaotian, how dare you? Lin Zhan could no longer maintain his composure, slamming his palm onto the armrest of the chair, which had long since crumbled to dust. Rising abruptly, the terrifying pressure emanating from his late-stage sea of spirit realm surged forth, crashing down upon Lin Xiaotian like a tsunami. I am the head of the family. The manner of punishment is not for you to dictate. Though Hong has erred, he is still my son, a direct descendant of the Lin family. How dare you speak of execution so casually? Head of the family? Lin Xiaotian, his hair and beard whipping in the wind of the oppressive force. remained steadfast. His laughter was tinged with sorrow and derision. Lin Zhan, look at the crowd below. Observe the eyes of the entire city. The Lin family's centuries-old reputation is poised to be obliterated by your father-son duo today. Are you truly willing to plunge the entire Lin family into irreparable ruin for this unworthy offspring? Do you deserve to be the head of this family? These words struck deep, forcing Lin Zhan to the precipice of despair. On the high platform, the other elders exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Some exhibited flickers of interest, evidently relishing Lin Zhan's predicament due to past grievances. Others wore looks of concern, fearing internal strife within the family. A few appeared eager to seize the opportunity to curry favor with Lin Xiaotian or pursue their own agendas. The delicate balance of power that the Lin family had maintained for decades was shattered in this very moment, all due to the unpredictable return of Lin Feng. Third elder's words ring true. At this juncture, another elder, the fifth elder, who typically maintained a neutral stance and presided over family punishments, rose slowly. His countenance grave. He clasped his hands before Lin Zhan. Head of the family, the wrath of the people is not to be trifled with. Family law is as unyielding as a mountain. The evidence against Lin Hong is irrefutable. If we do not uphold family law, how shall the Lin family maintain its standing in Qingyan City? How will we discipline our kin? I implore you, head of the family, to prioritize the family's welfare. With the fifth elder leading the charge, several other elders, whether driven by a sense of duty or personal gain, chimed in, urging Lin Zhan to prioritize the family and impose severe punishment on Lin Hong to uphold family law. If we do not take action, how can we command respect, head of the family? In an instant, Lin Zhan found himself isolated and unsupported. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with faces that were either scrutinizing, evasive, or indifferent. The authority he had painstakingly built over the years was crumbling at an alarming rate. Upon the arena, Lin Feng observed the family strife that had erupted in his wake with a detached demeanor. Beneath him, Lin Hong had succumbed to fear and injury, unconscious and reeking. Lin Feng gradually withdrew his foot, as if stepping away from something foul. Meanwhile, within him, the 9 deaths devouring heaven technique continued to operate quietly, greedily absorbing the faint energies released by the agitated emotions of the crowd, while rapidly mending the internal injuries sustained from withstanding Lin Hong's earlier attack. With a disdainful tone echoing in his mind, the voice of the languid June resonated. Ah, dogs biting dogs, all fur and no bite. Yet Lin Xiaotian, the old man in question, exhibited a certain intrigue. He was indeed a perceptive individual. Unfortunately, the cunning old fox, Lin Zhan, would never yield easily. A cold laugh welled up within Lin Feng. He was acutely aware that Lin Zhan would not acquiesce. A man capable of indulging his son in violence, even assisting in the cover-up, could hardly be swayed to forsake familial bonds for mere interrogations. This upheaval had merely begun. He subtly flexed his wrist, feeling the surging power within him. At the pinnacle of the 5th level of the Kaiyuan realm, coupled with the enigmatic power of devouring, he possessed a modicum of resistance even against Lin Zhan, who had reached the late stages of the Divine Sea realm. Moreover, the more chaotic the situation became, the more advantageous it was for him. His gaze traversed the bickering elders, landing once more on Lin Zhan, whose face was ashen and whose eyes brimmed with a venomous hatred, nearly dripping with bloodlust. Lin Zhan, in turn, fixated on Lin Feng, his gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent, laden with a deep-seated murderous intent. He realized that today, as humiliation stemmed solely from his foster son, he had never deemed worthy of regard. Should he spare Lin Feng, Lin Zhan would find no peace, and his position as clan leader would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Their eyes clashed in the air, as if invisible sparks were igniting. Observing Lin Zhan's silence, Lin Xiaotian, aware of his ongoing struggle, barked once more. Lin Zhan, what are you hesitating for? Are you truly willing to oppose the entire clan for this ungrateful child? Where's the enforcement team? With his command, dozens of Lin family enforcers clad in black, exuding a fierce aura, swiftly emerged around the training arena. Though their faces bore traces of doubt and unease, they promptly advanced towards the arena. Clearly, Lin Xiaotian possessed considerable influence and supporters within the family. The atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. Would it be the execution of family law, righteousness prevailing over kinship? Or would he, leveraging his authority as clan leader, forcefully suppress the dissent, preserving his son while pitting half the family against him? Lin Zhan's fists clenched tightly. the sound of cracking knuckles resonating as his nails dug deeply into his palms, drawing forth the overwhelming intent to kill, and humiliation clashed within him, nearly breaching the dam of reason. They had incapacitated his son. They had trampled upon his dignity. They had shredded the reputation of the Lin family. This child could not be spared. As Lin Zhan ground his teeth together, a terrifying energy, akin to a suppressed volcano, surged within him, ready to erupt as he prepared to strike Lin Feng down. Suddenly, a faint yet distinctly clear tremor resonated from the blood-soaked body of Lin Hong. This sound was subtle, but those of slightly elevated cultivation, especially the elders on the platform, caught it with keen awareness. All gazes instinctively shifted from the standoff between Lin Feng and Lin Zhan to the source of the sound. There, from the inner lining of Lin Hong's blood-soaked silver attire, a faint, almost transparent jade light flickered through the fabric, weak yet persistent. With each flicker, that peculiar sense of tremor grew more pronounced, as if something had been activated. What was that? An elder murmured, his brow furrowing. Lin Feng's pupils constricted slightly. Being the closest, he perceived it most clearly. The fluctuations emitted by the jade talisman bore a distant, yet disquieting sense of being targeted, as if an invisible pair of eyes were coldly watching him, the cause of the talisman's owner nearing death, from across vast mountains and rivers. This is not good. On the platform, the third elder Lin Xiaotian, who had been demanding the enforcement of the family law, suddenly changed countenance. Well-versed in such matters, he instantly recognized the origin of that object and gasped in disbelief. It is the 10,000 Li sensing talisman, a unique life-saving talisman from the Prince's Manor of the Tianfeng Kingdom. Lin Hong's life hung by a thread. The talisman had activated on its own, and the experts from the Prince's Manor had likely sensed it. The 5 characters 10,000 Li sensing talisman detonated in the minds of the crowd like another thunderclap, already reeling from the revelations. This was far more terrifying than the exposure of Lin Hong's crimes. The Prince's Manor of Tianfeng Kingdom, a colossal entity that dominated the entire Tianfeng Kingdom. For the Lin family, nestled in the corner of Qingyun City, the Prince's Manor was akin to the heavens, an overwhelmingly terrifying presence that could not be challenged. Lin Hong's mother was indeed a princess from the Prince's Manor. This connection was once a point of pride for the Lin family, a means to cling to power. Yet now, it hung above them like a sword, poised to fall at any moment. If Lin Hong were to die, the wrath of the Prince's Manor could potentially raise the entire Lin family to the ground. Just moments ago, several elders have been incensed over Lin Hong's crimes and clamoring for severe punishment. Now, their faces turned as pale as paper, their eyes filled with terror. Even the 5th elder, who had steadfastly supported Lin Xiaotian in demanding the enforcement of family law, was stricken with fear. Her lips trembled, rendering her incapable of uttering another word. Internal strife within the family, no matter how intense, ultimately stems from internal discord. Yet, once the princely residence becomes involved, it transforms into a calamity of catastrophic proportions. Lin Zhan, whose mind was previously engulfed in fury and murderous intent, was abruptly doused with a frigid reality that jolted him into clarity. He fixed his gaze intently on the luminous jade talisman clutched in his son's embrace, his expression a tumult of emotions. Relief, for this talisman might provide him with a justification to save his son. However, it was overshadowed by feelings of humiliation and helplessness. He, Lin Zhan, the esteemed head of the family, found himself in a position where he must rely upon the influence of his in-laws to safeguard his son's life. What a bitter irony this was for him. Yet, he had no alternative. To preserve Lin Hong was to preserve the Lin family, at least for the time being. Hurry! Save him! Quickly save Honger! Lin Zhan suddenly turned, his voice a frantic roar directed at the family physician, who had been poised to act but hesitated due to the recent upheaval. His tone bore the weight of near-collapse urgency. At all costs, sustain his life. Quickly! A few physicians, as if awakened from a dream, scrambled onto the stage, their movements frantic as they began to assess Lin Hong's injuries. They hurriedly produced the finest medicinal pills and powders to administer to him, applying them to his wounds. Lin Xiaotian's countenance turned ashen as he observed the scene before him. His fists clenched and relaxed, then clenched again. He understood that, in the face of national duty, or rather, under the looming threat of absolute power, the so-called family laws had become a ludicrous farce. Should he persist in enforcing the family code now? He would not be upholding tradition, but rather propelling the entire clan toward the abyss. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his gaze to Lin Feng, who remained at the center of the stage, coldly observing the unfolding drama. His voice was laden with gravity. Lin Feng, this matter can hardly be resolved as an internal family affair. The individuals from the princely residence will arrive shortly. His tone carried a subtle note of caution and resignation. On the stage, Lin Feng felt the intensity of the situation most acutely. The sensing talisman, radiating a locking sensation, clung to him like a malignant growth. He could even faintly perceive a powerful, hostile aura racing towards Qingyun City at an astonishing speed from a considerable distance. Ah, trouble is brewing. The voice of Juni echoed in his mind, imbued with a sense of seriousness, but also tinged with an unsettling excitement. Kid, do you sense it? At least a mid-tier divine, sea realm individual, moving rather swiftly. It seems you've not merely provoked Lin Hong, but have stirred a hornet's nest. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. He had long anticipated that Lin Hong had a formidable backing, yet he hadn't expected such a swift and peculiar reaction. The mid-tier divine sea realm was far beyond the scope of what he could confront head-on at this moment. At the pinnacle of the Kaiyuan fifth layer, empowered by the peculiar force of devouring, one might maneuver against an early-stage deity of the Sea of Gods. Yet, when facing those of the mid-stage, the disparity resembles an insurmountable chasm. However, there was no trace of fear upon his visage. Instead, a more chilling curve graced his lips. He lifted his gaze, once again meeting the intricately complex eyes of Lin Zhan. His voice resonated clearly throughout the arena, laced with unabashed mockery. Master Lin, it appears that your precious son's life is rather esteemed, even drawing the attention of the experts from the prince's manor. Lin Zhan's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, rendered speechless. Lin Feng averted his gaze, directing it towards Lin Xiaoyu below, whose pale face was rife with concern. He offered her a reassuring glance. Then, he surveyed the arena, now enveloped in a chilling silence, observing the relatives who had once been fervently indignant, now rendered mute. And the fear flickering upon the elders' faces, he felt a sudden sense of ennui. This family was fundamentally rotten, hypocritical, cowardly, and subservient to strength. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the still glimmering jade talisman on the ground. His voice, though soft, struck like icy shards upon the hearts of all present. Are you afraid? Afraid of the wrath of the prince's manor, of the Lin family's century-old legacy crumbling in an instant. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Lin Zhan and the various elders of the Lin family, ultimately returning to the jade talisman. Regrettably, it was too late for fear now. This talisman did not merely seal Lin Hong's fate, it sealed mine. With his words hanging in the air, he disregarded the ensuing silence and the multitude of terrified gazes. Turning, he descended the arena with deliberate steadiness. As he passed, the crowd parted like the tide, no one daring to obstruct him, nor to meet his eyes. He approached Lin Xiaoyu, taking her icy hand in his. Brother, Lin Xiaoyu's voice trembled with tears and fear. Fear not, Lin Feng reassured her, patting her hand gently. It is time for us to leave. Indeed, it was time to depart. Qingyun City and the Lin family were no longer havens for him. Through deluge. And Lin Feng, the youth who had just fulfilled his vengeance, was on the brink of confronting the overwhelming threat of royal power alone. The long-distance sensing talisman activated, summoning a mid-stage expert from the prince's manor at a rapid pace. Lin Feng had become the prime target, with internal strife unresolved and external threats looming. Formidable enemies he could not contend with. How would Lin Feng respond to this sudden peril? Could he escape Qingyun City with his sister before the expert's arrival? Chapter 44. The Dust Settles. That talisman from the prince's manor of Tianfeng Kingdom burned like a red-hot iron, searing into the hearts of every member of the Lin family. Its faint and persistent tremor and flicker no longer served as Lin Hong's talisman of survival. Instead, it loomed over the Lin family like a guillotine, poised to descend at any moment. The air within the training arena felt as if it had been siphoned away, suffocating every individual present. Upon the high platform, the family head, Lin Zhan, oscillated between pallor and a deep, ashen hue, his countenance reflecting the horror of his son Lin Hong, sprawled in a pool of blood, unconscious. This scene pierced his heart and eyes like a venomous sting. Yet, sharper still was the ominous warning from the third elder, Lin Xiaotian, echoing like a funeral bell, coupled with the unmistakable dread and skepticism mirrored in the eyes of countless clansmen below. The royal residence stood as an insurmountable behemoth against which the Lin family could not contend. Should Lin Hong perish, the Lin family would face annihilation in an instant. They must save him at any cost, preserving his life above all else. Lin Zhan nearly ground his teeth as he forced out this command from the depths of his throat. His voice was hoarse, imbued with a sense of defeat and humiliation akin to a fallen hero. In that moment, his authority as the family head was shattered by the weight of reality. He was compelled to rely on the might of his adversaries to safeguard his son's life, a torment more unbearable than death itself. Several family physicians, as if granted a reprieve from doom, scrambled onto the arena, hastily administering the finest life-preserving elixirs into Lin Hong's mouth. They surrounded him with their vital energy, tenderly lifting him down to transport him to a quiet chamber for urgent treatment. The still glimmering jade talisman was also carefully removed and set aside, as if it were both a death warrant and a lifeline. Lin Xiaotian observed this scene with a heavy grunt, yet ultimately refrained from further obstruction. He turned to Lin Zhan, his gaze as sharp as a blade, his voice resonant and laden with undeniable authority. Lin Zhan, given the circumstances, do you still cling to your delusions? Lin Hong's guilt is irrefutable, provoking the wrath of both gods and men. If he is not severely punished, how can we quell the anger of our clansmen? How shall we provide an explanation to the entire city? And how can we demonstrate to the impending envoy from the royal residence our unwavering resolve to rectify our family's conduct, refusing to show leniency? His words struck with the weight of finality. They elucidated the internal strife while crucially linking the fate of Lin Hong to the impending scrutiny from the royal residence. The implication was clear. Only through the severe punishment of Lin Hong could the Lin family delineate their boundaries and thus preserve themselves to the greatest extent possible. Otherwise, the fury of the royal residence would inevitably engulf the entire clan. Please, head of the family, prioritize our clan's survival and impose strict punishment on Lin Hong. Upholding our family laws. Elder Wu stepped forward once more, bowing earnestly, his tone resolute. Behind him, several elders echoed their agreement. In the face of the looming threat of annihilation, personal sentiments and factional disputes were compelled to yield. Lin Zhan's body swayed, as though he had aged a decade in an instant. He surveyed the surroundings, encountering faces that either glared or averted their gaze, yet all undeniably inclined towards the enforcement of family law. His painstakingly cultivated authority, built over many years, crumbled under the dual threats of overwhelming power and rampant public discontent. He realized that he had no options left. A profound sense of despair and fury intertwined within him. His gaze fixated on the instigator at the edge of the arena, Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng descended from the stage with an air of tranquility, returning to the side of his sister, Lin Xiaoyu. He grasped her hand and, with an impassive expression, observed the tumultuous transition of power and the judgment of fate from the height of the platform, as if a mere spectator. Yet, the remnants of his formidable aura, a peek at the fifth layer of the Kaiyuan realm, and the lingering sense of his overwhelming force constantly reminded everyone that he was indeed the epicenter of this storm. Look at this situation. Old Lin is on the verge of collapse, Jin Yi remarked with a hint of amusement. To abandon the pawn to protect the king. This old fox is quite decisive. Yet, the way he gazes at you, it's as if he longs to devour you alive. Lin Feng chuckled coldly within. He harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Lin Zhan, just as Lin Zhan felt towards him. However, at this moment, Lin Zhan had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Finally, amidst an oppressive silence, Lin Zhan slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It seemed as if he had summoned every ounce of strength to suddenly open them wide, revealing a chilling resolve. He could not sacrifice the entire Lin family for a son who had already been rendered useless. Lin Zhan's voice, hoarse yet clear, resonated throughout the assembly. As the legitimate son of the Lin family, you have shown no ambition, harbored jealousy towards the capable, and harmed your righteous brother. Your sins are egregious, violating our family laws. Such transgressions cannot be tolerated. Each word felt like a piece of flesh torn from his heart. He paused momentarily before almost howling the final verdict. From this day forth, I hereby depose Lin Hong from his position as heir. His entire cultivation will be stripped. He shall be cast into the family dungeon, never to see the light of day again. Thus I uphold our family law. Deposed heir, stripped of cultivation, eternal imprisonment. The three decrees rang out like thunderclaps, reverberating in the ears of the crowd. Though anticipated, Lin Zhan's verbal declaration still struck like a thunderbolt. This signified Lin Hong's complete downfall, a catastrophic descent from the pinnacle to the depths of despair, with no hope of redemption. Many clan members displayed expressions of satisfaction, particularly those who had suffered under Lin Hong's tyranny, including collateral branches and commoners. Yet, some felt a chill. The patriarch's willingness to so decisively cast aside his own son revealed a ruthless nature. Lin Xiaotian and others secretly exhaled in relief. Although this outcome did not culminate in Lin Hong's execution, considering the influence of the prince's residence, such a fate was indeed impractical. It was the harshest punishment achievable, sufficient to quell the anger of most clan members and offer a semblance of accountability to the outside world. Enforcement team. Lin Xiaotian commanded sternly, execute the family law. A contingent of black-clad enforcers, with solemn demeanor, proceeded towards the quiet chamber. Shortly thereafter, a piercing, inhuman, and fleeting cry of despair echoed from the direction of the silent chamber, abruptly ceasing. This marked the complete obliteration of Lin Hong as cultivation. Henceforth, he would be lesser than an ordinary mortal. The dust seemed to settle irrevocably. Lin Zhan appeared utterly drained, collapsing back into the now-bare patriarch's chair. His gaze was hollow, his countenance aging by 2 decades in an instant. Lin Xiaotian cast his eyes upon Lin Feng below, his expression a tapestry of complexity. This youth had returned to the family in such a tragic and resolute manner, not only vindicating his grievances, but also uprooting the entire Lin clan. Lin Feng, Lin Xiaotian began, his tone significantly softened. Lin Hong has been punished. You have suffered injustice. Lin Feng raised his eyes to meet the only elder who had stood up for justice at such a critical moment, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement, yet remained silent. Injustice? It was far more than mere injustice. It embodied 3 years of a wasted life, the despair beneath the god-burial cliff, and the perpetual fear endured by his sister. Could such a phrase as "you have suffered injustice" possibly encapsulate that turmoil? Lin Xiaotian understood the inadequacy of words and continued, according to family custom. In the event of a vacancy in the position of the young master, it is to be filled by the most gifted and powerful young disciple of the clan. In today's competition, you have proven your worth. In the name of the 3rd elder, I propose that Lin Feng succeed to the position of the Lin family's young master. Esteemed elders, do you have any objections? A stir arose among the assembly. Lin Feng becoming the young master? This outcome, while seemingly logical, struck an unsettling and shocking chord. After all, he had just nearly decimated the reputation of half of the Lin family's direct lineage. The 5th elder and others exchanged glances, then looked at the despondent Lin Zhan, ultimately nodding in silent accord. At this moment, was there anyone more suitable than Lin Feng? Who would dare to oppose? With no dissent, Lin Feng, from this day forth, you are the young master of the Lin family, Lin Xiaotian formally declared. The position of young master signified a substantial allocation of family resources, elevated authority, and the privilege to enter the ancestral grounds of the Lin family. However, Lin Feng's expression bore little joy. He glanced at the nearly lifeless Lin Zhan on the platform, then surveyed the varied expressions of his kin around him. Finally, his gaze fell upon the distant horizon, as though he could penetrate the space to see the formidable experts of the prince's manor hastening towards them. For him, this position of young master felt more like a hot potato, a transient interlude. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to the 3rd elder and all the esteemed elders. He clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Lin Xiaotian nodded and continued, as the young master. You shall possess the qualifications to enter the ancestral grounds, to comprehend the legacy of our forebears, in hopes of breaking through and strengthening our Lin family. The ancestral grounds shall be opened in 3 days. Prepare yourself. The ancestral grounds, the true essence of the Lin family's heritage, said to conceal the legacies and secrets of the ancestors. This is the opportunity that every descendant of the Lin family yearns for. Indeed, Lin Feng agreed. He truly needed to visit the ancestral land. Perhaps there, he would uncover what he required to expedite his ascent in power, preparing him for the impending tempest. The ritual concluded hastily, and the crowd gradually dispersed, each person burdened with an intricate blend of emotions. However, the events of today were destined to profoundly alter the dynamics of Qingyun City and the Lin family. Lin Feng grasped Lin Xiaoyu's hand, disregarding the myriad gazes, and strode purposefully towards his dilapidated courtyard. Brother, are we safe now? Lin Xiaoyu inquired softly, her face still etched with lingering terror. Lin Feng tightened his grip on his sister's hand and shook his head, his gaze penetrating the distant mountains beyond the city. Safe? He murmured, almost as if responding to his sister. This is merely the beginning. For both he and Master Jean could distinctly sense the formidable and hostile pressure emanating from the far reaches of the sky, rapidly encroaching upon them. With Lin Hong incapacitated, Lin Feng unexpectedly ascended to the position of the Lin family's young master, gaining the qualification to enter the ancestral land. Yet the threat posed by the experts of the prince's estate loomed ominously close. How long could this newly acquired title endure? The 3-day journey to the ancestral land. Was it a chance or a trap? An even greater crisis was at their doorstep. Chapter 45. Cultivation in the Ancestral Land. The Lin family's ancestral land lay hidden within a valley shrouded by formidable barriers in the depths of the family's rear mountain. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, on the surface, Qingyun City and the Lin family appear to have regained their tranquility. Yet an oppressive sense of foreboding, akin to the calm before a storm, loomed heavily over everyone's hearts. With Lin Hong's downfall and the shift in leadership, the invisible weight brought by the 10,000 miles sensing talisman from the prince's estate rendered all who were aware breathless. Lin Feng, the newly appointed young master, did not bask in much esteem. Rather, he felt akin to a mere shield, thrust forward temporarily, liable to be discarded at any moment. He was well aware of this reality and remained indifferent. What he sought was simply a legitimate opportunity to enter the ancestral land, along with this fleeting, relatively secure respite. At dawn, as the morning mist lingered, Lin Feng, guided personally by Elder Lin Xiaotian through layers of stringent defenses, arrived before an ancient stone door. The door was inscribed with profound runes, exuding an aura of ancient weight and significance. Lin Xiaotian halted, casting a complex glance at the young man who stirred the winds of change. The ancestral land is the foundation of our Lin family, containing both the blessings and trials left by our ancestors. Within, there exists a formation that creates its own space. Time flows differently here. 3 days inside equate to 1 day outside. You must tread carefully, he imparted, his tone laced with a subtle hint of caution and expectation. Perhaps, within this youth, he truly glimpsed a flicker of hope for the rejuvenation of the Lin family, albeit this optimism was accompanied by considerable peril. Thank you, Elder Xia, Lin Feng said, bowing slightly, his tone composed. He understood Lin Xiaotian's implication. The temporal advantage within the ancestral grounds was precisely what he required at this moment. Lin Xiaotian refrained from further discourse, retrieving an ancient token and embedding it into the stone door's recess. With a resonant hum, the stone door gradually opened, revealing a passage suffused with rich spiritual light. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Upon entering, it felt as though he had crossed into another realm. The cacophony of the outside world was instantaneously severed, replaced by an exquisite tranquility and a profound energy aura. Before him lay not the anticipated cave or tomb, but an expansive valley reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The sky was a gentle milky hue, devoid of sun or moon, yet radiated a bright and tender illumination. At the valley center was a spring approximately 3 zhang in diameter. The water was not liquid, but a dense, milky spiritual essence, bubbling forth and exuding an invigorating fragrance. This was the heart of the Lin family's ancestral grounds, the spiritual spring. Surrounding the spring were rare spiritual herbs, vibrant with life. The concentration of spiritual energy in this entire space was nearly tenfold that of the outside world. With each breath, one could feel the pure essence of heaven and earth surging into their limbs, nourishing their meridians. Who would have thought this modest Lin family harbored such a remarkable place within its ancestral grounds? Jean Ye's voice resonated, laced with a hint of discerning praise. The quality of this spiritual spring is commendable. While it may not compare to ancient blessed lands, for you at this juncture, it serves as a tremendous boon. Seize the moment. That old fellow outside mentioned that 3 days within here equates to 1 day outside, meaning you have a maximum of 9 days. 9 days? A spark of brilliance flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. This was undoubtedly a timely windfall. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the spiritual spring and settled into a cross-legged position. No sooner had he positioned himself than the nearly viscous spiritual energy began to permeate his pores, bestowing a wave of comfort. Yet, what he sought was not mere gradual absorption. Xianxia, assist me in protecting my law, Lin Feng whispered inwardly, then closed his eyes. His consciousness descended within, and the 9 deaths swallowing heaven technique commenced its full operation. Deep within his dantian, a swirling vortex of darkness seemed to sense an exquisite delicacy. It abruptly accelerated, emanating an overwhelmingly forceful suction. With a resounding boom, an invisible field of absorption erupted around Lin Feng. The once gently flowing spiritual energy was as if seized by an unseen hand, morphing into billowing streams of milky essence that surged violently into Lin Feng's being. The rate of absorption exceeded normal cultivation by more than 100-fold. The spiritual spring seemed to be provoked, and the outpouring of spiritual liquid surged even more violently. Attempting to compensate for the sudden void, yet still failing to keep pace with the insatiable consumption, Lin Feng's body resembled a bottomless pit, greedily devouring this pure energy. The immense influx of energy rushed in, causing even Lin Feng, with his meridians refined through countless trials, to experience waves of swelling and pain. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and, with formidable willpower, guided this energy to flow along the specific routes of the 9 deaths swallowing heaven technique, operating, refining, and compressing it with fervor. His aura began to rise at a visibly steady pace. The barrier of the peak 5th level of opening yuan became precariously unstable under such a deluge of energy. Yet this was not enough. Lin Feng divided a portion of his focus to reflect upon and assimilate the insights gained from his battle with Lin Hong. After Lin Hong consumed the exploding yuan pill, the chaotic and violent manner of energy operation, though crude, revealed to Lin Feng a glimpse of the embryonic form of the higher realms, divine sea realm, externalized power, and its transformative nature. Particularly striking was the blood-colored giant python conjured by the blood python swallowing heaven technique. Though it merely possessed its form without its essence, it represented a higher application of primal energy. Devouring was not merely about plundering. Lin Feng silently contemplated. How could he more adeptly control the speed and range of his consumption? How could he more swiftly transform the devoured foreign energy into his own pure primal energy? How could he employ his devouring power not only for defense and weakening in battle, but also for proactive offense? A series of questions surfaced in his mind, gradually clarifying with his deeper understanding of the technique and the onslaught of energy. Time flew by in his cultivation. On the first day, Lin Feng's cultivation firmly established itself at the peak of the 5th level of opening yuan, launching an assault on the barrier of the 6th level. The dark primal energy swirling around him became denser and more profound. On the 3rd day, accompanied by a faint rumble within, the barrier of the 6th level of opening yuan was effortlessly breached. His aura surged dramatically, and the devouring vortex in his dantian expanded. The rotation quickened, and the suction grew stronger. The speed at which he consumed the spiritual liquid from the spiritual spring accelerated once more. Indeed, it was beginning to take shape. Xianxia rarely offered praise. However, do not become complacent. Relying on resources to pile up your cultivation is ultimately superficial. You must take this opportunity to solidify your foundation. Lin Feng wholeheartedly agreed. He did not hastily pursue higher levels, but instead began to consciously compress and purify the primal energy within him. He repeatedly refined the spiritual energy that had just been devoured and had yet to be fully processed, eliminating the dross and enhancing the essence. This made his primal energy even more pure and refined. Simultaneously, he began to attempt a more intricate control of his devouring power. At times, he narrowed the scope of his absorption to a foot in front of him, forming a miniature vortex designed to extract the purest essence of the spiritual liquid from the spring. Occasionally, he would channel the power of absorption to his fingertips, mimicking the swallowing finger, experiencing its penetrative and destructive force. By the 6th day, his cultivation had firmly settled into the early stage of the 6th layer of opening yuan, with an exceptionally solid foundation and a purity of vitality that far surpassed his peers. His mastery over the power of absorption had also ascended to a new level. On the 9th day, in the final moments, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, akin to 2 bolts of black lightning slicing through the air. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward, and with a flicker of thought, a vortex the size of fist, as dark as ink and slowly rotating, materialized above his palm. The light around the vortex slightly distorted, emanating a chilling aura of absorption. This was the culmination of his 9 days of arduous cultivation, a manifestation of his meticulous control over the power of absorption, coalescing into an absorption cyclone. Though this cyclone was still small and its duration brief, it signified his evolution from passive absorption and simple attachment to active manipulation and transformation. Feeling the surging power within him, as well as a foundation far more solid than 9 days prior, Lin Feng exhaled a long breath of turbid air. This breath shot forth like an arrow, carving a clear path through the dense spiritual energy. 9 days of hard training equated to 3 days in the outside world, resulting in a qualitative leap in his strength. However, just as he prepared to conclude his meditation and leave the ancestral ground, a grave voice interrupted him. "Kid, we're in trouble." The tone of Lord Jean suddenly turned serious. "A formidable presence has arrived. I can sense the uncomfortable pressure even through the ancestral grounds barriers. It's someone from the Prince's manor. They are here." Lin Feng's heart jolted. What was destined to come had finally arrived, and with such swiftness. Assessing his condition, he found himself at the 6th layer of opening yuan, with a solid foundation and enhanced control over absorption. Yet, facing a mid-stage expert from the Divine Sea realm of the Prince's manor, it seemed that stepping out of the ancestral ground would lead him to face a true test of life and death. Rising to his feet, Lin Feng displayed no trace of fear. Instead, a blazing fighting spirit ignited within him. With the mantra of 9 deaths swallowing heaven, he embraced life amidst death. After 9 days of grueling training, Lin Feng's strength surged, breaking through to the 6th layer of opening yuan and solidifying his foundation. Yet, upon emerging, he sensed the imminent arrival of a formidable expert from the Prince's manor. With the disparity in strength still vast, how would Lin Feng confront this genuine, life-threatening crisis? Chapter 46. The Prince's manor demands accountability. At the entrance of the Lin family ancestral grounds, the heavy stone door slowly creaked open, stirring a cloud of fine dust. Lin Feng stepped forth, his aura reined in, yet exuding a profound sense of composure, as if he were a mountain standing tall amidst the valleys. 9 days of arduous cultivation, equivalent to 3 days in the outside world, aided by the spring of spiritual energy and the formidable 9 deaths swallowing heaven technique. His cultivation had firmly stabilized at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm, and his mastery over the devouring power had significantly improved. However, there was little joy upon his face. A weighty pressure, as burdensome as a mountain, had already permeated the ancestral grounds restrictions, enveloping the entirety of the Lin family estate. This oppressive force did not emanate from any specific individual, but was an invisible aura, tinged with iron and blood, exuding a sense of authority. It felt as if the heavens had lowered, rendering breath a laborious task. Within the Lin family mansion, the training grounds and corridors, typically bustling with activity, now appeared somewhat desolate. Occasionally, a few servants hurried past, heads bowed, faces pale with trepidation, refraining from speaking loudly. The entire family was shrouded in an atmosphere of stifling silence. "They have arrived," Lin Feng silently pondered, his gaze sharp as it turned towards the direction of the family's council hall. The source of the unsettling pressure was there. "Quite the spectacle, isn't it?" Junye's voice carried a hint of mockery, yet was predominantly grave. A mid-stage divine sea cultivator, his aura thick with the scent of bloodshed. A figure risen from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Far more formidable than Lin Zhan, that pampered patriarch. "Are you ready to court disaster, young one?" Lin Feng did not respond, instead drawing a deep breath to calm the slightly turbulent vital energy within him, a result of his recent breakthrough. He understood that the true test was only just commencing. Rather than proceeding directly to the council hall, he first returned to his secluded courtyard. In the courtyard, Lin Xiaoyu was anxiously awaiting his return. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she rushed over, her small face pale, gripping his arm tightly. "Brother, you finally come out. Outside, there's a terrifying person who claims to be from the royal palace of Tianfeng. They are currently in the hall, and Father the Patriarch, and the elders are all there. The atmosphere is frightening." Lin Feng gently patted his sister's hand, sensing the chill of her fingertips, a surge of murderous intent stirring within him. Yet, he maintained a reassuring smile. "Do not be afraid, Xiaoyu. I am here. Stay in the courtyard. And regardless of any noise you hear, do not come out. Understood?" Lin Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes, brimming with concern. "Brother, please be careful. After ensuring his sister was settled, Lin Feng adjusted his slightly disheveled robes due to his cultivation practice. His gaze transformed into one of icy resolve and determination. He stepped forward, unhurriedly making his way towards the Lin family council hall. Each step was steady and powerful, as if he were not heading towards a confrontation fraught with peril, but rather to engage in a battle long since fated. As he drew closer to the council hall, the oppressive force became increasingly palpable and heavy. The air seemed laced with a faint scent of blood, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of dominance, born from a long tenure of power over life and death. Even an ordinary practitioner at the Kaiyuan realm would likely tremble and lose their composure upon approaching the hall. Outside the Grand Hall, the number of guards had multiplied several times compared to usual. Yet, each of them bore a pallid countenance, their hands gripping weapons tremulously, as if facing a formidable adversary. As Lin Feng approached, their expressions were a complex tapestry of reverence and sympathy, but predominantly an overwhelming sense of relief that he had finally arrived, mingled with a detached indifference akin to observing one on the brink of death. Ignoring their gazes, Lin Feng strode directly into the hall. Within the Grand Hall, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed to weigh heavily upon the air. The family head, Lin Zhan, occupied the main seat, yet his posture appeared somewhat rigid, although he endeavored to maintain a calm facade. The slight tightening of his lips and the occasional flicker of his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil and unease. Below him, the elders of the Lin family, led by the third elder Lin Xiaodian, were seated on either side, each one sitting upright, not daring to exhale, their gazes cast downward, unable to meet the imposing figure that stood at the center of the hall, akin to a mountain. This figure was clad in a dark red robe adorned with python patterns. His stature was not particularly tall, yet he emanated an aura of immense strength and dominance. His rugged visage bore a menacing scar that slashed diagonally from his left brow to his right jaw, adding a layer of ferocity to his presence. Merely standing there, with his hands clasped behind his back, he seemed to become the very focal point of the hall. All light and breath converged upon him. Yet his formidable presence repelled them like a primordial beast. He was Zhao Meng, the envoy from the prince's mansion, boasting a cultivation level in the mid-stage of the Divine Sea realm. Behind Zhao Meng stood two attendants clad in black attire, their gazes sharp as eagles, each exuding an aura of peak opening origin realm prowess. The strength of mere attendants revealed the profound depth of the prince's mansion. Lin Feng's entrance shattered the stagnant silence within the hall. Instantly, all eyes converged upon him. Lin Zhan's gaze was a tumult of emotions, resentment, wariness, perhaps even a barely perceptible glimmer of hope that calamity might be diverted. Lin Xiaotian and the others displayed expressions of concern, subtly signaling Lin Feng to exercise caution. Zhao Meng slowly turned, his serpent-like eyes swiftly locking onto Lin Feng. Instead of launching an immediate attack, he scrutinized him from head to toe, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through to his very essence. A wave of mental pressure, far more potent and turbulent than before, crashed down upon Lin Feng like a tangible tsunami. This pressure was laced with the brutal aura of bloodshed, capable of shattering the resolve of the faint-hearted. Oof. Lin Feng let out a muffled grunt, his body swaying slightly, and his complexion paled momentarily. The pressure of a mid-stage Divine Sea cultivator was indeed terrifying. However, the devouring vortex within his dantian instinctively accelerated its rotation. An invisible field of absorption quietly unfurled, tearing a rift in the overwhelming mental pressure. The majority of the weight was diverted and dissipated. Beneath his feet, the azure stone floor quietly manifested several subtle fissures. Yet he remained steadfast, his spine erect. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Meng's eyes. This pressure he exerted, albeit not at full strength, was sufficient to bring a typical Kaiyuan realm cultivator to their knees. Coughing blood. This young man indeed possesses some skill. No wonder he could incapacitate Lin Hong. You are Lin Feng? Zhao Meng inquired, his voice raspy and deep, resonating with a metallic quality that reverberated painfully against the eardrums. Yes. Lin Feng met his gaze with neither humility nor arrogance. You were the one who injured Lin Hong? Zhao Meng continued, his tone flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Yes. Lin Feng's response remained succinct. Excellent. Zhao Meng note that? The scar on his face twisting slightly with emotion, rendering it even more fearsome. Acknowledgement is sufficient. It spares me the need for further elaboration. His gaze shifted to Lin Zhan, seated at the head, and his tone abruptly turned icy, adopting a commanding cadence. Master Lin, the matter is abundantly clear. This young man is ruthless and has harmed his kin, nearly bringing death to the prince's grandson. According to the regulations of the prince's residence, such a crime warrants execution. Immediately apprehend this youth and present him to me for judgment. Furthermore, release young Master Lin Hong and prepare a generous gift for my return to the prince's estate to offer apologies to the prince and the county princess. As these words echoed, the temperature in the grand hall plummeted. A direct demand, not only for Lin Feng's life, but also for the Lin family to personally deliver him in present reparations. This was a blatant humiliation and an overwhelming display of power, utterly disregarding the Lin family. Lin Zhan's countenance darkened significantly, his fingers gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, turning pale. As the head of the family, he had never endured such indignity, yet he dared not retaliate. Zhao Mang's strength far surpassed his own. Moreover, he represented the highest echelons of power in the Tianfeng kingdom. Lin Xiaotian could no longer contain himself, rising to his feet and cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Zhao Envoy, please be discerning. There are deeper circumstances at play. It was Lin Hong who first plotted to harm Lin Feng, destroying his spiritual roots and pushing him off a cliff. The evidence is irrefutable. Our Lin family has already annulled his position as young master and stripped him of his cultivation. Silence. Zhao Mang's cold rebuke thundered forth, interrupting Lin Xiaotian mid-sentence. A more terrifying aura bore down upon Lin Xiaotian, draining the color from his face as he staggered back 3 steps, his blood surging with the force of his suppressed words. Family law? Zhao Mang's lips curled into a cruel arc. Does your family law supersede the regulations of the prince's residence? Young Master Lin Hong bears the blood of the prince, even if he has erred. It is not for you to judge. As for your so-called evidence, he scoffed, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, revealing unabashed contempt. You can ascertain that you are not fabricating accusations to shield this youth. Unreasonable, bullying the weak. This exemplifies the attitude of the prince's residence. In the face of absolute power and authority, truth and reason hold no significance whatsoever. Lin Xiaotian trembled with rage, yet found himself powerless to refute. The other elders were similarly rendered mute. Zhao Mang turned his gaze back to Lin Zhan, his tone laden with the weight of a final ultimatum. Lin Zhan, my patience is limited. Will you take it upon yourself to cleanse your household as a gesture of contrition, or shall I intervene personally? Should that occur, the innocent may suffer, and the consequences would be dire. The pressure fell squarely upon Lin Zhan's shoulders, with every pair of eyes in the room fixated on his countenance. How would he choose? Would he succumb to the tyranny of the prince's residence and hand over Lin Feng? Or would he, in a bid to preserve the last vestige of his family's dignity, stand resolutely against the prince's residence? Lin Zhan's expression fluctuated, revealing the turmoil within. He glanced at the impassive Lin Feng, then at the menacing Zhao Mang. Finally, his gaze flickered, as if he had resolved to make a crucial decision. He rose slowly, inclining his body slightly toward Zhao Mang, his voice strained as he spoke. Messenger Zhao, please temper your anger. Lin Feng, this son, has exhibited erratic behavior, repeatedly violating family rules and causing this grave calamity. The Lin family will certainly provide an account to the prince's residence. Though not explicitly stated, the implication was unmistakably clear. Within the grand hall, despair etched itself onto the faces of Lin Xiaotian and the others. Meanwhile, a cruel smile of satisfaction crept across Zhao Mang's features. Lin Feng stood motionless, absorbing Lin Zhan's near-affirmative statement. His face remained devoid of expression, yet the hands that hung at his sides tightened imperceptibly, his knuckles whitening from exertion. He understood that the Lin family was unreliable, always had been. The only ally he could depend upon was himself and the spirit within him. The messenger from the prince's residence, Zhao Mang, demanded Lin Feng's surrender with an iron fist. The family head, Lin Zhan, exhibited an ambiguous stance, suggesting an inclination toward submission. Cornered, would Lin Feng be forced to oppose both the Lin family and the prince's residence, fighting to the death? Or did he possess another means of escape? Chapter 47. Confrontation and Terms. The moment Lin Zhan's declaration of "we will certainly provide an account to the prince's residence" echoed through the chamber, the air within the hall seemed to freeze entirely. The countenances of several elders turned ashen in an instant. Lin Xiaotian, in particular, closed his eyes in anguish. his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. It was over. The family head had ultimately chosen to yield. This signified that the last shred of dignity held by the Lin family had been shattered by Lin Zhan's own hand in a desperate plea for the prince's residence's mercy. The cruel smile on Zhao Meng's face grew more pronounced. He nodded in satisfaction, regarding Lin Feng as one would a lamb destined for slaughter. With a hoarse voice that concealed no hint of malice, he declared, "In that case, Lin family head, what are you waiting for? Seize this boy." Lin Zhan inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself. His gaze lingered on Lin Feng, imbued with a complex mixture of emotions, perhaps tinged with a trace of unnoticeable guilt. Yet more than anything, it was a resolute decision to abandon the chariot to save the commander. He slowly raised his hand, poised to command the guards outside the hall to seize the person. But wait. At this critical juncture, a calm, yet exceptionally clear voice pierced the stifling silence. It was Lin Feng. He stood tall, like a bamboo that refuses to bend in the tempest, faced with the terrifying pressure emanating from Zhao Meng, capable of unsettling even the early-stage divine sea cultivators. In Lin Zhan's almost traitorous choice, his face revealed not a trace of fear or anger, but rather an unfathomable calm. All eyes once again converged upon him. Zhao Meng raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that this insignificant ant dared to speak at such a moment. Lin Zhan's hand, lifted in command, froze in midair. His brow furrowed tightly. Lin Feng's gaze transcended the grim visage of Lin Zhan, directly meeting Zhao Meng's serpent-like eyes, neither servile nor arrogant, even carrying a hint of gentle mockery. "Zhao envoy," Lin Feng began, his voice steady and words clear, "you repeatedly accuse me of harming my kin. A crime deserving of death. May I inquire, envoy, do you know the root cause of this fratricide?" Zhao Meng scoffed, utterly disdainful of the need to answer. Cause? This envoy need not concern himself with causes. Only the outcome matters. Young Master Lin Hong is gravely injured, and that is the result. What a perspective that only considers the outcome. Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose, imbued with a chilling intensity. Then if I were to inform the envoy that it was Lin Hong who, out of jealousy, employed insidious means 3 years ago to ruin my spiritual roots, rendering me a waste and subject to humiliation. A month ago, he even feigned an invitation to lure me out, only to push me off a precipice, intending to silence me forever. I was fortunate to have survived, and today I return to rightfully defeat him in the family competition, seeking justice. This is the root cause. With each declaration, he stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he intended to lay bare those dark pasts for all to see. Lin Hong's actions were a source of collective outrage, with irrefutable evidence. As he had publicly confessed, the Lin family, from top to bottom, could attest to this. According to the laws of the Lin family, harming kin and destroying one's roots warrants expulsion. I, Lin Feng, have merely executed this family law. What guilt is there in that? Is it not the case that in the eyes of the prince's manor, the officials are allowed to set fire, while the commoners are forbidden to light their lamps? Is it permissible for Lin Hong to commit murder and arson, yet not for me, Lin Feng, to seek retribution for blood debts? Is this the rule of the prince's manor? Is this the law of the Tianfeng kingdom? A series of pointed inquiries rained down upon Zhao Meng like a barrage of cannon fire, rational and resonant. Within the grand hall, even the faint sound of elders involuntarily inhaling sharply could be heard, clearly astonished by Lin Feng's audacious declarations. Lin Xiaotian suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Lin Feng's silhouette, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes, only to be replaced by deeper concern. This child possesses remarkable spirit. However, reasoning with the prince's residence is akin to courting disaster. The smile on Zhao Meng's face vanished, replaced by a chilling offense. He fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, as if staring at a corpse, a sharp-tongued brat. Reason? The law of the land? Allow me to enlighten you. In the face of absolute power, your words are utterly meaningless. The rules of the prince's residence are the only truth. My words are the law. A ferocious aura erupted from him, surging towards Lin Feng like a tangible tide, even more overwhelming than before. The furniture in the grand hall creaked under the immense pressure. Elders of lesser cultivation turned pale and retreated in haste. Lin Feng bore the brunt of it, feeling as if he had been struck by an invisible mountain. A heaviness settled in his chest, and a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. Yet, the devouring vortex within his dantian spun wildly, tearing a rift through the oppressive force. His feet remained rooted to the ground, only his body swayed slightly. A trickle of blood emerged from the corner of his mouth, yet he held his head high, his gaze unwavering. Huh? Zhao Meng was genuinely taken aback this time. This lad is truly remarkable. With a mere cultivation at the 6th level of the opening Yuan stage, he has withstood my pressure twice, without faltering. It seems there are significant secrets hidden within him. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his lips, his voice steady, even laced with a hint of mockery. I see now. The prince's residence does not concern itself with right or wrong, but solely with strength and connections. If that is the case, I have no further words. He shifted his focus, casting a glance at the fluctuating expressions of Lin Zhan and the other elders before returning to Zhao Meng. You seek to hold me accountable, relying solely on your mid-stage divine seed cultivation to trample upon the Lin family and myself. Lin Feng. Should I resist? It would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and perhaps the Lin family would suffer for my actions. He paused, a glint of madness and resolve flashing in his eyes. But I, Lin Feng, am not one to be slaughtered without a fight. To have me submit without a struggle is utterly inconceivable. Oh, Zhao Meng's interest was piqued. He scoffed, asking, "And what do you propose to do? Do you wish to engage me in combat?" His two attendants behind him also sneered in disdain. Lin Feng shook his head, articulating slowly, "I wouldn't dare. However, I am willing to wager with the envoy." A wager? Zhao Meng narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Lin Feng took a deep breath and proposed a condition that made every heart in the room skip a beat. I am willing to endure 3 strikes from the envoy. If I, Lin Feng, survive these 3 strikes by chance, I ask that the envoy depart, and the prince's residence shall not pursue today's matters or hold the Lin family accountable. Should I perish, it would be my own folly, and I shall bear no grievances. Boom! At these words, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Madness. He has lost his mind. Enduring 3 strikes from a mid-stage divine seed cultivator? How could someone in the opening Yuan stage possibly achieve that? This is nothing short of suicide. The elders gasped in astonishment. And even Lin Xiaotian's expression changed dramatically as he urgently exclaimed, "Lin Feng, do not act recklessly." Lin Zhan's expression changed dramatically. He never anticipated that Lin Feng would propose such an outrageous condition. If Lin Feng were to perish, the royal mansion might relent, but the Lin family would irrevocably lose a potential genius. However, if Lin Feng were to survive, no, that was utterly impossible. Zhao Meng would show no mercy. This was a gamble with no chance of survival. Zhao Meng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a deafening, derisive laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Ha ha ha, how amusing. A mere ant at the opening Yuan realm dares to claim he can withstand 3 moves from me? Boy, do you comprehend what it means to be at the mid-stage of the divine sea realm? To kill you, I need but a single strike. In the face of his mockery, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, calmly countering, "Are you afraid that I might endure those 3 moves, thus tarnishing the royal mansion's reputation, and therefore hesitate to wager? Provocation?" Zhao Meng halted his laughter, his gaze turning cold and merciless. "That tactic won't work on me. Nonetheless, I'm genuinely curious as to what gives you the audacity to utter such bravado. Very well, since you are so intent on courting death, I shall grant your wish." He did not believe Lin Feng could withstand his 3 strikes. In his eyes, this was merely the futile struggle of an ant facing its demise. Agreeing to this condition would allow him to eliminate Lin Feng with justification, while also showcasing the magnanimity and fairness of the royal mansion. What's not to gain? Excellent. Zhao Meng agreed with a chilling tone. I shall grant you this opportunity. 3 moves. If you can endure and remain alive, I will immediately take my leave from Qingyun City, and the royal mansion will no longer pursue this matter. Should you fail to withstand them, well, your annihilation shall be solely your own affair. The terms were thus established. A deathly wager of stark disparity in strength was forged within the Lin family's council hall. Witnessed by all present, Lin Feng took a deep breath, feeling his internal energy begin to flow with renewed vigor, the power of devouring quietly brewing within his meridians. He understood that this was the only glimmer of hope he could grasp in this dire circumstance, though it was faint. He had to exert every ounce of strength to seize it. Please, esteemed envoy, bestow your guidance. In a bid to secure a sliver of hope for the Lin family, Lin Feng resolutely proposed the wager of withstanding 3 strikes from Zhao Meng. The disparity between the mid-stage of the Divine Sea realm and the 6th layer of the opening Yuan realm was insurmountable. How would Lin Feng confront this seemingly fatal predicament? Could his hidden trump card create a miracle? After 3 moves, would it be life or death? Chapter 48. The Wager of 3 Moves. Lin Feng's declaration, "Please, esteemed envoy, bestow your guidance," resonated like a stone cast into a still pond, stirring silent ripples within the great hall. The air was thick, almost palpable, each moment stretching interminably. All the elders, including Lin Zhan and Lin Xiaotian, held their breath, their gazes complexly fixed on the 2 figures at the center of the chamber. On one side stood Zhao Mang, a mid-stage powerhouse of the Divine Sea realm, imposing like a mountain, exuding a fierce aura. On the other was Lin Feng, slender yet standing tall, like a straightened spine, a youth of the 6th layer of the opening Yuan realm. This scene resembled a colossal elephant poised to crush a mere ant. Zhao Mang's grin grew increasingly sinister. He required no preparation at all to confront an opponent of this caliber. In fact, he considered it an affront to even wield a weapon. Casually, he raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed. The abundant essence of heaven and earth in the air instantaneously converged upon his palm, coalescing into a massive, dark red energy hand the size of a grinding stone. Upon this enormous hand, a faint, serpentine phantom writhed, emanating an acrid scent of blood and an overwhelming sense of dread. First move. Zhao Mang's hoarse voice dripped with a mocking tone akin to a cat playing with its prey. "If you can catch it, consider yourself fortunate." No sooner had he spoken than the dark red hand tore through the air with a piercing shriek, descending upon Lin Feng with crushing force. The speed was not particularly swift, yet the sheer weight of its presence sealed off all avenues for Lin Feng to evade, compelling him to confront it head-on. This was a pure display of overwhelming power, designed to force Lin Feng to grasp the chasm of disparity in their realms amidst despair. Before the hand even reached him, the blue stone slabs beneath Lin Feng's feet began to crack under pressure. His garments clung tightly to his body, rustling in the oppressive air. Faced with a blow that could reduce an ordinary late-stage Yuan opening cultivator to pulp, Lin Feng's pupils constricted, yet he did not retreat an inch. "Here it comes. Steady your mind, boy." The voice of Junyi echoed rapidly in his mind, imbued with an unusual gravity. "Use the devouring vortex to dissipate the force your body, refined by the 9 deaths, swallowing the heavens technique, is not so easily shattered." With a fierce roar, Lin Feng activated the pitch-black vortex within his dantian, spinning it with unprecedented velocity. He slammed his feet into the ground, causing the stone slab beneath him to explode into a shallow pit. Like a nail, he anchored himself firmly in place. Rather than opting for a defensive technique, he spread the devouring power throughout his entire being, particularly focusing on his arms and chest, where his muscles surged and a faint black glow pulsed beneath his skin. "Devour," he bellowed internally, crossing his arms defiantly to meet the oncoming giant hand. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the hall. The dark red energy clashed violently with the pitch-black devouring force, generating visible shockwaves that radiated outward, causing several elders to stagger back, their robes billowing in the aftermath. The enormous hand struck Lin Feng's crossed arms with tremendous force, contrary to expectations of shattered bones. As the dark red energy made contact with Lin Feng's body, it was as if a clay cow had plunged into the sea, rapidly consumed, torn apart, and disintegrated by the eerie black light. The force of the giant hand was visibly diminished by 30%. But how terrifying was the power of a mid-stage Divine Sea cultivator? The remaining 70% of its might surged into Lin Feng's body like an unstoppable tide. Crack! A faint sound of bones fracturing echoed from his arms. Gasp! Lin Feng tasted blood in his throat, a crimson spray escaping uncontrollably. His body trembled violently, and his complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Yet he gritted his teeth, relying solely on the formidable physique honed through the repeated tempering of the 9 deaths, swallowing heaven technique, and the bizarre dissolution of the devouring force. Refusing to take a single step back, his feet sank deep in the ground, nearly to his ankles. The energy of his immense palm was exhausted, gradually dissipating. Lin Feng stood his ground, his arms trembling slightly, with crimson blood staining the corner of his mouth. His breath was heavy, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade, fixated on Zhao Mang. Zhao Mang let out a soft exclamation, the mockery on his face diminishing slightly. In its place emerged a genuine astonishment. How could he withstand my strike without faltering? Your physique, along with that method to dissolve vital energy, is rather intriguing. He had anticipated that this blow would reduce Lin Feng to a mere puddle of mud. An eerie silence enveloped the grand hall, where one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was astonished by this spectacle. To withstand a mid-stage strike from the Divine Sea realm at the 6th level of the opening Yuan realm, merely suffering light injuries and spitting blood, this utterly shattered their perceptions. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with delight, while Lin Zhan's expression grew even more somber. The first strike. Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable tenacity. Zhao Meng's gaze turned utterly frigid. Intriguing? I shall see just how much of my strength you can endure. Second strike. This time he held nothing back, surrounded by dark, red, vital energy that surged like flames. The temperature in the grand hall skyrocketed. He pointed his fingers as if they were blades, slicing through the air. A blade of condensed energy, merely a span long, yet exuding a dark hue, silently cleaved towards Lin Feng. The speed of this blade was astonishing. The air was sliced apart in its wake, leaving faint black traces, radiating an aura of unparalleled sharpness and destruction. Soul-cleaving slash. An elder, well acquainted with such matters, gasped in astonishment, recognizing it as a terrifying martial technique that directly attacked both the soul and the body. Even those in the early stages of the Divine Sea realm would not dare to confront it head-on. Be cautious, lad. This move is insidious. Jin Yi urgently warned. Protect your heart vein and consciousness sea with the devouring vortex. Maximize your physical defense. Lin Feng sensed the terrifying power contained within the blade's energy, causing his scalp to tingle. He understood that this move was 10 times more perilous than the previous strike. He frantically circulated his technique, condensing the devouring force into a rapidly spinning miniature black hole before his chest. Simultaneously, he infused all his vital energy into his limbs and bones. The black light beneath his skin nearly solidifying. Devour for me. The black blade of energy arrived in an instant, precisely striking the miniature black hole. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sound of corrosive erosion that sent chills down one's spine. The devouring black hole trembled violently, desperately consuming the energy of the blade. Yet, this blade was too refined and sharp. The speed of its destruction far outpaced the rate at which it could be devoured. After merely a brief standoff, the black hole collapsed with a thunderous roar. The residual blade, energy, fiercely struck Lin Feng's chest. Sizzle. The fabric of his clothing disintegrated into dust, revealing skin that glistened with a dark sheen beneath. A gruesome wound, deep enough to expose bone, appeared, and blood gushed forth. More horrifyingly, a chilling blade intent surged directly into Lin Feng's body, wantonly ravaging his meridians and even assaulting his sea of consciousness. A pained groan escaped Lin Feng's lips, his form hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings. He crashed violently against a pillar of the grand hall, the stone column, which required the embrace of 2 men, fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks. As he fell to the ground, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, some mingled with fragments of internal organs. The wound on his chest was a grotesque mess, and his breath dwindled to a mere whisper. The second strike. Zhao Meng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing the fallen Lin Feng, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. To have endured 2 of my strikes, you have reason to take pride. Alas, this is where it ends. A chill enveloped the hall. It's over. He simply cannot withstand any further. Lin Xiaotian closed his eyes in anguish. Yet, a barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corner of Lin Zhan's mouth. However, just when everyone believed Lin Feng had lost all capacity to resist, the broken body on the ground stirred slightly. With trembling hands, Lin Feng propped himself up, astonishingly rising to his feet once more. He was drenched in blood, the wound on his chest grotesque, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Yet, within his eyes burned an indomitable flame. The power of devouring surged wildly within him, desperately suppressing the rampaging blade intent while greedily absorbing the dissipating energy. It clung to his last breath. Not yet finished, Lin Feng's voice, though weak, resonated with extraordinary resolve. One more strike. Zhao Meng's pupils constricted slightly. This boy, is he truly an indestructible cockroach? To withstand such severe injuries and still rise. For the first time, a flicker of impatience and a faint trace of apprehension stirred within him. This child must not be spared. Very well. Zhao Meng laughed in fury. I had intended to grant you a swift end, but since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. The third strike shall send you to your demise." His aura surged once more. This time, he formed seals with his hands. A far more terrifying energy coalesced within his palms, subtly morphing into a vividly lifelike, scaled crimson serpent. The serpent reared back and let out a silent yet soul-shattering roar, opening its gaping maw to lock onto Lin Feng. This strike would unleash his true prowess, its potency rivaling a peak mid-stage assault in the Divine Sea realm. He aimed to obliterate Lin Feng into nothingness. "Boy, you cannot withstand this. Absolutely cannot." The voice of Xianxia rang out with unprecedented urgency. "Utilize the blood escape technique I taught you, but not to flee. Reverse its flow, burn your essence blood. Concentrate all your strength into a singular point, forming an absolute defense." Quickly, a fierce determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He hesitated not for a moment. Flee? There was no escape. Behind him lingered the gentle drizzle and a faint glimmer of hope. With a sudden, forceful clap upon his chest, he expelled a torrent of vital blood. Simultaneously, employing the bizarre techniques imparted by Master Jean, he reversed the flow of the blood escape technique. A resounding hum erupted as a rich crimson light burst forth from Lin Feng's body, transforming him into a figure drenched in blood. This sanguine radiance did not dissipate, but was instead forcibly compressed before him, forming a delicate yet formidable blood-colored shield, akin to gossamer wings, pulsating with astonishing energy fluctuations. Upon the surface of a shield, intricate black runes danced ominously, an amalgamation of devouring power and the burning of vital essence. The cost was monumental. Lin Feng's aura plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. Strands of his hair turned ashen, and he appeared to age a decade in an instant. This was a true gamble for his life. At that pivotal moment, Zhao Meng's blood-red serpent stirred, like a bolt of crimson lightning. It surged forth with the might to annihilate all. The collision this time was far more intense than before. The Grand Council Hall trembled violently, dust cascading from the ceiling. The formations inscribed upon the walls flickered erratically. A blinding tempest of bloodlight and a swirling maelstrom of black and red energy erupted, forcing Lin Zhan and the others to summon their essence to maintain their footing. At the eye of the storm, a piercing scream, hauntingly tragic, echoed. Was it the lament of the serpent's phantom? It abruptly ceased. The energy gradually dissipated, and the onlookers eagerly strained to see. There stood Lin Feng, yet his appearance was a portrait of despair. The blood shield before him lay shattered and gone. He resembled a blood-soaked gourd, a grievous wound nearly cleaving him in two. His pallid bones were faintly visible, and his breath flickered weakly like a candle in the wind, as though it might extinguish at any moment. Yet he remained upright. He did not falter. He did not disintegrate into ashes as Zhao Meng had anticipated. For the first time, the mid-stage Divine Sea powerhouse, Zhao Meng, displayed an expression of incredulous shock. He fixated on Lin Feng, as if seeking to penetrate his very essence. How could this be? What, pray tell, was that dark sorcery you just employed? Zhao Meng's voice trembled with a hint of disbelief he himself had not recognized. A mere boy from the opening Yuan realm had managed to withstand 3 of his strikes, particularly the final blow, that bizarre defense born of burning vital essence, exuded an aura that even unsettled him. Lin Feng, revealing blood-stained teeth, formed a grim and chilling smile. His voice, though faint, resonated clearly in every ear. 3 strikes have passed, Zhao Messenger. Are you still satisfied? With his formidable physique, the power of devouring, and a life-risking secret technique, Lin Feng miraculously withstood Zhao Meng's 3 assaults. In a moment of shock, Zhao Meng's murderous intent intensified. Would he adhere to the agreement and refrain from further action? Or would his indignation compel him to disregard his dignity and strike again? How would the severely injured Lin Feng respond to the unfolding situation? Chapter 49, A Journey to Distant Lands. Zhao Meng's gaze, filled with uncertainty, pierced through the air like a chilling needle, scrutinizing Lin Feng repeatedly. The hall was eerily silent, broken only by Lin Feng's labored and heavy breaths, alongside the soft patter of blood dripping from his wounds onto the ground. Each drop resonated in the hearts of those present. 3 exchanges had passed. This young man of the opening Yuan realm had truly not perished. Though his appearance was grotesquely pitiful, hanging by the last thread of life, he was undeniably still standing. For Zhao Meng, This was an unvarnished slap in the face. His mid-stage divine sea realm authority had been irreparably tarnished in this remote Qinyan city, torn apart by mere insect-like youth. Zhao Mang's countenance darkened to a point where it seemed capable of dripping water. A surge of malevolence surged within him, and his murderous intent was nearly uncontrollable. He yearned to disregard the agreement and deliver a finishing blow, reducing this enigmatic boy to mere pulp to eliminate any future threat. What foolish agreement could hold any weight against absolute power? However, the corner of his eye caught the Lin family elders, who, despite their fear, were fixated on him. Especially the third elder, Lin Xiaotian, whose face was ashen but betrayed a hint of resolve. If he were to disregard his identity and strike, word would surely reach the prince's manor. While no one would come to Lin Feng's aid, Zhao Mang's reputation for being untrustworthy would be firmly established. Given the intense internal strife within the prince's manor, this could become a weapon for his adversaries to wield against him. For the sake of a boy destined for death, it was not worth the risk. More importantly, Lin Feng's condition was clearly that of a dying ember. His meridians were shattered, and the aftermath of burning his vital essence had drained nearly all of his life force. Even with miraculous elixirs, recovery would take no less than a year and a half. The prince's hunt would not cease. This boy was already as good as dead. It was merely a matter of days. Oof. Zhao Mang exhaled a cold snort, forcibly suppressing his murderous intent. His voice, hoarse and laced with a bone-chilling frost, declared, "Very well. You possess courage, young man. I shall honor my word and spare your life today." He shifted his tone, his serpent-like eyes sweeping across the assembly before fixing upon Lin Feng. "However, remember this. The might of the prince's manor is not something an ant like you can provoke. For now, your life is spared. When I return to the manor to report to the prince, your Lin family will face a day of reckoning, with not a single soul left unscathed." This blatant threat left every member of the Lin family feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Lin Zhan's face turned pale, his lips quivering, yet he dared not utter a single sound. With a resolute statement, Zhao Meng departed without hesitation. As if lingering even a moment longer would tarnish his shoes, he flicked his sleeve and, accompanied by 2 attendants, strode away with purpose. The oppressive aura that had enveloped the chamber receded like the ebbing tide, only to leave the onlookers feeling as if a colossal weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Many sank to the ground, their legs giving way, gasping for breath. Yet, the sense of crisis did not dissipate. Rather, it loomed over each individual like an ominous cloud. Zhao Meng's words were not mere jest. Retribution from the prince's manor would inevitably follow. "Quick, physician, attend to the young master's wounds." Lin Xiaotian was the first to regain his composure, urgently commanding. He dashed to the faltering Lin Feng's side, steadying him with a firm grip. Pure vital energy was cautiously channeled into Lin Feng's body, striving to stabilize his precariously waning life force. At that moment, Lin Feng's consciousness was beginning to blur. A pervasive pain coursed through him, particularly from the grievous wound that nearly pierced his chest and the relentless knife intent ravaging his insides. The debilitating sensation of depleted blood surged like a tide against his nerves. He could feel the vital energy Lin Xiaotian infused, akin to a mere drop in an ocean, barely sustaining his last breath. The presence of Juan Yi had also dwindled to the brink of oblivion, as if he had entered a profound slumber. "No, it's futile." Lin Feng's voice was but a whisper, fragile as a gnat's wing, addressing Lin Xiaotian. "I am aware of my injuries. Ordinary elixirs will prove ineffective." Lin Xiaotian gazed at Lin Feng's harrowing condition, his eyes filled with sorrow and complexity. "Child, you have suffered greatly. Hold on. My Lin family will spare no effort to save you." With great difficulty, Lin Feng shook his head, his dazed gaze sharpening with a final glimmer of clarity as he looked at Lin Xiaotian. "Third elder, you heard Zhao Meng's words. If I remain, the Lin family will face utter annihilation." Lin Xiaotian trembled upon hearing this. He understood the gravity of the situation. Lin Feng's survival represented a ticking time bomb for the Lin family. The prince's manor would not relent. "But your injuries," Lin Xiaotian's voice was parched. "I must leave," Lin Feng declared with unwavering determination, his tone resolute and undeniable. "Immediately at once." This was the sole path to survival. A glimmer of hope for the Lin family and for Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaotian fell silent, observing the unyielding flame of defiance burning in Lin Feng's eyes. even in the face of death. He recognized the boy's resolve. With a heavy sigh, he nodded solemnly. I understand. Rest assured, as long as I, Lin Xiaotian, draw breath, I shall ensure Xiao Yu's safety. He promptly instructed a trusted elder to procure the finest healing elixirs from the Lin family's collection, along with a significant sum of spirit stones. At the same time, he issued a stringent order to seal the information and cleanse the hall of any traces. Half an hour later, Lin Feng had temporarily stabilized his injuries and donned a fresh set of black garments. His complexion remained as pale as paper, yet his gaze had regained its composure. Under Lin Xiaoyan's clandestine arrangements, he returned to his secluded courtyard. Inside, Lin Xiaoyu had been anxiously awaiting his return. Upon seeing Lin Feng being supported back, bloodied and on the brink of unconsciousness, tears streamed down her face as she rushed to embrace him tightly. Brother, what happened to you? Please don't scare me. Feeling the warmth of his sister's embrace and the heat of her tears, a ripple stirred in Lin Feng's icy heart. He gently patted Xiaoyu's back, managing a reassuring smile, albeit one twisted by pain. Don't cry, Xiaoyu. It's just that I must embark on a long journey. A long journey? When? For how long? Your injuries are so severe. Lin Xiaoyu raised her tear-filled eyes, panic and reluctance evident. Lin Feng guided her to sit on a stone bench, retrieving a storage bag from his robe and placing it in her hands. It contained some spiritual herbs he had brought from the ancestral land, resources given by Lin Xiaotian, as well as all his savings. Xiaoyu, listen to me. His voice turned unusually grave. I have offended someone formidable and must leave Qingyun City immediately. You will be safe here with the third elder watching over you. Take these resources, cultivate diligently, avoid trouble, but most importantly, protect yourself. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head vehemently, tears flowing uncontrollably. No, brother, I don't want you to go. I want to go with you. You're injured so badly. How can you manage alone? No. Lin Feng's tone was uncharacteristically stern. It's too dangerous to follow me. Staying here is the greatest help you can offer me. Looking into his sister's tear-stained eyes, a pang of anguish pierced his heart, softening his tone. With boundless affection and promise, he said, Xiaoyu, trust me. I will definitely return for you. I assure you. By then, no one will be able to bully us anymore. He paused, reaching out to wipe the tears from her face, enunciating each word carefully. Remember, wait for me to come back. Lin Xiaoyu gazed into her brother's unwavering determination and the tenderness hidden beneath. She understood his resolve was unyielding. Biting her lip to stifle her sobs, she nodded earnestly, clutching the storage bag tightly, as if it were her brother's promise. Brother, I will wait for you. You must return safely. The moment of parting eventually arrived. As the night deepened under Lin Xiaoyan's cover, Lin Feng silently approached a hidden exit at the back of the Lin family estate. He donned an inconspicuous gray cloak, suppressing his presence to the utmost. This was the map to a secret passage leading to the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountains, along with a disguise mask. Lin Xiaotian handed these items to Lin Feng, whispering, the mountains are fraught with danger, but they are currently the only place to avoid the watchful eyes of the prince's residence. Take care on your journey. Lin family, I'm sorry. Lin Feng accepted the items, bowing deeply to Lin Xiaotian. Third elder, your kindness is beyond words. I leave Xiaoyu in your care. After speaking, he cast a final glance towards the Lin family mansion, where his beloved sister resided. Then, with unwavering resolve, he turned away, dragging his severely wounded body forward. Each step deliberate, yet infused with steadfast determination as he melded into the inky blackness of the night and the vast mountain shadows. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with formidable adversaries and burdened by injuries. Yet, he must persevere for survival, for strength, and ultimately to return. The night enveloped his figure, leaving only the mournful whisper of the mountain wind, akin to the sighs of a forlorn soul. In his grievous state, Lin Feng stealthily infiltrated the perilous Black Wind mountain range, with ferocious beasts lurking ahead and the royal palace pursuing from behind. Could he uncover a sliver of hope amidst despair? What opportunities and challenges lay concealed within the enigmatic Black Wind Mountains? Chapter 50, The Black Wind Mountain Range. Lin Feng turned back one last time to gaze at the direction of Qingyun City. The night was thick in the city that had housed him for over a decade, bearing witness to his countless triumphs and humiliations, now appeared as a mere indistinct silhouette, like a silent behemoth, devouring all remnants of his past. The wound inflicted by Zhao Meng's soul rend still throbbed, each breath a reminder of the recent brutality he had endured, accompanied by a searing pain that echoed in his chest. His internal essence felt utterly depleted, his meridians resembling parched riverbeds, riddled with fine cracks, an aftermath of forcibly employing blood escape technique while withstanding the oppressive pressure of the Divine Sea realm. Compounding his plight was the debilitating weakness from blood loss, rendering his steps unsteady, his mind clouded, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, he could not falter. He tightened the gray cloak prepared by Lin Xiaotian around him, pulling the hood lower to obscure much of his face. The frigid night air seeped into his neck, causing him to shiver, yet it also sharpened his dulled senses. He oriented himself according to the map, plunging headlong into the sprawling mountain shadows before him. Akin to a primordial beast lying in wait, exuding an aura of untamed wilderness, the Black Wind mountain range. As he crossed the periphery of the mountains, the environment shifted dramatically. The faint lights and human presence of the city outskirts vanished in an instant, replaced by an endless abyss of darkness and an unsettling silence. Towering ancient trees twisted and gnarled, reaching out like ghostly claws towards the night sky, shredding the already sparse starlight into fragments. Beneath his feet lay a thick layer of fallen leaves, accumulated over countless years, soft and yielding, crackling noisily with each step, a jarring sound in this realm of eerie stillness. The air was thick with the scent of loamy earth, moisture, and an indescribable sweetness of wildflowers, merging into a singular essence characteristic of the deep, ancient forest. Alas, this cursed place, not only is the spiritual energy sparse and chaotic, but the atmosphere is also heavily infused with malevolence. The voice of June echoed in his mind, retaining its habitual sarcasm, yet exhibiting a clearer and more stable tone than before, as if Lin Feng's entry into a relatively safe, or perhaps relatively uninhabited, environment had alleviated his exhaustion somewhat. Be cautious. In such a locale, venomous creatures and ferocious beasts are merely trifles. The real danger lies in the potential emergence of unclean entities. Lin Feng remained silent, elevating his vigilance to its utmost. In his current state, facing even a moderately strong wild wolf could spell his doom. He carefully lightened his footsteps, utilizing the thick trunks of trees and dense thickets to conceal his presence, while also extending the last remnants of his spiritual awareness to sense the surrounding movements. The devouring power within his dantian moved sluggishly like a weary snail, laboriously drawing minuscule energy from the thin air to mend his bodily injuries, though the pace was excruciatingly slow. After traversing a short distance, he had to pause, leaning against a large tree to catch his breath. Cold sweat soaked through his inner garment, clinging to his wounds and delivering waves of sharp, needle-like pain. He rummaged through his storage pouch and extracted a healing pill given by Lin Xiaotian, swallowing one with great effort. The pill transformed into a gentle stream of medicinal energy that flowed through his limbs, slightly alleviating the excruciating pain and weakness. Yet it was but a drop in the bucket compared to his grievous injuries. I must swiftly locate a safe haven to recuperate, Lin Feng mused inwardly. The Black Wind Mountains were vast, according to the map. He needed to traverse the outskirts of the mountains to reach the official road leading to the capital of the Tianfeng Kingdom. At his current pace, it would likely take him 10 days to half a month. During that time, any unforeseen events could occur. After a night of arduous travel, fraught with dangers yet ultimately unscathed, Lin Feng finally stumbled upon a relatively concealed ravine at dawn, with his back against the cliff and several boulders shielding him from view. He painstakingly cleared a small patch of ground, settling down to recuperate for a moment. However, just as he began to relax his mind, a faint yet piercing sound of something slicing through the air surged from above. Startled, Lin Feng's scalp prickled, and he instinctively rolled to the side. A vividly colored poisonous snake, as thick as an arm, grazed his cheek before embedding itself where he had just been seated. Its tail thrashed violently, and its triangular head lifted, icy vertical pupils locking onto him, its forked tongue flickering as it emitted a threatening hiss. It was a vividly patterned viper, highly venomous. "Be wary," Genie urgently reminded him. Lin Feng's heart raced. The previous evasion had nearly depleted the scant energy he had just recovered. He fixed his gaze intently on the venomous serpent, slowly drawing a common steel short sword from his waist, his only weapon upon leaving the Lin family. The snake, seemingly enraged by Lin Feng's movement, coiled and lunged, striking with the speed of lightning. There was no escape. A fierce determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, thrusting the short sword towards the serpent's head. Simultaneously, he summoned the meager trace of vital energy within him, channeling it into the blade. With a piercing sound, the sword accurately penetrated the serpent's head. Yet, in its dying throes, the snake's struggle was immense. Its body coiled tightly around Lin Feng's arm, the cold, slippery sensation sending chills down his spine. He exerted all his strength to fling the dying serpent away, staggering backward a few steps until his back pressed against the cliff wall, gasping for breath. In that moment, he felt the injuries he had just subdued reemerge, a metallic sweetness surging in his throat. Damn it, a tiger fallen to the plains. Lin Feng muttered under his breath, propping himself up with the short sword, his complexion growing ever more pallid. To be so thoroughly bested by a mere low-tier venomous snake spoke volumes of the perils of the Black Wind Mountains. He dared not linger any longer, hastily tending to the minor wounds on his arm inflicted by the serpent's scales, and continued to drag his weary body forward. The daylight proved to be even more grueling than the night. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled patches of light, while the forest was stifling and humid, buzzing with various insects that incessantly tormented him. He was compelled to constantly divert his attention to ward them off, leading to even greater mental exhaustion. Along the way, he stumbled upon a small grove of wild fruits, cautiously employing the rudimentary poison identification methods taught by Xianxia. He harvested some fruits that appeared non-toxic and contained a faint aura of spiritual energy to satiate his hunger. The sour, astringent juice slid down his throat, barely replenishing his strength. He also discovered a mountain stream, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, clear water, its icy touch temporarily alleviating the heat and pain in his body. However, it seemed that fortune had run its course. Just as he bent down to quench his thirst, a foul wind suddenly surged from the thicket behind him, accompanied by a low, primal roar. Lin Feng had no time to turn around, relying solely on his combat instincts. He lunged forward once more. A massive shadow swept over his head, the gust it created stinging his cheek painfully. He rolled awkwardly to the side and looked up, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. Before him stood a robust, azure-furred demon wolf, as hefty as a calf. Its emerald eyes glimmered with a cruel light, and drool hung from its bared fangs, emanating an aura equivalent to that of a third or fourth-tier cultivator in the human realm. The most troubling aspect was that it was not a solitary beast. From the rustling bushes emerged two smaller demon wolves, forming a triangular formation that encircled Lin Feng, their throaty growls resonating with a menacing threat. This was indeed dire. They were the Azure Wind Wolves, a pack of swift demon beasts. The voice of Xianxia turned grave. Kid, in your current state, facing even one would be a challenge, let alone three. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the short sword, his knuckles whitening from the strain. He slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the three poised demon wolves. Flee? With his present stamina, he could never outrun these speed-dominant creatures. Fight? The prospect was nearly tantamount to certain death. He was ensnared in a deadlock. Yet this time, he was alone, without Lin Xiaotian, without the Lin family, just himself and the remnants of a soul in a similarly precarious state. A long-buried ferocity, seemingly springing from the depths of his very blood, gradually ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Surviving being pushed off a cliff by Lin Hong, enduring 3 strikes from Zhao Meng, was he truly destined to perish at the jaws of these beasts? He refused to accept such an end. Vigne, Lin Feng silently roared, infused with a resolute determination akin to burning bridges behind him. Keep a close watch. If I must die, I will take them down with me. As if inspired by Lin Feng's fierce resolve, Xianxia scoffed. Enough of the chatter. The smaller one on the left has an unstable stance. Eliminate it first. Use the broken yuan step to close in and strike its throat. Almost simultaneously with Xianxia's command, the largest Azure Wind Wolf let out a long howl, and the 3 demon wolves launched their assault. Like 3 bolts of azure lightning, they came barreling from different directions. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, every muscle in his body tensed. Instead of retreating, he surged forward towards the smaller demon wolf indicated by Xianxia. He executed a peculiar arc with his steps, narrowly evading the Wolf King's lunge. And his short sword struck like a viper, piercing the small wolf's throat. With a splatter of blood, the small wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing and writhing on the ground. However, Lin Feng paid a price. The claws of another demon wolf raked deep gashes into his back, the fiery pain nearly causing him to faint. Behind you, Vinya shouted urgently. Lin Feng, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly turned and executed a horizontal sweep with his sword, forcing back the advancing Wolf King. Yet his strength had waned, and new vigor had yet to awaken, rendering his movements notably sluggish. The Wolf King seized the opportunity, lunging for his neck with a vicious bite. The stench of blood and death wafted toward him, chillingly close. Severely injured and utterly exhausted, Lin Feng found himself ensnared in the lethal onslaught of 3 azure windwolves. Barely engaging in combat, he sustained fresh wounds and was driven into a perilous corner by the Wolf King. In this desolate expanse of the Black Wind Mountains, could he possibly turn the tide in his dire predicament? Would Master Jean once again conjure a miracle? The true test of survival in the wilderness had only just commenced. Chapter 51. Perilous Mountains. Lin Feng's back pressed against the cold, rough cliff face as he gasped for breath, each inhalation tugging at the deep, bone-exposing wounds on his chest and back, inflicting excruciating pain. Blood soaked through his gray cloak, dripping steadily onto the decaying leaves below, creating a small pool of dark red. His recent struggle with the Azure Wolf King had nearly depleted his last ounce of strength. The Wolf King's cruel, emerald eyes filled his vision in the final moments, its rancid saliva nearly splattering his face. The chill of death was penetrating. In that critical juncture, it was solely due to Master Jin's thunderous roar echoing in his mind, coupled with the instincts honed over 3 years of a wasted life, that he managed to narrowly evade the fatal bite. Simultaneously, he thrust his short sword, infused with his last vestiges of energy, not to block, but to pierce directly into the Wolf King's relatively softer abdomen with a resolve to perish together. The sound of the blades slicing into flesh and the Wolf King's agonized howl resonated almost in unison. The force of the Wolf King's dying lunge slammed him against the cliff, yet it also caused the lethal bite to miss its mark. Another surviving wind wolf, witnessing its leader's convulsions on the ground, whimpered and, terrified, retreated swiftly into the depths of the dense forest. The crisis had, for the moment, been averted. Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, his short sword clattering beside him, his arms too weary to lift. He gazed at the gradually stiffening corpse of the Wolf King not far away, and further still, at the smaller wind wolf he had first slain. There was no joy in victory within his heart, only the numbing aftermath of survival and an even deeper gravity of thought. 3 wind wolves, equivalent to the initial and mid-stages of the opening Yuan realm, had nearly claimed the life of a 6-layer opening Yuan cultivator like himself. And this was under the condition that they were not particularly formidable among their kind. The perils of the Black Wind Mountain Range are indeed as formidable as rumored. Coughing, Lin Feng expelled several mouthfuls of congealed blood, his complexion as pallid as parchment. The grievous internal injuries sustained from his battle with Zhao Meng, compounded by the desperate explosion of effort just moments ago and the new external wounds, left him in an abysmal state. His meridians felt akin to parched, fissured earth, while the devouring vortex within his dantian spun sluggishly, as if it were a candle flame on the verge of extinguishment. "Kid, you're not dead yet, are you?" Junyi's voice, tinged with evident fatigue, yet still sharp, broke through. That last lazy donkey roll that inadvertently struck the blind cat and killed a rat wasn't tea for naught. It seems my words weren't wasted. Lin Feng lacked even the strength to muster a bitter smile, silently imploring, "Junyi, if you keep ridiculing me, I truly might not hold on much longer. Even if you're at the brink, you must endure." Junyi. In this cursed place, the scent of blood wafts through the air, signaling the best time to feast. If you don't wish to become a mere snack for some beast, you'd best get moving. These words jolted Lin Feng into action. He strained to gather his wits, acutely aware of his surroundings. The rustling of the wind through the treetops and the faint, unidentifiable roars of distant beasts kept his nerves taut. Indeed, a faint metallic tang of blood began to pervade the air, emanating from himself and the 2 wolf carcasses nearby. He had to leave this place post-haste. Struggling, he rose unsteadily and staggered to the side of the small wind wolf's corpse. Following Junyi's guidance, he extended his palm, summoning the 9 Deaths Devouring Heaven technique with great effort. A faint, almost imperceptible black vortex materialized in his palm, slowly making contact with the wolf's remains. A weak yet pure essence of blood and flesh coursed from the carcass into his body. This energy was chaotic and feral, far from the gentle aura of nature, yet under the refining power of devouring, It transformed into a trickle of warmth that nourished his nearly depleted body. The excruciating pain in his wounds seemed to lessen slightly, and a modicum of strength returned to him. It felt akin to consuming raw flesh and drinking blood, causing a wave of physiological discomfort to roll in his throat. This was his first attempt to directly consume the essence of a beast. Disdainful, are we? Just wait until hunger blinds you, and you find yourself gnawing on tree bark. Then you'll realize this is a treasure, Xianxia scoffed. The might of the 9 deaths devouring heaven technique lies in its ability to turn all things to one's advantage. Spiritual energy, elixirs, poisons, and even the attacks of your foes, along with the essence of these beasts, can all be devoured. Spare me the theatrics. If you wish to survive, then consume. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his discomfort. He understood that Xianxia spoke the truth. In this dire situation, every means to enhance his chances of survival must be seized. He emulated the same method and approached the corpse of the Wolf King. The vitality of this formidable beast was evidently more robust, and the energy derived from the devouring process was notably substantial. Although it did not significantly alleviate his injuries, it at least restored some semblance of mobility, pulling him back from the brink of death. After consuming the remains of 2 wolves, the once mighty carcasses appeared significantly emaciated. Lin Feng dared not linger. He picked up his short sword and, with considerable effort, skillfully skinned 2 relatively intact pelts and carved out several sizable portions of wolf meat, wrapping them in broad leaves and stowing them in his storage pouch. These supplies were essential, the pelts for warmth and the meat to stave off hunger. Having completed this task, he refrained from retracing his steps and avoided venturing deeper into the territory of the wolf pack. Instead, he chose to traverse along the cliffside, making his arduous way toward the valley marked on the map, rumored to harbor a water source. With each step, his legs felt as though they were laden with lead. He had to constantly divert his attention, swatting away the insects drawn by the scent of blood, while remaining vigilant for any potential threats lurking in the shadows. After 2 hours, the daylight gradually waned. Lin Feng finally discovered a narrow crevice in the mountainside, its entrance concealed by dense vines, offering a modicum of privacy. Cautiously, he pushed aside the foliage and squeezed inside. The interior of the crevice was modest in size, but sufficient to accommodate 1 person and, being dry, it momentarily served as a safe refuge. He collapsed onto the cold stone floor, retrieved his water pouch, and took several deep swigs, then reluctantly gnawed on some of the raw wolf meat, its odor unpleasant, causing his stomach to churn, yet he forced himself to swallow it. He tended to his wounds with some basic first aid, rinsing them with clean water and applying the hemostatic powder given to him by Lin Xiaotian. The sharp pain caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Nightfall enveloped the mountains completely. Outside the crevice, a cacophony of peculiar sounds echoed, far more active and perilous than during the day. In the darkness, it felt as though countless eyes were watching. Leaning against the stone wall, Lin Feng clutched his short sword tightly, unwilling to succumb to true slumber. The weight of his injuries and exhaustion crashed upon his will like a relentless tide. Yet he had to remain alert. The scant energy derived from the devoured wind wolves had nearly dissipated under continuous strain. His wounds remained grievous, particularly the lingering pain from the soul-splitting slash inflicted by Zhao Meng, akin to a festering affliction, subtly gnawing at his meridians. This state could not persist. Lin Feng gazed into the impenetrable darkness beyond the crevice, a profound sense of peril welling up within him. Merely on the outskirts of the mountains, a pack of first-tier wind wolves had nearly brought him to the brink of death. The Black Wind mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, rumored to harbor even the most terrifying of formidable monsters, including those of divine transformation and saintly caliber. Given his current condition, the prospect of traversing the mountains was daunting. Surviving even 3 days seemed uncertain. He needed to heal swiftly and regain his strength. This thought was both clear and urgent. He recalled the map, which marked a certain area on the mountain's periphery where a small gathering of cultivators had formed a temporary encampment. Perhaps he could procure some healing elixirs or gather information about safer routes. Yet, the path to the encampment would undoubtedly be fraught with unknown dangers. Xianxia, shall we attempt to head toward that temporary encampment tomorrow? Lin Feng pondered inwardly. Xianxia fell silent for a moment, unusually refraining from sarcasm, and replied solemnly, "Have you truly considered this? Such places are rife with all sorts of characters. Often, the greatest danger lies in the hearts of men, more perilous than the beasts themselves. In your current state, you are akin to a piece of tender meat. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, delivering a sharp sting that kept him alert. I understand, but remaining here is merely awaiting death. Taking a risk might present a glimmer of hope. I need elixirs and information. Do as you wish, Genie sighed. In any case, I cannot be of much assistance at the moment. Just don't perish too quickly. Outside the crevice, a mournful and protracted wolf howl echoed in the distance, seemingly proclaiming dominion over the mountain's night. Lin Feng took a deep breath of the frigid air, closed his eyes, and began to channel the 9 deaths swallowing heaven technique with all his might. Even if he could only draw the faintest trace of spiritual energy from the thin air, it was still preferable to waiting idly for fate to take its course. The night stretched on, fraught with danger. His struggle for survival in the Black Wind Mountain range had only just begun. Lin Feng narrowly triumphed over the wind wolves through the power of devouring, finding sanctuary within a temporary stone crevice. Yet his injuries were grave, and the future remained uncertain. He resolved to venture into the mountain's encampment in search of survival, though the gathering was a mingling of diverse characters, concealing hidden threats. Injured and vulnerable, would he manage to safeguard himself amidst the treachery of human hearts? Chapter 52. Encounter with Mercenaries. The night within the crevice was cold and interminable. Leaning against the rough rock wall, Lin Feng had scarcely slept the entire night. Each time he closed his eyes, the sharp pain from his wounds and the distant howls of unknown beasts would jolt him awake. He could only repeatedly circulate the 9 deaths devouring heaven technique. Akin to a miserly beggar, painstakingly extracting meager energy from the scant and pitiful spiritual essence of heaven and earth. He struggled to suppress the chilling blade, intent belonging to Zhao Meng that lingered within him, much like a maggot clinging to its host, while also attempting to mend the myriad wounds crisscrossing his body. As dawn broke, he perceived a slight improvement in his condition compared to the previous night. At least his movements were no longer so laborious. Yet he was still far from regaining his combat prowess. The deepest wound on his chest had ceased to bleed, but remained grotesque, each breath sending a sharp pang through him. He gnawed at some cold, gamey wolf meat and drained the last remnants of water from his water skin, the bitter taste lingering in his mouth. He had to locate a water source, as well as that makeshift campsite. Lin Feng stowed away his water skin and resolutely gazed toward the mist-shrouded mountains beyond the crevices of stone. He understood that lingering would only invite death. He set forth once more, exercising even greater caution than the day before. Guided by the map and the vague directions of old Jean, he advanced toward a valley where water and a campsite might be found. The carpet of fallen leaves beneath his feet was thicker, the stench of decay mingling with the dampness of the morning dew, creating a viscous atmosphere. He endeavored to traverse higher ground, where visibility was relatively open, in order to avoid plunging into the depths of potentially perilous thickets. After approximately an hour of travel, the sound of flowing water faintly reached his ears. Lin Feng's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace, navigating through a dense thicket of bushes. A ravine spanning several yards came into view. The water was crystal clear, crashing against the rocks of the riverbed and sending up sprays of white foam. However, before Lin Feng could approach the water source, a cacophony of intense fighting and terrified shouts wafted through the air. It was coming from that direction. Lin Feng's heart raced. He immediately crouched low, using the cover of the scattered stones along the bank to stealthily advance. The commotion originated from a relatively open riverbank downstream of the ravine. There, he beheld around 10 individuals clad in matching leather armor, bearing various degrees of injuries, forming a loose defensive circle and struggling to hold their ground. Their adversary was none other than a colossal beast, a giant ape nearly 10 feet tall. This creature was covered in coarse, steel-like black fur, its muscles rippling with power. Most striking were its extraordinarily robust forearms, glinting with a metallic sheen, which swung through the air with a howling wind, crashing down upon the riverbank's boulders, shattering them into pieces. It was indeed a second-tier initial stage demon beast, the Iron Arm Ape. It is the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the attire of the individuals and a tattered banner, trampled in the mud, bearing the emblem of a bloodied wolf, recognizing their identity. This mercenary group held a modest reputation on the periphery of the Black Wind Mountain range, primarily subsisting on escorting and gathering low-tier medicinal herbs. At this moment, the condition of the mercenary group was dire. The ground lay strewn with 3 or 4 lifeless bodies, their flesh mangled, evidently torn apart by the Iron Arm Ape. The remaining members were all injured, their energy waning. Leading them was a burly man, his face adorned with a thick beard and wielding a broad-bladed knife, presumably the captain, who was now drenched in blood, his left arm bent at a peculiar angle, clearly fractured. Yet, he continued to roar defiantly, brandishing his knife with his right hand, desperately fending off the primary assault of the Iron Arm ape, buying time for his comrades behind him. "Captain, hold on. Damn it, let us fight this beast. Watch out for his left arm." The mercenaries bellowed, various martial techniques illuminating the air as their blades struck the Iron Arm ape, mostly leaving only shallow white marks, unable to penetrate its defenses. In contrast, with each sweeping blow of the Iron Arm ape's arm, mercenaries were sent flying, spitting blood, and the defensive formation was on the verge of collapse. The Iron Arm ape seemed incensed by the resistance of these ants, letting out a deafening roar that carried a foul stench. It suddenly reared up, its iron arms raised high, imbued with tremendous force, and came crashing down towards the already faltering mercenary captain. Should it connect, the captain would surely be reduced to mere pulp. A glimmer of despair flickered in the captain's eyes, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he roared, channeling the last remnants of his energy into the blade, preparing to withstand this lethal strike. The injured comrades behind him bore expressions of despair and indignation. Alas, it is an Iron Arm ape, in the early stages of the second tier, equivalent to a human at the first or second level of the Divine Sea realm, with tough skin and immense strength. Its vulnerabilities lay in its eyes, armpits, and the center of its back. However, this group of mercenaries was led by a captain who was merely at the pinnacle of the opening Yuan realm, and with one arm incapacitated, the situation was hopeless. Xianxia's voice carried a detached indifference. "Kid, take a detour. In your current state, charging him would only serve to deliver a meal." Lin Feng crouched behind a rock, his heart pounding fiercely. Reason told him that Xianxia was correct. He is now in a dire predicament, gravely injured and barely clinging to life, facing a second-tier beast, which would surely be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, the mercenary group is a motley crew, and rescuing them may not be a blessing. However, witnessing the fierce determination in the eyes of those mercenaries, particularly the captain who, despite having lost an arm, stands resolutely at the forefront, Lin Feng is reminded of himself not long ago, enduring a confrontation against Zhao Meng in the arena. It is a spirit of defiance, a fierce resolve to bite down on the enemy's flesh even in the face of death. More importantly, his gaze sweeps over the mercenary team, landing on a boy who appears to be merely 15 or 16, pallid and trembling with a short bow in hand, as well as a middle-aged female medic, desperately tending to the wounded with a face etched with urgency. This is not merely a band of desperate rogues taking a detour. The next water source may be far away. Lin Feng licked his cracked lips, murmuring hoarsely, and they likely possess a map, supplies, and information about this area. "Humph, I knew you would be tempted." Xianxia scoffed. "Seeking fortune in danger? Just don't expect to be rewarded with a morsel." The Iron Arm ape isn't particularly swift, but its strength is undoubtedly overwhelming. What is your plan? To tickle it with your half-baked, swallowing yuan finger? An outright confrontation is out of the question. Lin Feng's sharp eyes scrutinize the battlefield. Wisdom is required here. The creature's attention is solely on the mercenary group. Perhaps it is possible to exploit its weakness. At this moment, the situation grows increasingly dire. The Iron Arm ape's massive arms come crashing down. The mercenary captain roars, wielding his sword to block. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing resonates through the air. The captain's broad-bladed sword is forcefully bent. He is hurled backwards like a kite with severed strings, crashing into a boulder, blood spraying violently, rendering him completely incapacitated. "Captain!" The mercenaries cry out in despair. The Iron Arm ape has obliterated the greatest obstacle, its bloodthirsty gaze sweeping over the remaining prey, particularly fixating on the seemingly tender and weak young archer. Now is the moment. A glint of cold light flickers in Lin Feng's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he springs forth from his hiding place like a panther. He does not charge directly at the Iron Arm ape, but rather skirting along the riverbank. He utilizes the cover of scattered rocks and shrubs to swiftly maneuver around to the beast's flank. His movements were light and swift, channeling every remaining ounce of vitality into his agility, striving to conceal his presence. The iron-armed ape's attention was entirely captivated by the panicked mercenaries before it, its enormous nostrils exhaling clouds of white vapor as it advanced step by step. With a roar, it raised its iron arm once more, targeting the young archer. The boy, terrified, shut his eyes tight. At that moment, Lin Feng sprang into action. With a powerful push from his feet, he leaped into the air, his ordinary steel short sword coalescing with all of his mental energy and a trace of corrosive dark vitality forcibly extracted from the swirling vortex within his dantian. His aim was set squarely on the relatively vulnerable junction of the iron-armed ape's neck, where the sparse fur grew thin. This strike was swift, accurate, and ruthless, thanks to the refinement of physical strength bestowed by the 9 lives swallowing heaven technique. Even in his injured state, Lin Feng's explosive power remained astonishing. The blade pierced precisely into the ape's nape, although it lacked the force to penetrate completely. The devouring vitality clinging to the tip of the sword infiltrated like a potent toxin in an instant. The iron-armed ape emitted a howl, drastically different from its previous roars. Filled with agony and fury, its massive body froze momentarily, halting its advance toward the boy, and instead, it wildly swung its arms back in a frenzy. Lin Feng seized the opportunity. Without hesitation, he relinquished his sword, using the momentum of his forward motion to execute a clumsy roll, narrowly evading the ferocious sweep capable of shattering mountains. He landed near the mercenary's defensive line, gasping for breath, one knee on the ground, his face pale from the exertion. The sudden turn of events left all the mercenaries in stunned silence. They gazed at this seemingly out-of-nowhere figure, clad in tattered robes, whose faint presence had dealt a grievous blow to the iron-armed ape, their eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. The ape thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge the short sword embedded in its neck, but the peculiar devouring vitality continued to erode its flesh and nerves, causing it to move erratically in its torment. Its fierce gaze abruptly locked onto Lin Feng, the newly emerged adversary inflicting such immense pain. With a roar, it abandoned the other mercenaries, charging toward Lin Feng. Though its speed was compromised, its ferocity remained terrifying. "Watch out, little brother," cried the middle-aged female healer in alarm. Several mercenaries, still possessing a semblance of combat capability, gritted their teeth and summoned their courage once more, brandishing their weapons in a desperate attempt to obstruct. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the debilitating weakness and excruciating pain that coursed through his body, and stood upright. He addressed the mercenaries with a commanding shout. "Do not confront it head-on. Strike at its eyes and armpits. It is currently hindered in its movements." His voice resonated with an undeniable calmness, reminiscent of a seasoned commander accustomed to the rigors of battle. In the face of despair, his emergence as a leader instilled a sense of direction amidst the chaos. Rallying the beleaguered mercenaries, the surviving mercenaries promptly altered their strategy, abandoning direct confrontation in favor of employing agile maneuvers to incessantly harass and exploit the weaknesses of the iron-armed ape. Due to the injury at its nape and the debilitating effects of its own consuming power, the creature's reactions had slowed considerably, allowing this band of perceived ants in its eyes to overwhelm it, inflicting several new wounds in the process. Lin Feng refrained from rejoining the fray, leaning against a nearby surface as he gasped for breath, seizing every fleeting moment to recuperate his strength while maintaining a keen observation of the battlefield. Seeking the next opportunity to strike, he understood that the earlier ambush had pushed him to his limits. Now, he had to rely on these mercenaries and earn their trust. In a perilous pursuit of victory, Lin Feng had dealt a significant blow to the iron-armed ape, temporarily averting the annihilation of the mercenary group. However, the ferocity of the beast surged forth, locking its gaze upon him with unwavering intensity. How would the severely weakened Lin Feng contend with the enraged iron-armed ape? And how would the mercenaries, who had just been saved by him, regard this enigmatic stranger in the aftermath of the crisis? Chapter 53. A timely rescue. The roar of the iron-armed ape, laden with anguish and fury, reverberated, causing the stones along the riverbank to tremble ever so slightly. Its enormous, blood-red eyes were fixated on Lin Feng, who had just emerged from his blind spot and dealt a fatal blow to its nape. In stark contrast to the mercenaries who could only inflict superficial wounds, this sudden and enigmatic human had evidently provoked its primal instinct to kill. With a resounding roar, it abandoned the pursuit of the scattered mercenaries, pivoting its massive form with a force that shook the ground beneath it, akin to a moving mountain. It charged toward the pale-faced Lin Feng, who had only just regained his footing. Despite the stiffness and imbalance resulting from its neck injury and the consuming power's erosion, The overwhelming aura of a second-tier beast still bore down upon all, rendering it difficult to breathe. Young brother, quickly evade. The middle-aged female physician, urgently staunching the bleeding of the regiment leader, Zhou Meng, gasped in horror at the sight. Several mercenaries, still capable of movement, displayed anxious expressions and attempted to intervene, only to be driven back repeatedly by the fierce winds generated by the Iron Arm ape's casual arm sweep, unable to approach at all. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, his heart racing wildly. Confronted with the charge of a second-tier beast, the ferocious aura nearly froze his blood. In his current state, he could not withstand a direct assault. Even a mere graze could shatter his bones. He could not afford to confront it head-on. He had to rely on his agility to maneuver. Vigne, Lin Feng called out urgently in his mind. What are you panicking for? It is merely a blind and limping mad dog now. Though Xianxia's voice was tinged with exhaustion, it exuded the calmness of a seasoned veteran, asserting that the creature's balance had been disrupted. Its turn was sluggish. Utilize the phantom steps to evade it. Do not hesitate. Create opportunities for those mercenaries who remain alive. Almost simultaneously with Xianxia's words, Lin Feng sprang into action. He chose not to retreat, for doing so would only allow the Iron Arm ape's momentum to build to a peak, making it even harder to evade. Instead, he advanced toward the oncoming beast, employing an esoteric footwork that left behind several blurred afterimages within a minuscule range, narrowly brushing past the massive body. The fierce winds it generated stung his cheeks painfully. The Iron Arm ape charged forward, colliding with empty air. Its immense inertia caused it to stagger a few steps ahead. The injury on its nape tearing open once more from the violent movement. Black blood mingled with a strange, devouring energy dripping down, eliciting an even more agonized howl. It turned in fury, swinging its arms wildly, creating depressions in the ground, yet it was always a beat too slow to catch Lin Feng's elusive figure, which slipped away like an eel. Now is the moment. Strike its eyes and armpits. While desperately evading, Lin Feng shouted towards the mercenaries who were still in a daze. His voice carried an undeniable decisiveness, as if he were a born commander. The surviving mercenaries roused from their stupor. The burly man wielding dual axes was the first to react, roaring as he dashed to the side of the Iron Arm ape, his axes wielding the power of a mountain as he struck fiercely at its relatively vulnerable armpit joint. Another tall, lean mercenary wielding a spear gritted his teeth and charged in, thrusting his spear like a dragon, aiming straight for the Iron Arm ape's blood-red left eye. The axe blade sank into flesh with a thud. Though shallow, it inflicted excruciating pain. The spear tip was intercepted by the creature's eyelid as it closed its eye just in time, producing the sound of metal clashing, yet it also obstructed its vision. The iron-armed ape, in agony, became increasingly frenzied, its animosity still primarily directed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng executed the phantom step to its utmost limit, expending nearly all of his meager vital energy to sustain his movement. His complexion grew paler, and his breaths became as rapid as a bellows. Each evasive maneuver teetered on the brink of life and death, relying entirely on the precise predictions and guidance of Lord Jean. 3 steps to the left, lower your head. Roll to the right rear quickly. It's about to strike the ground, jump. Lin Feng placed unwavering trust in Lord Jean's judgment, performing a series of extreme actions to narrowly evade lethal blows time and again. His gray cloak was shredded by the fierce wind of claws, and the fresh scabs on his body burst open again, blood seeping forth. Yet he remained like a stirring stick, firmly drawing the iron-armed ape's attention. This cannot continue. I won't last much longer. Lin Feng felt the devouring vortex in his dantian slowing to a crawl, on the verge of depletion. Fatigue and pain surged over him like a tidal wave. Kid, merely dodging 1 suffice. You must strike back, Lord Jean urged. Find a way to get closer to its neck wound. Infuse the remaining devouring power into it. Disrupt its vitality completely. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng seized the moment when the iron-armed ape's full-force pounce missed, propelling himself forward like an arrow, sliding along the ground towards its massive form. This action was exceedingly perilous, almost delivering himself into the ape's attack range. Seeking death, the iron-armed ape seemed to sense Lin Feng's intent, a savage glimmer flashing in its singular eye as it lifted one colossal foot, descending upon Lin Feng with tremendous force. Shadows loomed, as though the heavens were collapsing. In a critical moment, Lin Feng's body twisted unnaturally, slipping past the edge of the giant foot like a fish, while his right hand, fingers pointed like a sword, gathered the last faint trace of pitch-black light, desperately aiming once more at the wound on the ape's neck, still oozing dark blood. Devouring finger. This time, instead of piercing, he pressed his fingertip firmly against the wound, channeling all his energy into the devouring vortex. A powerful suction erupted from Lin Feng's fingertip. The essence of flesh and blood from the iron-armed ape's wound, along with its frenzied demonic power, was forcibly drawn out, surging into Lin Feng's body. A howl of unprecedented anguish erupted from the iron-armed ape, its entire body convulsing violently, and the foot that had descended lost its strength, collapsing weakly to the side. The power of devouring was akin to the most virulent poison, wreaking havoc within his nerves and vitality. Lin Feng, after forcibly consuming a trace of energy from second-tier beast, felt an overwhelmingly violent force surge through his meridians, inflicting excruciating pain akin to being sliced by a blade. A coppery taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward by the recoil, crashing heavily onto the riverbank several yards away. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, this pure yet tumultuous energy momentarily awakened a flicker of his latent potential, preventing him from losing consciousness entirely. What a splendid opportunity. Brothers, let us slay this beast. The burly man wielding dual axes, upon witnessing the iron-armed ape ensnared in unprecedented agony and rigidity, felt a surge of exhilaration and roared as he charged forward. The other mercenaries summoned their last vestiges of courage, launching an array of weapons towards the vital points of the iron-armed ape, its eyes, throat, and heart, deprived of Lin Feng's interference and the relentless erosion of the devouring power. The iron-armed ape's defenses and reactions waned significantly, rendering it battered and bruised under the mercenaries' assault. Although it continued to struggle desperately, swatting away 2 mercenaries, the tide had irrevocably turned. Ultimately, a tall, lean mercenary with a spear seized a fleeting opportunity. The spear struck with the precision of a venomous serpent, piercing through the wide-open throat of the iron-armed ape, which was gaping in pain. The spear tip emerged from the nape of its neck. The massive body of the iron-armed ape froze abruptly, the ferocity in its solitary eye dimming rapidly, before it collapsed with a thunderous thud, splattering murky water everywhere. Silencing it completely, the riverbank fell into an instant hush. Only the heavy, labored breaths of the surviving mercenaries mingled with the gentle rush of the flowing river. The living mercenaries, Lin Feng included, numbered merely 6. Each bore wounds, their conditions pitiable. They gazed at the colossal corpse of the ape, then glanced at Lin Feng, who lay motionless nearby, his fate uncertain, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions: relief, trepidation, profound gratitude, and a barely perceptible caution. The middle-aged female physician was the first to react. She hurried to Lin Feng's side, crouching down to assess his injuries. As she sensed the chaotic and severely weakened aura emanating from him, and observed the myriad of wounds crisscrossing his blood-soaked cloak, she could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. He is gravely injured, more so than the captain. Her voice trembled as she hastily retrieved silver needles and medicinal powders, commencing urgent treatment. At that moment, the burly man known as the captain, Zhou, struggled to sit up with the assistance of 2 comrades. His severed arm had been hastily bandaged, yet his complexion remained as pale as parchment. He cast a glance towards Lin Feng, his rugged face imbued with gratitude and camaraderie. Damn it, if it weren't for this young brother today, our Bloodwolf mercenary corps would have perished here. He surveyed the surviving comrades and spoke solemnly. Listen well. This young brother is our benefactor. Anyone who harbors even the slightest ill intent towards him, I shall be the first to deal with. Yes, Captain. The surviving mercenaries responded in unison, their previous wariness towards Lin Feng dissipating, replaced by sincere appreciation. The female physician administered several precious life-saving pills to Lin Feng and used silver needles to alleviate his stagnated vital energy. After a while, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was the concerned visage of the female physician and the grateful gazes of the surrounding mercenaries. Young brother, you're awake. How do you feel? Zhou, aided by others, approached with a booming voice, still imbued with a spirit of bravado despite his weakness. Lin Feng attempted to rise but was gently pressed down by the physician. Stay still. Your injuries are too severe. Thank you, Everyone, Lin Feng rasped, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Meng's severed arm and the wounds on the others, finally resting on the distant corpse of the iron-armed ape. Feeling a slight relief within, I made the right bet. For now, I am safe. Zhou Meng waved his large hand, wincing in pain yet undeterred. What thanks? We should be the ones expressing gratitude. Young brother, what is your name? Which mercenary group do you belong to? This life-saving grace, I, Zhou Meng, and the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, shall remember. Lin Feng gazed into Zhou Meng's weary yet clear and earnest eyes, feeling a stir in his heart. After a moment of silence, he refrained from immediately revealing his name, and instead said slowly, I am called Feng Lin, a wandering cultivator passing by. Lin Feng, under the alias Feng Lin, narrowly escaped death while saving the remnants of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, momentarily securing a respite. Yet, the question lingered. Was the camaraderie within the mercenary group as genuine as it appeared? Could he and the gravely injured mercenary survive in the perilous Black Wind Mountains? An even greater concern loomed. How long could he conceal his enigmatic identity as a wandering cultivator? Chapter 54, A Temporary Alliance. The scent of blood on the riverbank gradually dissipated in the morning breeze, mingling with the earthy aroma of mud and river water, creating a unique fragrance of survival after cataclysm. The massive corpse of the iron-armed gibbon lay silently, heralding the conclusion of this brutal battle. The 6 survivors, including Lin Feng, either sat or lay down, seizing every fleeting moment to catch their breath and tend to their wounds. The middle-aged physician, named Lu Yun, was the sole healer within the mercenary group. She first attended to the shattered left arm of the leader, Zhou Meng, with meticulous care, applying a proper splint and medication, and administered the precious bone-reinforcing elixir. Zhou Meng's complexion was ashen, yet his rugged demeanor remained unyielding. He uttered not a sound, though the cold sweat continuously beating on his forehead betrayed the immense pain he endured. Immediately, Lu Yun turned her attention to Lin Feng. As she gently lifted the blood and mud-soaked cloak, nearly obscured in its original hue, she could not suppress a gasp of shock. The seemingly frail form of the boy bore a tapestry of old and new scars, the most alarming being a knife wound that nearly perforated his chest and several claw marks on his back, deep enough to expose bone, with flesh curling back and edges tinged with an unnatural dark red, evidence of the iron-armed gibbon's malevolent power. His breath flickered like a candle in the wind, and his meridians were in disarray, as if he had just weathered an internal tempest. This child has suffered grievously. It is a miracle he has endured thus far. Lu Yun murmured, her gaze filled with sympathy and disbelief. She meticulously cleansed the wounds with fresh water, applying the finest healing ointment and detoxifying powder, then retrieved several silver needles, skillfully inserting them into key acupoints on Lin Feng's body to help regulate his chaotic vital energy. With his eyes closed, Lin Feng felt the cooling essence of the medicine permeating through him and the tingling sensation from the needles, barely managing to suppress the excruciating pain within. He did not resist her ministrations. At this moment, any assistance was invaluable. Simultaneously, he directed a sliver of his consciousness inward, guiding the nearly dormant vortex of devouring energy within his dantian, slowly absorbing the medicinal potency from Lu Yun's elixir and the scant spiritual energy in the air, akin to parched earth drinking in the long-awaited rain. Though the process was sluggish, it was indeed mending his battered body, piece by piece. Kid, this girl possesses decent medical skills, and her remedies are quite effective. The voice of Genie interjected, tinged with fatigue, but still incisive. However, you've taken quite a risk this time. The damage to your meridians is far worse than when you faced Zhou Meng's 3 strikes. Without a month of proper recovery, don't even think about engaging in combat. Rest and recuperate in this Black Wind Mountain range. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. It was already a stroke of fortune to find a place to tend to his wounds. After what felt like the burning duration of a stick of incense, he sensed a significant alleviation of the suffocating pressure weighing upon his chest, although every movement still sent waves of excruciating pain throughout his body. He at least regained enough strength to speak. He slowly opened his eyes and met Lu Yun's concerned gaze. How are you feeling, little brother? Lu Yun inquired softly. Thank you, Dr. Lu. I feel much better, Lin Feng replied, his voice hoarse as he struggled to sit up. Don't move. Your injuries are severe. You need to remain completely still, Lu Yun insisted, pressing him back down. At that moment, Zhou Meng approached, aided by another mercenary, dragging his injured leg along. He looked at Lin Feng, his bearded face displaying gratitude and camaraderie. "Little brother Feng Lin, we owe you our lives. If it weren't for your intervention, our Bloodwolf mercenary group would have met our end in this cursed place today. You saved my life." Lin Feng shook his head gently. "Captain Zhou, you overstate my contribution. I was merely acting in self-preservation. Had it not been for your efforts, I would not have had the opportunity to strike." "Ha! Little brother is too modest," Zhou Meng exclaimed, waving his hand, which caused him to wince in pain. "I, Zhou, am a simple man and do not grasp the intricacies of such matters. You have saved us, and that makes you our benefactor. Given your injuries, it would be perilous for you to remain alone in the Black Wind Mountains. Why not join our mercenary group temporarily?" One another. This was precisely the opportunity Lin Feng had been awaiting. He needed a map, information, and a relatively safe environment to recuperate. He glanced at Zhou Meng, then surveyed the other surviving mercenaries. Apart from Lu Yun's gentle demeanor, the burly man wielding dual axes, named Meng, flashed him a grin and nodded, while the tall, slender figure wielding a spear, called Ho Yuan, cast a grateful look his way. However, the expressions of the other two were somewhat complex. One was a young scout, named Fei, who was agile and still appeared shaken, his curiosity towards Lin Feng evident. The final member was the deputy captain, Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun, around 35 or 36 years of age, had a rugged appearance and sharp eyes. His cultivation at the 8th level of the opening Yuan realm, making him second only to Zhou Meng among the surviving mercenaries. At that moment, he was silently polishing his long blade. Upon hearing Zhou Meng's invitation, his hand paused slightly, and he lifted his gaze, his eyes assessing Lin Feng with an unmistakable scrutiny and a trace of subtle wariness. Lin Feng could feel the skepticism emanating from that piercing stare. A stranger with an ambiguous background. The youth, gravely injured yet capable of unleashing such astonishing combat prowess at a critical juncture, indeed raises suspicions. Captain Zhou's hospitality is met with profound gratitude from Feng Lin. However, Lin Feng does not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he calmly retorts, "Alas, my injuries may impede everyone's progress. Furthermore, my origins might bring trouble to the group." His words, a blend of truth and deception, reveal his predicament while also serving as a test. Zhou Meng furrows his brow at this remark. Yet before he can respond, Zhao Kun interjects, his voice low and gravelly. "Brother Feng Lin speaks wisely. The Black Wind Mountain range is perilous. Bearing an injured comrade indeed heightens the risks." He pauses, his gaze piercing as he fixes it on Lin Feng. "Forgive my candor, but your skills are extraordinary, and your composure in crisis suggests you are not an ordinary wanderer. What, pray tell, has led you to traverse this treacherous mountain alone? So grievously wounded?" His inquiry is blunt, causing the atmosphere to thicken. Meng and Ho Yuan frown, feeling that Zhao Kun has overstepped. Lu Yun glances at Lin Feng with concern. Zhou Meng casts an irritated glare at Zhao Kun. "Old Zhao, Brother Feng Lin is our benefactor." Internally, Lin Feng scoffs, maintaining an impassive exterior as he has long been prepared with his explanation. A hint of bitterness and anger appears on his face as he speaks in a subdued tone. Deputy Captain Zhao's question is valid. "To be candid, I hail from Xianxia City, but due to a family misfortune, I have offended those one ought not to, and have been pursued relentlessly, fleeing to this very place. A few days ago, I inadvertently trespassed into the territory of a formidable beast, narrowly escaping with my life. Yet this is the plight I now endure." His words are a mixture of truth and falsehood. The mention of Xianxia City and the pursuit is genuine, while he deliberately obscures the specifics of his enemies and his former strength. Xianxia City? Zhou Meng muses, aware that recent events have been tumultuous there, with rumors of significant troubles involving the Lin family, seemingly entangled with the royal palace of Tianfeng. Lin Feng's heart races, yet he feigns surprise and a touch of fear. "Captain Zhou is informed? My family's affairs indeed bear some connection to the Lin family." He intentionally leaves his statement vague, prompting the others to draw their own conclusions. As anticipated, Zhou Meng and Zhao Kun exchange glances. The name of the royal palace carries considerable weight in the Black Wind Mountain range. None wish to provoke it lightly. Lin Feng's narrative not only elucidates why he travels alone in such a grievous state, but also hints at the potential troubles he may face, serving as both a candid revelation and a caution. Harboring him could mean incurring the wrath of the royal palace. Zhou Meng hesitates for only a moment before thumping his thigh with fervor, albeit striking his injury, causing him to wince in pain. Damn it, what a royal palace. In the treacherous Blackwind Mountains, only strength prevails. Young brother Feng Lin, since you place your trust in us, speak the truth, and I, old Zhou, shall not abandon you. Trouble? When has the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps ever shied away from trouble? It is settled then. You shall temporarily join us and return to the camp together. We will find a way to tend to your wounds. Captain, Zhao Kun wished to voice his concerns, but Zhou Meng decisively interrupted him, his tone brooking no argument. Old Zhao, my mind is made up. Young brother Feng Lin has saved our lives. To forsake him now would render me unworthy of my humanity. Let's speak of this no more. Zhao Kun's expression shifted through various emotions before he finally lowered his head, replying solemnly, Yes, Captain. Yet, the wariness and scrutiny in his gaze towards Lin Feng did not wane. Lin Feng observed this exchange keenly, understanding its implications. Zhou Meng was honorable and trustworthy. Yet the mercenary corps was not a monolith. Zhao Kun required vigilance. No longer hesitating, Lin Feng solemnly clasped his fists towards Zhou Meng, wincing slightly from the pain. In that case, Feng Lin shall comply. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Captain Zhou and the others for their kindness. This favor shall not be forgotten. Haha, splendid. That is the spirit. Zhou Meng, seeing Lin Feng acquiesce, brightened, though his pallor remained. Sure Meng, Ho Yuan. You two shall take turns carrying young brother Feng Lin. Fei, scout ahead and be cautious. Dr. Liu, keep a close watch on his injuries. Old Zhao, bring up the rear and remain vigilant. Let us gather ourselves and hasten our departure from this cursed place. The stench of blood is overwhelming. With the orders given, the surviving mercenaries sprang into action. They buried their fallen comrades and collected valuable materials from the Iron Ape, such as its formidable claws and the precious demon core. Though sorrowful, the instinct for survival compelled them to leave this perilous locale as swiftly as possible. Shi Meng carefully lifted Lin Feng onto his broad, sturdy back. Lin Feng felt light, yet every muscle was tense with pain, as he lay against Shi Meng's robust frame. The slight jolting of their movement accompanied his closed eyes as he channeled his energy to heal, his ears alert to any subtle sounds in the surrounding environment. The team embarked in silence and sorrow, navigating downstream along the mountain gorge. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor. Each member bore wounds and moved with difficulty, yet the will to survive sustained them. Lin Feng recognized that this fleeting safety was hard-won. He had successfully infiltrated a local group, gaining a momentary respite, but the crisis was far from over. The external peril of the ominous Black Wind Mountains looms. While within the ranks, the vice-captain Zhao Kun's suspicions fester. Far away, the prince's residence in Qingyun City hangs over them like a sword ready to strike. Xianxia, it is imperative that we swiftly regain our strength, Lin Feng mused inwardly. First, let us survive to reach the camp. Vigna repliet languidly. Be wary of that Zhao fellow. His gaze is far from trustworthy. The team trudged through the dense forest, each member harboring disparate thoughts. As the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, Lin Feng had temporarily allied himself with the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps for protection. Yet the vice-captain's mistrust prickled at him like a thorn. Would the injured team manage to return safely to the makeshift camp? And did the camp harbor new threats lurking in the shadows? Beneath the facade of unity within the mercenary group, undercurrents of discord began to surface.